A long time ago, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky and monsters from unknown origins invaded Earth through it. Earth immediately fell into despair, millions perished, the number of injured was countless, and the survivors either lost their families or became refugees. However, 3 years after that cataclysmic event, superpowered individuals gradually began to appear. They possessed special skills that could take down monsters, something even nations with the most advanced defense systems couldn't do. As the number of superpowered individuals grew, the era of human counterattack arrived. The superpowered individuals gathered to form an army. They fought against the monsters and gradually reclaimed territories, which they called safe zones. In these safe zones, humans no longer had to hide from monsters and began to rebuild cities. On the other hand, many dangerous lands were designated as wilderness zones. Those unfortunate enough to live in the wilderness zones had to endure the violence of anarchy and the fear of monsters, wondering every day if they would survive. The world was thus divided into safe zones and dangerous zones and continued to operate. In the wilderness zone of Seoul, amidst dense smoke and severe pollution, a group of people suddenly appeared. It was unclear where they were going, but after a while, the man leading the group suddenly turned back to ask the young man, whose face was completely covered at the rear. "Hey, we haven't been through there before, have we? Huh, guide? You said you weren't a superpowered individual, just a normal person, right? What's your name?" The young man pulled down his hood, revealing a handsome yet cold and melancholic face. "Seoyu, my name is Kim Seoyu." Seoyu was still very young then, when he had not yet discovered his unique ability. The men in the group seemed impatient, asking Seoyu every few steps if they had arrived yet. It turned out they were heading to the territory of the bronze spider, and at this point, the group had begun to enter its lair. The bronze spider is a fairly easy to hunt level 19 monster. First, just chop off all 8 of its legs, then cut off its head and take only the body. Seoyu kept reminding them repeatedly that it was best to start with its 2 front legs, as this monster used them to attack. Moreover, they had to pay special attention to the white spider silk sprayed from the monster's mouth, because once it bound or hit them, it was game over. "I know! Damn it!" One guy in the group couldn't hold back and yelled, "Why do you talk so much? Acting tough like that in front of an iron superpowered individual won't do anything. You useless normal person." Seoyu wasn't angry at all when they spoke to him like that. "Right, you said you once defeated a level 18 salamander. I apologize if I offended you." But just as he said this, Seoyu heard a sound from behind him. His keen instincts immediately sensed that he was being attacked, so Seoyu quickly lunged forward to dodge the attack, while simultaneously pushing away the man who had just insulted him. Both of them fell sprawling to the ground, but Seoyu's swift action saved both him and the other man from being bound by the spider silk. At that moment, a very aggressive bronze spider appeared above them. That group of superhumans immediately took up their fighting positions. It's just that this monster looked much more formidable than they had imagined. Some people began to doubt if it was really a level 19 monster. "What are you all doing? Why are you just standing there stiffly? Hurry up and get out of the way." Seoyu yelled again when he saw the bronze spider preparing to shoot more silk. Its silk shooting speed was really fast. Meanwhile, these people were still stunned. Because of that, one man was hit by the spider silk. His head was immediately severed, to the horror of his teammates. "Damn it, are you guys just going to stand there and watch?" Seoyu, losing patience, roared again. It was then that he felt something was wrong. The level of this attack team was too low, and their combat experience was too poor. Before, the broker had said that they were a well-trained attack team and had recently even defeated a level 18 salamander. Seoyu only needed to lead them to the bronze spider's territory to earn a lot of money. But based on the current situation, it seemed that was just a blatant lie. At this moment, the bronze spider launched a new attack. Seoyu gritted his teeth. Fortunately, this time the Iron Man, who had just been scolding him earlier, managed to regain his composure in time. He charged forward, using his sword to block the spider's 2 front legs. It's just that the monster's strength was so immense that his hands trembled violently. After that, this man gave it a punch. Though this punch didn't do much, he then transferred electricity from his body to the monster. Seoyu, seeing the opponent utilize electrical energy with his own eyes, mumbled, "Well, at least the Iron Man title is real." The bronze spider was temporarily paralyzed at this moment. That guy immediately signaled for his teammates to rush in and attack. With someone leading the way, they became much more enthusiastic. Nearly a dozen people surrounded the spider from all sides, but they completely forgot what Seoyu had just told them and stabbed their weapons into the monster's body. "Cut its front legs! Don't touch its body, you idiots!" He desperately yelled, but it was too late. The bronze spider was now completely enraged. Its eyes widened, blood red and filled with fury. Then the spider tossed its body, and almost all these low-level superhumans were thrown flying by it. That Iron Man cursed, "Damn it." Just a moment ago, the situation seemed a bit more favorable, but now they're back to a stalemate. So he charged towards the bronze spider alone, risking his life. However, taking it down alone wouldn't be easy. This man was pierced through the chest by the monster's front leg and lifted up. As it prepared to devour him, he struggled again by using both hands to firmly grasp its front leg that was piercing through him, then transferred electricity through it. The monster was shocked by the high-intensity current and struggled in pain, eventually throwing the man off. He fell right next to Seoyu, but even with the struggle just now, the situation didn't look good. Well, isn't this great? A whole low-level attack team, all annihilated by the bronze spider, and only you're left. Seoyu didn't think the situation would be this bad. He was supposed to be just a guide. In Wilderness Area number 17, branch manager Kim Buzic just received a phone call. "Bix took another case? Alright, I'll send someone else." Bucks replied and hung up. His mood didn't seem very good. Outside, a female employee named Jamie was still admiring herself in the mirror. When manager Bucks opened the door and stepped out, she flinched. "Tell Chensu's hunting team to go to the exchange center immediately," Bucks said. Jamie nodded, then asked if they were going to repair the barrier again. After all, that's been happening a lot lately. Then Bucks asked where Seoyu was. Jamie immediately said he was guiding the bronze spider hunting team. However, he felt something was strange. It's just a level 19 bronze spider. It should have been finished a long time ago. That kid isn't normal either. I hope he'll be alright. When Seoyu gets back, tell him to get ready. And you, stop looking at yourself in the mirror, Buck sighed. But based on the actual situation, Seoyu was not alright at all. The attack team he guided was full of rookies and had been wiped out. Now, only Seoyu was left facing that fierce spider and had no idea what he should do. He took a gun from inside his jacket, and at this moment, the wild spider began to spin webs again. Seoyu was used to this dangerous work, so his movements were very agile. After finding the right moment, he fired his gun. The dying Iron Man lying on the ground even had the presence of mind to mock him. "Those bullets won't do anything. Shut up and watch." Seoyu snapped. The bullets he had just fired were now deeply embedded in the bronze spider's flesh. But the remarkable part came afterward when they suddenly exploded, and victory clearly belonged to Seoyu. The Iron Man saw this scene, and a look of astonishment was clearly visible on his face. Bullet cores? If you had something like that from the start, why didn't you use it right away and waited for us to all die? This guy is truly talented at infuriating Seoyu. Are you even thinking straight? If guys like you had the skills you claimed in the documents submitted to the center, things wouldn't be like this. Now you're trying to blame me? Seoyu was extremely annoyed that he had to waste those precious bullet cores on this trash. If you really have the ability, then compete. Otherwise, don't cause trouble for others. Watch carefully, you foolish fake psychic. Even someone without psychic abilities, but with good equipment and experience, can take down a level 19 monster, Seoyu said, putting away his gun and taking out a large knife. He had guided hundreds of hunts alone. But these guys always looked down on him just because he didn't have psychic powers. And so what, Seoyu still had to clean up their mess anyway. The knife in his hand moved with extreme agility, instantly slicing off one of the monster's legs. Seoyu didn't even stop for a second, quickly cutting off its remaining legs. After doing this, the monster's combat power was almost reduced to 0, and according to the precise plan he had instructed earlier, but which no one listened to, now all that was needed was to attack its head to finish things. Seeing Seoyu's decisive action, the Iron Man got goosebumps. He declared that anyone who timidly feared these oversized beasts would forever remain a novice. The level you submitted to the exchange center was fake, wasn't it? The level 18 long-bearded salamander monster sheds its skin once a year. You must have faked hunting it, even though you just picked up its shed skin, right? Hit where it hurt by Seoyu, the man could only remain silent. But it must be said, scammers like them actually have quite impressive courage. Even though their first teammate had died, no one ran away. Even when the Iron Man's stomach was torn open, he still tried to hold it back and fight with all his might. Honestly, Seoyu was quite impressed. But that doesn't change the fact that faking level documents is wrong. If you have time for such useless things, you should spend it on improving your skills instead. You probably have a reason for hunting like this, but it's not something I care about. Have you realized the price of deception yet? He stepped on the Iron Man's chest and pointed the knife at him. I know it's a serious crime, isn't it? The Iron Man replied with a sarcastic tone. Seoyu felt it was a great pity that he didn't have enough authority to take this person's life, as he desperately wanted to cut the fool's throat for what he had just gone through. Just then, Seoyu heard a voice in his head urging him to take the opponent's life. Anyway, I'm already in such a pathetic state. It's hard for me to wait until the note handles me. The man spoke his last words and then passed away. Seoyu wasn't too bothered by this. He was just confused about what the voice he just heard was, but then, since it didn't speak again, Seoyu guessed he had just misheard. Now it's time to go back to the center and settle accounts with the broker. Jamie! Seoyu kicked open the door and walked in with his volcanic rage. How dare you throw me in with such trash? Jamie was busy looking in the mirror when he startled her. Seoyu, calm down. It seems you're not overreacting, are you? That's right, Seoyu gritted his teeth and said, don't you know how serious the situation is? Seeing Seoyu look like he wanted to devour her, Jamie quickly tried to shirk responsibility, claiming she was also tricked. But Seoyu didn't believe her. He decided he wouldn't share the commission with her this time. Furthermore, from now on, if Jamie doesn't tell him all the client information, he'll take her life. But how can we break the note's rules? According to client law, Jamie replied, trembling, but before she could finish, he squeezed her chin tightly and threatened her. You'd better do your job properly. He scolded the other person relentlessly. He wasn't a very rude person to begin with. It's just that he was truly furious. If it weren't for the branch manager, he would have cut ties with this desolate area 17 long ago. Hey, even if you don't want to, the espers are very sensitive because the guide keeps lingering around this area, Jamie said again. And just like that, his slightly subsided anger directly exploded again. Damn it, espers this, espers that, always espers. If I'm going to die anyway, what does it matter if I die at the hands of a monster or a hunter? He yelled. He recalled the scene earlier in the Copper Spider's territory. He secretly wished he had power like that fake hunter. He would use it much more effectively. But as soon as he thought this, he suddenly took a full punch from someone. Before he could clearly see who it was, his neck was gripped tightly and his whole body was lifted into the air. An arrogant face appeared before his eyes. The Esper you just mentioned is right here. Do you want me to send you to your grave right now? The opponent's strength and physique were far superior to his. The choking sensation in his neck was extremely unpleasant. The Esper saw the fierceness in his eyes and increased the pressure in his hand. He thought he was truly about to die this time when a girl behind them spoke up. Anyone associated with Note can act as a guild representative and use the name Note whenever needed. Any intentional act of harm against Note members will be considered an intentional attack on Note. Don't you know these rules of note? This girl was a hunter in Desolate Area 17, a vision expert named Park. The note they mentioned was an extremely influential organization, because after the genocide caused by the spatial rift, it was the only guild that still tried to maintain peace in the wilderness. They built safe havens for people to survive and took on missions like hunting monstrous beasts. And Note was also the organization he was serving. An Esper from Note is attacking a non-Esper member of Note. Are you sure you're ready to receive the punishment for this? Yoon continued to ask. The guy choking him was also a hunter from Sector 17, a physical Esper named Kim. What Yoon just said was not wrong. So after that, even though he didn't want to, he still had to let go. He was literally thrown to the ground. A red 5-finger mark was imprinted on his neck. He tried to steady his breathing. Yoon sat down in front of him and asked worriedly, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, Hunter Yoon," he replied intermittently. With that, Yoon threw another hateful look at Kim. Acting all high and mighty, I don't know what he's doing this for. If another hunter hadn't shown up, he probably would have lunged at her. This person was the leader of the Sector 1700 team. Mr. Chan-Soo was the one who had asked Jamie to call them to the center for an important discussion. He was waiting for them in a private room, and Chan-Soo also asked him to come along. Seeing all the hunter team members gathered there, he was a bit worried, wondering what had happened. After they entered the room, he announced that they had just received a barrier protection mission from the city. "Looks like she fainted again," he said. "You're right, until she recovers, we've been asked to act as a decoy," Chan-Soo replied. "Ice again? Although I've never done it. It seems like there have been more of these kinds of missions lately, huh?" He seemed less than enthusiastic about this. "It seems she's restraining herself now. They say she hasn't been able to sleep lately. Tell them to protect their own land. What do they think we are? Slaves?" He still wouldn't stop, but the manager said that this time, the other side must be desperate to seek them out. Just by listening to the conditions they offered this time, you'd know. Because the reward for completing the mission was the promise of citizenship for wanderers like them in the wilderness. He was utterly astonished when he heard that. Chan-Soo, however, was a bit calmer. Then they must be at their wits' end. Who would have thought they'd offer their famously strictly vetted citizenship as a reward to us? After hearing this reward, he volunteered to go on the mission. Yoon also wanted to go because she wanted to visit the famous city from the rumors. As for him, he naturally also wanted to obtain citizenship, so he would take on this mission. The team was fully assembled, so Chan-Soo told them to gather at the southwest exit gate at 6 a.m. tomorrow for departure. That night, he wasn't in a hurry to sleep, but also researched some things. The safe zone is one of the largest cities in the world after the genocide. On the outskirts of the city, there is an energy core field preventing monsters from entering. The barrier mentioned refers to this energy core field. It has always been maintained and protected by a high-level Esper throughout the past few decades. However, due to her issues, this barrier eventually also had problems. Their mission is to hold out until she recovers and returns. Because if an S-class monster were to attack during her recuperation, even if most residents there were Espers, they would be defeated in the blink of an eye. After experiencing such a catastrophe, the city decided to change its strategy. Shamelessly, they decided to ask for help from the people in the wilderness, whom they always disdained, to save their own people. Therefore, in the previous conversation, Chan-Soo mentioned being a decoy, and the reward for this mission, as mentioned, is citizenship for those in the city. Along with the 300 team members, he still performed his duty as a guide. Initially, Chan-Soo intended to take the old route they were familiar with, but he said that the environment had changed quite a lot recently. It said that a grade 5 monster named Name Missing has appeared in this area, so taking the old route would be quite dangerous. Therefore, he planned a new route to avoid all monsters from grade 11 and above. Afterward, he took out a map and showed them the way. The four began to travel on the new route he had planned, but not long after they started, he suddenly signaled the group to stop. "What is it, kid?" he asked impatiently. He signaled for everyone to be silent. Then he knelt down, carefully observing a fresh footprint on the ground. He wasn't sure if this was a monster's footprint, so he asked Hunter Yoon to use her psychic vision to scan around, especially the dense sand clouds in the distance. Yoon immediately activated her psychic power. She looked through the sand clouds but saw nothing concerning. "What's going on? Stop scaring people," he urged again. He replied that if he wasn't mistaken, a group of goblins had passed through this area about 15 minutes before them. They have particularly sharp hearing, and even though they were heading in a different direction than them, he was sure they had sniffed out their scent and were turning back. As soon as he said this, Yoon also became particularly startled, because within those dense sand clouds, she had already seen something unusual. "He's not lying, they really are coming back towards us." Chan-Soo clicked his tongue. He knew he could trust him to lead the team, and what he wanted to do now was block the path of that goblin group, because among the four of them, two were not suited for combat, him and Hunter Yoon. To the north, there's a bridge that can be utilized. He then asked the big, grumpy guy to carry Yoon on his back, because they had to run to that bridge as fast as possible. This kid, since when did he learn to order people around? He gritted his teeth in frustration, but still had to carry Yoon and run. Who told him he was a physical esper anyway? That kid's pretty cool, and I advise you to run faster. Yoon, on his back, chuckled. It seems the goblins are chasing them fiercely from behind, so they had to run at their full speed. Although he was the only one without superpowers, he also ran very fast. However, those goblins were running just as fast as they were. Before long, the four of them saw this level 18 monster troop appearing right behind them. Speaking of this type of monster, if there's only one, it's much weaker than a level 19 bronze spider. But when they combine forces, they become very strong. Therefore, facing a monster troop is extremely dangerous. When encountered in large, flat areas, even espers would find it difficult to fight them. Looking at their current lineup, there were only two level 17 espers, him and Yoon, but only one of them had combat skills. Chan-Soo was also an esper with combat skills, but he was only level 10. Therefore, a direct confrontation was a reckless act. That's why he led them to the bridge. The width of this bridge was about 4 meters, and its length was about 6 to 7 meters. This was a good defensive position. If the captain and Hunter O defended well in the middle of the bridge, theoretically, they could win easily. The problem was, there were two variables in actual combat, so he didn't dare say anything for sure. After reaching the bridge, he quickly assigned tasks. As mentioned before, the two men capable of combat would face the monsters in the middle of the bridge. The first variable was the only girl in the group. Whenever a battle occurred, she was the only one who needed protection because she had no combat skills. Protecting Yoon would distract him and Chan-Soo to some extent. Therefore, it was best to keep her away from the monster fight to avoid causing trouble. He then shielded the girl with his body and drew his dagger. As mentioned, even though he wasn't an esper, he had experienced hundreds of real battles, so he at least had some ability to protect himself. The second variable was that skill level was just a number and didn't reflect a person's entire strength. Captain Chan-Soo was widely renowned in Zone 17. However, during his time working, he had never personally witnessed him in combat or verified his skills. Conversely, he and Yoon, despite being level 17, had only recently joined the Hunter team, and it was unclear how effectively they would fight. If these variables weren't resolved, he couldn't relax. Just as they finished setting up their formation, the goblin troop caught up to them. Chan-Soo, as the captain, naturally had to act first. His weapon was a double-bladed axe. Chan-Soo powerfully swung his axe, and with just one move, a dozen goblins were instantly sent flying. Taking that opportunity, Chan-Soo continued to charge forward to take down a few more. He was also incredibly fierce. He was still young and full of vigor, so when facing that goblin troop, he unleashed 100% of his power. Seeing how they fought, he felt that those two variables were probably just his excessive worries. Although the goblin troop was quite numerous, their sweep through them was also incredibly powerful. This strength was truly terrifying. However, one of the two variables that worried him still occurred, because while he was focused on observing the two people in front, a monster quietly approached them from behind and targeted Yoon. She was pulled to the ground by it, letting out a yelp. He was immediately distracted and turned his head. "Focus on what's in front of you. Don't look back." Seonyu quickly shouted, annoying Chansu. Damn it, that guy always ordering others around. He grumbled and cursed while taking out his anger on the goblins. At this moment, that goblin had already swung its axe, intending to chop off Yoon's neck. But fortunately, Seonyu pulled her back in time, so its axe blade only managed to cut a bit of her ponytail. The two rolled several times on the ground, with Seonyu retreating to the edge of the bridge, shielding Yoon behind him. Since he didn't possess superpowers to participate in the fight, he had to resolve this situation himself so as not to drag the other two down. However, because Seonyu didn't have superpowers, this was still very difficult. Even if he acted quickly, the knife in his hand with its pure physical damage was not enough to defeat a goblin in one blow, and it only infuriated it. Seonyu fought and retreated, constantly rolling on the ground, but he was clearly at a disadvantage. Just as he was almost struck by the goblin's axe, Yoon unexpectedly charged forward, using her small dagger to stab the monster's shoulder. The enemy cried out in pain and dropped the axe in its hand. At that very moment, Seonyu leaped up and decisively cut off its head with his large knife. Meanwhile, Seonyu and Chansu had also completed their defensive tasks. As soon as they cleared out the goblins, they turned back and Seonyu again reprimanded Seonyu. "Hey, guide, you should protect her carefully." Seonyu, with hands covered in monster blood, hadn't quite recovered from the recent situation, while Yoon immediately retorted, "It's because you couldn't completely eliminate them that they attacked me. Hey, how was I supposed to know they'd ambush us? Besides, I tried to help, but this kid..." "No, Seonyu was right to tell you to focus on fighting," Chansu interrupted him. "If you had left, the rear would have been even harder to defend. The situation would have been chaotic." With that, he turned to Seonyu and asked, "Anyway, are you okay, Seonyu?" Seonyu said he was fine, but in reality, he was still deeply shaken. He felt that he had not only failed to protect Yoon, but also had to rely on her help. No matter how hard you try, not having superpowers is truly a huge disadvantage. "Hey Seonyu, we should leave here quickly, shouldn't we? There might still be other monsters." Chansu asked again. This time, Seonyu shook his head because with so many low-level monsters wandering around here, it meant there were no stronger monsters. So everyone can relax now. The four of them slowly moved forward again. After entering a ruined, abandoned city, Seonyu immediately asked, "Hey guide, have we arrived yet?" Seonyu didn't answer but suddenly rushed forward, making Seonyu furious. "This kid not answering again, I'm talking to you." Seonyu quickly climbed onto the roof of an abandoned house, then told the other three to climb up with him. From this position, they could already see the dome of Wangmyang, where they would carry out their mission. From a distance, this barrier looked especially magnificent. The four of them got closer. Yoon couldn't resist reaching out to touch the dome. But while she was still hesitating, Seonyu suddenly grabbed her arm and pushed it right in. Yoon let out a piercing scream, while Seonyu smirked triumphantly. "Haha, did you get a shock? Seriously, what if I had a heart attack?" Yoon quickly pulled her hand back, but in reality, she felt nothing at all. Seeing this, Seonyu confidently reached out and touched the dome, and indeed, he also felt nothing. He had thought something would happen when he touched it, like getting shocked or thrown back. But in the end, nothing happened. Because of this, Seonyu began to doubt whether this thing could really block monsters. Chansu immediately said that this dome had existed for over 10 years, so he could completely trust it. And so the four of them went inside. As soon as they stepped through the dome, they were quickly stopped by an officer with a grim face. He demanded that the group present valid documents. Chansu immediately showed his papers. After a successful scan and check, the officer gave the group for bracelets. They looked like crystal bracelets, Very beautiful. This person also reminded them that the frontline defense would begin at 7 a.m. tomorrow. So tonight they should rest and be there on time tomorrow. Accommodation would be assigned in the public training area. And after sunset, they were not allowed to leave their assigned positions because the residents of Wangmiyang City would be very worried if wanderers were roaming around at night. What if we intentionally roam around? Xianyu asked. He was very annoyed by the officer's arrogant attitude. Then you will lose a hand, and if you intentionally remove that bracelet, it will explode, so be careful. At this point, all four of them had put on the bracelets. Xianyu and Yoon couldn't hide their panicked expressions when they realized they were wearing a ticking time bomb on their wrists. Xianyu sometimes couldn't tell if they were hunters or a kindergarten. Next, that officer led them deeper inside. Actually, Xianyu knew well that if that thing was meant to stop monsters, a thin energy barrier would have been enough. But that seemingly ostentatious shield actually symbolized a strict prohibition against wanderers entering inside. That just goes to show how much the people of Wangmiyang City despise the humans from the wilderness. After entering the city, both Yoon and Xianyu revealed expressions of awe. Well, of course, it was the first time for both of them to visit a city. This place was completely different from their wilderness. Everything was peaceful and bustling. People leisurely went for coffee or read newspapers in the park. What they were experiencing was completely different from their daily struggle for survival in the wilderness. Xianyu, are you going to the public training area? Chansu asked. But Xianyu wanted to see if there was anything useful around the city, so they temporarily split up and agreed to meet back at their resting place. Xianyu walked around the inner city. This Wangmiyang was unbelievably peaceful. He went to the antique shop, and just as he opened the door, he bumped into a girl carrying 3 large boxes out of the house. Due to limited visibility, she dropped a card, but by the time Xianyu picked it up, the girl had already disappeared. He temporarily put the card in his pocket. Then Xianyu bought a few seemingly useless things that even the shop owner didn't know why he was buying them for. I need it for some personal matters. What's the total? Xianyu explained briefly. You'll be paying with spirit crystals, right? I don't accept iron coins. The shop owner asked. Of course. As Xianyu was about to pull out his wallet, he noticed something quite eye-catching displayed in the glass cabinet. According to the owner, it was a magic bomb, like a stun grenade. Just pull the pin, and it would explode when thrown. Are you allowed to sell weapons to residents? Xianyu seemed surprised. The shop owner explained that this wasn't considered a weapon because it wasn't dangerous. But if it explodes right in front of you, you won't be able to see a thing. And this item was produced, of course, because people wanted to buy it. As they were talking, the girl from earlier frantically returned to the shop door. Sir, have you seen my entry card anywhere? Xianyu immediately pulled the card from his pocket and returned it to her. The girl seemed overjoyed, then pulled out her business card and handed it to him. Are you from the wilderness, dressed like that? If you're a superpowered individual, I can provide you with some designs. I'm not a superpowered individual. Xianyu replied. When he said that, the girl looked very surprised. Then she began to reach out and touch his hand. The girl's actions were so natural that Xianyu became flustered and pulled his hand back. Hey, I told you I'm not a superpowered individual. What are you doing? Xianyu said irritably. At this moment, the girl awkwardly apologized to him for her intrusion. But she also explained that she did this only because she felt a bit confused. Because she clearly felt signs indicating Xianyu was a superpowered individual, but when she checked again, she couldn't sense any power. This was truly too strange. Her words made Xianyu feel bewildered and waver. After a brief commotion, the girl received a phone call from someone, so she hurriedly said goodbye to Xianyu and left. That night, Xianyu returned to his resting place, and in the end, he still bought that magic bomb for self-defense. But Xianyu's mind was now full of the girl's strange words. Honestly, what he had always wished for more than anyone else was to become a superpowered individual. He had studied the science for awakening and methods to become a superpowered individual, but in the end, he still couldn't become one as he wished. Some time passed and Sion Yu had accepted the truth and retreated to immerse himself in the work of an instructor. He thought he had given up long ago, but today, suddenly having someone tell him he was a super-powered individual made Sion Yu's heart stir again. He couldn't sleep. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. He didn't know why that girl could say such absurd things. Sion Yu tried to dismiss these vague thoughts because he knew he'd be in trouble if it affected his work tomorrow. The next morning, Sion Yu and his teammates were present before the city's protective barrier. Besides them, there were quite a few hunters from other desolate areas. 10-second countdown until the shield is disabled. Everyone looked tense. And when the countdown reached 0, they all rushed out together. As a guide, Sion Yu also played the role of a strategist for the entire team. And he would also make survival the ultimate goal, just like last time. Chansu had no objections and chose to trust and follow him. The other two, of course, didn't object either. The defensive barrier plan was officially activated. Very quickly, some people were already eliminated by monsters outside the barrier. Screams and the smell of blood filled the air. Chansu urgently shouted for his teammates to run fast and not look back. Sion Yu led the three of them to the left, temporarily avoiding the sweep of the wasp swarm that was continuously taking the lives of hunters. There was even one hunter who couldn't take it anymore. He cried as he ran towards the gate. "President or whatever, I give up. Let me back in now." However, he was stopped by two officers guarding the gate. When this man tried to push past, he was killed by those very two. Yoon couldn't help but turn her head to look. And this scene shocked her even more than hunters falling to magical beasts. "Captain, did you see that?" she shouted. But Chansu kept running headfirst and told her not to look back. Sion Yu and Yoon were participating in this type of mission for the first time, so there were things they didn't know. But Sion Yu knew clearly that Wonmi Young City assigned them this mission not because the city's hunters were weak, but simply to turn them, the wilderness hunters, into bait. The city just needed some bait to attract the monsters' attention while the barrier was being removed. The four of them continued to run, aiming to avoid combat as much as possible. But then Yoon suddenly realized a horde of monsters was swarming in from the northwest. As soon as Sion Yu heard, he immediately stopped. Wait, according to my predictions, that horde of monsters could be a flock of level 9 carnivorous birds. So how should we fight? Sion Yu asked. Sion Yu shook his head. Just a pack of level 18 goblins had already made their group struggle so much, and level 9 monsters are even stronger. Each level 9 carnivorous bird is equivalent to an entire pack of goblins already. They basically can't win. So Sion Yu took out for pairs of swimming goggles and diving equipment that he bought at a second-hand store yesterday and gave one set to each person. After that, he instructed them to hide their bodies in the swamp. Although it seemed a bit disgusting, this was the best way to avoid the carnivorous birds. Sion Yu knew very well that the psychics in the city could handle this flock of carnivorous birds, but mercenaries like them couldn't. Therefore, they needed to preserve their lives. So the four of them lay still in the swamp. The sounds of killing and screaming outside seemed to have nothing to do with them. After an unknown amount of time, Sion Yu emerged first. The scene on the shore had turned into a tragedy. Psychics died in droves, and most of them no longer had intact bodies. "Everyone can come up now," Sion Yu said. The other three also emerged after him. Even though Sion Yu was a strong young man, seeing the scene on the shore still made him shiver. Just as Sion Yu predicted, the hunters who encountered the flock of carnivorous birds all perished. After that, he took out the map again and said that they had to follow the footprints of these carnivorous birds. Because they are very aggressive, there would be no other monsters in the places they passed through. After all, their goal was still to find a hiding place and survive. A day passed and the four-person team successfully kept their lives. They turned on the lights in an abandoned house and waited. According to Chansu, the previous similar operation took about a few hours, so this time it should be the same. They could do nothing but wait for the signal. But suddenly, Sion Yu stood up abruptly with a tense expression. Yundong, being perceptive, immediately turned off the light. Meanwhile, Xianyu and Chan Su also took out their weapons. Although Xianyu hadn't seen anything, he felt that something was very suspicious. All four of them looked towards the door. Although it was unusually quiet, this silence made them feel even more terrified. And then, in the darkness, a brightly glowing eye suddenly appeared. All four of them were startled together, and Chan-Su quickly ordered Xianyu and Undong to retreat, because that huge creature with the glowing eyes was a black praying mantis. The reason Xianyu was so alarmed was because he didn't know the details about this monster. He only knew it was a flying phantom resembling a mantis, about 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. Furthermore, Xianyu knew nothing about its weaknesses or how to defeat it, because there were no records. Since there was no information about the enemy, Xianyu suggested that the team retreat. But this time, Chan-Su wanted to try fighting. Xianyu considered this an overly reckless act. Not knowing its level doesn't mean the opponent is weak, especially since this thing came from the territory of the raptors, meaning it's even stronger than those raptors. As soon as he finished speaking, the black mantis suddenly took a run up and leaped. And Dong shrieked in panic, which was understandable since she had no combat abilities. In the darkness, with limited visibility, the four of them stood back to back, trying to defend themselves. But because it was too dark, Xianyu seemed a bit disoriented. Xianyu then told Dong to quickly use her specialized vision. She also tried to observe in the dark, but after scanning once, she still couldn't see the monster. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. The other three remained silent, waiting. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily, so Dong could concentrate. And then suddenly, they heard something approaching. Xianyu guessed that the monster was preparing to ambush them, and if they followed the sound, they might be able to find it. However, what he couldn't have expected was that it would ambush him right from behind. Xianyu immediately drew his knife, aiming upwards to block the attack. But the mantis's attack was too strong. It directly knocked his knife away and pushed him against the wall. Dong anxiously turned her head, and then she saw the black mantis was right above Xianyu's head again. It seemed like it wanted to take him down first before moving on to the others. Chan-Su immediately rushed towards it. Xianyu still hadn't felt the pain, so he cautiously opened his eyes, and he saw his captain, with his axe in hand, blocking in front of him. "Give it to me! Get out of here!" Chan-Su shouted. Xianyu knew that staying would only hold others back, so he quickly got up and ran. He returned to where the two young hunters were. It was clear that because of the darkness, they were at a disadvantage. Damn it, if only there was some light. Xianyu muttered a curse. Hearing him say that, Xianyu suddenly thought of something. He then took a glowing orb from his pocket and threw it towards Chan-Su. Thanks to its light, he could see the black praying mantis standing on his head and looking down arrogantly. Xianyu was about to rush forward, but Chan-Su shouted loudly, "Stop! You can't move so carelessly!" Xianyu's movement immediately stopped. Xianyu knew that what the captain said was not wrong. They were swinging swords and axes in a narrow space with poor visibility, and if they weren't careful even slightly, they would hurt each other. Based on the current situation, for Xianyu to stay put was the most correct decision. However, Chan-Su had also faced many difficulties fighting the carnivorous bird. And this black praying mantis was even stronger than the carnivorous bird, meaning he was in a perilous situation. Even worse, the monster was not only strong, but also smart enough to set a trap by emitting sound from another direction to conceal its position. Xianyu had never imagined how Chan-Su would fight it, both in wits and strength. And then Chan-Su entered a battle-ready stance. His entire body emanated a shining aura, like silver moonlight in the dark. The other three all realized that Chan-Su was maximizing his stats. And on the opposite side, the black praying mantis had also begun its attack. After its two legs met Chan-Su's axe blade, it was temporarily repelled. Seizing the opportunity, Chan-Su lunged forward, using a move that poured almost all his strength into delivering a critical blow. But unfortunately, this time the black praying mantis blocked his attack. Not only that, it aggressively countered. The monster's attack speed was too fast. As it attacked Chansu, the three younger ones screamed in terror. "Captain!" Fortunately, Chansu also had considerable combat experience. He quickly turned his axe sideways, blocking the black praying mantis's attack. Otherwise, he would have been hit. However, the monster's strength was truly immense. Chansu was pushed back several steps, and if he continued to be pushed further, he would lose. Not stopping there, the monster also used its sharp foreleg to stab forcefully into Chansu's leg, causing him immense pain. The smell of blood spreading through the air made Chansu appear even weaker. Watching the captain strain himself to the limit yet still be forced back step by the black praying mantis, Xianyu finally couldn't take it anymore. Despite the limited visibility, he rushed forward, swinging his sword at the monster, but the black praying mantis was much stronger than they had imagined. While still holding Chansu tightly, it effortlessly kicked Xianyu flying, sending him straight into the wall. Where his body hit the wall, a large hole cracked open. This was enough to prove how much pain Xianyu must have been in. This type of action happened too quickly, leaving Chansu, Xianyu, and Yundong frozen in place. And at this moment, the mantis withdrew its foreleg from Chansu's leg, changing its attack target, this time aiming directly at his shoulder. The monster's leg was even sharper than a sword. Chansu couldn't bear it and screamed in pain. His shoulder felt as if it was torn apart. Chansu was gasping for air, feeling his strength slowly draining away. After he collapsed, the black mantis was satisfied and pushed him away. Having just been strongly stabbed, and now violently thrown against the wall, Chansu was truly exhausted, his whole body crashing hard onto the ground, his life or death unknown. Then, the black mantis turned its head, looking towards Sei Engyu and Ndong. It seemed that it was their turn now. Ndong was so scared her legs gave out, slowly sliding down. As for Sei Engyu, he took out his familiar long dagger. Even though he knew that since Chansu had failed, his own outcome wouldn't be much better. The black mantis's main weapons were its two forelegs. They were even stronger than ordinary swords. If they faced it head-on, before Sei Engyu could even swing his knife would have already been shattered by it. If he wanted to win, Sei Engyu absolutely had to find the enemy's weak point. But did this thing that looked like a chopping machine really have a weak point? Was it in its head, neck, or chest? The black mantis advanced step by step. As it approached Sei Engyu, he looked even more pitiably small. However, at this very moment, he noticed something. Because the black mantis was standing right in front of him, he could see that the connection points between its legs and body looked quite fragile. With his long-term combat experience, Sei Engyu was almost certain that this was its weak point. So he rushed forward, disregarding everything. The dagger in Sei Engyu's hand accurately stabbed into that joint, but absolutely nothing happened. He immediately fell into despair. The black mantis flicked its foreleg once and sent him flying. Sei Engyu lay flattened on the ground, unable to even catch his breath, let alone stand up. Yet the mantis had already rushed over. It used its two sharp forelegs to stab into the ground, just about half a handspan from Sei Engyu's ears. He was completely pinned down by it. This feeling was truly terrifying. The black mantis didn't take his life as quickly as he expected. Instead, its body trembled slightly, emitting strange sounds. Sei Engyu wasn't sure if it was crying or mocking him. Could the intelligence of this type of monster really be that high? But that didn't seem to matter much. At this moment, Sei Engyu only felt despair. Defeating the black mantis was something even Captain Chansu couldn't do, so how could he create a miracle? Sei Engyu had even accepted that he was about to bid farewell to this world. But just then, some noises echoed from outside. Sei Engyu didn't know what the sound was, but it distracted the black mantis. Then it even pulled its two forelegs, which were pinned to the ground, out and shot out through the window. Sei Engyu was surprised at first. Then he tried his best to breathe. He was actually still alive. He didn't know why the mantis left. He even thought it was because he was too weak for it to bother with. Moreover, what was that strange sound? Sei Engyu had never heard a similar sound before. Or was it a characteristic sound of magical beasts? Hey, Are you sure you're okay? Seeing Se-Yu in a daze, Andong waved her hand in front of him. At this moment, Se-Yu suddenly noticed the glowing bracelet on her hand. That's right, it seems he had just forgotten something important, which was the defensive barrier plan. Se-Yu raised his hand, and sure enough, his bracelet was also glowing. Se-Yu then asked Andong how long the bracelet had been glowing, but she had been too tense earlier to notice. This is the signal when the barrier is set up. It means we have to go back immediately, he said. What about the captain and Mr. Se-Yu? They look seriously injured. Se-Yu hurried over to check on the situation. Fortunately, Chan-Su wasn't stabbed in a vital spot. The pain and blood loss had only made him temporarily pass out. As for Se-Yu, he was slammed hard against the wall, and now he still hasn't fully recovered from the dizziness. Se-Yu carried Chan-Su on his shoulder. Now they needed to take these two injured people back for treatment, and Dong was in charge of helping Se-Yu back. Although the path was very long, it was a struggle for the four of them to survive. Now it was just a matter of time. Se-Yu sincerely hoped they would reach the safe barrier setup location. At this moment, the officers of Hongmi Hyang City were beginning to tally the casualties of those who participated in the defensive barrier campaign. This time, a total of 86 hunters from the wilderness participated. Currently, 58 people have been confirmed dead, 17 injured, and 11 missing. However, what greatly astonished them was that a short while later, Se-Yu's four-person team managed to return safely. The four of them were quickly taken to the hospital. Fortunately, Captain Chan-Su, despite being seriously injured, managed to survive. Dong was in charge of taking care of him, but the food here seemed a bit bland, so Chan-Su kept complaining. Are you going to keep complaining about the food like this? You have to eat all of this to recover quickly. If you don't want to eat this stuff, do you want to taste my fist? Even if you're the captain, I won't go easy on you. Her scolding echoed all the way out into the hallway. Se-Yu and Se-Yu, who could only lie silently in the hospital beds opposite, then secretly felt lucky they weren't the captain. And Dong usually seems weak in battle, but when she scolds people, she's really formidable. Chan-Su was truly saved when someone knocked on the hospital room door, interrupting Andong's diss rap. Only then did she stop scolding him. A dignified man in a suit walked in, introducing himself as the city's deputy administrative director, named Jin Se-Yu. Chan-Su seemed a bit uncomfortable meeting this person, but out of basic politeness, he still extended his hand to shake the other party's hand. It seems you've recovered quite a bit, haven't you? Our healers are quite capable, aren't they? Jin Se-Yu gave a hypocritical smile. Yes, but what are the city administration team doing here? Chan-Su asked again. I can't answer that question here. Jin Se-Yu replied with an awkward expression. Chan-Su understood the other party's intention, immediately asked the other three to step out for a moment so he could have private space to talk with Jin Se-Yu. Se-Yu guessed that the two of them were in there to discuss the reward. It would be like a certificate to live in this city, but Se-Yu didn't think it was that simple. The fact that the deputy director of the city administration team personally visited someone from the wilderness felt very suspicious. At this moment, in the hospital room, Jin Se-Yu started to say some polite pleasantries again. Something like everyone surviving this was truly a miracle. Chan-Su didn't believe in the word miracle. He firmly asserted that he survived because the team leader was an exceptionally capable person. You're talking about the non-superpowered person, aren't you? Jin Se-Yu asked again. Yes, I still can't believe he accomplished such a great feat. Chan-Su replied. It's certainly good that everyone survived and returned, but we're quite confused because we really didn't expect this to happen. Finally, Jin Se-Yu got to the main point, and based on his attitude, Chan-Su could immediately guess that what followed wouldn't be anything good. When the conversation between the two ended, he immediately called Aneng, Se-Yu, and Se-Yu back. Although still injured, Se-Yu was so angry that he broke a wooden chair in the room. Se-Yu and Aneng were both silent, their expressions extremely complex. Calm down a bit, Chan-Su reassured him. But at this point, How could Si Eng-hu remain calm? Because earlier, that deputy director had said that they could only accept providing to citizen certificates as a reward. Most importantly, Kwangmi-ang City had designated these to rewards for Si Eng-yu and Aneng. This made Si Eng-hu extremely frustrated, because he also almost lost his life on the journey. That's the administration team's decision. We don't have a choice, do we? Chan-su spoke again. You're lying! Si Eng-hu yelled at him. How would those bastards know the inside story? If someone wants to give up their certification, it's clearly possible because this person volunteered. But who's the second strongest? Isn't it obviously me? How did that non-superpowered guy get the certification before me? By this point, Chan-su could no longer speak gently. He yelled loudly, Kim Si Eng-hu, watch your words. Don't speak so rudely in front of them anymore. Calling Si Eng-hu by his full name was enough to show how angry Chan-su was. As for Si Eng-yu, who Si Eng-hu had been scolding until now, showed no obvious expression. I find it normal, you said. And so that rude guy yelled again. Of course you find it normal, because you've become a citizen of that damn city, haven't you? Even though Chan-su kept telling him to calm down, how could Si Eng-hu easily accept this? His two hands were clenched into fists, trembling ceaselessly. Si Eng-hu had guessed that it wasn't the administration team, but Captain Chan-su himself, who had designated those to citizen certifications for Si Eng-yu and Aneng, because he thought that the two of them weren't strong enough to fight and wouldn't be able to survive if they stayed in Wilderness Area 17. Chan-su also said that even though they didn't receive citizen certifications, the other two would receive other worthy rewards. And then another opportunity to become a city citizen would come to them. Are you kidding me? I don't care about other rewards. How can that compare to my life? After Si Eng-hu finished speaking, he spun around. It was only natural for him to be angry, because in the wilderness, no one knows when they'll lose their life. Who's to say they'd even live to see another opportunity? After the hospital room door slammed shut, Chan-su turned back towards Si Eng-yu and said, Si Eng-yu, there's no doubt that you saved us, so you don't need to feel guilty about accepting the certificate. Si Eng-yu had no intention of feeling guilty. Instead, he would accept it with gratitude, because he accepted this mission precisely to earn the right to stay in this city. This was something Si Eng-yu had gambled his life for, so he had no intention of giving it up. And the only question here was whether the hunter Si Eng-hu would accept this. He's just a bit hot-headed, but he'll calm down soon, Chan-su said. Si Eng-yu sincerely hoped that would happen. However, that night, he suddenly woke up to a sound coming from the bed next to him. Thanks to the moonlight shining through the window, Si Eng-yu could see Si Eng-hu silently sitting up. Then he got out of bed barefoot and approached the hospital bed where Captain Chan-su was sleeping soundly. This guy is really crazy. As he pulled out a gleaming knife, it seemed Si Eng-hu was completely blinded by rage. By the time Chan-su opened his eyes in shock, the knife was already plunged into his chest. Chan-su quickly reached out and grabbed the other's neck, stopping him from stabbing deeper. It's all your fault, Si Eng-hu yelled, then continued to press the knife he held deeper, and even gave the opponent another stab. Chan-su immediately lost the ability to resist. The hospital room fell into a deadly silence again. Si Eng-yu remained still on his hospital bed, pretending he hadn't woken up. But at this moment, cold sweat was drenching his head from tension. I'll never go back to the wilderness again, Si Eng-yu muttered, then looked towards Si Eng-hu's bed. You heard it, didn't you? Immediately after that, he rushed towards Si Eng-yu's hospital bed, seemingly wanting to eliminate Si Eng-yu as well. As soon as he pulled back the curtain outside, the knife in Si Eng-hu's hand plunged down again. But Si Eng-yu had already escaped, and Si Eng-hu only stabbed the quilt. Then, the magic bomb he bought at the store yesterday was thrown out. And before Si Eng-hu could even figure out what it was, it exploded. A blinding flash of light immediately appeared, temporarily depriving him of his vision. Taking advantage of this moment, Si Eng-yu unexpectedly counterattacked from behind. Si Eng-yu trapped Si Eng-hu's neck with his legs. He also had a dagger in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he stabbed him in the neck. In Si Engu's head, a low voice incessantly echoed, "Kill him!" This sound made his arm tremble uncontrollably. Doubt appeared in his eyes. Where is this voice coming from? Despite his doubts, the voice continued to echo, "Kill him! Do it now!" Si Engu couldn't help but frown. It was the voice he had heard before. Wasn't it an illusion? While Si Engu was still bewildered, Si Engho suddenly counterattacked. He pushed him against the wall behind. He couldn't react in time. His back slammed hard, excruciatingly painful. Si Engho snorted coldly and cursed. This bastard! Immediately after that, he twisted Si Engu's arm behind his back, then slammed him down fiercely. He slammed hard onto the ground once more, and couldn't help but spit out fresh blood. Looking down from above, Si Engho spoke disdainfully. "This scum!" As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the knife that was stuck in his neck. Immediately, fresh blood gushed out like rain, splattering onto the wall behind. Si Engho quickly pressed his hand firmly against the wound on his neck. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "A superhuman and a skill-less loser like you." Si Engu looked up at him, a hint of fear in his eyes. But at this moment, Si Engho's arm suddenly trembled. He just fell face first onto the ground, dying instantly. Si Engu stared blankly at his blood-soaked hand. But something even more surprising was happening to him. Si Engu's entire body was suddenly enveloped by a surge of energy. He couldn't help but wonder, is this an awakening? His body was hurting more and more. Si Engu could only clench his lips and endure. He couldn't faint here. The evidence also had to be destroyed. Thinking that, Si Engu walked over, picking up the weapon, the knife, that had fallen on the ground earlier. After that, he slowly stood up and walked to the open window without any hesitation. Si Engu threw the blood-stained knife away. As soon as he finished, a trembling voice suddenly came from behind Si Engu. He turned his head in shock and saw Chan Su, who had woken up at some point. Glancing at him, Si Engu was at a loss for what to do. "Did he see you kill him?" The next day, in the city's darkroom, Si Engu was now sitting in a chair. In front of him were a man and other masked individuals. The wound on his face had been treated. Jin Si Eng in front of him slowly spoke. "We will begin the interrogation process." Yesterday morning in the cell, after hearing someone scream, guards were dispatched, and they discovered a scene of massacre, where there was only one witness and 3 injured people. The incident occurred a few hours before it was discovered at midnight. Hunter Si Engho died on the spot due to a severed aorta, and Chan Su was also seriously injured, and later died from blood loss. The sole witness, Hunter and Eng, was removed from the suspect list after verifying their alibi and evidence, and Si Engu was found unconscious with an injury from a blunt object. Everyone was a member of the Hunter team from Sector 17. Marlin, and now you are the only one who can tell these people what happened then. Jin Si Eng narrowed his eyes at Si Engu, and after a moment continued, "You worked as a guide for the Marlin team for 3 years, and volunteered twice for city maintenance work as an unskilled person." At this point, he asked, enunciating each word, "May I ask, a normal citizen, am I correct in calling you that?" Si Engu nodded in acknowledgement without hesitation. "That's right." Jin Si Eng looked directly into his eyes and continued to speak. "I'll get straight to the point. What happened last night?" As if prepared beforehand, Si Engu calmly replied. An attacker broke in. Hearing this, a hidden figure suspiciously asked back, "An attacker?" He nodded indifferently. Si Engu calmly recounted. "That's right. Someone suddenly entered the cell last night and attacked us." Hearing this, the other person continued to ask, "Do you remember his appearance or what he was wearing?" Si Engu pursed his lips and replied, "It was too dark." Just as he hadn't finished speaking, Jin Si Eng adjusted his glasses and spoke in a deep voice. "Is that really so?" But the scene, only this time, he was also cut off. Someone called out, "Deputy Director B." Jin Si Eng immediately looked up and replied, "Yes, Senator." The other person slowly spoke. This is an incident among the nomads. No need to make a big deal out of it. Just conclude that there was an attacker as he said. Then increase the number of patrols, okay? Jin Si-eng was unwilling. He hesitantly spoke. But there's something strange about this incident. The senator heard this and frowned, asking, "Strange?" Jin Si-eng gently nodded, then used the remote to turn on the screen. He slowly spoke. In the photos, there's a lot of blood at the scene, but there are no traces of blood outside, nor any bloody footprints. This point contradicts what Sion said about an intruder. Hearing this, Sion fell silent. Jin Sion looked at him and continued, "That's why I believe Kim Sion gave a false statement to try and cover up his crime." Sion raised his head to face him, calmly saying, "Now I'm a witness, so can I say something?" As he said, he's just an ordinary citizen with no skills. For an ordinary person like Sion to handle to superhumans, especially one with physical superpowers. He asked if Jin Sion thought he could kill them. Jin Sion frowned slightly, and after a long moment, spoke. "Logically speaking, it's impossible." Sion continued indifferently, "When the mission ended, I was still classified as an ordinary person. Why would I foolishly risk my life to try and kill to superhumans when I don't have the ability?" Jin Sion frowned slightly in thought, and finally spoke. "The suspect's rebuttal is also reasonable. The Marlin team is an assault squad. It's rare for someone ordinary to be like that. It's highly likely this was the act of another superhuman who wanted citizen status. Plus, there are signs of an intense fight at the scene. Therefore, he believed that if Sion was powerless, he should have sustained much more serious injuries than those blunt force wounds." These words stunned Sion. That day, he was indeed beaten very badly. However, his body must have endured it because he awakened right after that. After hearing Jin Sion's analysis, a mysterious person spoke up. "So, you have the answer. Why don't you draw a conclusion?" Jin Sion shook his head slightly, hesitating. "Wait a moment. What I just said was only based on the premise that Kim Sion is not a superhuman." The other person asked back suspiciously, "Right? But so what?" Jin Sion shouted towards the door, "Please come in, witness." The other person couldn't help but be startled. A witness? Only members of the Marlin team know about him. Just then, the room door opened and someone slowly walked in. Seeing that person, Sion immediately froze. He knew the person who had just entered. Unaware of his reaction, Jin Sion spoke to the person, "Please introduce yourself." The person who entered was a girl wearing glasses. It was the same girl Sion had met before. She slowly spoke, "I am Mari, a researcher from the city's R&D team." Sion's expression instantly darkened. At this moment, Jin Sion looked at Mari and asked, "What do you do?" Mori answered truthfully, "I identify what abilities superhumans have and assign tasks to them accordingly." Jin Sion continued to ask, "How do you determine their abilities?" Mori slowly replied, "I have the superpower to identify what abilities superhumans possess." Nodding indifferently, Jin Sion coldly continued, "Kim Sion, you said you weren't a superhuman, didn't you?" Of course, that must have been true up to a certain point. Sion just listened silently without saying a word. He was feeling anxious due to Mori's sudden appearance. At this moment, Jin Sion looked towards Mari and suggested, "Please stand in front of Kim Sion." Mari nodded slightly, "All right." Jin Sion coldly continued, "Some people awaken as superhumans later in life, and even if Kim Sion wasn't a superhuman initially, if, during this mission, you gain some superpower, then you would still become a suspect." This was his hypothesis. While he was speaking, Mari had walked up to Sion. She stood there thoughtfully, looking at him for a long time. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. No one said a word. Recalling their previous meeting, Mari had accidentally touched Sion's hand. And back then, Mari had also said she could sense the superpower within Sion, so he was scared, afraid that she would realize it this time. Seeing that the two weren't speaking, Jin Sion spoke up again. "If that's the case, please confirm whether Kim Sion is a superpowered individual." Mari then snapped awake and nodded. After that, She looked at Sion and said, "Please give me your hand." Sion didn't resist, slowly taking her hand. Mari gently closed her eyes, slowly sensing. As seconds and minutes passed, Sion could clearly hear his own heart pounding. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes too. Sion was recalling the scene from that day, when Chansu was on his deathbed. Even then, he was worried about Sion, using his last breath to warn him, "Sion, run before Sion Ho kills you." Upon hearing these words, Sion really wanted to cry. The old man wasn't even lucid enough to realize Sion Ho was already dead, and even after what he had done, he still worried about Sion first. Before he passed away, he only left behind that one sentence. Sion was truly heartbroken. He just stood by the hospital bed, crying his heart out. But at that moment, a surge of energy suddenly emerged from Chansu's body, making Sion mutter in panic, "What's happening?" Before he could understand what was happening, that surge of energy rushed straight into him. The painful sensation overwhelmed him again, causing Sion to collapse to the ground. He fiercely bit his lip. This feeling was exactly like when he awakened before. Did he awaken twice? However, Sion quickly realized this was something even stronger. That surge of energy forcibly brewed into his body. The pain grew increasingly intense, making him throw his head back and scream. A moment later, that stream of energy dissipated, but it also caused Sion to fall unconscious to the ground, lapsing into a coma. Back in the present, Sion still didn't feel any difference after a while, so he slowly opened his eyes. Then he saw Mari staring at him blankly. After a long moment of contemplation, she turned to Jin Sion and said, "I'm done." Jin Sion nodded slightly, slowly opening his mouth. "Please tell us the result." Mori hesitated for a moment, then finally declared clearly, "Kim Sion is not a superpowered individual." These words made Jin Sion disbelieve. He called out in confusion, "What did you say? Are you sure?" Mori calmly replied, "Yes, he is definitely a normal person." Even Sion was very surprised. He was certain she had realized he had awakened. So what the hell was she trying to do? With Mari's confirmation, Jin Sion didn't say another word. At that moment, someone behind him coughed and said, "I think the result is clear. Let Mori go back." Jin Sion frowned and pondered for a moment, then finally spoke. "All right, the verification is complete." Hearing this, the mysterious person behind him also nodded and said, "Then let's hypothesize that this murder was committed by someone unable to obtain citizenship who tried to kill a citizen." After that, he ordered, "Consider all superpowered individuals in the assault team who participated in this mission and cannot obtain citizenship as suspects, and check their alibis." Hearing this, Jin Sion asked suspiciously, "So what should we do with Kim Sion?" Before the person behind him could answer, Sion spoke first. "I will give up my citizenship and return to the wilderness." Jin Sion's eyes widened in surprise, disbelievingly asking, "The city council didn't object, so why would you make such a decision?" Sion slowly explained, "From the beginning, I thought Captain Chansu and Hunter Ongtrong deserved to have citizenship." Jin Sion felt these words were wrong and immediately retorted, "This is something you gain after going through a lot of difficulties. If you refuse citizenship this time, you'll have to do everything over again if you want to get it back." He asked what the real reason was for Sion to give up his citizenship and return to the wilderness. Sion answered without hesitation, "As you said, all these things happened because of that citizenship." He said he didn't want to survive, but was accused of killing the very teammates he'd been with for 3 years, overcoming hardships together. Sion also didn't want to keep his citizenship and then be attacked again, because the real culprit hasn't been caught yet. As soon as these words came out, the mysterious person behind him nodded in agreement. "That sounds perfectly reasonable, nothing suspicious at all." On the contrary, Jin Sion still felt something was off. However, in the end, Sion was granted the freedom he wanted, and he was about to return to the wilderness. Ongtrong came to say goodbye to him. The two exchanged a few polite words, and then she returned to the city. Sion watched Ongtrong's retreating back and remained silent for a long time. Then he turned around and walked out of the city. He had only taken 2 steps when someone's voice called out from behind, making him stop. It was Mari, and she seemed to be in a great hurry, afraid that Sion would leave if she was even a moment too slow. Mori panted for a few breaths, then sighed and said, "You walk really fast." Sion frowned, looking at her, wondering what her purpose was for coming here. Mori smiled and said, "I truly hope they didn't realize you're an Esper and that you got out of the city." Sion wasn't too surprised. He knew it. She knew everything. But if she intended to do something, she would have done it at the trial. Thinking this, he slowly spoke, "I think I awakened because of that accident." Nodding indifferently, Mori casually said, "I don't think you intended to kill your teammates. You must have been in some unavoidable situation." Sion looked at her in surprise, asking skeptically, "If you knew everything, then why didn't you speak up?" Smiling unconsciously, Mari happily said, "Because I find your superpower very interesting." Saying that, she took another step forward. Mori spoke in a low voice. "From what I can sense, it's quite new, which makes me very interested." She sensed a completely different feeling from other Espers she had met before. Sion was startled to hear this. What does that mean? Seeing his silence, Mori continued, "You also know Espers are categorized into 6 types, right?" Sion hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Of course, I know." Mori chuckled softly and slowly spoke. "Most Espers fall into these 6 types. There are physical, strength, supernatural, magic technology, divine beast, mental link, and magical Espers. But just like Guangnin's Bice, there are Espers who don't fit into those standards. They have a completely different feel." Sion listened and then asked skeptically, "What is her superpower?" Mori slowly explained, "I suppose you could say her superpower is erecting a barrier to protect Guangnin. Actually, Bice is the only one strong enough to create a barrier several square kilometers wide like that, and maintain it year-round." Then Mari continued to ask, "Did anything strange happen when you awakened?" Sion frowned and remained silent for a moment. Was there anything strange? The only strange thing was a voice that echoed in his head, urging him to kill Espers. After thinking, Sion didn't hide it and honestly said, "I think I heard a voice." Hearing this, Mori immediately exclaimed excitedly, "That's right. Psychically linked Espers often hear a voice giving orders. What did that voice say?" Sion looked at her in surprise. It took him a long moment to open his mouth and reply, "I don't really remember." Even though Mari had good intentions towards him, there was no reason to tell her such things. Mori didn't doubt the truthfulness of Sion's words. She frowned and muttered, "Really? That's strange. It shouldn't be like that." Soon after, she suddenly exclaimed, "That's right. The feeling I get from you is very different, just like Senior Bice." These words shocked Sion quite a bit. He hesitated for a moment before whispering, "That's not bad, but I really don't understand." Honestly speaking, he felt that his ability must just be a normal physical Esper ability, but it felt like a magnificent power that could protect an entire city? Marie gently shook her head and explained, "Of course, it hasn't reached that level yet. You're a newly awakened rookie after all." "I see," Siongu said, nodding after listening. Seeing that he still didn't fully understand, Marie slowly explained again. During the Great Flood, when the demonic beasts first appeared, humanity was on the verge of extinction, but ultimately survived thanks to the emergence of Espers. A place like Gangmyeong could finally be built. They owe it all to the Espers. But what if Espers who defy standards, like Beatrice and Siongu, could gather together? What kind of miracle could happen? The only thing Marie was worried about now was how much longer Beatrice could hold on. Over the past decades, she paid no attention to her own health and maintained that barrier all by herself. Siongu had also heard from Chansu that people rumored Beatrice hardly ever slept. He felt it was entirely possible because such rumors also existed in the wilderness. While Siongu was thinking, he suddenly saw something. His eyes involuntarily narrowed. In the distance, a girl was intently looking at Siongu. However, very quickly, the girl turned her head and left. Siongu couldn't help but be startled. It wasn't a mistake. They had definitely just made eye contact. Was she looking at him? Marie also spoke up, looking confused. Senior Beatrice is doing everything she can with all her remaining strength to protect the people of this city. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Saying this, she took Seonggu's hand and spoke firmly. But my ability to sense espers has confirmed this hunch. You are an unconventional esper with great potential, just like Senior Beatrice. She said Seonggu could end this fight against demonic beasts and save humanity. Hearing this, Seonggu was stunned. He could save humanity. Wasn't that overly deifying? After finishing his conversation with Marie, Seonggu quickly left the city. 2 deaths, a trial, 2 awakenings that were far from normal. And the message still echoing in his head about killing espers. Seonggu was already having a headache about what happened during his awakening, but saving humanity, could he really do it? The gates opening, allowing demonic beasts to enter, and humanity nearly going extinct, only happened a few decades ago. Those left behind in the wilderness had only one wish, one goal in life, to survive, and Seonggu was no different. What was important to him wasn't something like saving humanity, but how to survive when he returned to the wilderness. In a place like the wilderness, where only the fittest survive, people could get killed if they didn't know their own abilities. Whether it was demonic beasts or humans, it was the same. Therefore, as a brand new esper, Seonggu's top priority was to find out what his superpower was. So he didn't rush back to the wilderness, but headed to another city. He wanted to test his abilities in Mokdong, the best place to test newly awakened powers. At this moment, Seonggu felt something. From the dark corner in the distance, a sound seemed to be coming, along with a pair of extremely terrifying blood-red eyes. Upon closer inspection, Seonggu discovered it was a demonic beast. He immediately panicked. He encountered a demonic beast much sooner than he expected. Seonggu slowly backed away, while the demonic beast with sharp teeth advanced step by step. Disgusting green slime was still dripping from its mouth. Seonggu squinted at it. He recognized it as a level 18 demonic beast, a poison cat. Right then, it aggressively charged towards him. Its sharp claws lunged forward, and Seonggu quickly dodged. Just then, several core crystals suddenly fell from the poison cat's mouth. Seonggu saw them and glanced over. At this moment, the poison cat closed in step by step, forcing Seonggu to back away. In an instant, he bumped into a car with no more room to retreat. Immediately, the poison cat opened its large mouth towards Seonggu. He quickly dodged, and the poison cat's fangs clamped tightly onto the car behind him. While dodging the poison cat's attack, Seonggu had to deal with its poison first. Just then, he saw a manhole cover not far away. Seonggu quickly ran towards it, reaching out to remove it. In an instant, his arm was covered in bulging veins. Seonggu gritted his teeth, channeling all his energy into his arm. Before long, he had removed the manhole cover. Seonggu used it as a shield. He glared at the poison cat and said coldly, "Here, come get me." As if understanding his words, the poison cat attacked again. This time, Seonggu didn't dodge and raised the manhole cover to block. His energy continuously emanated, preventing the poison cat from touching his body. Just then, Seonggu flicked his hand up, hitting the poison cat's chin. This made it recoil backwards. Giving it no time to breathe, Seonggu attacked again. The manhole cover immediately flew towards the poison cat. Its chin was knocked askew and the manhole cover fell. Seeing this, Seonggu felt that this was his chance. He quickly picked up the manhole cover, then jumped into the air without hesitation. The manhole cover in Seonggu's hand struck directly at the poison cat's fangs, breaking its sharp teeth. The demonic beast body also tumbled to the ground because of this. But Seonggu didn't stop for a second, continuing to hit it with the manhole cover. The slimy fluids from the poison cat's body continuously poured out like rain. Seonggu kept beating it relentlessly. A moment later, he finally let go of the manhole cover, having beaten the poison cat to death. Only then did Seonggu dare to stop, reaching up to remove the hat from his head. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's dead." Immediately after, He reached for the knife on his thigh and drew it. Seonggu made a cut on the poison cat's body. In an instant, he had stripped off its outer skin, revealing the high-quality level 16 core inside. Seonggu reached out and picked it up. Then he pulled out the poison cat's internal organs. He quickly cut a section, then tied them together to form a bag. Seonggu went to pick up the core crystals that the poison cat dropped on the ground. Then he put them into the recycled bag made from the poison cat's organs. He finished very quickly, looking at a bag full of core crystals in his hand. Seonggu smiled happily and said, "I've killed the poison cat, so am I at least a level 16 Esper? If this is the first test, then I've succeeded." With that, he turned and left. But the deeper he went into the city, the more terrifying the silence became. Not long after, Seonggu saw a welcome banner hanging in the city. But looking at it, it fundamentally didn't fit the atmosphere at all. Seonggu frowned and muttered, "Strangely quiet." Nevertheless, he continued inside. As he passed an alley, he saw a bloodstain there. Seonggu slowly approached to examine it. He frowned and muttered, "The blood hasn't clotted yet." But there was only blood around, with no corpses, which made Seonggu very confused. He walked along, muttering doubtfully, were they killed by murderers? Just then, Seonggu seemed to sense something behind him. He glanced back. The movement came from the corner of the ruins behind him. Seonggu frowned cautiously and reached for his dagger. Then he quickly ran forward, only stopping when he reached the door. But what Seonggu saw were 3 kids, which startled him a bit. He frowned suspiciously and asked, "Are you kid survivors living here?" No sooner had he finished speaking than another person appeared behind Seonggu. Sensing this, he immediately turned his head to look. The other person had already lunged towards him at that moment. Seonggu quickly raised his dagger to defend. Seeing this, the other person retreated. But he didn't stop. Instead, he took a running start to charge again. The other person jumped onto the nearby wall. Seeing this, Seonggu couldn't help but be startled. Is he trying to take me down? While he was thinking, the other person charged with a dagger. Seonggu didn't dare to be careless, quickly raising his arm to block. An elbow strike hit the other person. This sent him flying backward, sliding across the ground. The other person didn't dare to lie there long and quickly sat up. Then the other person suddenly reached behind his back, seemingly wanting to grab something. This action made Seonggu's eyes widen in surprise. The other person quickly pulled out a gun, aimed it directly at Seonggu, and coldly warned, "Drop your weapon and put your hands on your head. Then slowly turn your face to the wall." The 3 kids from earlier also ran towards the other person. Seonggu looked at the cold muzzle pointed at him. He quickly did as the other person said, turning his face to the wall. He raised his hands and slowly began, "Put the gun down, I'll talk. I'm Kim Seonggu from Node." These words startled the other person a bit. Seeing this, Seonggu spoke again, "I don't want to harm anyone, I'm just passing through." But at this moment, the other person aggressively shouted, "I don't care if you're from Node or whatever. Put everything you have on the ground and get out." Seonggu frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Are you trying to rob an Esper from Node?" The other person didn't answer, asking suspiciously, "Are you an Esper?" He nodded indifferently and calmly opened his mouth. "If you don't believe me, do you want to test it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of energy appeared in Seonggu's hand. Then he punched the wall in front of him forcefully. At this moment, Seonggu slowly spoke again, "If you're from a distant region, you must know what Node is, right?" These words startled the other person, who muttered in a trembling voice, "The last force of the wasteland." Seonggu couldn't help but be stunned, asking in surprise, "You know about it?" Node doesn't rob. Node only accepts requests at a reasonable price. And just as he hadn't finished his sentence, the other person coldly warned, "I said, face the wall." Seonggu narrowed his eyes at him, calmly saying, "If someone gets hurt because of Node, Node will definitely retaliate, and you can't shoot anyway." As soon as these words were uttered, the other person was immediately stunned, standing frozen in place, and he couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "What?" Seonggu looked at the gun in the other person's hand, slowly saying, It doesn't seem to use gunpowder. That weapon uses core energy, right? Considering that each shot would consume a core worth several days of food, he was sure the other person wouldn't shoot that easily. At this point, Xianggu's tone became more serious. He slowly said, I just want to stay somewhere safe for a few days, then I'll quietly disappear. After hearing Xianggu speak, the other person hesitated for a moment before saying, all right, I'll trust you. As repayment, you'll give me the cores you have. I'll use them as collateral until the day you leave. Xianggu frowned slightly and remained silent. A moment later, he threw the bag in his hand to the other person, slowly saying, I could easily win them back, but I'll give them to you if it puts your mind at ease. But at this moment, the other person suddenly spoke up. You got one thing wrong, which startled Xianggu. He reached out and adjusted the gun's core. Then, without hesitation, he fired and the energy beam grazed Xianggu, piercing directly into the wall behind him. The other person slowly spoke again. Although I can't shoot at will because it would waste precious core energy, I can do this much with just one core, as expected. It's really different when fully charged. Xianggu glanced back, his eyes full of surprise, a technique that increases the efficiency of core energy so it can be used multiple times. That's magic technology. While he was thinking, the other person took off his hood, revealing the face behind it, a young man. He slowly said, I'm Aring, follow me. A moment later, in a tall building deep within McMeng, Xianggu was led by Rang's group up to the 40th floor. As he walked, he asked suspiciously, why are you so high up? Aring slowly explained, not just because of wild beasts. Living in high places is more advantageous when dealing with humans. Xianggu understood and nodded after hearing that. Just as he thought, it was because of those murderers. As Xianggu thought, he continued walking inside, but when he saw the scene before him, he was startled and panicked. Because there were many people inside, mostly women. Adults can still use weapons. Living in this era, not having abilities is a great disadvantage. Immediately after entering, Aring went to a woman's side and whispered. This woman was the captain of the McMeng base, Vina. She glanced at Xianggu and coldly said, an Esper from Node. If it were before, I would treat a visitor much better. Xianggu didn't say much, quietly observing his surroundings. A military-style base has already been established here. Is it due to this captain's abilities? While he was thinking, Vina used the translator around her neck to speak. We're fighting against those murderous bastards, and we're severely lacking supplies. In this wasteland, wild beasts are not the only enemies, but also murderous bandits, those who give up being human and hunt other humans. Xianggu thought for a moment before speaking up. Those murderers who disrupt the order of the wasteland are also a big problem for Node. So what if a mission is proposed? Vina chuckled, pouting as she asked, I'm already quite desperate, and Node, wouldn't you want something in return? Xianggu frowned at her, then hesitated for a long time before saying, you're right, but I'm giving you an opportunity. At least hear me out first. His words made Xena couldn't help but chuckle. After a long moment, she said, what an interesting person. Xianggu got straight to the point. I want to understand the situation before we discuss the mission details. How many of them are there? Rena answered seriously. They live in a driving license center to the east. There are about 10 of them. Hearing this, Xianggu couldn't help but be surprised. 10 of them? That's strange. There aren't many, and you've already formed a gang here. Vina replied indifferently. We've killed many of them, but we've also lost many people. We used to have hundreds of people. These words surprised Xianggu even more. He spoke in a low voice. 100 people. With that many people, those bastards shouldn't have been able to easily steal supplies, right? Rena immediately replied, yes, but there's something else. They eat people. Xianggu's eyes immediately widened in horror. Cannibals? While he was still bewildered, Vina continued, besides eating people, there's an even bigger problem. They have super-powered individuals. She said they also have offensive super abilities. Xianggu now understood why. He asked silently, are they strong? Rena looked at him intently, replying seriously, no matter how bad they are, they are still superpowered individuals. In truth, Xena felt that his subordinates were very weak. It was just because of him that her people ended up like this. Rena and the people at Eastern Hook didn't ask for much. They just wanted to kill all those bastards for daring to look down on them as chickens waiting to be slaughtered. Xianggu fell silent after hearing this request. After a moment, he slowly said, "Killing all the murderers, I will consider that my mission and will carry it out myself." Rena smiled at him, hesitating before saying, "I'm very grateful, but we have nothing to give you." However, Xianggu smirked and said, "Yes, you do. Let me meet the magic engineers here." Aang couldn't help but be surprised. What do you want to do? Even Xena couldn't guess his intentions. But no matter what, she still led Xianggu to another floor. Aang still followed behind, holding a gun in her hand, always aimed at Xianggu without lowering it. Very quickly, they arrived at a storage room. Aang poked her head in, calling loudly, "Minnie." Immediately, a young girl poked her head out from among the piles of items. This was Minnie, the magic engineer of the Eastern Hook base. Rena looked at the girl, asking kindly, "How's your work going?" Hearing this, Minnie immediately sighed, saying sadly, "Not good. Even if I wanted to test these artifacts, I don't have any core crystals." Xianggu silently observed Minnie. He didn't expect a magic engineer to be so young. Minnie finally noticed him, asking suspiciously, "Who is this?" Aang slowly explained, "A superpowered individual from Node. He's going to help us." Rena also explained to Minnie, "It seems he has something he wants to ask you." At this moment, Xianggu had noticed the items on Minnie's desk. After hesitating for a long time, he finally asked, "Did you make all these things yourself?" Nodding casually, Minnie smiled and replied, "Yes, but they're really not that good." Xianggu felt the girl was truly humble to be able to create such artifacts under such poor conditions. After thinking, he asked again, "Can I touch them?" Minnie awkwardly scratched her head. "They're really not worth studying." Xianggu also paid attention. He picked up a gun to examine it, then remarked, "It's too light." Seeing this, Minnie quickly explained, "I messed that one up. The gun body can't handle the recoil when fired." Aang, on the other hand, seemed to recall something, shivering as she complained, "When I used that, I thought I was going to die." Xianggu just listened to them talk, continuing to observe the pile of items on the table. Very quickly, his gaze landed on one particular item. A sword without a core lay in a corner. Xianggu muttered doubtfully, "This is." Minnie followed his gaze, then explained, "It's a tuning sword." "A tuning sword?" Xianggu muttered doubtfully, picking up the sword to examine it. At this moment, Minnie spoke again, "That's another failed creation." Xianggu glanced at her, asking suspiciously, "Is something wrong with it?" Minnie nodded slightly and replied, "I wanted to create something that could strengthen one's power and passion, and I already embedded an essence core into the sword to protect it. But to generate the power she wanted, it required more essence cores than anticipated. Adding more core slots would unbalance the sword, and if used as is, its cutting power would be very poor." Xianggu frowned in silence after hearing that. Finally, he spoke again, "I really like it. Sell it to me." These words startled Minnie. She quickly waved her hand in refusal. "I won't sell a damaged item. If you want to use it, just take it." However, Xianggu poured out his pile of essence cores and calmly said, "No, I'm supposed to take an artifact as a reward for completing the mission, but seeing such a good artifact, I feel a little guilty just taking it." Looking at the pile of essence cores on the table, Minnie's eyes immediately lit up, and Aang next to her was no exception. Xianggu then slowly spoke, "I'm very impressed with your talent. Please use these for more research in the future." Minnie finally regained her senses, quickly shaking her head in refusal. "I can't take so much." Saying that, she even pushed the pile of essence cores back towards Xianggu. But Xianggu's movement was even faster. He reached out to stop her, and without intending to, he lightly touched her hand. The moment their hands touched, something flashed through Xianggu's mind. Even Aang felt this, though it wasn't very clear. Xianggu slightly furrowed his brow in doubt. What is this? It feels like something is flooding my head. Magic technology. The two of them stood there stunned, making Aring indignantly ask, "What are you two doing?" Even Rina couldn't help but remind him, "Hey, that guy over there, you've been holding that girl's hand for too long. She's just a kid and you're still young, but the age gap between you two is too big." Hearing these words, Seonggu startled and pulled his hand back, explaining frantically, "Don't say such horrible things. It's not like that." But at this very moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Kill and seize its power." The pain immediately struck, causing Seonggu to instinctively clutch his head. The sword in his hand also fell to the ground. Seeing this, Minnie couldn't help but panic. Rina thought he was overly exhausted, so she advised, "It seems you're too tired. You should go rest for a bit." Biting his lip fiercely to endure the pain, Seonggu nodded slightly and replied, "I think I do need to go rest." Rina looked at him intently, kindly offering, "If you find it hard to sleep, would you like me to sing you a lullaby?" Seonggu immediately shook his head in refusal. "No, thank you." Hearing this, Rina let out a disappointed sigh. "You don't have to act so grown-up. I'll feel let down. Aring, how about I sing you a lullaby?" Aring shivered, quickly refusing, "No, you don't have to." After a morning of commotion, night fell once again. Seonggu lay in an empty room ranged by Xena, thinking about what happened that morning. He couldn't help but curse silently, "Damn it, that voice is telling me to kill again." Seonggu heard that after a while, that awakened voice was supposed to disappear. But he felt it was getting stronger instead. What was happening? That day, it was like that with Seongho. It was the same with Chansu. Even though Seonggu didn't kill him, his power had also become Seonggu's. This time, that voice turned its attention to a young magic engineer like Minnie. What kind of power was this, exactly? The next morning, Seonggu finally woke up, only his forehead was drenched in sweat. He seemed to have just experienced a nightmare. Seonggu slowly sat up, rubbing his pounding head, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. A few days later, in a parking lot not far from the center of Mukdong, the murderers who terrified the Mukdong base residents were gathered there. Seonggu and Aring hid in the adjacent building, silently observing. Aring spoke as he watched. "That's the murderers' base over there. This place is a bit close to them. Will it be okay?" Seonggu didn't answer. He just glanced at him and asked, "You said there's also an Esper near them, right?" Aring nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, it's their leader." Seonggu continued to ask, "Do you know what his ability is?" Aring thought for a moment before answering, "I barely managed to escape from them, so I don't know for sure." But he remembered that guy was very fast. Seonggu frowned in thought. He wouldn't have taken this mission if he hadn't been swayed. If he wanted to fight an Esper, he'd have to be much more careful. While he was thinking, Aring walked over and opened the briefcase. Seonggu frowned and asked, "What's that?" Aring slowly explained, "It's the new sniper rifle Mini finished today." As Aring spoke, he assembled the gun. An electromagnet is integrated into the barrel, increasing the bullet's speed when fired. The sound of the gun firing is almost zero, and its firepower is also very strong. Aring said he didn't have an energy core, so he couldn't use it in actual combat. Minnie once said that without the core Seonggu provided, she wouldn't have been able to build this gun. Nodding indifferently, Seonggu calmly said, "I hope that thing is useful." Aring paid no mind, silently assembling the gun, finishing it shortly after. Then he slowly opened his mouth. "I trust Minnie." Seonggu nodded slightly, then pulled out his adjustment blade, looked at it, and said, "I hope so. I hope it performs as well as expected." Looking at the adjustment blade in his hand, Aring asked with some hesitation, "Are you really going to use that thing?" Minnie is still not confident about it. Seonggu took out a core from his hand and calmly stated, "Using cores? Huh, with this, I don't have to worry too much." The glowing core in his hand made Aring exclaim in surprise, "I've never seen a core so clear and small." Seonggu slowly explained, among the things created in Gangneung City, there was one that could compress the energy of a core. Saying that, he inserted the core into the adjustment blade. After finishing, Xianggu opened his mouth with satisfaction. If one core can be compressed, then 10 cores can also be compressed into 1 or 2. Hearing this, Arn couldn't help but exclaim, the city really has everything, doesn't it? Xianggu was a little surprised, asking in astonishment, have you never been to a city before? Shook his head lightly and replied, never. I was born and raised in Mokdong. I heard this place used to be a city too, right? Asked again, don't you remember anything about the past? Awkwardly scratched his head and replied, I really don't remember anything from when I was little. Hearing this, immediately explained, to be precise, Mokdong used to be part of a city called Seoul. Although there aren't many monsters left there, it was once a huge city with a population of over 10 million people. Exclaimed in shock, that's incredible. If it's over 10 million people, isn't that place much bigger than here? Of course, it's incomparable, he said, shaking his head. Thought about something, then after a long time, firmly said, one day, I'll get to live in a city. Just you wait. His words reminded of what had once said, but because of that, he had developed ill intentions towards Sue, and that person was also dead. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Gripped the adjustment blade tightly in his hand. A surge of energy immediately emanated from the blade. He slowly said, let's try it out a bit, shall we? Which made startled. Didn't say much. He walked over, picked up a brick, and threw it directly into the air. Then he used the adjustment blade to slash down, cutting the brick directly in half. Seeing this, couldn't help but get excited. Was also very satisfied, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, we're done preparing for now. For the rest, we'll wait until dark to act. Time passed and night finally fell, and we're still in the building. Went over and shook, who was sleeping on the ground, calling in a low voice, wake up, it's time. Quickly sat up, went to the window, and gratefully said, thanks for keeping watch for me. What do we do next? Slowly suggested, they're all sleeping, be gentle. Nodded slightly, then used binoculars to observe the murderers on the opposite side. A moment later, he glanced at and suggested, while I go to the entrance, can you help me deal with the guy in the watchtower? Agreed without hesitation, no problem. At the parking lot, the murderers guarding the gate were patrolling. The guy in the watchtower kept shining his light around. They were quite cautious, one might say. However, in a certain corner, a figure managed to slip into the area unnoticed by any of them. By the time they realized, it was too late. A cold blade was at the murderer's throat, and he warned in a cold voice, don't move. Yet, that guy, unafraid of death, reached out to draw his weapon. Unfortunately, his actions didn't escape notice. So he directly slit his throat like a chicken, blood poured out like rain, and his small scream echoed. Although it was very faint, it still caught the attention of the man in the watchtower. He shined his light over, but fortunately managed to dodge in time. However, the recently killed man was still exposed, startling the guy in the watchtower. He was about to scream, but before he could open his mouth, a beam of energy pierced his head, killing him instantly. The light also changed direction due to his slight movement, had safely infiltrated the inside without being detected. Unfortunately, the lamp, with its blindingly bright light, shone down on the nearby building. A sleeping guy had this light shine directly on his face. He immediately pulled his blanket and got out of bed. Looking towards the source of the light, he frowned and mumbled, what's going on? At the same time, outside, a lookout still didn't know what was happening on the other side and just stood there calmly. Just 1 second later, he had his throat slit, fresh blood staining the entire wall red. Had just taken down another guy. He went to meet Yama without understanding what happened. Looking down from above, he secretly sighed, truly a superpowered individual. Killing people is so easy. Yet this isn't his first time killing. Why can't he get used to this feeling? Just then, a sound suddenly came from behind, startling him. He quickly looked behind him. A figure was slowly approaching. He had a long scar near his right eye and a tattoo under his left eyelid. In the darkness, he could still see the other guy's muscular calves. He hadn't sensed him at all. A surge of alarm rose in his heart. and his hand reflexively went to the sword hilt on his back. At that moment, the other guy lunged forward. Didn't dare to be careless, focusing on the other guy's movements. But the other guy's speed was too fast, making him break out in a cold sweat. Slashed out with his blade, but the other guy dodged it. The other guy's leg also swept across, catching him off guard and making him fall to the ground. Immediately, the other guy used his knee to pin him down. Was pinned to the ground by him, unable to move. The other guy narrowed his eyes at him and asked coldly, "Who are you? Where did you crawl out from?" Didn't answer, silently retracting his Duel blade. Seeing this, the other guy immediately panicked. He quickly retreated several steps. The other guy looked at him coldly and asked suspiciously, "You're a super-powered individual?" Remained silent, getting up from the ground, gripping the blade tightly in his hand. Seeing this, the other guy gave a cold laugh and said, "How interesting. This place is too small. We can't fight here. How about we go somewhere more spacious?" Couldn't help but be surprised. What does that mean? This was the 4th floor, with only a few shattered glass windows. Yet at this moment, he was kicked out, and the remaining glass shattered completely. His body fell onto the car below. Watching this scene through binoculars from a distance, couldn't help but worry. He now had an injury and fresh blood continuously flowed from his head. He hadn't even caught his breath when the other guy jumped down from the 4th floor, quickly rolled to avoid it, and the other guy smashed the ground. At the same time, those people heard the commotion and ran out, shouting, "Leader!" It turned out this guy was the super-powered individual, the leader of the assassins. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Don't come here, he's my prey." Stood up opposite him, gripping the blade tightly in his hand, and a layer of energy emanated round him. But before he could act, a streak of energy suddenly flashed from a distance. Unfortunately, the leader dodged it. Seeing this, was annoyed and wanted to swear. But he didn't notice the leader had already looked this way, and he'd also revealed his position. The kid didn't hesitate, continuously shooting at the leader, but his speed was incredibly fast, and he kept dodging. Cursed irritably, "Damn it, he's too fast. I can't hit him." Below, the leader shouted an order. "It's that building to the west. Take out that sniper." His subordinates immediately ran towards the building where was hiding, and also saw this scene through his sniper scope. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself, "I can do this." Right after that, the kid immediately fired, taking down another one. Seeing their comrade fall, the others angrily shouted, "Kill him." Meanwhile, the leader was now rushing towards. He didn't dare to be careless, trying to focus and keep up with his speed. Unfortunately, it was no use. The leader was too fast. As soon as his blade slashed, the leader dodged it. The leader laughed smugly, "You're slow as hell." No sooner had he finished speaking than he landed on the ground, with a wheel beneath his feet. Without any hesitation, the leader kicked it forward, hurriedly slashed with his blade, splitting the wheel in two. But unexpectedly, the leader was also behind the wheel. Seeing this, immediately panicked. He originally wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The other person had already lunged forward with one leg. He lowered his center of gravity on one leg, then used the other leg to kick the blade out of S' hand. The blade fell to the ground, quite a distance from him. The leader laughed even more smugly. "Looks like you can't use your strength well." Without his blade, S' expression was a bit serious. He quickly pulled out the dagger from his leg. The leader raised an eyebrow and looked at him, asking playfully, "Just awakened?" Didn't answer. He just focused on staring at him. Seeing this, the leader suddenly suggested, "Why don't you join me? I'll teach you how to fight." Subconsciously scoffed, then sneered and asked, "You want me to loot the wasteland with you guys?" At this point, his tone suddenly deepened. "Sorry, but the voice in my head is going crazy, telling me to kill you." Hearing this, the leader sneered disdainfully, "Is that so? What a pity. Looks like you'll be the main course for dinner tonight." No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged forward. This time, also didn't back down and directly confronted him. In a flash, the two forces clashed. On this side, the subordinates of the other guy had reached the base of the building where was hiding. They quickly grabbed their weapons and ran upstairs. However, when they set foot on the floor, a thin wire suddenly wrapped around their legs. Immediately after, everything went dark in front of them. On the top floor, silently listened to the screams, slowly retracting the rope, raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I put a lot of effort into making those traps, so remember to activate them all, okay? At the same time, downstairs, the fierce battle between the leader and was still ongoing. The leader became more and more excited as he fought. Conversely, was already tired with only a dagger as his weapon. Just then, the leader lunged forward, continuously kicking at. Although he tried to dodge, he was eventually hit, and the distance between the two widened again. Frowned fiercely, he had to calm down. The opponent had more real combat experience than him. Also specifically lacked experience fighting against superpowered individuals, but he had fought quite a few magic beasts. Narrowed his eyes, looking at the leader, thinking about the possibility. What if he tried to ignore that his opponent was human? He would treat him like a magic beast in human form and calmly analyze his attack trajectory, would try to disregard his preconceived notions about what humans could do and what their attack trajectories would be like. On this side, Aring was on the rooftop observing the battle between the two. If there was even a slight chance, he would definitely shoot and blow the leader's head off. However, at this moment, the wooden block bracing the door suddenly rattled, clearly being affected by someone from outside. Still, Aring wasn't very concerned. He continued to narrow his eyes and look down. Through the binoculars, the young boy only saw alone, raised an eyebrow and muttered, "You've taken them all down like you wanted. No one escaped. More importantly, I can't clearly see the leader's subordinates. Don't stand still, lure him out." At the same time, the leader now kicked towards. His demeanor was extremely arrogant, as if victory was already secured. Quickly dodged to the side, the car behind him was dented by the leader's kick. However, he didn't stop, continuing to kick towards. Fortunately, managed to dodge, but at this moment, he also realized a problem. The leader's characteristics were speed and powerful kicks. Therefore, his legs were his only source of power. While he was thinking, the leader's leg kicked again. He quickly dodged. When he realized this, he was also very surprised. He actually managed to dodge it. However, before he could even catch his breath, the leader's knee came kicking at him. Quickly raised his hands to block, but the leader's strength was too great. He was ultimately sent flying and couldn't help but spit out fresh blood. The leader still didn't want to let go of, lunging forward with a kick and yelling, "I'll finish you off with this flurry of kicks." However, before he could do anything, a beam of energy streaked past him. Making him grind his teeth in anger, another beam of energy rushed towards him from afar. The leader no longer had time to attack. He quickly dodged. Aring continuously fired, coldly sneering. Under his pressure, the leader was injured, his shirt stained red with blood. He hid behind a car, frowned, and muttered, "Is he making a fuss because I didn't serve the appetizer first? What a cute kid." With that, the leader lifted his leg and ran off again. Aring kept firing, but the leader still managed to dodge. The leader's direction was the building where Aring was hiding. He ran, muttering, "All right, though it's a bit late. It's time to start the main course, and I'll let you taste it right now." Seeing this, Aring immediately cried out in alarm, "Don't come near here, you monster." He frantically fired, but couldn't hit the leader even once. The guy's speed was unbelievably fast. After only a short time of firing, the gun's energy weakened. Realizing this, Aring immediately cried out in panic, "Damn it, my energy core is almost depleted." Without Rang's gun hindering him, the leader quickly reached the base of the building. Then he gathered momentum and charged forward. The leader's speed was unbelievably fast. Not long after, he had jumped in front of Aring. Seeing this, the expression on Rang's face immediately froze. He cried out in disbelief. He can jump up that high. As soon as the leader landed, he unleashed a kick. Aring quickly used his gun to block it. But his strength wasn't enough and he was pushed back. Aring dared not be careless, quickly taking out the crossbow from his back. He quickly loaded an arrow, aiming directly at the leader. But the man showed no fear, calmly walking forward. Rang's expression became serious. The leader raised an eyebrow, looked at him, and asked with a sneer, "Are you from MC Meng?" Because of his movement, the wound on his waist reopened, and blood dripped onto the ground. At the same time, Aring shot an arrow. Unfortunately, the leader casually dodged it. Aring cursed angrily, "Damn it," then reloaded an arrow. However, the leader was slowly approaching him. Aring quickly raised the crossbow, fiercely warning, "Don't come near me." However, this arrow was also dodged by the leader. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. "You missed again, huh?" Aring became more and more anxious, hastily loading an arrow. Unfortunately, before he could finish reloading, the leader was already close to the boy. He smirked an evil grin. "Hello, my appetizer." His hand holding the crossbow immediately trembled. The leader's menacing face came closer and closer. He chuckled menacingly. "What are you doing? Shoot me." Rang's expression was serious at this moment, but he still drew the crossbow string taut, scoffing coldly, "If you want it, you'll get it." It's a shame that this arrow was still caught by the leader. Aring immediately cried out in alarm, "No way!" With a sinister chuckle, the leader sneered disdainfully, "Toys like these can't do anything to me." Biting his lip fiercely, Aring frowned in dissatisfaction. Then he attacked, but the leader dodged. When he reappeared, he was behind Aring, startling him greatly. Aring couldn't react in time and was pinned to the ground by the leader. He smirked, "Don't move, appetizer." Aring struggled, continuously cursing, "Let me go, you crazy bastard." The leader paid no attention, picking up an arrow from the ground. Without hesitation, he cut a long line across Rang's body. The pain immediately hit, making Aring scream in agony. "What the hell are you doing?" The leader smirked, "I love hearing you scream. A good meal needs good music, right?" Biting his lip fiercely, Aring stubbornly yelled, "You lunatic, kill me." The leader clicked his tongue twice, pouting, "I never said I'd let you live. If you make any more noise, you'll bite your own tongue off." Saying this, he even put on a perverted expression, licking his lips and saying, "I guess the taste of flesh hasn't changed. If you only lose your tongue." These words from the leader greatly startled Aring. However, he continued to utter such disgusting words, "But I guess good prey needs a tongue. That way I can hear them scream, right? I wonder how many parts of your body will fall off." Aring struggled, continuously yelling, "Let me go, you bastard, I'll kill you." However, the leader became even more excited by the shouting. "Well done, scream louder." Just then, a crashing sound echoed from the door behind them. This caught the leader's attention. He glanced over, muttering suspiciously, "What's that?" Before he could understand what was happening, a beam of energy sliced through the door. Shortly after, it was broken and Sion Gu burst in from outside. Aring saw him and joyfully called out, "Brother." Sion Gu narrowed his eyes at the kid, calmly asking, "Been waiting long, are your limbs still intact?" The leader got off Aring, clicking his tongue and saying, "Damn, someone just had to interfere right when I was about to have some fun." Aring, regaining his freedom, immediately nodded and replied, "Thanks to you, they are." Sion Gu smiled in satisfaction after hearing that. "Yeah, it was a bit hard getting here. There was too much trash to clear on the stairs. I had to kill them all before I could come in." Saying that, he smirked at the leader, coldly opening his mouth. "You're the last one, what are you gonna do?" Hearing this, the leader immediately became excited, saying, "Those bastards can earn as much as they want. I don't care about them. Instead, I'll enjoy tonight's big party." But no sooner had he finished speaking than his eyes widened in terror, because Aring had jumped up, clamping his legs around the leader. The kid fiercely shouted, "Instead of a party, eat this." Immediately after, the kid plunged a sharp point into the leader's neck, and fresh blood rapidly gushed out. The pain made the man grit his teeth, angrily cursing, "How dare you?" Aring didn't reply. The kid quickly shouted, "Do it now, brother." Upon hearing that, Sion Gu charged forward. Without hesitation, he slashed the leader's leg with his sword. The man was caught off guard, and by the time he realized Sion Gu's intention, it was too late. One of the leader's legs was severed. Blood began to flow, and the pain caused him to writhe on the ground. The leader was so angry he gritted his teeth. Damn it. You two brats actually dared to cut off my leg. Seong-gu let out a soft huff and coldly said, "The legs you were always so proud of are now missing half. What a pity." The leader glared at him, obvious displeasure in his eyes, and yelled again, "You dog. You dog, huh? That's what I should be saying." Seong-gu grumbled, letting out a cold huff. Then he raised his sword and brought it down with a slash. The leader died under his blade. Just then, that voice echoed in Seong-gu's head again. "That's right. Kill the Esper and take his power." While he was still confused, a powerful energy enveloped Seong-gu's body. A moment later, Seong-gu startled awake. He looked around dazedly, his eyes full of doubt. "Where am I? What happened?" Just then, Aring walked in from outside and said, "You're awake. You suddenly passed out. It scared me so much." Seong-gu looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Did you bring me here yourself?" Aring raised an eyebrow and replied, "Who else?" Seong-gu couldn't help but exclaim, "You look weak, but you're surprisingly strong." Thinking that, he continued to ask, "What are you planning to do with this car?" Aring, putting things into the trunk, replied, "This was taken from Mokdong by that bastard. I found a few liters of precious gasoline here. I'll take it all, and those bastards can be left to rot." After finishing, Aring walked towards the car again. The kid directly sat in the driver's seat. Seong-gu hesitantly asked, "Do you know how to drive?" Aring calmly replied, "I've driven a few abandoned cars before. I hope this one works." Saying that, the kid tried to turn the car key. Fortunately, it really started. Aring joyfully exclaimed, "Phew, it works." Then the kid reached out and turned on the music player. "Great, let's see what kind of music those bastards listen to." Immediately, a sappy singing voice started playing. It made both Seong-gu and Aring freeze rigid. Aring was a bit speechless, muttering, "What is this?" Seong-gu also spoke up helplessly. "It's a song by an idol group that was all the rage before the Great Upheaval. Those bastards don't match their looks at all." Aring quickly accelerated, speaking casually, "I'm a bit surprised, but the song is alright. Shall we go now?" The car quickly drove off, accompanied by that cheesy, cheerful music. They hadn't driven far when Aring saw something. A red speck appeared in the distance. Seong-gu couldn't help but be stunned. A signal flare. "Is it from your hideout?" Rang's expression turned serious. He spoke with pursed lips. "Yes, that's a danger signal from our hideout." The kid said that and then quickly rushed towards Mokdong base. On the other side, at Mokdong base, someone ran in frantically from outside. The girl ran directly to Xena. Xena hastily asked, "Is there news from Aring?" The person quickly shook her head. "No, nothing. The monsters suddenly surrounded us as if there had just been an earthquake." These words made Xena jump up from her chair. She quickly followed the person outside. Minnie was already waiting there. Seeing Xena arrive, she turned to look at her. Then, with a serious expression, she pointed in that direction. Xena quickly took out her binoculars to look. Indeed, she saw a horde of monsters running towards them. Xena's expression instantly turned grim. "It looks like they're trying to escape from something terrifying." But Minnie reminded her with a trembling voice, "Not on the ground, but above us." Xena heard that and immediately moved her binoculars. Immediately, she saw a monster with 2 large wings appearing. She seemed to recognize the creature, and her expression grew increasingly grim. It seemed that monster was something truly terrifying. Xena's body reflexively trembled, her voice filled with extreme fear. Why has that detestable thing that disappeared for many years reappeared? With an appearance like a demon, a nightmare creature that could wipe out a nation's army with a single flap of its wings. An S-class monster that those who had experienced the upheaval, like Xena, could never forget. That was the monster named Belkis. Right at that moment, Belkis swung its axe towards them. Seeing this, Xena immediately shouted a warning. But it was too late. Belkis's attack had already struck. The building was struck by a massive blow and showed signs of collapsing. Meanwhile, on the way back to Mokdong, Rang's car was speeding wildly, but Seong-gu hastily spoke up, "Aring, stop for a second. Is that the color of the danger signal? If it's a mid-level monster, you might be able to do something with your newly awakened abilities. You asked what that red signal means. Is it a monster above mid-level? Aring listened and then replied with pursed lips. That signal means a disaster-class monster has appeared, which means you should run without looking back, sir. Seongu fell silent after hearing that. After a long moment, he spoke, "Stop the car." However, Aring disagreed. He muttered with pursed lips, "I don't want to. I want to go back." Seongu pleaded in alarm. Disaster-class monsters are not something humans can contend with. Don't you know why the signal flare was fired? You won't be able to change anything even if you go there. We have to leave. Unfortunately, Aring was very stubborn. He shook his head and replied, "No, I have to go there, even if I can only save one person." Just then, a horde of monsters came running towards them from a distance. This made both of them look a bit uneasy. Were they running away because they saw the disaster-class monster? While they were still bewildered, the horde of monsters flipped their car over. Seongu and Aring spun several times in the car. They were caught off guard, letting themselves be tossed around with the car. It was a long time after the car stopped that Seongu finally opened his eyes. He gasped softly, then glanced around. Seongu struggled to get out of the car, but Aring was nowhere to be seen. He frowned and muttered, "How long have I been unconscious? Where's Aring? Don't tell me he walked home." Then he reached out and pushed the car. Seongu channeled his energy into his hands. With his effort, the car was lifted. Very quickly, Seongu pushed the car back to normal. Then he got into the driver's seat, started the engine, and prepared to leave. Seongu just hoped Aring wouldn't blame him. In the wasteland, survival was his top priority. If they didn't survive, everything would end when the disaster-class monster leveled other places on Earth. Seongu had to inform Sector 17 about this first. However, before leaving, he suddenly remembered the first time he went to the Bronze Hook base, and also the little girl, Minnie, who helped him get weapons. Seongu sat there in silence. He frowned fiercely, muttering to himself, "Damn it." On the other side, Aring had run straight back to the Bronze Hook base. But when he arrived, his expression immediately turned grim. Dead bodies were scattered everywhere. Almost everyone was dead. The surroundings had also become a pile of rubble. Just then, a sound suddenly came from behind Aring. He frantically turned his head to look and saw Xena lying there, covered in blood. Aring rushed to her side. Xena tried to raise her hand with her last breath, but before she could touch Aring, her hand fell limply. Aring immediately cried out in pain. He hugged Xena's body, murmuring sorrowfully, "No, wake up, big sister." But while Aring wasn't paying attention, something quietly appeared from behind. Noticing the movement, he glanced back. He saw a giant monster right before his eyes. It was Belkis, its green eyes staring intently at him. Rang's face immediately changed color. Belkis wanted to pounce on him. Its head kept spinning, its eyes incredibly terrifying. Aring couldn't do anything. He trembled and muttered, "Help." But who could save him now? But then Belkis suddenly stopped. The distance between it and Aring was very close. If it just swung its arm, he'd be dead. But it just stood there blankly, staring at Aring. A moment later, a large hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Belkis looked up at the hole. Then it spread its wings and flew into the air. In just a blink of an eye, it was near the hole in the sky. Aring stared at it blankly for a long time, still not coming back to his senses. But then he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what had happened, but he was alive. Thinking that, he glanced at Xena. She had stopped breathing, with no signs of life left. Aring sighed helplessly, went over, and gently pushed her eyelids down so she could die with her eyes closed. He sadly murmured, "Sister, I'm sorry I couldn't avenge you." Just like that, he hugged Xena's body and cried for a long time. Immediately after, Aring went down to the bunker of the copper base again. He seemed to be looking for survivors, but Aring searched for a long time. He only found a pile of rubble and corpses. Everyone at the base was dead. What about Minnie? Aring couldn't find her body. Just then, he saw a refrigerator placed nearby. The strangest thing was that all the food in the refrigerator was outside. Aring seemed to think of some possibility and rushed over. He tremblingly grabbed the refrigerator door handle. Indeed, he saw Minnie sitting inside. Aring joyfully exclaimed, "Minnie, it's you." The girl saw him and also shed tears of joy. Minnie embraced Aring, who patted her head reassuringly. "I'm so glad you're alive." Immediately after, Aring carried Minnie on his back, step by step, out of the dark basement. Just then, a ray of light suddenly shone into Rang's eyes. He looked over and saw Seong-gu leaning against a car not far away. A look of surprise appeared on Rang's face. Seong-gu also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two kids. "Fortunately, you're still safe." Aring, carrying Minnie, walked up to Seong-gu. The boy happily smiled and said, "You're here?" Seong-gu nodded calmly and slowly spoke. "I saw the door move from afar. Is anyone else alive?" Aring sighed helplessly and sadly replied, "No, it's just me and Minnie left." Seong-gu couldn't help but be startled. He asked doubtfully, "What happened? How did you survive that guy?" Hearing this, Rang's face instantly changed color, and he muttered in a trembling voice. But he also said it just looked at him and then left. Seong-gu fell silent after hearing that. It was just like the feeling when he endured the black mantis. Could it just be a random coincidence? Thinking this, Seong-gu then asked. Aring fell silent after hearing that. Seeing the kid didn't answer, Seong-gu suggested again. Aring couldn't help but be stunned, not rushing to answer. Seong-gu slowly persuaded again. "So I'm looking for members, Minnie, the magic engineer, and you, the guide. How about it? Come with me to Node." Aring thought for a moment, and after a long time, he hesitantly said. After speaking, his face suddenly flushed. This made Seong-gu yell in dissatisfaction. After that, the three of them got in the car and returned to Sector 17. As Seong-gu drove, he explained, "The branch manager is a guy named Kim Buzich. He looks old, but he's still young, so don't feel awkward." Just then, Minnie suddenly exclaimed. Seong-gu looked over. What she was pointing at was a tall pillar. He slowly explained, "We collect methane gas from decaying landfill waste and convert it into energy." Hearing Seong-gu's tone, Minnie spoke with a bit of embarrassment. Seong-gu still politely replied. With curiosity, Minnie quickly put that aside, her eyes shining as she smiled and said, "Compared to that, I'm more surprised by the use of trash for energy. Can I go take a look?" Seong-gu didn't think much and casually agreed. Aring, sitting in the passenger seat, just listened without interrupting. A moment later, Seong-gu drove the two kids to a small stone pillar by the side of the road. As soon as she saw it, Minnie became excited. Then she gently closed her eyes, focusing her mind. In just a blink of an eye, her body emitted a layer of energy. Minnie placed her hands on the stone pillar. Seong-gu saw this action and immediately understood. She was grasping the operating principle of the machinery in an instant. Is this the ability of a magic engineer? A moment later, Seong-gu and Minnie talked continuously, their conversation revolving around the field in front of them, one asking, one answering in perfect harmony. Just then, Aring suddenly interrupted. Aring squinted his eyes and saw a deer hiding in the bushes. Aring said, pulling back the crossbow in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to aim. The arrow sliced through the air and shot away in an instant. Unfortunately, the arrow grazed the deer's leg and plunged into the ground, causing it to quickly run away. Aring angrily yelled. But as soon as he finished speaking, a figure zipped past him. It was Seong-gu. He used his superhuman ability to run away in a flash. His eyes were always fixed on that deer. At the same time, Seong-gu also pulled out his dagger. His speed at this moment was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see it. In an instant, he had caught up with the deer. Without a second's delay, Seong-gu plunged the knife into its body. One stab cut the deer's throat, killing it instantly. After finishing this, Seong-gu slowly returned. He was carrying the large deer on his back. Seeing this, Aring immediately exclaimed in surprise, "That was fast. How did you do it? Amazing." It was just his running style that Aring found very familiar. As if knowing the boy's thoughts, Seong-gu reached out and patted his head. He softly reassured him, I know what you're thinking. You don't need to worry. I'll tell you when I get a chance, but I hope you'll keep our secret. Aring hesitated for a moment, then after a long pause, nodded and replied, yes. Seonggu immediately knew the boy was thinking about enhanced leg strength like the leader, and he also had awareness when using his abilities. But now Seonggu was looking at the outline of his own ability, absorbing a lot of others' energy and turning it into his own. He had truly acquired an absurd ability. While he was thinking, Minnie's voice suddenly rang out. It's a windmill. It's my first time seeing a windmill. Seonggu and Aring looked at the girl, a helpless expression on their faces. Minnie didn't overthink it. She began to concentrate and absorb the windmill's energy. Seonggu couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the sight. He had discovered an amazing talent, and Minnie's survival was truly a great harvest. At this moment, Minnie seemed to have finished her work. She turned to look at Seonggu and smiled cheerfully. Can I meet the person in charge of managing the windmill? Seonggu nodded slightly and replied, okay, if you go to Sector 17, you can meet the person in charge. Hearing this, the girl eagerly suggested, let's go quickly. We can significantly increase the windmill's power generation. The more Seonggu looked, the more he sighed with emotion. He knew someone like this. Do all researchers have such a face? He looked at Aring beside him, and the boy indifferently replied, often. Next, the three got into the car again and drove to Sector 17. A few hours later, the car finally stopped. Seonggu looked outside and said, this is Sector 17. Aring looked at the building in front of them and couldn't help but exclaim, what a huge building. Seonggu explained as he got out of the car, before the Great Disaster, this place was used as a sports stadium. Let's make a quick stop at the trading post first. With that, he led the two kids into a room. Jamie saw him and immediately exclaimed, Seonggu, what's going on? What happened? Who are those kids? Seonggu waved in greeting, long time no see. Jamie hurriedly called Buzuch to report, Sector Chief. Seonggu is here, with two children. Please come quickly. Seonggu led the way to a seat and sat down, and the two kids followed suit. After reporting, Jamie brought them tea, then let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing you returned safely. I was very surprised to receive contact from Hunter Yoon-jong. Seonggu hesitated and mumbled, contact Gang Mi-young. So, have you heard what happened? Hearing this, Jamie opened his mouth in dissatisfaction. Don't even mention it. When we heard about the captain's death. Do you know how shocked the sector chief was? Even Seong-ho became like that and found the murder weapon to kilometers from the scene. Seonggu was stunned to hear this. Jamie didn't notice his expression and continued, I heard no fingerprints were found, so the culprit hasn't been caught yet. Only then did Seonggu breathe a sigh of relief. Running to kilometers like that, his perception ability was truly amazing. But it was very strange that no fingerprints could be found. So he suspected that Mari was placing too much hope on him. While Seonggu was thinking, Jamie was still talking. Seonggu looked at the two kids, Aring, and slowly explained. Saying this, he suddenly stood up and seriously suggested. Hearing this, Jamie immediately grumbled in dissatisfaction. Sound of static. This kid, really, even at a time like this? Seonggu didn't care. Walking straight towards the door, speaking as he went. I came back safely, and it also relates to why I was late. Jamie frowned slightly and said in a low voice. Soon after, the two arrived at Jamie's office. At this point, she asked skeptically. Seonggu cautiously looked around, and after a long moment, he asked in a low voice. Jamie replied casually. She hadn't even finished speaking when Seonggu coldly cut her off. These words immediately froze Jamie on the spot. After a moment, she reacted, trembling as she asked. Seonggu replied firmly. The more Jamie listened, the more alarmed she became, quickly waving her hand to stop him. Then she said while typing on her machine. Seonggu didn't answer. The reality was a bit different, but he decided to ignore it. He had too many things to worry about. At this point, Jamie asked again, skeptically. Seonggu replied calmly. Jamie frowned upon hearing this and said in a low voice. Seonggu slowly opened his mouth. Jamie frowned and muttered. Seong-gu thought for a long moment before speaking. These words made Jamie's eyes widen in horror. She cried out in shock. Seong-gu calmly explained. Jamie typed as she spoke. He nodded indifferently. Seong-gu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Jamie thought for a long moment before speaking. Seong-gu heard this and raised an eyebrow, smiling. So instead of energy cores, I want to buy some information equivalent to that many cores. Jamie asked skeptically. Seong-gu casually said. Hearing this, Jamie couldn't help but frown, asking doubtfully. Seong-gu replied indifferently. Hearing this, Jamie became even more confused and asked, then why? Seong-gu hesitated for a long time before answering, I've awakened. Jamie was immediately dumbfounded. Seong-gu continued, only the branch manager and you know about this. Jamie stared at him, stunned. After a moment, she stammered, I see. Congratulations. What's your skill and level? Seong-gu replied calmly. It's body enhancement, and the level is around 15. Jamie looked at Seong-gu with wide eyes and an open mouth, exclaiming in shock, level 15? That's an intermediate level super ability user. Seong-gu shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. I haven't been properly tested yet. Hearing this, Jamie slumped into her chair. She looked at him in dismay, crying out in disbelief. Oh my god, the best instructor in District 17 is now an intermediate level super ability user. But then, she suddenly thought of something, opening her mouth in shock. So that's why you want to create your own team at Dolmok Center? He nodded nonchalantly. Seong-gu replied calmly, that's right, I'm also planning to recruit those other kids. Jamie looked at him intently, then hesitantly said, Team Marlin, the key team, has been disbanded, and instructor Kim Seong-gu has even awakened. Above all, Seong-gu wanted to lead a new team. She thought the branch manager would finally have some responsibilities lifted. A moment later in Busik's office, seeing Seong-gu, he took off his glasses and smiled cheerfully. Come in. It's been a while, hasn't it? This world changes so fast. Even his friends, the ones he thought he'd always be with, had left. Hearing this, Jamie sighed helplessly. But soon after, Busik changed his tone, smiling, and this little rascal, he's finally grown up. Hearing this, Seong-gu couldn't help but comment. It seems like someone who was once full of energy has now grown old. Busik laughed loudly twice, pouting, that's why I told you not to cause me any more trouble. But seriously, do I look older than my age? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere fell silent. Busik couldn't help but complain, scoffing, you brat, not answering is even scarier. Seong-gu remained silent. Busik sighed helplessly again. I'm very glad you're back safe. But more importantly, you've awakened? Then he narrowed his eyes at Seong-gu. Seong-gu hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's right. Busik frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, I see. Finally, you. He then stopped, making Seong-gu wonder. After a moment of contemplation, Busik asked suspiciously, by the way, are you planning to keep it a secret? Seong-gu nodded slightly. Yes, I only want Miss Jamie and the branch manager to know about my awakening. Busik thought for a moment before saying, the headquarters manages super ability users very carefully, so I really don't understand why you want to keep it a secret from Node. He asked if Seong-gu didn't trust Node. Seong-gu clicked his tongue slightly and pouted, because the hero who recruited me was the branch manager, not Node. Busik smiled unconsciously and said sheepishly, you're good at saying cheesy things, kid, alright. Also, are you planning to take those two kids with you? Seong-gu replied calmly, that's right. I'm planning to recruit them as members of my team. I'll also teach them to become guides and fighters. Saying that, he pointed towards Aring and praised, that kid is very talented. Busik looked towards Minnie and asked, and the other girl? He slowly introduced, she's a magic engineer. These words made Jamie exclaim in shock, a magic engineer. Even Busik was no exception. He smiled emotionally and said, I can't believe you managed to bring back a magic engineer. Saying that, he glanced at Seong-gu and asked, so, You want to hide that girl in your team so they don't take her to create divine artifacts, huh? Seonggu was a little surprised. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. A manager, indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly paused, then firmly stated, and if our team can accept missions, then I want to accept an additional mission to punish murderers. These words made Busik's face change color. Then he laughed and said, I can't believe you want to hunt people. It seems I've lived on this earth for too long. Seonggu didn't say much. He slowly stood up. He calmly said, just as you said earlier, this world is changing rapidly. As soon as he finished, Seonggu glanced at Jamie and said, also, Jamie, can you gather everyone in District 17? Jamie looked at him doubtfully and asked, the entire district? He nodded slightly and replied, MMHMM. So immediately after, in the courtyard of District 17, almost everyone had gathered. Seonggu had everyone come and take his hand. Regardless of everyone's confusion, he continued his work. Seonggu held their hands, closing his eyes as if sensing something. The people in front of him had no idea what he was doing, only able to look at him in confusion. Seonggu calmly said, thank you, you may go now. Next, he called the next person. It was the same again. Seonggu took the person's hand. Just then, a woman couldn't help but say irritably, honestly, what are you people doing? Why did you suddenly call all these busy people here? Jamie saw the woman's anger and quickly waved her hand to reassure. I'm sorry, please bear with it for just a moment, even if it's annoying. Seonggu, however, paid no attention and continued to call, next person. The woman immediately pushed the person in front of her aside, snorting coldly, move aside. She stood in front of Seonggu and coldly said, hurry up, what do you want to do? Seonggu saw that it was a woman in front of him and apologized. I apologize for my rudeness. Saying that, he reached out and took her hand. But at that very moment, both of them simultaneously froze. After reacting, the woman had already pulled her hand away from Seonggu. She asked impatiently, what the hell are you doing? Seonggu didn't answer. He was stunned speechless. Is this girl a psychic? Once he reacted, Seonggu apologetically said, excuse me, but may I borrow your hand again? The girl's expression subtly changed, and after a long moment, she held out her hand. What? You want me to give you my hand again? Regardless of whether I have a strange feeling or anything else. Seonggu didn't answer. He still took her hand. He slightly closed his eyes and focused his mind. At that moment, that voice resonated in his head. Kill her, and take that source of power. Seonggu was instantly stunned. He widened his eyes in horror. Seonggu's head began to ache, making him tremble, which confused the girl. The woman's face quickly changed. After a long hesitation, she awkwardly said, don't tell me you like me. You can't even breathe. Jamie, watching from behind, was a little confused. What are you guys doing? Seonggu narrowed his eyes at her and asked suspiciously, are you interested in ghost hunting, or have you ever tried it? The woman pouted at him, oh my god, I don't know what you're talking about. It looks appealing, but that flirting game is too lame. Seonggu frowned slightly in thought. He was certain he had heard that voice. She was a super-powered individual, but her attitude wasn't very good. He thought this was a great opportunity to find a candidate for the team, but unfortunately, he might have to give up searching for people in Area 17. After thinking, Seonggu announced loudly, I'm sorry, but everyone can leave now. That's all for today. Thank you all for your cooperation. The others were confused and didn't understand after hearing that. Just then, a coy voice suddenly rang out, wait, making Seonggu freeze. The girl walked over and used her finger to lift his chin. She smiled charmingly and said, you've called all these busy people here and taken up all their precious time, so shouldn't you explain why afterwards? Seonggu narrowed his eyes at her. This girl seemed very naive, not considering her position and overstepping her boundaries. After thinking, he coldly snorted, aren't you acting this way because you know I'm part of the note? Haven't you learned that to survive in the wilderness, you need to know your place? Hearing these words, the woman couldn't help but smile. What? So you're a member of the note? Just then, a group of aggressive people ran over, asking anxiously, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Seong-gu glanced at Jamie and asked, "Who are those useless people?" Jamie replied in a low voice, "Do you know Hunter King Hunsu? They're his subordinates." At this moment, that girl raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh dear, I wanted to enjoy a little more time with you. But my man is too loyal." The other two didn't care and continued talking. Jamie said this girl was King Hunsu's wife. Upon hearing this, Seon-gu frowned and asked, "Didn't he get fired already?" Jamie calmly replied, "That's right, but the branch manager." Before Jamie could finish, Seon-gu had already guessed. He squinted at the woman. He sighed helplessly. He's tolerant in the wrong places again. Thinking that, Seon-gu then spoke up. "I just said, what kind of backing do you have to act like that? How long do you think King Hunsu will be loyal to you?" These words angered Hunsu's subordinates, who charged forward. The man grabbed Seon-gu's collar, aggressively questioning him. "This bastard is really going too far. Take back what you just said to sister-in-law right now." Seon-gu squinted at the man, cursing inwardly. "This bastard, why do these guys here cross the line so easily?" Meanwhile, an arrow had pierced the man's hand, making him scream in pain. Hunsu's woman also shouted in dissatisfaction, "What's going on? Who is it?" From a nearby rooftop, a pair of legs appeared. It was Aring. He also had a bow in his hand. He looked down smugly and warned fiercely, "If you don't want to die, step back. If you dare do anything excessive like lay a hand on my brother, I'll shoot immediately." Jamie saw Aring and Minnie and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, why are those kids here?" Seon-gu was equally stunned. The woman then angrily ordered, "They're just two kids. Pull them down here." The group immediately rushed forward. Unfortunately, after only 2 steps, an arrow shot from afar landed straight into the ground. The arrow also emitted a red light. Seeing it, the group immediately cried out in fear, "It's a core bullet, get down." At this moment, that red light suddenly flared brightly, but they waited for a long time and nothing happened. The woman then angrily cursed, "Idiots, it's fake." Seeing their reaction from above, Aring smirked even more and said, "That one's fake, but this one's real." But the woman still didn't believe it, and quickly ordered, "Even if they have a real core, it won't explode in front of the exchange center. Pull yourselves together." Aring sneered, "Look, it's not that one, Minnie." Minnie heard the boy call and immediately responded, "Yes." Then she bent down and took something out. The woman's group saw the girl's actions and cried out in alarm, "What is it?" Even Jamie was very surprised, widening his eyes in wonder. Where did she get that from? Minnie took out a flare gun, aimed it straight at that group of people. Aring stood next to her, grinning and saying, "Now, let's test it out, shall we?" That woman's group immediately backed away in fear. They knew better than to push it. That woman pointed her finger and yelled, "Hey, you two brats! I'll find you till later. Feel free." Aring was asking for it, sticking out his tongue to provoke her. That woman angrily led her people away and kept grumbling as she walked. "How stupid! There's no benefit in fighting these uneducated folk living in the boonies." Jamie scoffed after hearing that, talking as if she's educated herself. Seon-gu didn't say a word either. He looked worriedly at the two kids and asked, "Are you two okay?" Aring and Minnie winked, showing that they were fine. Seon-gu helplessly clutched his head. "I didn't expect these two to be so troublesome. The road ahead will be difficult now." A moment later, in Bisik's room, Jamie went to report. After listening, Bisik nodded and replied, "I see. So that's how it is." Seeing this, Jamie asked doubtfully, "What do you think Seon-gu is looking for?" Bisik calmly replied, "It's highly likely he's looking for some superpowered individuals who could be useful for his team." Jamie asked doubtfully again, "Superpowered individuals? He also told me to look for them. But why?" Bisik casually replied, "It seems that's not enough for him. And it seems some superpowered individuals haven't awakened yet." She continued to ask, "But how can he differentiate between superpowered individuals and ordinary people?" Bisik thought for a moment before answering. I heard superpowered individuals can sense a strange feeling from other superpowered individuals. Jamie found it quite hard to believe, frowning and asking again. Really? Shrugging indifferently, Bisik said nonchalantly. Anyway, Seongu came up with a good idea. I didn't expect him to use that ability as a tool to differentiate people. After hearing that, Jamie still hesitated to speak. But there's no need to invite Shin Jun-hee. Bisik frowned and asked, why? Because of her bad personality or her behavior? Jamie thought for a moment before replying. That's also a main reason. But what's important is that she's living a life without fighting. Bisik raised an eyebrow at her, sighing and saying, how can we know what others have been through? Take Seongu as an example. Didn't he become a superpowered individual already? Jamie was stunned after hearing that. That makes a lot of sense. Bisik didn't pay attention to her reaction, continuing with a smile. Speaking of Seongu, I think I should help him develop a bit faster. Let's get ready for the next phase. The next day, in the desolate wasteland, Seongu and the two kids, Aring, were there. Seongu glanced at Minnie and asked, you've prepared the flag, right? The little girl nodded softly and replied, that's right. Seongu instructed in a low voice. It would be great if we didn't have to use it, but if needed, you mustn't hesitate and must use it immediately. Minnie immediately acknowledged the order. After that, he instructed the little girl a bit more. You've calculated the precise radius, haven't you? You mustn't use the gun haphazardly like other times. Otherwise, you'll shoot me too. While he was speaking, Aram suddenly exclaimed. He saw someone emerging from the smoke and quickly said, brother, over there. Seongu heard that and looked over, and indeed saw three figures walking from that side towards them. He frowned slightly, deep in thought. Are they hunters? Don't tell me they don't have good intentions. Having thought that, Seongu asked suspiciously, besides Jamie, does anyone else know we're training here? Minnie shook her head softly and replied, I didn't tell anyone. The three of them, including Seongu, waited somewhat bewildered for the others to emerge. The closer they got, the more solemn Seongu's expression became. Aring glanced at him and asked, could it be someone from the Kang family? He's the protector of that woman from last time. Seongu frowned slightly in thought. After a long moment, he shook his head in denial. It's not him. Minnie then asked again, doubtfully. Then who is it? You know all the hunters around here. Seongu nodded softly and said, that's right, but I've never seen them before. Just then, three strangers approached from a distance. One of them raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, the atmosphere here is a bit strange, isn't it? Seongu stood in front of the two kids. He looked at the three people cautiously and asked in a stern voice, excuse me, wait a minute. Who are you? Please state your identities clearly. One of them scratched their head awkwardly upon hearing the question. After a long hesitation, he replied, this is difficult. We're on a secret mission. You're the newly formed hunter group in Sector 17, right? Seongu was stunned after hearing that. Who are they? How do they know that? Seeing his reaction, the other person couldn't help but chuckle. Your cautious look. It's just like cute little kittens bristling their fur, isn't it? As soon as these words were out, Aang took a few steps forward, blocking Seongu. The boy defiantly warned, hey, watch your words, before I rip your mouth off. The other person heard the boy's words and scoffed, then immediately lunged forward. This action made Aang flinch back in alarm. In just a blink of an eye, the other person appeared in front of Aang and said with a frown and a smile, I've never seen this before. Is it a type of arrow that uses a core? Having said that, he then glanced at the arrows on Aang's back. The other person couldn't help but exclaim, that's an amazing technique. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Aang, without anyone knowing when, had drawn a dagger and pointed it at the other person's neck. The young boy coldly warned, hey, uncle, if you touch someone else's weapon, it's gonna be a bit troublesome. The other person was a bit stunned, but quickly reacted, raising his hands in surrender, and said jokingly, Haha, I was just about to stop anyway. We're connected by fate, after all. Let's be peaceful. The girl behind him scoffed in disdain. Then why act so dangerous? Seon-gu, standing behind, frowned. They're laughing. But Aring is in danger. He had completely overlooked the person in the very back drawing a sword. Moreover, the guy with the ponytail is probably the leader. His words carry more weight than his physique. Seon-gu was sure these weren't people with ordinary strength. Why did they appear in front of him? At this moment, the leader spoke up again. Looking at your reaction now, Old Man Kim Bisik probably hasn't said anything, has he? Seon-gu couldn't help but be stunned, and asked suspiciously, "You know the branch manager?" The other person was startled and asked, "First time hearing about it. Anyway, my hobby is those nasty old folks. So I was planning to make a slow, explanatory introduction." He introduced them as the Secret Society of Sector 17. Seon-gu couldn't help but be stunned. Are there other secret societies besides me? Seeing his reaction, the other person continued, "It's natural for you to be surprised. The branch manager kept it so thoroughly hidden. After all, if everyone knew, it wouldn't be a secret." The only woman among the three of them stepped forward to introduce herself. "I'm Kwon Center." Saying that, she pointed to the silent young man behind her and introduced him. "This is Kim Hun. He only speaks when ordered, so please give him orders often, alright?" At this moment, the other person chuckled and said, "And I am Leader Lee Jae-seong. Our group is called Code Blue. Let's help each other out." Seon-gu was even more perplexed by the name. That's a strange name. Isn't that a medical term used when a patient's heart stops? But very quickly, he put that thought aside and extended his hand to greet them. "I'm Kim Seon-gu. We're called carnivorous." Jae-seong, hearing this, asked doubtfully, "Where did that name come from?" "Carnivan?" Seon-gu slowly explained. "It's from carnivorous." Jae-seong was even more surprised as he asked, "You mean flesh-eating? That sounds aggressive." "Pretty cool." Seon-gu said nothing. His group's name was also the name of his ability, meaning to devour the strength of others. Senna then smiled and said, "That group name sounds good. At least it sounds better than Code Blue." Seon-gu asked doubtfully, "Why Code Blue?" Before Senna could answer, Kim Hun slowly opened his mouth. "Originally, we only intended to call it Blue." Leader Jae-seong said it didn't sound good, so he added some word from somewhere, but later found out it was just a medical term. Jae-seong, upon hearing that, immediately complained, "Hey, it's only at times like these that you make a mess without needing orders, huh?" But Senna showed no respect at all, and even laughed at his misfortune. Code Blue, cardiac arrest. Emergency, emergency. Making Jae-seong furious. "You guys, if you keep joking around, when we return to the city, I won't share delicious food anymore." Seon-gu heard the three of them continuously making a fuss, and was a bit speechless. He was thinking about his own situation. Before starting practice, Seon-gu had sought out Bisik to talk. The two of them stood outside on the balcony. He quietly asked, "Don't you think it's too common, sir?" Bisik gently shook his head and replied, No matter how you put it, it still sounds better than swordfish. I can't believe that name was chosen this time." Seon-gu was slightly stunned upon hearing that. Bisik gazed into the distance, and only spoke after a long while. For a normal leader, a magic engineer would be a bit bad for the balance of the members. There must be a melee fighter. After hearing this analysis, Seon-gu couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the area manager. Bisik paid no attention to this flattery. He calmly said, "It seems you asked Jamie to find members, right? But finding an awakened person who doesn't have a team is hard." Seon-gu didn't mind. He calmly replied, "I can wait, as long as I can recruit a reliable member to back me up." Bisik hesitated for a moment when he heard that, then spoke after a long pause. "In a month, a base in Buchan will be taken down." Seon-gu exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Bisik slowly explained, "There's an awakened person with abilities there. Try to bring them to the team." Hearing this, Seon-gu asked doubtfully, "How? Do you have the ability to predict the future? Bisik involuntarily smiled, saying jokingly, haha, I've never had that ability. If I did, I wouldn't have let that kid Chansu die. Seongu's face showed sadness when he heard him mention Chansu, and he pleaded, I'm sorry. Bisik declined to comment, smiling as he asked, I heard you're training with them. Seongu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yes. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Because you awakened late, I was a little worried, but after seeing your will, I feel very fortunate. Seongu squinted at him and said calmly, don't say that. It seems you already knew I would awaken. Bisik just laughed casually. Haha, I suppose so. I told you I don't have the ability to predict the future, didn't I? Seongu couldn't help but feel suspicious, although it had been a bit vague until now. It seemed like he knew what was about to happen. While he was thinking, Bisik spoke again. It would be great if you could form a complete team. You must grasp the essence of this opportunity. Seongu asked in surprise, what? Is there more to do? Bisik let out two hearty laughs, then mysteriously added, if you knew beforehand, it wouldn't be fun. Back in reality, the more Seongu thought about it, the more confused he became. This secret society, he really did know in advance. Not knowing where it ends can sometimes be terrifying. At this moment, Jisung spoke again. Although we're here to help you with basic training, if you don't feel it's enough, you'll have to join our team afterward. Then he raised an eyebrow and smiled, asking, what do you say? If you're not confident, you can stop now. Seongu squinted at Jisung and fell into deep thought. He didn't know the regional manager's intentions, but it was a great fit, a rare opportunity that he had to make the most of. After thinking, he spoke in a low voice. A competition? All right then, you'll only learn your lesson if you suffer a penalty, won't you? Hearing this, Jisung couldn't help but smile, quite ambitious. Then first, show us your basic skills. Seongu snorted coldly and said, then watch carefully what we've practiced. With that, he glanced at Aring and called him, and the boy immediately nodded in understanding. Next, Aring reached into his pocket and took out something. Then, the boy poured a liquid onto the ground. The scent immediately emanated, causing all three of Jisung's group to cover their noses. Seeing this reaction, Aring pouted in disdain. Is this your first time smelling the putrid stench of a monster's corpse? How rude. Jisung immediately pulled the other two away a bit, muttering, it stinks so much. Seongu ignored them, walked to the back, and commanded, to your positions. The two kids, Aring and Minnie, immediately nodded, acknowledging the order. The three people with Jisung observed from behind, unable to help but ask, what are they going to show us? Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. Seongu's expression immediately became alert, and he spoke in a low voice, they're here, get ready. As soon as he finished speaking, Aring and Minnie immediately took their positions, their spirits highly alert. After waiting for a long time, Seongu immediately shouted a reminder, they're here, scatter quickly. Jisung's group stood behind observing, and Sena asked doubtfully, what kind of game are these guys playing? Jisung basically had no idea what Seongu's group of three intended to do. Seongu, on his side, had already begun to summon his energy. At the same time, something was moving underground. In an instant, that thing broke through the ground and burst out. Jisung and the other two were immediately stunned when they saw that thing. A giant ugly worm emerged from underground. In just an instant, its entire giant body appeared above ground. Seongu had already drawn his blade, his entire body surrounded by energy. He knew this worm, it had two ways of attacking. The first way was for it to burrow through the ground and swallow targets on the surface. And the second way was for it to leap into the sky, swallow targets as it fell, and then burrow back underground. Although its movements on the surface were predictable, its movements were hard to control when it was underground. So to increase his chances of winning, Seongu needed to kill it before it went underground. Thinking of this, he charged towards the ugly worm. He slid across the ground. Seongu glided straight to its belly. Then he immediately slashed the ugly worm's belly with his blade. Seeing this, Senna immediately exclaimed in surprise. Did he just go right through it? Jisun also commented in surprise, yeah, but it was too close. But at this moment, the worm suddenly flicked its tail and burrowed underground. Seongu frowned slightly. Is this a failure? Just then, there was a sudden movement behind him, so he glanced back. The ugly worm had, at some unknown point, charged from behind. But as soon as he noticed it, it burrowed underground. Seeing this, Seongu immediately shouted, "Now, Aring." "Alright, brother," Aring immediately replied, then drew her bow and shot an arrow. The arrow ripped through the wind and pierced straight into the ugly worm's belly. In an instant, the worm's belly suddenly exploded. Jisung's group observed from a distance, then exclaimed, "So that's how he uses it." Senna also raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I wonder how he manages to get an explosive energy core like that inside an arrow." Seongu didn't know what they were thinking. He lunged from midair. He directly stabbed the ugly worm's belly with his blade. Then Seongu jumped off it. Aring, on her side, aimed and shot again. Another arrow embedded itself in the worm's belly, and then it exploded again. Seeing this, Jisung couldn't help but exclaim, "His archery skills are incredible." Senna also nodded in agreement. He's really skilled, but his firepower is still too weak. Jisung calmly said, "You're right, after a close-range attack, he recovers and delivers a long-range one. I like the way he thinks. However, these small, scattered attacks will only enrage the monster." Just then, Seongu suddenly shouted, "Minnie, the worm's attack pattern is changing." He ordered her to prepare. Once it went underground, they would miss it. Understood, Minnie immediately nodded in acceptance. Next, she took out a pistol. She aimed at the worm. Senna, from a distance, looking at the gun in her hand, mumbled doubtfully, "What is that small gun?" Shrugging indifferently, Jisung pouted and said, "Who knows? Could it be an energy core pistol?" Just then, the worm began to burrow into the ground. Seongu immediately shouted, "Minnie, it's getting away." Minnie slightly furrowed her brow and mumbled, "I won't let you escape." Then she fired the gun. The energy bullet shot out at lightning speed. It pierced straight into the worm's body, and immediately, the bullet exploded. Minnie, sitting on the ground, saw this and joyfully exclaimed, "I hit it." Due to Minnie's shot, the worm lay motionless on the ground. Only then did Aring breathe a sigh of relief. It's done. However, Seongu felt something wasn't right. He quickly shouted, "Not yet. Aring, shoot your arrow." Aring, very obedient, immediately shot an energy arrow towards it. With a bang, the energy core exploded again, and smoke and dust immediately enveloped the area. Waiting for the smoke and dust to clear, Seongu finally saw the scene before him. He only saw a large hole appear on the ground. He furrowed his brow and mumbled, "Did it escape?" But very quickly, Seongu realized something wasn't right. Those ugly worms were very strong. Those fierce demon beasts, because they had angered it too much. He was sure it would come back to counterattack. Just then, a movement suddenly came from behind. Seongu immediately shouted a warning, "Behind, it's coming towards you." However, the movement underground suddenly changed direction, and Seongu realized it was heading towards Minnie. She was sitting on the ground at this moment, her face a little panicked. Seeing this, Aring quickly ran over and stood in front of her. The worm emerged from underground. Aring hugged Minnie, shielding her with his body. At this moment, the ugly worm opened its huge mouth towards the two kids, revealing a flag inside. Aring looked at Minnie and shouted, "Now!" Minnie immediately nodded, indicating she understood. Then she took out a watch, seemingly wanting to activate it. In a flash, the ugly worm's mouth closed, and then, for some unknown reason, it exploded. Seeing this scene, Senna excitedly exclaimed, "Amazing!" Jisung also remarked, "That's surprising. How did they manage to get a weapon with so much explosive energy?" The ugly worm's head exploded, emitting disgusting black slime. Just then, Seongu jumped from the ground into the air. He lunged forward with the sword in his hand, shouting fiercely, "It's time to finish you off." Next, Seongu plunged the sword into the worm's body. Moreover, he tried to slice a line across its body. The worm writhed in pain, trying to escape. Seongu noticed this action, gripped the sword tightly, and cursed to himself, "Damn it. How can this worm be alive even after its head was sliced off?" While he was thinking, Jisung ran from a distance and loudly shouted a warning, "Let go of your sword quickly, it's too dangerous." Seongu didn't listen. He still gripped the sword tightly. He couldn't. If he gave up now, it would run away. Just then, his eyes suddenly constricted. The worm was trying to burrow into the ground. Seongu was just pulled down into the ground by it. By the time Jisung ran over, it was too late. The faces of the two kids, Aring and Minnie, immediately turned pale, a hint of worry appearing in their eyes. Seongu still didn't let go of his sword. He didn't care as the ugly worm dragged him down into the ground. He squinted at it. It was already covered in wounds. This would be its last struggle before death. But at this rate, he would suffocate and die first. Seongu took a deep breath, gripping his sword tightly. He focused his mind, summoning his own energy. In an instant, Seongu's chest was filled with energy. He quickly channeled the energy into his sword. Then he slowly pulled the sword out. Seongu furrowed his brows, extremely focused. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to brandish his sword, striking the ugly worm's body repeatedly. Above ground, Jisung was frantically digging, searching for Seongu. He kept shouting, "Why are you just standing there? You guys should pull him back." Set aside at these words, those kids aren't superhumans with muscular bodies. How could they stop it? Biting his lip fiercely, Jisung said in annoyance, "I know, I just said that out of helplessness. If he's pulled to deep underground, he'll suffocate and die quickly. We don't have much time." With that, he immediately yelled, "The soil along this worm's path is very soft, so dig as much as you can." Just as he finished speaking, Minnie seemed to see something. She pointed forward and shouted, "There's something there." Jisung ran in the direction she pointed and saw a hand reaching up from underground. He cried out in alarm, "Seongu." He quickly grabbed Seongu's hand. Jisung summoned energy into his palm. In an instant, he pulled Seongu out of the ground. Seongu propped himself on the ground, panting continuously. Aring rushed over, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Seongu replied with a slight nod. At that moment, an unknown skill activated. If not for that skill, he would have died. That strange feeling was very different. While Seongu was thinking, Senna walked over and punched him in the back. Her face darkened as she scolded him indignantly. "Do you want to die? Why did you make us worry?" Seongu muttered apologetically, "I'm sorry." With that, he reached into his pocket. Jae-seong and the other two saw what was in his hand, and their eyes involuntarily constricted. In Seongu's hand was an emerald green core. Aurang happily exclaimed, "He really brought the core back." Jae-seong was utterly speechless, helplessly holding his head. "I'm speechless. You risked your life again for a common level 13 monster core." As soon as these words came out, Aurang immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "Excuse me, you're a good hunter, so you always have plenty of cores. But we have to work constantly to replenish the cores we use today." Jae-seong angrily scolded, "Using core weapons to compensate for the lack of attack power is fine, but you should choose a monster core that matches your own level. If you keep this up, you'll die on the next hunt." Then he pointed at the bow and gun in the two kids' bags, irritably questioning, "And where did you find those strange items?" Seongu hesitated a bit, not knowing how to answer. After a long silence, Minnie shyly raised her hand to explain, "I'm a magic engineer." These words stunned Jae-seong, who asked in disbelief, "Who? Kid, what's your name?" Minnie lowered her head and mumbled, "I'm Minnie." Seongu then sighed and explained, "I don't like the idea of an outsider knowing that we have a magic engineer." Jae-seong thought for a moment, then finally spoke, "Since magic technology is quite rare, the authorities won't ignore it if rumors spread." Seongu nodded slightly, then looked at Aurang. The kid understood, smirking and saying, "Is it my turn to introduce myself?" But before the kid could finish, Jae-seong pouted and said, "Oh, you're an archer, right? Next." This made Aurang angrily point, "Are you still mad?" Jae-seong couldn't care less. He walked up to Seonggu and asked, as the leader, "What skills do you have?" Seonggu was a bit stunned, not knowing how to answer. Seeing him not answer, Jae-seong continued to ask, "Your skills look similar to Chasu's. Did you learn from him?" He was so surprised that he thought Seonggu had copy-pasted and completely absorbed Chasu's skills, but he also used unique skills that Jae-seong had never seen before. Seonggu had so many patched-up skills that it seemed like he couldn't properly execute any of them, so he didn't know what skills to say he possessed. Sena also asked in surprise, "Can one person have so many skills?" Jae-seong shook his head slightly, possibly if the skills are similar, but I've never heard of anyone having fundamentally different basic skills. Seonggu pondered for a long time before stammering about that. Just then, the ground suddenly shook again, startling him. Jae-seong also noticed the movement, exclaiming in alarm, "There's movement!" Seonggu frowned slightly and remained silent. A moment later, he hastily shouted, "Is it another burrowing worm? It's slowly approaching." With that, Seonggu stood up from the ground, pursing his lips as he said, "It's probably a worm from the same clutch. We have to kill it too." Jae-seong saw his actions and asked doubtfully, "Hey, what are you doing? You haven't recovered yet." Seonggu looked at him and smiled. He spoke indifferently, "Then we won't refuse and prevent your help." Jae-seong nodded slightly, replying, "Good, leave it to us." Kim-hun said nothing, drawing two swords from his back. Jae-seong also drew his blade, frowning with a smile. "We'll let you witness a simple hunt." Seonggu glanced at Sena behind him. Seeing that she wasn't moving, he frowned in doubt. Is she a non-combatant member? Immediately after, Jae-seong and Kim-hun stood in front of everyone. Jae-seong narrowed his eyes, looking forward, highly focused and ready for battle. The movement underground grew closer to them. With a bang, the ground exploded, and another ugly worm burrowed out from beneath the earth. Seeing it, Arang exclaimed in fright, "It's even bigger than the last one." Seonggu silently observed the worm. He understood all its movements. It'll burrow back underground before attacking. This is the best time to attack because it has no defense. Jae-seong also realized this then. He hastily shouted, "It's trying to burrow underground. No!" With that, he immediately raised his blade, ready to sweep it across. Seonggu couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. Jae-seong slashed his blade towards that worm. The ugly worm was thus cut in half. Arang gaped in surprise. "Meanie, what was that?" Seonggu spoke blankly. The energy core was shot from his sword. Having said that, he fell silent in thought. "Calm down. Even though it happened in an instant, it looked like a skill I once used." Not only Jae-seong's sword energy, but also energies Seonggu wasn't familiar with, were emitted through the energy cores equipped on their swords, instead of having to be emitted from the superpowered individual themselves. At this moment, Meanie suddenly shouted, "It's running away." Jae-seong also realized its intention. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Now!" Kim-hun nodded slightly, acknowledging the command, then charged forward. He plunged his two swords straight into the ugly worm's body. Jae-seong, on his side, also stabbed his blade into its body. At this moment, he hastily shouted, "Hun, don't move, hold it tight." Kim-hun nodded slightly, then tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Not long after, black slime shot out like rain. Seeing this scene, Jae-seong and the other person immediately became happy. Next, the two of them used their strength to slash a cut across the ugly worm's body. Jae-seong then shouted loudly, "We've pierced into its core." Arang heard it and exclaimed in surprise, "The core?" Seonggu slowly explained, "It's the hard shell protecting the nucleus." Jae-seong plunged his sword deeper, shouting ferociously, "Now, pull it out immediately." Yes, Kim-hun immediately acknowledged the command, and both of them pulled their swords out together. Jae-seong once again summoned energy into his blade. Seeing this scene, Seonggu was immediately surprised. He's going to use that skill again. Jae-seong, unaware of what he was thinking, focused on the blade in his hand. Immediately, he attacked fiercely. A beam of energy struck directly into the worm's body, causing it to explode. Its enormous body was smashed into a pulp on the ground, oozing disgusting black slime. The more Seonggu watched, the more horrified he became. Jae Seong was on a completely different level. At this moment, Jae Seong finally withdrew his blade. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "See that? That's what you call hunting." Just as he finished speaking, the ugly worm's head suddenly stirred. Black slime spewed from its mouth, rushing straight towards Jae Seong. He couldn't react in time and was covered head to toe in the slime. By the time the slime soaked into the ground, Jae Seong's body was crawling with small worms. Arang saw this scene and cried out in panic, "What's happening?" Seonggu ran towards Jae Seong, explaining, "Those are parasites from the ugly worm." Very quickly, he reached Jae Seong's side. He was panicking greatly at this moment, his mouth continuously crying for help. "Get them off me." The worms kept swarming all over Jae Seong's body. There were so many that they couldn't be counted in a short time. As Seonggu was pulling them off, he thought to himself, "He killed the worm like a professional. I didn't think he would make a rookie mistake like this." It's not normal for a hunter of Jae Seong's caliber. He didn't understand that he had to kill the ugly worm before it sprayed out parasites. At this moment, Seonggu noticed something. He glanced at Kim Hun and asked, "Why are you just standing there watching?" Kim Hun replied with disgust, "I hate small worms." Seonggu couldn't help but be surprised. After a long moment, he awkwardly said, "Sorry." At this moment, Jae Seong suddenly mumbled something, making him frown in doubt. What the hell is he saying? What the hell is going on with this team? Jae Seong didn't care. He trembled as he raised his hand towards Sena in the distance and called, "Sena, right now." Sena calmly asked, "For what?" Jae Seong became more and more urgent. He quickly shouted, "I'll leave it to you." Sena still didn't act, pouting as she asked, "Are you just making a verbal offer?" Jae Seong then shouted again, "A special meal. I'll give you double." Sena remained unmoved, opening her mouth indifferently. "Oh dear, didn't you say you wouldn't give me anything? I'll get fat if I eat too much." Hearing this, Jae Seong cried out, "What are you actually going to do? I'll die in this condition, please." But as if realizing he was at a disadvantage, he immediately changed his tone. "I was just kidding, just kidding. I'll give you the bonus from the next mission." At this moment, Sena finally nodded in agreement. "You can't take that back, you know." Jae Seong didn't dare to shake his head. He hurriedly urged, "Hurry." Sena was not in a hurry. She calmly stood up from the car. She looked towards Jae Seong and the other person, saying, "You two handsome guys over there, stand back. You're just in the way." Seonggu was stunned, then immediately stepped back. Arang quickly followed. Sena nodded in satisfaction. "That should be enough." Saying that, she raised her hands forward, and in a flash, energy appeared in her hands. At the same time, Jae Seong's body was also enveloped by energy. The worms on his body also disappeared, vanishing into thin air. Jae Seong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sena was healing him. Seonggu only now realized her ability. However, one thing surprised him. Sena could use her power from such a long distance. They were a team he had never seen or heard of before. Sena was still focused on healing Jae Seong. Minnie looked at her with admiration. A moment later, she stopped, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "You're feeling better now." Jae Seong immediately sprang up from the ground. Seonggu was surprised to see this. He asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He sighed and said, "It sucked more out of me than you'd think." He asked in horror, "What's happening here?" Jae Seong winked, pouted, and smiled. The story brought to you by Lee Jae Seong, with the healer, Kwon Sena as the main character. Don't you think so? Seonggu couldn't help but be surprised. He continued to ask doubtfully, "Wait, all of this is a script?" Jae Seong stood up from the ground, laughing as he said, "It was all planned since the ugly worm appeared. Isn't it wonderful?" Saying that, he pointed at Sena, pouting, "I almost died because of her unexpected actions, but this way is quite fun, isn't it?" Seonggu was a bit speechless. After a long hesitation, he continued to ask, "I have a question. What was that sword attack you used earlier?" This made Jae Seong stunned. Once he reacted, he immediately shouted in exasperation, "You don't know anything about energy cores." Seonggu couldn't help but feel perplexed. Seeing this, Jae Seong helplessly shook his head. The path ahead is truly bleak. However, his tone quickly changed. He smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, you'll overcome them. I think we've proven that we're capable of being your instructors, don't you think?" Seonggu was stunned by these words, frowning as he looked at him. A moment later, Jae Seong stood in front of Seonggu and slowly said, "I'll explain the theories first, and Sena will assist me." He said no one could beat Sena in the field of energy core utilization skills. Seonggu listened, then asked doubtfully, "Are you going to teach Orang and me too?" Jae Seong thought for a moment before replying, "Because that boy isn't a psychic. Quality training like this would be meaningless. And it's too early for a magic engineer to learn how to use energy cores." But he said if Seonggu wanted a real fight, he'd need basic physical and combat skills, and since that was Kim Hun's specialty, Jae Seong would leave it to him. Orang had just been thrown to the ground by Kim Hun. However, he didn't let it go, speaking indifferently once more. Meanwhile, Jisung was diligently instructing Seonggu. "Now, let's begin our lesson. We'll go over the foundational knowledge first. You've heard about the classification of psychic powers, haven't you?" Seonggu calmly replied, "They're divided into 6 different areas: physical enhancement, supernatural abilities, magic engineering, spirits, and monster control." He nodded indifferently. Jisung quickly continued, "Those are the most common aspects of psychic power. They're called innate characteristics. And the energy core each psychic possesses will change based on their unique characteristics. That's why some people have physical enhancements, while others can use firepower." Seonggu listened, then asked doubtfully, "Are you talking about unique characteristics?" Jisung didn't answer. A stream of energy appeared in his hand. Seeing it, Seonggu's eyes immediately widened in surprise. Jisung slowly explained, "However, if you don't go through this transformation process, you'll be able to unleash the original energy core. This is what we call common characteristics." Seonggu understood after hearing this. It was similar to his Moon Shadow Sword and Exploding Sword. He had gathered the original energy cores inside his sword and then unleashed them. Thinking this, Seonggu nodded and replied, "Common characteristics are great." But no sooner had he finished speaking than Jisung indifferently opened his mouth. "But there's another reason why common characteristics are just as important. They are directly related to increasing the number of your energy cores." He said that if Seonggu knew how to use common characteristics, he would gradually be able to increase the number of his energy cores. Just like the games that appeared before the Great Flood, each increase would also level him up. At this moment, Senna spoke up, "When we talk about development, we usually think about accumulating experience or increasing skill stats. But if you use common characteristics, the core energy can develop on its own." Seonggu frowned upon hearing this. "So, can I combine the energy of all the powers I have into one? If you keep absorbing power, you'll be able to develop a second part or even more." While Seonggu was thinking, Jisung smiled and said, "Well then, let's stop talking and start practicing. Focus and hit this thing with everything you've got." Alright, Seonggu nodded slightly, summoning energy into his palm. His gaze sharpened. Then he punched the car in front of him, thus creating a large hole. Jisung nodded slightly and said, "Not bad, but this isn't what I'm looking for." Seonggu frowned slightly and asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Jisung didn't explain much. He glanced at Senna and called her. She immediately understood and jumped out of the car. In a flash, she was beside Seonggu, casually asking, "Should we try it here?" With that, she suddenly grabbed Seonggu's hand, apologetically saying, "Excuse me." Seonggu didn't understand. He stared at her blankly. Senna asked in a low voice, "When you punched, did you feel any energy flow in your hand?" Seonggu didn't answer. She continued, "Don't think about using your muscular strength. Instead, Senna, think about the energy flowing down from where my fingers are moving." She said, moving to fingers and then putting that energy into his palm. Then it stopped at Seong-gu's palm. Fearing Seong-gu wouldn't understand, Sena continued to explain, of course, it's not easy to understand immediately. Or, try to put energy into your fingertips and then release it. Just imagine you're flicking someone's forehead. Seong-gu looked down at his hand after hearing that. Following Sena's words, he concentrated energy into his finger. Then he directly shot it at the car in front of him. Seong-gu couldn't help but stare blankly at the scene before him, and even Sena was equally surprised. Jisoo also stared stunned at this scene. A hole appeared on the car window, with cracks around it, as if a bullet had passed through. After reacting, Sena exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, there's a whole hole." Jisung also widened his eyes and muttered, "Did he shoot that?" While they were bewildered, Seong-gu doubtfully asked, "Did I do it right?" Jisung glanced at him and stammered, "You did it right, but this." Sena also looked at Seong-gu in confusion, hesitantly asking, "Did you really feel the flow?" Seong-gu nodded without hesitation, replying, "I did." Jisung narrowed his eyes, observing him. After a long while, he sighed helplessly and said, "This will surely make Kim Bu-shik furious. But you really should think about going to the main headquarters." Seong-gu frowned and asked, "Are you talking about the node headquarters?" Jisung pouted and said, "Is there any other main headquarters? I despise the main headquarters, but their development program is no joke." He continued to explain amid Seong-gu's confusion, "Honestly, for the sake of District 17, it would be good if you stayed here. But if you think about your self-development, you could also choose to go in that direction." Seong-gu thought for a moment and then asked, "But what do you mean when you say the branch manager will go crazy?" Jisung clicked his tongue and replied, "That? Kim Bu-shik also despises the main headquarters." Seong-gu frowned and pondered after hearing that. Even the branch manager, who is familiar with Node, despises the main headquarters. He still couldn't figure out what the problem was. Jisung continued, "We'll talk about the main headquarters again. I trust you and told you that, so don't turn around and spread that nonsense." So after that, Seong-gu trained with Jisung. A few days later, following his instructions, he focused the energy within his body. Immediately after, Seong-gu's eyes became sharp. He shouted loudly, "Moon Shadow Sword," then directly swung a sword. The sword light swiftly slashed towards a nearby pillar. He didn't stop there, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Seong-gu quickly charged forward. Next, he struck another sword blow, and the red sword light rushed forth with wine-tearing momentum. With a loud bang, the house in front became a pile of rubble. Seong-gu withdrew his sword and let out a sigh of relief. He trained a little more, then returned. Upon entering the room, he only saw Minnie and asked doubtfully, "Where's Arang?" Minnie gently shook her head and replied, "Brother Arang has been acting strangely lately. I even told him to come back soon. Except for when we train, I don't know where he is or what he's doing." Seong-gu thought for a moment and then asked, "Does he have a girlfriend?" Minnie pouted and replied, "It would be great if that were true. With his temperament, it would be a relief if he didn't cause any trouble." At this moment, the door behind them suddenly made a sound, causing Seong-gu to flinch slightly and glance back. Then he raised an eyebrow and chuckled. It seems he knows we're talking about him. But no one came in from outside. It seemed like someone had just passed by. Seong-gu hurriedly ran out to open the door and look. He only saw a piece of paper left on the door. He picked it up to read it. In an instant, his expression immediately darkened. On the other side, in a small house, Arang was tied up here in the darkness. Someone's deep voice echoed, "Is that guy coming?" Another person shook their head and replied, "Who knows?" Then, glancing at Arang, he chuckled, "If he doesn't want to lose his only younger brother, then he'll come." Hearing these words, Arang struggled, wanting to say something, but his mouth was taped shut, making it impossible to utter any complete words. A moment later, Jamie led Seong-gu to a house not far from Sector 17. Seong-gu glanced at Jamie and said, "You can go now. I'll take care of it from here." Okay, Jamie didn't think much of it, nodded, and then left. Seong-gu took a deep breath, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. He slowly entered the house, but the sight before him made him freeze on the spot. A group of people stood surrounding Orang, who was tied up. The person sitting on the chair raised an eyebrow and sneered. The guide, "Ha!" Orang, bruised and battered, looked up at Seonggu. Seeing his condition, Seonggu anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Orang gently shook his head, his eyes filled with worry. Confirming the boy was fine, Seonggu glared at the group and questioned, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, one of them immediately cursed in dissatisfaction. Who does this arrogant bastard think he is? But before he could finish, the guy sitting on the chair coldly cut him off. "Hey, who's sticking their nose in?" These words made the guy who had just spoken tremble with fear and immediately shut up. That guy didn't pay attention, stood up from the chair, and said indifferently, "Do you remember how you treated my Junhai? It hasn't been that long. How could you have forgotten about it already?" Saying that, he pointed towards Orang and smirked, saying, "I was really annoyed trying to figure out how to deal with you. But just at the right time, this kid from your side came here by himself." Seonggu understood clearly after hearing that. So this guy is Hunsu. He opened his mouth in a low voice. "So that's why you called me out here. I'm here, so let the child go." Hunsu unconsciously let out a cold snort. Oh, this scene is so touching it's bringing tears to my eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked up to Seonggu and then slapped him. Hunsu said indifferently, "Don't you understand your current situation? How dare you hold your head up so confidently?" He said he was just a stupid bastard who couldn't even take care of himself. So how could he protect others? Orang, seeing this from behind, immediately yelled, "Stop!" But as soon as the kid finished speaking, Hunsu charged over from the other side. This startled Orang, but there was nothing he could do. He was kicked by Hunsu, and his body was sent flying. Hunsu retracted his leg, angrily cursing, "Who does this fresh-mouthed brat think he is, interrupting adults? So disrespectful." Seonggu looked up from the ground, saw Orang being hit, and quickly spoke to stop him. "Don't touch the child." Seonggu's words, however, enraged that bastard Hunsu. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "This bastard." Next, he spat out a liquid from his mouth, but luckily Seonggu dodged it in time. When he looked closely, a disgusting green liquid appeared on the ground. He furrowed his brows in horror. A superpowered person's poison-spitting ability? No, he must have hidden a weapon in his mouth. He's a dirty bastard from head to toe. Just then, the voice echoed in Seonggu's mind again, "Kill him." Seonggu heard it and cursed under his breath. Kill him? For something this simple, as a guide, I've experienced this many times. But this displeased the voice. Its tone mixed with anger as it questioned, "Why do you keep hiding your strength? Do you really have to ignore a piece of trash like him?" It told him to kill Hunsu, and then proudly reveal the truth that he had awakened his powers, so no one would bother him anymore. While Seonggu was wrestling with the voice, that bastard Hunsu threw a punch. This time, Seonggu reached out and caught it, leaving Hunsu's subordinates dumbfounded. Hunsu also froze, trembling as he asked, "You blocked it?" Seonggu narrowed his eyes at him and said indifferently, "Please stop, Hunter Kanghu." However, this only infuriated Hunsu further. He fiercely yelled, "This damn guy definitely wants to die. Because the branch manager favors you, you don't know your place, do you?" Unfortunately, despite his aggression, his hand couldn't break free. This made Hunsu's eyes widen in disbelief. Even now, his hand was still trembling incessantly. Clearly, his strength was no match for Seonggu's. Sweat beads began to form on Hunsu's forehead. He pursed his lips and ordered, "This bastard, aren't you going to let go?" At this moment, the voice in Seonggu's head spoke again. "Alright, we'll use this guy as an example." Seonggu hesitated for a moment, then reached down and pulled out the knife by his leg. But before he could do anything, an unexpected anomaly occurred. Orang had rushed over from a distance and head-butted Seonggu's arm. He yelled in confusion, "Orang, what are you doing?" Orang looked up at Seonggu, his eyes full of pleading. "Brother, please." Seonggu looked at the kid, then silently released Hunsu's hand after a moment. But that jerk was completely ungrateful, and punched him in the face. Seong-gu was caught off guard and spat out blood. He spat out the blood in his mouth, his face a little grim. Seeing that, Hansu immediately trembled, but then Seong-gu suddenly bowed to him and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hunter, please forgive me." Hansu trembled, looking at him, his lips pressed tightly, unable to utter a word. A moment later, he collected himself and spoke. "Even if Junhee didn't say anything specific, she's very smart. It would be best if you act carefully from now on." Seong-gu casually replied, "I'll keep that in mind." With that, he turned and left. Aang quickly followed, but Hansu reminded him, "Kid, it'd be best if you ensure you don't attract unnecessary attention." His subordinates saw this and were displeased, noisily asking, "Boss, are you really going to let them just leave?" Seong-gu didn't care and politely said, "Thank you, we'll be going now." Seeing this, the subordinates ran to stop them, aggressively wanting to teach Seong-gu a lesson. They kept talking in his ear, making Hansu angrily shout, "Can you all just shut up, you bastards?" He knew that if Aang hadn't stopped Seong-gu, his arm would have been shattered. He was just a regular guide, but his strength was truly unbelievable. Outside, as soon as Seong-gu stepped out, he gave Aang a bright smile. Then he said gratefully, "Well done, thank you for stopping me. If you hadn't, I would have gotten into trouble and been exiled." Saying that, Seong-gu sighed helplessly. "If that happened, I wouldn't be able to face the branch manager." Aang rubbed his aching hand, then calmly said, "You're the one who taught me that guides need to make rational decisions in all situations. I'm just applying what you taught me." Seong-gu nodded slightly. Then he asked, "But how did you get caught by those guys?" Aang turned and walked, answering as he went, "I was just wandering around, saying I was looking for mission requests. Then I went near their hideout and they noticed me." Seong-gu frowned and asked again, "So you've been gathering information this whole time?" Aang hesitated a bit before answering, "I'm the only human in the NIPS squad. If I don't want to be kicked out for not having a psychic's ability, I should at least properly fulfill my guide duties." Seong-gu knew what the kid was thinking and helplessly advised, "You don't need to risk your life like that. From now on, you just need to slowly build it up." But Seong-gu hadn't finished speaking when Aang interrupted, "No." Seong-gu stared at the kid, stunned for a moment. The kid then firmly opened his mouth. "For psychics like you, none of you need to hold back. But after we met Code Blue, I truly understood my place." The kid said that Seong-gu was hiding his abilities because the team was hiding, but Aang really had no abilities at all. "Before Minnie starts looking down on me, I need to get stronger and continue my responsibilities properly." Seong-gu felt a little helpless after hearing that, sighing, "Not all psychics look down on those who haven't awakened." Aang asked with some defiance, "After being treated like that by King Hansu, can you still say that ordinary people are inferior to psychics? Isn't that the hierarchy notes created?" Seong-gu didn't answer, just narrowed his eyes at the kid. Aang didn't know that he used to be a normal person and had only awakened recently. He was a frog who had forgotten his days as a tadpole and was simply saying something that made his own mind comfort. Abel. Recalling the day before he left, Jizong had pulled Seong-gu aside and warned him, "Don't trust notes, not everything is as it seems." Seong-gu frowned in silence. "Notes hierarchy, huh?" A moment later, Seong-gu and the other finally returned. He looked at Minnie, who was in the room, and asked doubtfully, "Where's the branch manager?" Minnie immediately jumped up from her chair, turned to look at him and replied, "He just left with Jamie." Then she saw Rang's bruised face and asked doubtfully, "What happened to your face?" Seong-gu gently shook his head and requested, "Bandage him up." Minnie quickly acknowledged the order. He continued, "And I was about to tell the branch manager about eliminating King Hansu." He hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Kim Hun sitting on a chair, his figure looking a bit lonely. He hesitated before calling out, "Hunter Hun." Kim Hun immediately looked up, pressed his lips together, and said, "Yes, it's me, Hunter Seong-gu." Seong-gu looked at him doubtfully and asked, "Aren't you on a mission? Where are Hunter Jizong and Hunter Senna?" Kim Hun hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Something happened. Please help me. Seon-gu was a little stunned and quickly sat down beside him, reassuring him, please calm down and explain what happened. Only then can I understand. Kim Hun frowned slightly and sighed. The leader was attacked. Seon-gu was even more confused. Jisung is at least a level 7 awakened. Who could attack him? While he was thinking, Kim Hun continued, we also received a request from the branch manager. Seon-gu frowned slightly and asked, what was the request? Kim Hun hesitated for a moment before replying. It was to hunt down murderers. Hearing this, Seon-gu couldn't help but tremble. That's it. Recalling earlier, Bisik had sought out Seon-gu and handed him a stack of documents, calmly stating, that's the request. Seon-gu frowned and asked, what about the description? Bisik calmly replied, it's the murder hunt mission you wanted. Seon-gu then opened the stack of documents and looked at them. After a long moment, he voiced his suspicion. Among these murderers, the proportion of awakened is unusually high. Bisik calmly replied, they are not ordinary murderers. Members of the Assault Legion have started to revolt. The leader of Area 14's assault force confronted his subordinate, who had revolted and killed 2 team members, and then the leader killed all the other subordinates. Seon-gu didn't understand. Why would they confront each other? Although this is a suspicious request, there's no information about the reason for the rebellion. At this moment, Bisik asked again, do you want to do it? Seon-gu hesitated for a moment before replying, I'm not sure. There's too little information. It would be very difficult to confront an awakened like that. And we don't even know their abilities. Seon-gu said he felt this request was a bit dangerous and the 3 of them weren't skilled enough yet. Bisik nodded slightly in agreement. I agree. To gain more experience fighting awakened by risking your lives. It's like putting the cart before the horse, isn't it? Seon-gu couldn't help but be stunned. He understands why I refused this request, doesn't he? Before he could say anything, Bisik continued, I understand. I'll assign it to someone else. Seon-gu suddenly spoke up, but it's a very flawed request. It's very shady. Bisik glanced at him and coldly said, as you said, since there are still many unknowns, forget about this request. I understand. Seon-gu nodded slightly. Does the branch manager consider it an unstable request, or was it only given to Code Blue? Breaking free from the past, Seon-gu frowned and asked, what happened next? Kim Hun recounted with a slightly sad tone, it's been for days since we received that mission. For days ago, the 3 of Jisung headed towards a wasteland. Sena glanced at Jisung and asked, it seems you know the commander I killed? Jisung calmly replied, I was acquainted with him back at the training center. He was incredibly kind and very talented. Sena listened and then asked doubtfully, so that's why this is the first time we've heard of him? Jisung replied while walking, he was part of an underground assault force like us, but for Area 14. Sena frowned slightly and muttered, I know the leader was expelled from the training center because he caused trouble, right? But how could someone as kind and high-ranking as him become part of an underground force? Yet Jisung fell silent after hearing these words. Seeing his expression, Sena immediately panicked. Had she made a joke in the wrong place? Thinking of this, she quickly changed the subject. Anyway, isn't this report too superficial? There's no information about the mutants at all. At this moment, Jisung replied, Area 14 is behind this. They sent people to pursue but failed, so that's why we have to take on this request. He said if they also failed, they would have to transfer it to the Public Investigation Organization, but he also thought those people would just ignore it when it came to mutants. Sena couldn't help but asked doubtfully, what? Jisung calmly replied, that's also why Kim Bisik is still keeping our identities a secret. The headquarters will find out he's secretly collecting mutant energy. Sena understood the problem upon hearing this. So it's because they also belong to Area 14's underground force. So they're also afraid of being caught for treason, right? Jisung nodded slightly. That's right. The note has forbidden private military organizations. While the two were talking, Kim Hun, who was walking ahead, suddenly signaled to stop. Jisung and the other immediately stopped. They saw him suddenly sit on the ground, seemingly checking something. Jisung walked over and asked, "What is it?" Kim Han replied in a low voice, "It's the killer's trace." Hearing this, Jisung was immediately startled and quickly suggested, "Let's go to a place where we can scout." Then he pointed towards a building in the distance and said, "That place looks fine." Soon after, the three quickly moved on, and they stayed in that building for 4 days. Aring frowned upon hearing this and asked back, "For days?" Kim Han did not answer. Seon-gu continued to ask, "And the killers still haven't shown up?" At this, he nodded and replied, "That's right." When Senna said it had been a long time since she had showered and started complaining, the three of them continued to guard on the rooftop of the building. And finally, there was a discovery. Kim Han saw something. Jisung also quickly used his binoculars to check. Indeed, he saw someone walking towards them. Jisung quickly turned around and left. "They've shown up. Let's go." The three hid at the foot of the building. Senna asked in a low voice, "What should we do?" Jisung seriously ordered, "Observe them and then attack simultaneously. If they are patrol soldiers, they will be mid-level or lower." At the same time, the masked person seemed to glance around. Then he stepped into the building. But as soon as he stepped inside, he was overwhelmed and knocked unconscious. A moment later, he woke up, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself tied up. Jisung and Senna were standing in front of him. Jisung narrowed his eyes at him and slowly opened his mouth. "You're awake. Now we're going to ask you a few questions." Then he took out a knife, snorted coldly as a warning. "See this small knife? If you dare to scream or do anything, I'll show you its use immediately. First question, is this your base?" The man tried to struggle free, but it was no use. Finally, he began to accept the truth and asked back indifferently, "Are you from the NOTE headquarters?" These words made Jisung displeased. "We're the ones asking here. It seems you're evading the question. So this is your base too, isn't it? Next question. Why did you betray Menem?" Hearing these words, the masked man frowned immediately and asked in a deep voice, "So you're not from headquarters. Where are you from?" Replied indifferently, "Area 17, the masked man nodded clearly. "So Kim Buksich brought you here?" Involuntarily scoffed. Said coldly, "A punk like you knows so much, huh? Who are you?" The masked man feigned ignorance. "Who? What are you talking about? Why do you keep asking such stupid questions?" Got angrier the more he listened. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "What? This bastard. It's been a long time since I met a punk who doesn't know their place." Just then, the masked man's eyes suddenly glowed. Caught off guard, his eyes quickly changed color too. His body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Senna, standing behind him, was startled by this sight. Called out wordly, "Leader!" Kim Han heard the sound and poked his head in from outside. He had recognized the problem. He quickly shouted, "Senna, get out of the way, quickly!" Senna still didn't understand anything, her eyes filled with confusion. At the same time, an unexpected action occurred. Stabbed Senna in the stomach. She asked with a trembling voice, "Leader!" However, at this moment, S eyes were empty and lifeless. Kim Han immediately rushed forward when he saw this scene. He kicked, sending him flying back, crashing hard into the wall behind. Kim Han didn't care about. He ran over and pulled the knife from Senna's waist. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Senna pouted slightly and spoke, "How could I be okay?" Kim Han became even more urgent. "Hurry, press it hard." Senna obeyed and pressed her hand firmly on the wound. She pleaded tremblingly, "Please help me with first aid." Kim Han nodded slightly. Then he took out the first aid kit. He quickly poured it onto Senna's wound. After finishing, Kim Han sighed and spoke, "The first aid kit can only provide initial care for you. I think you'll have to heal yourself with your own power." Senna glanced at him. She pursed her lips and said, "I guess I'll have to do that then." As soon as she finished speaking, energy appeared in her hand, beginning to heal her wound. At the same time, someone rushed over from afar. Kim Han realized this. He bit his lip fiercely. Then he immediately turned and used his hand to block. Kim Hun's strength was considerable, directly pushing the attacker back. However, if one looked closely, Kim Hun's arm was also injured. Before he even had time to breathe, a cold blade rushed towards him. It was attacking Kim Hun. Kim Hun initially just wanted to avoid it. He didn't expect him to use a blade. He urgently shouted, "If you keep doing that, I'll have to fight back seriously." Having said that, Kim Hun reached for the two swords on his back. Energy was also summoned in his hand. The other side also summoned an energy core into his blade. Kim Hun frowned slightly and fell silent. How could he possibly win a fight when there are cores like these? But with his fighting energy, he wasn't inferior at all. Thinking of this, Kim Hun rushed forward. His aura was extremely fierce, as if he wanted to fight to the death with. At the same time, since this aura immediately became alert, waiting for Kim Hun to get close. He then unleashed a few sword strikes. Continuous rumbling sounds echoed in the small house. Meanwhile, Kim Hun and had created distance between them. However, neither of them stopped. Again gripped his saber tightly and slashed forward. Kim Hun hastily used his dual swords to block. Did not let go of his saber. Kim Hun pursed his lips and defended. But not long after, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Eventually, he was forced to one knee. Kim Hun frowned slightly and fell silent. He thought he'd be a bit slow because of the hypnosis, but he didn't reveal any weakness at all. Also didn't let go. Gripping the hilt of his saber, he slowly pushed Kim Hun to the ground. As energy was too strong, Kim Hun couldn't resist for long. Pressed Kim Hun's dual swords to the ground. Kim Hun tried to break free but couldn't. He was thrown to the ground just like that. At this moment, Kim Hun immediately kicked out, quickly caught it. The two continued to exchange a few more moves, but not long after, Kim Hun was thrown flying. His body slammed hard onto the ground. A streak of blood immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looked down from the building. His eyes were still blank as before. Lifted his leg, wanting to jump down. But at this moment, something seemed to hold him back. It's Senna. He didn't know when she had run over and grabbed his hand. She spoke with a trembling voice. "Leader, please wake up." His eyes still showed no emotion. He raised his blade, intending to strike Senna. Seeing this, Kim Hun immediately panicked and shouted, "Don't!" Unfortunately, it fell on deaf ears. Senna didn't run either. She still held onto his hand tightly. Before his blade could strike, a deep voice interrupted. "Stop!" It was the masked man. He had untied himself. He spoke coldly. "Healers are rare. Capture her alive." Senna couldn't help but murmur in panic. When did he get untied? While she was dazed. He struck her on the back of the neck. Senna was knocked unconscious just like that. The masked man also walked to the large opening in front to check. But at this moment, there was no one on the ground. He snorted in disdain. "You little rats." After hearing Kim Hun's account, Arung couldn't help but laugh. "I'm quite disappointed with Hunter Hun. His comrade was captured and brainwashed, but he ran away alone." Seong-gu shook his head in disagreement. "No! He did very well to escape that psychic esper. Just imagine if Hunter Hun had also been brainwashed." Arung couldn't help but ask in surprise. "A psychic esper?" Seong-gu slowly explained. "That's what they call those who have hypnotic abilities. Honestly, I think it's really difficult now." After hearing that, Arung asked, full of doubt, "So what are you going to do?" Seong-gu didn't answer but asked back, "Arung, what do you think?" Arung thought for a moment before answering. "What's there to think about? We have to save them. Even if the leader was a bit difficult, he still helped us train, and we used to be a team." But Seong-gu shook his head and said, "That answer isn't right. A leader must always prioritize everyone's safety. To save one teammate in danger, you have to sacrifice others, wouldn't you?" Arung was stunned after hearing that. After a long moment, she reacted and nodded. Seong-gu looked into the distance again. He slowly began to speak. "But I'm thinking about saving you." Arung looked at him, not understanding. He calmly explained, "The leader and Hunter Senna are both talented espers. If both of them are brainwashed and manipulated, they will be a threat to us in the future. Even though Seong-gu had reached that conclusion, he still needed to reconsider, because it would be very difficult to get support. The more Aring listened, the more confused she became. However, Seong-gu calmly continued, because in this incident, there's a very high chance the underground force will be exposed. Aring will be in charge of the meeting. Minnie, please prepare the weapons. The two kids immediately nodded. Seong-gu continued. After deciding to keep the underground forces operations and rescue team members a secret, many things happened, and there were many other options, so the branch leader entrusted the decision-making power to me. Having said that, he immediately suggested, "We'll leave tomorrow morning." After their discussion, the three looked into the distance. Their long journey was about to begin. Now that the veteran assault force has been annihilated, Area 17 is in great crisis. The situation is very critical, but Seong-gu still didn't know if the two of them could handle it. The next day, the four of them, including Seong-gu, set off. Of course, Kim Hun was leading the way. Kim Hun walked in front. He glanced back and saw Aring had a small box on his back. He asked doubtfully, "What are you carrying on your back?" Aring narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "This one? This thing is very hard to find. You'll understand when you see it that day." Kim Hun said nothing more after hearing that. The atmosphere fell silent once again. Seong-gu walked at the back. He seemed to be thinking about something. He was remembering the days he trained with. Seong-gu was practicing his sword on one side, continuously instructed. The energy Seong-gu released at that time wasn't much, and it only appeared for a moment before disappearing. Seeing this scene, he cursed irritably. "Damn it!" Wasn't discouraged. He calmly suggested, "Is it not okay? Try again." With that said, he also drew his saber. Then immediately after, both simultaneously struck out with a sword. Two streams of energy quickly appeared. The sword gleam struck directly at the wall in front of them. Seong-gu gasped twice. He asked doubtfully, "Still failed?" Didn't answer. He gestured for him to wait a moment. At that very moment, the wall in front of them suddenly exploded. Seong-gu exclaimed in surprise, "That's amazing!" He glanced at him and asked, "Do you know where the difference is?" Seong-gu thought for a moment before answering, "I don't know. If there's a difference, is it because you shouted the skill's name?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Are you only interested in that? You've already seen something cool like that." Seong-gu looked at him doubtfully. He asked confusedly, "Do you really always have to shout like that? This isn't like some manhwa games before the catastrophe, is it?" Hearing that, he clicked his tongue and spoke, "Hey, I don't do it just because I don't want to. Are you listening to orders?" Seong-gu frowned slightly and asked back, "Orders?" He slowly explained, "To face advanced demonic beasts, you need to think of a core to expand throughout your entire body. But in an emergency, you won't be able to sense the movement of the core and utilize it well." Seong-gu frowned slightly. He asked vaguely, "So that's how you shortened the process by saying the skill's name?" He nodded indifferently. He replied calmly, "That's right. First, you have to choose how you'll use the core, then perform it, and give it a name." He said that each time Seong-gu uses that skill, he only needs to shout its name to increase its power. Saying that, he put the knife back on his shoulder. He raised an eyebrow and suggested, "If you don't believe me, you can try naming it." In his mind, try naming the process of using the Crescent Sword Phoenix Moonblade, for example. Seong-gu nodded slightly. So both of them started thinking of names for the move. Perhaps he felt you were thinking for too long. He spoke up again. "It's really important if you want to tame it. And then when you swing your sword, shout Phoenix Moonblade." Seong-gu thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right." He took a deep breath, gripping his sword with both hands. He began to summon energy. Next, Seong-gu let out a loud shout. "Phoenix Moonblade," he shouted and swung his arm down. A powerful sword ray, tearing through the air, flew straight forward, directly causing the wall in front of it to explode. Seong-gu stared at this sight, completely dumbfounded. then spoke up with a laugh. "Oh my, I can't hear anymore. No wonder you told me that." With that said, he patted Seonggu's shoulder reassuringly. "Even though it was a bit difficult, you did well. I think you're pretty good at linking your skills. You'll soon have a command of your own." Even though he hadn't reached that level yet, he thought Seonggu would be able to do it. Escaping the past, Seonggu had spent years trying to get information like an instructor, but he learned more in just 1 week with him. He needed him to get stronger. Thinking of this, Seonggu couldn't help but clench his fists. He didn't expect to be captured by those murderers. Just then, Kim Hun, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Then he slowly spoke. "Careful, everyone. We've arrived." The four cautiously stepped into the building where the group had previously been ambushed. After a moment of checking, Aran came forward and spoke. "Just as we thought. They completely left because this place has been exposed." Seonggu frowned and asked. Kim Hun slowly opened his mouth. Aran saw the branch in his hand and quickly suggested. Kim Hun didn't mind and handed the branch in his hand to Aran. The stench that rose immediately made Aran unbearable. The boy grumbled disgustedly. At this moment, Seonggu spoke up again. Aran nodded, accepting the order, then put down the box on his back. The boy slowly opened the box, then put the branch inside. After finishing everything, Aran excitedly exclaimed. Hearing this, Seonggu immediately ordered. Aran and the other quickly obeyed. At this moment, a surge of energy appeared in Seonggu's hand. Without hesitation, he shot towards the box. As soon as the lid of the box was opened, a black rat appeared. Not long after, it opened its eyes. Then, without any warning, it tried to run away. Kim Han, worried it might attack, quickly said, "Is it a demon beast?" Aran shook his head and replied. Seonggu, seeing his reaction, also asked in confusion. Kim Han didn't answer. Seeing this, he didn't press but suggested again. Aran and his companion immediately nodded. The rat suddenly ran in circles on the ground, making Kim Han a little confused. However, not long after, its long nose suddenly pointed straight up at the sky, and it ran off. Seeing this, Aran quickly shouted. Seonggu also quickly chased after it. Kim Han also ran without hesitation. The two people and one rat ran frantically forward like that. Seonggu and the other didn't know where they were running to. But this rat had a clue, and they didn't want to lose track of it. A moment later, the rat suddenly stopped. Then it started sniffing the ground with its nose, while Seonggu and the other just watched it from behind. When it stopped moving, Seonggu walked over and placed his hand on the wall. After a long while, he mumbled suspiciously. Kim Han pressed his lips and said. Seonggu shook his head in disagreement. "It's a scouting demon beast. It can sniff them out. Or did they already know we were coming?" Kim Han frowned and remained silent. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Seonggu felt that made sense. He nodded and said, "Let's see if that's true." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them drew their weapons. Then they split up and ran in two directions. Seonggu ran to an empty room, looking around. He went to a room secured by two wooden planks. He felt something was suspicious. Seonggu observed carefully for a moment, wanting to go check it out. But at this moment, Kim Hun's shout interrupted him. "Hunter Seonggu!" Hearing the sound, Seonggu immediately ran over. He didn't stop until he saw Kim Hun. Moreover, the scene before him made Seonggu considerably startled. He exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Kim Hun had indeed found the demon beast, but also a pile of corpses here. After a moment of bewilderment, Seonggu stepped forward. He went to check each body one by one. After a while, Seonggu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, the leader and Senna aren't here." Kim Hun, regaining his composure, nodded and spoke. "Oh right." After that, he also went to check. Seonggu, following behind, asked suspiciously, "Can you confirm if these are those people?" Kim Hun nodded indifferently, responding, "I memorized their characteristics during the meeting. These are the murderers." Seonggu was a bit surprised and continued to ask, "You've met the puppet master, haven't you? Is he among these?" Kim Hun replied while checking, "I don't know. It's hard to say because they look exactly like they were attacked by some demon beast, but the puppet master isn't here. Seonggu checked the bloodstains on the wall. This was clearly not an attack from a demon beast. The remaining traces were too obvious. He could be sure that the skills they used all had destructive power, but who did this? Thinking this, Seonggu glanced at Kim Hun and said, "We don't even know who they are, but they look like high-level mutants." Kim Hun murmured, "Who on earth would do something like this?" Seonggu nodded slightly, opening his mouth in bewilderment. "So we need to be careful too, right?" It was then that he saw Kim Hun busy with something. He asked suspiciously, "What are you looking for?" Kim Hun replied casually, "I'm checking if there's any blonde girl among them." Seonggu was a bit confused, asking in bewilderment, "What do you mean?" Kim Hun calmly replied, "When the branch manager asked us to chase after the murderers, he also made another request. That was if they found a mutant girl named Lisi during the mission, they had to keep her alive and bring her back because of the puppet master. I didn't tell you about it." Seonggu became even more confused after hearing this. Why would the branch manager ask us to bring back a mutant girl you've never heard of, while there are still so many other problems out there? Is there something hidden behind this? While Seonggu was thinking, Kim Hun spoke up. "What are you going to do now?" He thought for a moment before answering. The puppet master must have left because he thought he wouldn't be able to defeat the hunters. But the bloodstains are still quite fresh, so he couldn't have gone far. When Orang and Minnie returned, he suggested they check around for any clues. Kim Hun nodded in agreement upon hearing that. A moment later, Orang and Minnie finally returned. The four of them had arrived at a dilapidated house. Kim Hun looked into the distance and muttered suspiciously, "A subway, if it's located under the station, then this thing might be related to those demonic beasts." Orang calmly said, "No need to be suspicious, because if there were no human traces, it would be normal, but clearly, there are human footprints at the entrance." Seonggu also nodded in agreement. "That's right. This is a place that pursuers usually avoid because it's extremely unstable." Even though he was being chased, he was still very careful, so this is likely where the puppet master retreated to. After hearing that, Kim Hun drew his twin swords and coldly said, "If he's inside, we just need to rush in, right?" Seeing this action, Orang immediately asked in alarm, "What are you doing?" Kim Hun calmly replied, "Do you want to just sit and watch? The leader and Senna are in danger in there." Orang became even more displeased after hearing that. "We need to be careful. We need to know how many people they have. Learn to be patient." At this moment, Seonggu also spoke indifferently, "If we can't get in, we'll force him out." Hearing these words, Kim Hun and Orang both looked blank, not understanding anything. Seonggu paid no attention to their reactions. He looked at Minnie and instructed, "Minnie, get ready." Hearing these words, Minnie's eyes immediately lit up. Then, from nowhere, the little girl pulled out a large shoulder-mounted cannon. Minnie excitedly laughed and said, "The bazooka ammo preparation is complete." Kim Hun looked at the cannon in confusion, muttering, "It looks reliable, but is it strong enough to attack such a wide area?" Orang snorted and pouted. "Of course, that's enough to lure him out. He usually comes out if something stirs him." While the two were arguing, Minnie glanced over. "That's just a normal bullet." Saying this, she suddenly paused for a moment, then mysteriously winked. Minnie excitedly explained, "But the bullet I made will react to the core's signal, and then it will cause a series of other small magic bullets to explode, so no matter where he hides, he won't be able to escape the explosion." While she was enthusiastically explaining, Seonggu placed a hand on her shoulder, cutting her off. He said indifferently, "All right, Minnie, initiate." Minnie, knowing better, stopped talking, then began to count down. When she counted down to 1, she pulled the trigger directly. A powerful stream of energy shot out from the cannon's muzzle. It flew straight towards the subway in front of them. After that shot, Minnie was thrown back, landing on the ground. But her face was full of joy. She excitedly exclaimed, "This is the art of explosion." Seemingly at the same time, the subway exploded. The small shrapnel, like fireworks, shot into the sky, making Minnie even more excited. Seonggu looked at her in a daze. What did she just say? Or is that Minnie's skill name? However, he quickly dismissed this thought and immediately shouted, Hunter Hun, it's our turn. At his words, Kim Hun quickly charged forward. Near the subway, a figure appeared in the hazy smoke. It was the masked man. The smoke from the explosion stung his eyes, and he muttered in confusion, what just happened? As soon as he saw him, Kim Hun immediately cried out, it's the puppet master. Hearing the sound, the masked man opened his eyes to look, his face full of confusion. Due to the smoke from the blast, he could only see two blurry figures. Seonggu took this opportunity to charge forward wildly. Realizing the situation was not good, the masked man's eyes suddenly lit up. Kim Hun immediately warned, don't look into his eyes. Seonggu immediately closed his eyes. However, he still accurately slashed the masked man's eye with his sword. Fresh blood quickly gushed out, making him fall to his knees in pain. At this moment, Seonggu opened his eyes again and stabbed down with his sword. He stabbed directly into his ankle, making him scream loudly in pain. The two kids, Orang, seeing that the two had succeeded, quickly ran over. Seonggu glanced at the masked man and said, I've already eliminated his hypnosis ability, and I've also severed the nerves in his knee, so he won't be able to escape. Kim Hun nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Seonggu then glanced at the two kids, Orang, and instructed, as for you two, watch him very closely in his current state. You two should be enough, but if he does anything suspicious, take his life immediately. After giving his instructions, Seonggu spoke seriously again. Well, he can't see. We need to save those two right away. Are you ready? Kim Hun nodded slightly, saying firmly, let's go. Without a moment's hesitation, the two rushed inside. The two ran down to the basement, but they had to stop halfway. Something ahead astonished the two of them. Someone came out from inside, wearing dark glasses, and coldly looked at the two, asking, who are you? Seonggu and Kim Hun cautiously backed away. A woman behind the man spoke up, you defeated him. It seems they've come to rescue their friends. Hearing these words, Seonggu and Kim Hun were slightly startled. Before they could react, another man appeared. Did we miss something? Why did you explode it and make so much dust? Moreover, the man was carrying a woman on his shoulder. Kim Hun recognized her at first glance and shouted in panic, Senna. No sooner had he finished speaking than another woman appeared. She scoffed and said, they're not murderers, they're special agents from District 17. The leading man heard this and asked in surprise, really? This made Seonggu even more confused. They know about me. What's going on? Even though this was Seonggu's first time meeting them, how did they know about him? Would fighting this group right now be too reckless? Besides, weren't they the ones who took down the murderers? So Seonggu thought he had no chance of defeating them. The only way to confront them was to admit their identity. Thinking this, Seonggu put away his sword. Then he spoke sincerely, my apologies, we are hunters from Sector 17. We received a mission in Sector 14 to pursue murderers. I don't know whose fault it is, but I think there's been some kind of conflict. Hearing these words, the orange-haired woman pushed the person in her arms away and coldly snorted. Conflict by the rules, only one team is allowed permission. She said if he'd been a long-time hunter, this kind of thing happens often. At this point, that girl suddenly scoffed and questioned, or maybe you've never been a hunter, that's why you're wondering? Seonggu furrowed his brow and thought, is this an attempt to lure him, or do they really not know? It's possible they wouldn't know because the Nips are an underground operation team, but what if they do know and want him to confess? The more he thought, the more confused he got. Seonggu cautiously spoke. We're all telling the truth. Which guild are you with? But the spiky-haired man aggressively snapped. You don't need to know anything. After hearing these words, Kim Hun was a little startled and about to act. But Seonggu stopped him and he slowly spoke. I understand, so let's settle this way. That person is my teammate who is currently injured and unconscious. Seonggu said if they return his teammate to him, he promises to withdraw gently, and the mission and those murderers will all belong to them. Hearing this, the short-haired woman behind him couldn't help but scoff disdainfully. It seems you still don't quite understand your place, do you? Nothing here belongs to you. Seong-gu grew increasingly worried. This situation was indeed not as easy as he thought. Seeing Seong-gu fall silent, the orange-haired woman smiled and said, "You understand now, don't you? Then we'll take the murderer's leader, this mission, and your teammate, okay?" That was an unreasonable condition, but Seong-gu needed to avoid confronting them. In this situation, he really didn't know what to do. As the two groups were at a standstill, a voice suddenly rang out. "Please spare my teammate." Everyone simultaneously looked behind them. It turned out the person who spoke was Jizong. He had regained consciousness. His body was just a little shaky, and he spoke, pressing his lips together. "Let Senna go, you bastards." The short-haired woman coldly snorted, looking at him, and pouted, saying, "Look, we told you already. You're wrong for siding with these murderers. I don't want to hurt you anymore, so stop begging." But Jizong still insisted. This angered the short-haired woman, and in a flash, she lunged forward. She placed the sword against Jizong's neck and coldly spoke, "You really don't listen to us at all, do you?" Seong-gu was a little startled by this sudden turn of events. But that wasn't all. A figure had already darted past him. Kim-hun, seeing his comrade with a sword at his throat, also charged to attack. Seong-gu bit his lip fiercely. This was the worst-case scenario. It couldn't be salvaged. Thinking this, he immediately turned and shouted loudly, requesting support. The two kids, Aring and Minnie, immediately followed orders, one knocking an arrow, the other preparing to fire. Seeing this scene, the other group was a little stunned. In a flash, the arrow carrying an energy core, along with a cannonball, shot out, simultaneously with Seong-gu. The pink-haired woman and the one-eyed man hastily used their energy to defend themselves. Seong-gu felt this was a good opportunity. He needed to take down that one-handed man. He was right there. But before Seong-gu could even rush forward, a rope, coming from nowhere, tightly wrapped around his leg, leaving Seong-gu stunned, frozen in place. At the same time, his body was thrown up to the tunnel ceiling. The one who struck was the orange-haired woman. She let out a cold snort. How audacious! Seong-gu was thrown to the ground by her rope, but he didn't give up. Seong-gu immediately stood up, gripping his sword tightly and shouting, "Half Moon." Unfortunately, just as he was about to strike down, the orange-haired woman's rope flew out again, tightly wrapping around his sword, thereby directly knocking it out of Seong-gu's hand. After doing so, the woman again let out a disdainful cold snort. "Is that your pet's name or something? Why do you call out its name every time you need it?" This scene startled Seong-gu. He mumbled, pressing his lips together, "Damn it, my sword." Just then, Aring shouted, "Let me help you." Saying that, he immediately fired a supporting arrow. Minnie also quickly fired her cannon. The cannonball and arrow shot through the air with great force, heading towards the two people. However, their speed was much faster. They quickly created a protective shield, blocking the two kids' attacks. With a bang, the cannonball exploded, sending smoke and dust everywhere, obscuring their vision. The orange-haired woman angrily cursed, "These troublesome brats." The one-eyed man exclaimed in surprise, "Who are they? Are they using artifacts from the regular soldiers?" The orange-haired woman didn't answer. She noticed a problem and cried out in shock, "Wait, where did the instructor go?" The one-eyed man also realized it, muttering in a low voice, "Just noticed that." Huh? It seemed to be at the same time Seong-gu had closed in on him. Just a little more and he would hit him. But just as he was about to strike, the one-eyed man managed to dodge in time. He let out a cold snort. "Oh my, if you want to save her so badly, then catch her." As soon as he finished speaking, the one-eyed man threw center. Seong-gu was startled by this sight. He had no time to do anything. Senna's entire body crashed into his. The one-eyed man narrowed his eyes at Seong-gu, preparing to rush in and attack. Seong-gu thought if he wanted to block that attack, he'd need to use his energy shield, right? However, even though Seong-gu had already used his energy shield, the other man's fist still came flying. but it stopped right in front of him without striking down. While Seong-gu was confused, the one-eyed man spoke again. "You asked to release her, and I handed her over, but it seems she's become a burden to you, hasn't she?" As soon as these words ended, the orange-haired woman also approached. She sneered, "Too bad for you, instructor." Just then, Minnie suddenly shouted, "Seong-gu Appa." This made the man startled and turn his head. He saw Minnie aiming her shot towards the side. The little girl fiercely shouted, "Art explosion." Then she directly pulled the trigger. A cannonball quickly flew out, scaring the two of them out of their wits. Seong-gu was afraid he'd also be blown to bits, so he hurriedly used an energy shield to cover himself and Senna. With a bang, the entire basement exploded. Arang and Minnie quickly got out of the way. The entire basement was covered in black smoke, with figures obscured by the mist. At the same time, Seong-gu had shielded Senna, and with the energy shield, they were fine. The other two were no exception. They weren't significantly affected. Seong-gu heard the commotion and glanced over. The orange-haired woman angrily cursed, "We almost lost our lives. That was really scary." Immediately, Seong-gu's eyes widened in shock as he muttered, "You are." Because of the explosion, the woman's glasses had fallen off. It was Run-hee. She raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Instructor, hello there." Seong-gu never dreamed he'd meet this woman here. He remembered earlier, he had held her hand to ascertain her identity. Run-hee had also teased him, causing a conflict between them and almost leading to a fight, and Run-hee was a hunter. While Seong-gu was still thinking, she spoke. "It seems you remember who I am, don't you? We've met before." Saying that, Run-hee directly threw away the broken glasses in her hand. But at this moment, an explosion occurred right in front of the two of them. Run-hee couldn't help but angrily curse, "Hey, kid, that's enough." But as soon as she finished speaking, she didn't see anyone in front of her anymore. Seong-gu took advantage of Run-hee talking and ran off with Senna. He didn't understand what was happening. Why was Run-hee here? But never mind, Seong-gu didn't really need to know the reason. As long as they didn't follow him, it would be fine. He would be at a huge disadvantage having to fight while carrying someone like that. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. The one-eyed man quickly caught up behind Seong-gu. He glanced at Seong-gu, clearly not wanting him to take the person away. Seong-gu's expression instantly turned serious. The one-eyed man then raised his leg to gather momentum. He flew directly into the air. Then he kicked Seong-gu straight in the body. Seong-gu and Senna were kicked back down into the basement. Run-hee saw this scene and couldn't help but sneer in disdain. Arang and Minnie had just returned to the basement entrance when they saw the man coming up. Moreover, he was staring intently at the two children. Arang and Minnie's faces immediately showed panic. On this side, Seong-gu was lying sprawled on the ground. He saw Kim-han still struggling against the spiky-haired man, while Ji-sung was pinned to the ground by the short-haired woman. Seong-gu frowned slightly, not knowing what to do. He then saw Ji-sung's sword in front of him. The short-haired woman, who had been relaxed, suddenly heard a sound from behind. When she turned to look, she saw Seong-gu picking up Ji-sung's sword. Powerful energy had appeared around his body, and he kept mumbling, "Crescent moon." The short-haired woman narrowed her eyes at him, pouting as she said, "Oh dear, what are you doing?" Seong-gu initially wanted to ignore her and was about to act, but then the woman's voice rang out from behind again, "That's enough, stop it." Run-hee had now walked up to him. She coldly reminded him, "So, Mr. Veteran Guide, have you realized the situation yet?" She said Seong-gu needed to consider his position. Who taught her that? Speaking of which, Run-hee sighed a little helplessly. "I thought you were smart before getting angry and rushing in like that. Why haven't you surrendered yet?" Seong-gu fell silent upon hearing these words. But very quickly after that, he threw away the sword in his hand. He knelt on the ground, raised his hands above his head, and said, "I surrender." Kim-han, seeing this scene, also hesitated for a moment. Finally, he also threw his weapon away directly, knelt down, and shouted, "Me too." Just then, the one-eyed man returned, carrying the two kids. He snorted coldly, saying, "A wise choice." Seonggu stared at him intently. When did he catch Aring and Minnie? The man didn't care about his thoughts. He walked over and placed Aring and Minnie leaning against the wall. He spoke coldly. Then I have one more question for you. Why did you choose to attack us? Seonggu pursed his lips and replied, we just wanted to get our colleague out of here. We did exactly as that girl said, which is that we would cooperate with you if you didn't attack Leader Lai. Hearing these words, the one-eyed man snorted coldly. If you're weaker than us, shouldn't you beg to join at any cost? And if I really wanted to, I would have taken all your lives by now. Seonggu furrowed his brows tightly upon hearing this. After a long moment, he slowly opened his mouth. You're right. The one-eyed man couldn't help but sneer. I quite like your attitude. Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the investigation team dispatched by Sector 17 and are an allied legion with the headquarters at the Korean Junction branch. Seonggu and Kim Hun were shocked and cried out, Junction? The atmosphere instantly fell silent again. Runhee was the one who broke the silence. We're a real thing and you, Sector 17's guide, Kim Seonggu. Does that sound strange to you? Seonggu did not answer. The one-eyed man introduced, new recruits like you probably haven't had the chance to face anyone from headquarters, have you? I am the leader of Team Ghost, Maeda Toshiro. Runhee then pointed at the spiky-haired man and said, that's Little Horn, and that's Lai Seonghwa. Seonggu's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. He pursed his lips and said, just as I thought. So you're all spies. Runhee nodded in acknowledgement. Exactly, we hid our identities to investigate Sector 14 and Sector 17 because they violated Article 11, Clause 9 of the Junction's regulations. Seonggu frowned slightly, asking skeptically, regulations? Runhee slowly explained, each branch junction needs to be registered and reported, so information about espers must be declared truthfully. Seonggu thought for a moment and then asked, so that means to monitor District 14, you guys. Just as he said this, he suddenly stopped, remembering a few days ago when he held Junhee's hand to investigate espers. At that time, a voice in Seonggu's head urged him to kill her. At this moment, Seonggu finally understood. That's why his carnivorous ability reacted to Junhee. While Seonggu was thinking, Junhee spoke again. All forces are controlled by the Junction. You'd be greatly mistaken if you believe a desolate branch could escape the headquarters' watchful eye. Toshiro then reminded, until headquarters makes a final decision for us, sedate them. Junhee nodded slightly and replied, understood. Hearing this, Seonggu immediately shouted, wait, at least spare the children. Junhee scoffed, that's probably not possible. Instead, I promise you, we'll keep the children safe and treat them properly. With that, she placed her energy on Seonggu's forehead. Seonggu's eyes glazed over in an instant. With his last bit of strength, he mumbled, you promised, right? Junhee nodded slightly and replied, so don't worry and just go to sleep. As soon as she finished speaking, Seonggu immediately fell into a coma, but he seemed to have forgotten one thing. One night, while training with Jae Seong, he solemnly told him, don't trust the Junction, don't trust them. Seonggu, the truth is, everything you've observed. On that bright moonlit night, Seonggu truly learned many things. For example, Jae Seong told him that the Junction only selects talented children from the desolate area and then trains them. After which they are forced to become demonic beasts, once their training is complete. Seonggu listened in silence and said, I understand, but excluding demon beasts that need to be watched like Byokas. With their current abilities, couldn't they defeat all the demon beasts in the desolate area, yet they haven't acted? Jae Seong slowly explained, that's the problem. They believe that many people will realize if there's danger, which is why they haven't turned the desolate area into a safe zone like the city. Seonggu couldn't help but be astonished. That's horrifying. They've neglected too much, to the point where young talents are recognized, and then they take those children and train them according to their system. If that's the case, then Seonggu, there won't be many espers left in this desolate area. Jae Seong sighed helplessly and said, everyone will die. Seonggu was bewildered upon hearing this and couldn't utter another word. That night, Jae-seong was also more silent than usual. Seonggu suddenly remembered when he was a child. As he struggled amidst the rubble, a man approached him and asked, "Are you Kim Seonggu?" At that time, he thought it was his father. However, the man shook his head and said, "No, I'm not your father. I am Kim Busik from Gangmyeong." With that, he extended his hand to Seonggu, whispering, "I've been looking for you for a while. Come with me. I'll make you the most talented guide at the junction." Seonggu didn't understand what Busik wanted to do, but he continued, "From now on, there's still a lot you need to accomplish. Let's work together to achieve what the junction hasn't yet acquired." Amidst the severe crisis, a mere few-year-old child like Seonggu eventually followed Busik back. Seonggu dreamt of his childhood memories, vaguely mumbling the two words junction. He lay on the ground, muttering those two words in his daze. It wasn't until someone's voice calling his name echoed in Seonggu's ear that he vaguely woke up. Immediately after opening his eyes, Seonggu saw a man in front of him. The man said in a low voice, "You're awake, aren't you? I'm sorry for leaving you like this for so long. So many issues rose that I couldn't manage in time." Seonggu squinted at him, saying nothing. The man scratched his head and chuckled, "Haha, may I ask you a few things? I'm Ricky Lee, a temporary officer at the junction headquarters." He said that even though this place might not be too comfortable, he hoped Seonggu would understand. Upon hearing this, Seonggu frowned deeply and asked suspiciously, "So, are you going to take our lives?" This made Ricky laugh loudly. "Haha, you get straight to the point, don't you? Why do you think that?" Seonggu calmly replied, "Because the junction deals with anyone who opposes them, doesn't it? Isn't that why this bomb is planted on my neck?" Ricky couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are a veteran guide, aren't you?" "That's right, because it's a necessary requirement to keep all orders secret." However, he said that if you look closely, isn't Seonggu just a pawn on a chessboard? The problem has always existed in the minds of those in power. Seonggu was startled upon hearing this. He asked suspiciously, "What about the branch managers?" Ricky responded indifferently, "Their punishment has already been issued." Seonggu couldn't help but be stunned, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Ricky spoke again. "The penalty for secretly creating a military organization by secretly recruiting demi-humans is not light at all. We've completely dealt with all of areas 14 and 17. Seonggu looked at him in disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked, "No way! Did you kill them?" Thinking of this possibility, he struggled to untie himself, but couldn't. Ricky then sighed and said, "I don't know either, because each department has different authority. If they punish them strictly, they might have lost their lives." Biting his lip fiercely, Seonggu tried to calm himself and asked, "So, did you take out Leader Lee Jae-seong's team?" Ricky frowned thoughtfully upon hearing the name, and after a long moment, spoke, "Is that the demi-human who was trained by the junction but betrayed them? His crime was not light either." But he said Jae-seong was released 4 days ago. Seonggu was bewildered upon hearing this. "What does that mean?" Ricky slowly explained, "It might seem a bit illogical to you that he was released after committing such a crime, wouldn't it? But the reason they released Jae-seong is due to the current situation, because the wilderness will only take his life anyway. Headquarters hasn't had enough time to punish someone who has just lost their awakening ability." The more Seonggu listened, the more confused he became, exclaiming in disbelief, "Leader Lee Jae-seong has lost his abilities?" Ricky calmly admitted, "Yes, recovery is extremely difficult because he was brainwashed by the puppeteer for a very long time." Seonggu frowned in panic. How could that be? The branch manager and the leader have. While he was thinking, Ricky spoke again. "However, there's an even more important reason why I came here to meet you personally, even though I'm still only a temporary officer." His original position was an instructor at the training center, and now he thought Seonggu probably already guessed what he was about to say. Seonggu squinted at Ricky, his eyes filled with worry and bewilderment. A few days later, the cell door opened and Seonggu walked out. Arin was waiting there and rushed over as soon as she saw him. Kim, who was also beside her. Arin just rushed into Seonggu's arms, starting to cry and sob. I thought something had happened to you. At the same time, Toshiro, who was upstairs, saw this scene and murmured doubtfully, they will come back, won't they? Ricky spoke indifferently. If they decide to stay in the wilderness, there's nothing more we can do. That's their decision, Toshiro said in surprise. Weren't they planning to do something to avoid the intersection's attention? Ricky said coldly, for some ordinary half-humans to try and avoid the intersection's gaze, it all depends on whether he's capable enough to come up with another plan. Looking at the retreating figures of Seonggu and the other two, Ricky sneered. Let's just wait and see what he does after the 15 days we agreed upon. Seonggu, Aring, and Kim, who had now set off to return to Sector 17. Aring walked and asked worriedly, but what happened to Minnie and Senna? Kim Hoo-en frowned and asked, do you have any information about them? But after asking, he remembered something, feeling a bit awkward. Seonggu merely replied nonchalantly, Hunter Senna will be treated by the intersection during this time, and Minnie will stay with Senna. Hearing this, Kim Hoo-en was relieved, but Aring still hesitated and asked, really? Seonggu didn't answer. The kid didn't receive any invitation from Coach Ricky, did he? Perhaps it's because the kid is a weak warrior. If so, I'll just have to tell him. After thinking, Seonggu slowly spoke. Alright, now we should split up, because I still have a few things I need Hoo-en and you to do. Aring frowned slightly, asking doubtfully, what is it? Seonggu hesitated for a moment before saying, please help me find this person. Aring and Kim Hoo-en were a bit confused, asking in unison, find someone? A few hours later, Seonggu had returned to the headquarters of Sector 17, but when he stepped inside, the place had become a ruin. He bit his lip fiercely. Damn it, I prepared so well. Remembering Ricky's words, so those people really punished them mercilessly? That's why Sector 17 was so desolate, and there was blood everywhere. Seonggu couldn't believe it. He slammed the door shut, then rushed out. He pressed his lips together and murmured, please, branch manager. Seonggu ran to Busik's room to search. As soon as he entered, his eyes widened in horror. Busik was lying on the bed, fresh blood staining the old blanket red, while Jamie cared for him nearby. Seonggu rushed over anxiously, calling out, branch manager. Hearing the sound, Busik looked up at him, opening his mouth weakly. You've returned? Seonggu looked at him apologetically. I'm so sorry for leaving without telling you. Busik shook his head slightly. It's alright. I'm the one who should apologize. I couldn't even shake your hand. These words startled Seonggu. He tremblingly pulled up the blanket to look. Seonggu's eyes unconsciously narrowed. He trembled and murmured, how could those bastards do this to you? Busik seemed not to care much. He said indifferently, this is the price I have to pay, the price for opposing a large organization like the intersection. Hearing this, Seonggu recovered and shouted, even so, isn't it completely inhumane to cut off someone's limbs? Busik calmly accepted this. What's so great about my limbs being cut off? Many people have died trying to protect others, so that's what I need to atone for. Biting his lip fiercely, Seonggu tremblingly said, branch manager, weren't you able to predict the future? But why did you? He suddenly stopped speaking. After a moment of hesitation, he shouted, why did you create an underground organization to oppose the intersection? Busik sighed helplessly, pouting, predicting the future. I should have told you before it was too late. Then he glanced at Jamie and said, Jamie, could you give us some privacy? She nodded slightly and replied, yes, manager. After that, she quickly went outside, leaving Busik and Seonggu alone. At this moment, Busik slowly opened his mouth. Seonggu, you should listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Noticing his suddenly serious tone, Seonggu felt a little bewildered. Busik calmly explained, actually, my ability isn't to predict the future at all. My ability is storage. It's simply an enhanced memory ability for him, and because of that ability, he can remember things that others cannot. It's that humanity actually became extinct a long time ago. Hearing this, Seonggu immediately became bewildered, exclaiming in disbelief, What are you talking about? Busik sighed helplessly and continued, even though it sounds a bit absurd, this world is like a dream, and everyone is a soul existing within it. More precisely, humanity must have become extinct already. The more Seonggu listened, the more bewildered he became, muttering with a trembling voice, Wait a minute, so branch manager. He hadn't even finished speaking when Buksik coldly cut him off. That is what I experienced in my past life. My ability allows me to remember memories from my previous life. The expression on Seonggu's face immediately froze. There's such a strange thing too. So when he returned, upon learning that Seonggu had awakened, he simply asked coldly, You've awakened? And also said a few things that confused Seonggu. At that time, he had asked suspiciously, How is it that you seem to know I was about to awaken? Moreover, Buksik had also told him to find a girl with close compatibilities to add to the team. Seonggu even thought he could see the future. However, after piecing together the fragments of memory, along with what Buksik had just said, it was indeed true. At this moment, Buksik continued, predicting the future. You're not wrong. And if compared to the attack of the beast demons, their positions truly match what happened in my past life. But the events that unfolded did not match his memories. Buksik narrowed his eyes at Seonggu, slowly beginning to speak. The future has also changed. Therefore, at some point, this life of mine will be disrupted because the past has been affected. Seonggu frowned slightly, recalling what he had said in the past. And if I had an ability like that, there's no way I would have let Chinsu die like that. Thinking this, he asked doubtfully again, So what exactly do you mean? Buksik calmly explained, When I became the branch manager of the intersection and recruited you, I should have been in Gangmyeon. And it's not certain if everything would have been different. Everything has become too strange. Seonggu pursed his lips and murmured, The future might have changed, but the branch manager has already realized that. Summoning demi-humans to create a force is an act of rebellion against the intersection. But he didn't understand why Buksik would let Jae Seong and him freely create that force, and why he would actively establish secret forces. Buksik calmly replied, I am fully aware of this, because I need to prove that this will fail. At this point, his tone suddenly became serious. Listen to me, Seonggu, I will tell you what happened before I regressed again. Even though he didn't know about the past events and the regression process, he had been promoted to a high position thanks to the awakening of his memory ability. Even though Buksik was busy, he lived a prosperous life and didn't need to care about the wasteland. And perhaps life inside the city would have continued just as it was before this disaster happened. But considering the world's situation, this should have happened 5 years later. That was the process of humanity's extinction. Buksik recounted, trembling, that Belkis, Manbas, and Zeus, all of them, rarely showed themselves. But now they're all showing themselves and constantly targeting this world, and the crossroads didn't stop them because they were too ferocious. Seonggu frowned in silence upon hearing this. He knew the old man wasn't wrong. Seeing his reaction, Buksik continued, saying that they should have been able to confront an S-class demon beast in a more organized manner, but they treated them lightly, like natural disasters such as tsunamis or earthquakes, and then ignored them. And then, dragged down by suffering and blindly trying to protect the demi-humans, they dug their own graves, and that's how he died. After that, Buksik was resurrected again, and memories of Gangmyeon remained, as well as information about famous hunters. Though it wasn't because Buksik wanted to be a hero or because he was a person with an ambition to survive, he was incredibly determined to stop this catastrophe. But Buksik could no longer trust the crossroads because they were still too dismissive even though the disaster was about to happen. So he joined Beatrice's faction. When Beatrice was very young, Buksik sought her out and asked if she could help him with something. At that time, Beatrice agreed. Even though she was young, she was incredibly talented, and then they formed an anti-Crossroads alliance and began recruiting members. And that was the birth of Areas 14, 17, and 19. The main purpose of this plan was still to prioritize finding the 9 pillars before the crossroads could. Upon hearing this, Seonggu asked doubtfully, "What are the 9 pillars?" Buksik slowly explained, "It's a team of members capable enough to defeat any demon beast. They are the demi-humans he had witnessed in his previous life." Seonggu couldn't help but be stunned. There's a team like that? Ignoring his reaction, Buksik continued, "I'll be able to share information with the pillars and send them the locations of the demon beasts, and then they'll gradually take down each one. After finding them and helping them grow stronger, he continued with the campaign for the hunt that would take place 3 years later, but the crossroads was the problem they had to face. They carelessly allowed a branch to discover the secret team they had formed, and then the crossroads began to consolidate and monitor more closely until finally, they were captured by Toshiro's team. Before that, Buksik had found one of the 9 pillars, Lisi, and entrusted her development to Area 14. However, there was a spy from District F there, the one controlling the puppet. He took over Lisi, he manipulated all the demi-humans in Area 14, killed the commander of the assault team, and captured all the demi-humans. And when something like that happened with Lisi at the heart of the problem, the Crossroads, which was consolidating its surveillance, learned about Lisi's existence as well as the secret team. Upon hearing this, Seonggu realized the problem, pursing his lips and saying, "I was so foolish. If I had realized then." Buksik gently shook his head and said, "You already know what happened after that, don't you? Now everything's up to you. Confronting the crossroads is the wisest choice." He said Seonggu would be strong enough to prevent extinction and persuade the crossroads by joining them. But no matter which path you choose, remember that if you reduce their numbers, there will be more hope before the final battle. Seonggu slightly furrowed his brows, muttering doubtfully, "But why me?" With a slight chuckle, Buksik calmly replied, "Because you have the ability to devour others. I bet on you because your devour ability has infinite potential." Hearing these words, Seonggu clenched his fists and tremblingly said, "Potential? You're betting on me with such a small hope?" Buksik suddenly let out a laugh. "Haha, a small hope. You were the one who hunted the most S-class demon beasts in the final battle of my previous life." In Buksik's previous life, after many years of training, Seonggu had acquired many skills. He had become the heart of the 9 pillars. Seonggu was somewhat stunned after hearing these words. At this moment, Buksik continued, "I've wandered all over the wasteland just to find you." So ever since Seonggu was young, he sought him out and asked him to come along. Seonggu found this a bit hard to accept, so he just sat by Buksik's bed. Maintaining his silence, Seonggu didn't say a word. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth. "If you've entrusted all your hopes to me, I will accept them. Now, what else do you want me to do?" Buksik looked at him and said indifferently, "If our plan goes smoothly, I've already given you the ability to unlock your full potential from your devouring power." Seonggu had a bad feeling and hesitated as he asked, "What kind of ability is that?" He chuckled softly and said, "There's a box under the table, open it." Seonggu complied, went to the table, took out a box, and then opened it to look inside. But upon seeing what was inside, his eyes narrowed. It was a knife. Seonggu trembled and muttered, "You've got to be kidding me." Smiling unconsciously, Buksik said casually, "Haha, I don't remember creating that." Then he proposed, "Use all the abilities and information I've gathered from my past and present lives. That's the best way for us in the final battle." These words startled Seonggu. He sprang from his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, Buksik calmly said, "The pillars I've identified are Beatrice, Senna, Lisi, and Jiegel, who is currently in the shelter in Buchan. So that's 5 people. Find the remaining pillars and use my memories to grow stronger." At this moment, the gloomy voice in Seonggu's head spoke again, "Kill him and take his power." He clutched his head and fiercely cursed, "Enough, not now, be silent." The voice immediately fell silent. Seonggu then asked in a low voice, "But what if I don't want to? Or perhaps you should keep it and use it in your next life?" Buksik gently shook his head and sighed, "Do you intend to make me do this again? Have mercy on me, please. You said you wanted to break free from this loop and rest. Consider it my plea to you. Seonggu looked at him, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, until finally his trembling hand drew the dagger out. Seonggu's eyes turned red, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He recalled the days he spent with Buksik in the past. He had given him a home. He gave Seonggu a place to settle down and taught him what to do. Seonggu still remembered those childhood memories vividly. Buksik was like a father to him. But at this moment, Seonggu was faced with the task of personally sending him to his rest. Though reluctant, he bit his lip and murmured, "Thank you for everything." Then he raised the knife, intending to plunge it down. Buksik made no move, closing his eyes and awaiting death. The knife plunged straight into his chest, and blood poured out like rain. Seonggu trembled and threw the blood-stained knife away. He knelt on the ground, his back expressing a touch of sorrow. At the same time, a layer of energy appeared around his body. More and more energy surged into Seonggu's body. They all originated from Buksik's body, which lay on the bed. Seonggu screamed in pain. All the painful memories flooded into his head. Seonggu clutched his head. Are these the past life memories of the branch manager? But in them, he also discovered his own past life memories. The more memories appeared, the more Seonggu's head hurt, and he couldn't help but tilt his head back and scream loudly. Finally, he fell into a coma with the memories of his past life. A moment later, Seonggu awoke from his daze. He was panting from exhaustion. Then, clutching his throbbing head, he muttered doubtfully, "Where is this? Isn't this the operations office? Oh, that was in my past life, wasn't it? Then this must be the branch manager's office." At this point, Seonggu looked around and, after a long time, remembered something, muttering aloud, "So am I Kim Buksik or Kim Seonggu? Who am I, really?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw Buksik lying on the bed. Fresh blood continuously flowed onto the floor, staining it red, and his breath had also vanished. Seonggu trembled and mumbled, "That's right, I'm Kim Seonggu." He looked at Buksik's corpse, a hint of sadness in his eyes. A moment later, Seonggu sighed and said, "How could he continue to live?" Still remembering all those tragic memories, he was truly strong. He gave a bitter laugh, then reached out and pulled the blanket to cover Buksik's head. Just then, a voice echoed in Seonggu's head, "I'm sorry for pushing you down this path. Perhaps I've committed a mortal sin against you, haven't I?" Seonggu cried out in surprise, "Branch manager." But the person was already dead. How could they speak? Seonggu couldn't help but give a bitter laugh. This must be my hallucination. They were all just his memories. Just memories carrying intense emotions from that last moment, making Seonggu feel like he was talking to him. Thinking this, he sighed helplessly. "Are you still going to torment me to death with these memories? It's really made me fear that I'll lose myself." However, Seonggu promised before Busik's corpse that he would try, because he was the one who would make the right choice. Having said that, he gently bent and bowed his head, as if sending him off for the last time. Afterward, Seonggu left that gloomy, tragic room. He quickly went outside, frantically searching for Jamie. Where did she go? Just as Seonggu stepped out, he heard someone's voice, "There he is," which startled him slightly. When he looked closely, he saw Jamie being held by a group of people. Seonggu's eyes involuntarily widened, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Jamie." Jamie looked at him, pursed her lips, and explained, "They want to meet the branch manager." At this moment, a man with a large saber approached and coldly asked, "How are you, guide?" Seonggu narrowed his eyes at the man. He recognized him. "Isn't that Hunter Hunsu?" Seonggu coldly asked, "What's going on?" Hunsu inadvertently smiled, then pouted playfully. "Why are you suddenly talking so aggressively?" He said he was busy and would get straight to the point. He wanted Seonggu to cooperate with him. Seonggu frowned at Hunsu, asking suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Hunsu said casually, "Kim Busik is done for. I saw him being wanted by the Nexus." Seonggu clenched his hands into fists upon hearing these words. Not noticing his grim expression, Hunsu continued, "We're planning to take over Sector 17 to negotiate with the Nexus. I Kang Hunsu will lead a change of leadership in Sector 17, and if he wants to survive in this wasteland, he'll naturally need a talented guide, so he'll treat Seon-gu exceptionally well. Seon-gu frowned upon hearing this and said in a low voice, "That sounds reasonable, but it's not realistic at all. Why would the Nexus want to re-annex this place when they've already separated this area from their jurisdiction?" Smiling unconsciously, Hunsu casually said, "Even if I don't want to admit it, you're right. Well then, I suppose you'll accept my offer, won't you?" He said if Seon-gu helps them fire Kim Busik, they won't treat him and Jamie as hostages anymore. With that, Hunsu had his men release Jamie. Seon-gu looked at her, then calmly said, "Well done, go inside the shelter." Jamie nodded upon hearing him and ran off. Hunsu then spoke up again, "Isn't it very appealing? So, do you want to join us?" Seon-gu narrowed his eyes at him, not saying a word. Seeing his expression, Hunsu laughed loudly and said, "Of course, I'm not foolish enough to go straight to the Nexus without any defenses." No sooner had he finished speaking, his men brought something, hidden under a cloth cover. Hunsu gave a cold laugh. "Take a look," he said, then reached out and pulled the cloth down. His subordinates understood immediately and quickly lifted the object. There was a human body on it, clearly tied tightly to a wooden post. Seon-gu was instantly startled when he saw that person. Hunsu raised an eyebrow, grinning smugly. "This is my trump card, the one we'll hand over to the Nexus." He was referring to the person accused of betrayal, Lee Soon. He was now tied to the wooden post, shirtless, revealing numerous wounds on his upper body. Seon-gu's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and the expression on his face immediately stiffened. Hunsu didn't pay attention and continued to laugh. "You probably don't know him, do you? He was originally kept a secret by that lousy Kim Busik. I was quite surprised to learn that he was a high-ranking half-human from the Nexus." But Hunsu said he didn't expect Lee Soon to be so weak that the soldiers at the Nexus had discarded him like an eyesore. Because he was a member of the Nexus headquarters and tried to betray them, a truly heinous crime. Seon-gu couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. But this smile of his was clearly full of murderous intent. Seeing this scene, Hunsu was a bit bewildered. "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly laughing?" Seon-gu then coldly stated, "Both the branch manager and leader Lee Soon are no longer valuable to the Nexus. The Nexus has already fixed them." These words bewildered Hunsu's subordinates, who didn't understand what was happening. Hunsu frowned at him, hesitatingly asking, "What? How do you know?" Seon-gu coldly opened his mouth the moment they confronted the Nexus, a cryptic remark that left Hunsu a little confused. Seon-gu glared at him, gritting his teeth as he questioned, "When there are so many hunters out there fighting for their lives to protect the exchange center, you guys are playing these ridiculous games." These words angered Hunsu. His face turned as black as a pot. He lunged forward, grabbing Seon-gu's collar, and coldly questioned, "We've been too easy on you, so you're completely out of line." Seon-gu remained very calm, his tone still filled with murderous intent. "The branch manager knows your crimes perfectly well." Hunsu's face instantly darkened, and he asked in confusion, "What?" Seon-gu glared at him, continuing coldly, "All this time, I only thought I could absorb abilities from the deceased, but it's not like that at all." His words were indeed very difficult to understand. Hunsu furrowed his brow tightly, vaguely asking again, "What are you talking about?" Seon-gu let out a sneer, pointed to his head, and said with a cold laugh, "Oh, about that battle. All my previous memories are incredibly clear in my head." As soon as he finished speaking, he firmly grabbed Hunsu's hand. Seon-gu curled his lips, opening his mouth with a half-smile. "Thanks for the meal." As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of energy appeared. In an instant, it enveloped both of them. Seeing this, Hunsu was immediately utterly bewildered. Before he could even understand what was happening, he screamed in agony. Unfortunately, no one cared. The energy continued to surge out from Hunsu's body. Then it entered Seon-gu's body. Hunsu felt as if his body was being drained by something. However, he still tried to push Seon-gu away. He rubbed his throbbing arm and coldly demanded, "You bastard, what did you do?" Seongu said with a faint smile, "That's just a rank 15 power boost, nothing major." The more Hansu listened, the angrier he became. He drew the sword from his back and asked indignantly, "What did you say?" He pointed the tip of his sword directly at Seongu and said coldly, "All those bizarre things you just did. You must have awakened, but I'll show you just how terrifying a rank 15 power boost can be." Hansu originally intended to stab, but his arm kept trembling in midair. His eyes involuntarily narrowed, his face filled with confusion. While he was still confused, the sword wobbled and fell. Hansu seemed unable to hold the sword anymore. He muttered in confusion, "What the hell is going on? This is the sword I swing every day." Seongu looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "You just lost your skills. I'm sure even a power-enhanced sword is too heavy for you to hold." Hansu didn't believe him and used both hands to lift the sword. He yelled defiantly, "Lost skills, don't make me laugh. Look, it." But before he could finish speaking, Hansu's arm suddenly spasmed in pain. Seongu let out a cold huff, clenched his fist, and lunged. "You idiot! Your joints and muscles are contracting. Can't you hear them screaming in pain?" Immediately after, a fist landed squarely on Hansu's face. This single punch sent him flying backward, his mouth gushing blood. Seeing this, the subordinates immediately shouted in panic, "Captain, get him!" Immediately, they all rushed forward, surrounding Seongu. Their boss had collapsed, but they still hadn't grasped the situation and continued to charge and attack him. Because his awakening was delayed, his skills were sealed and unusable, but now they were unsealed. They were the perfect targets for Seongu to test his skills. Using Busik's memory skill, he tried to draw out past life energy to use and satisfy his curiosity. Thinking quickly, Seongu gathered his energy core in one place. Then he threw his head back and yelled, and a powerful surge of energy was released. This situation left Hansu's men bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Seongu didn't pay them any mind. He did it. All his core energy had become one. Round Seongu, a strange black aura appeared, confusing the surrounding people, who even thought it was evil energy. Seongu didn't care much. He clenched his fist tightly. Immediately after, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Tentacles." As soon as Seongu finished speaking, a series of black energy tendrils emerged from his body. Seeing this strange thing, Hansu's men immediately panicked. They had wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Those black tentacles had already pierced through their bodies. In an instant, they were all impaled by Seongu, left dangling in the air. But 2 seconds later, the tentacles retracted and fresh blood poured out like rain. The bodies of those men lifelessly fell to the ground. At the same time, Seongu's body suddenly trembled. A layer of sweat also appeared on his face. This move consumed too much core energy. Compared to his current core, this skill drained too much. He couldn't be mistaken. He was no longer his past self. Just then, Hansu crawled up from the ground, angrily shouting, "You bastard, I'll kill you." However, his mouth had been struck so hard it was twisted to one side, preventing him from speaking clearly. Seongu snorted coldly, scoffing with disdain, "Your jaw's broken, so you can't speak properly. Ha! Don't worry about it, because you won't need to speak anymore anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and stabbed down. Hansu's expression immediately turned grim. Unfortunately, he had no energy to fight back and was thus cut down on the spot by Seongu. At this moment, Seongu finally let out a sigh of relief. He narrowed his eyes at Hansu and said coldly, "If I don't kill you, I can only take a portion of your skills, but if I kill you, I can take everything with my Devour skill." So Busik wanted him to acquire all of his skills, leaving none behind. However, if only he had told him sooner, back when he was alive. Thinking this, Seongu couldn't help but look up at the sky. The moon was exceptionally bright tonight, but the future in Sector 17 was even bleaker than that. The next morning, a stormy night had passed. The clanking of shovels echoed in the empty lot. Seongu and Jamie had buried Busik. After they finished, Seongu glanced at Jamie and asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Jamie thought for a moment before replying. The branch commander trusted me with a few things. The migrants will return soon. What about you? Seong-gu looked into the distance and replied casually. I need to complete the mission the branch commander assigned me, because even more difficult things than before are waiting for me. A few days later, Seong-gu set off for a certain place. In the hallway of a building, hurried footsteps echoed, along with a woman's doubtful voice. He wants to meet the congresswoman. The person walking beside her nodded and replied, That's right, but I told him the congresswoman didn't want to see anyone and refused him, and he gave me your card. The woman who spoke was Mary. As she came out, she saw Seong-gu waiting outside, so it was him who wanted to meet the congresswoman. A moment later, in the building's elevator, Mary glanced at Seong-gu and said, You're very lucky. I'm in charge of the congresswoman's schedule. Seong-gu nodded slightly and replied, I know, your card was the only thing I had, so I showed him the card. Mary looked intently at Seong-gu after hearing this, making him a little confused. He asked doubtfully, What's wrong? She hesitated for a long time before speaking. It seems your core has become much stronger than before. It makes me dizzy and feels like you have many cores mixed together. These words surprised Seong-gu a little. He asked in surprise, Now you can sense other people's cores from a distance. Mary laughed twice and replied, My rank has also increased. Even though you've gotten stronger, me being able to sense your core, that's just my imagination, right? How could such a person even exist? Seong-gu was a bit embarrassed, nodding in agreement. That's right. After these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell silent. But after a few seconds, Mori suddenly reached out her hand towards him. Seong-gu knew her intention, immediately withdrew his hand, and jokingly said, So throughout the journey, Mori was much more well-behaved. A moment later, upon entering a room, she spoke up. My bringing you to meet the congresswoman, Mori slowly explained. Seong-gu subtly furrowed his brow in thought, saying nothing. Very soon after, the two went to another room. Inside, a woman was sitting on a couch, with 3 tentacles on her back, transmitting energy to the protective shield. Mari respectfully spoke up. This woman was Beatrice. She didn't turn her head. Seong-gu stared intently at the girl. When she finally turned to look at him, she raised an eyebrow and smiled. Seong-gu squinted at her, and after a long while, spoke in a low voice. These words caused Mari, who was beside them, to be astonished. But Beatrice wasn't surprised at all. She narrowed her eyes and smiled faintly. Then she nodded and replied. Mori looked at Seong-gu, then at Beatrice, her eyes filled with confusion. Seong-gu said it had been a long time, but Beatrice said it was her first time meeting him. What happened between them? However, she had no way of knowing, because Beatrice had told her to leave. Finally, only the two of them remained. Beatrice slowly opened her mouth. Seong-gu didn't hide it, frankly admitting. Beatrice seemed to have a bad premonition, hesitatingly mumbling. Before she could finish, Seong-gu tragically said, Although she had anticipated this, Beatrice couldn't hide her loss. After a long silence, she pursed her lips and mumbled. Seong-gu glanced at her, knowing that she, like him, was saddened by Bucksik's death. Like Seong-gu, Beatrice was also taken in by Bucksik when she was very young. She also regarded him as a senior member of the family. Seong-gu helplessly sighed. He didn't have time to indulge in useless emotions. The important thing was to make that hope a reality. With that thought, Seong-gu immediately spoke. Hearing these words, Beatrice was instantly stunned. It wasn't until she reacted that she said gratefully. Seong-gu lightly shook his head, coldly saying, More importantly, how much longer do you plan to do this? How much longer do you plan to be stuck in this miniature city and toy house? These words made Beatrice's entire body tense up. After a long hesitation, she said in a low voice. Seong-gu knew she was talking about those 2 final battles, but no matter which one, he would stop it. While he was silent, Beatrice spoke up again. As long as I can help others, even if people feel like I'm playing with toys. Seong-gu narrowed his eyes at her upon hearing this. As expected, she's the first pillar. Beatrice knows very well what she needs to do. He was worried for nothing. Thinking this, Seonggu turned to leave. He said coldly, "If that's the case, I won't interfere any further. I'm leaving now." Beatrice didn't stop him. She hesitated and asked, "Are you taking Jaegun with you?" Seonggu replied indifferently, "I'm not sure. I might bring Jaegun to the headquarters." These words startled Beatrice. She jumped up from her chair and asked, bewildered, "Are you going to the node too?" Seonggu nodded slightly and replied, "I plan to utilize the node's infrastructure." Beatrice frowned slightly, then urgently asked, "What about Kim Buk-sik's plan?" Seonggu calmly replied, "The important thing is to build an independent force that can confront the monsters. This is not the time to choose between the underground organization and the node." Because before he died, Buk-sik had told him this. Just choosing to rebel against the node like I did may not be the only way to do it. Ignoring the bewildered Beatrice, Seonggu continued, "I will do it my own way. If necessary, I am willing to become the node's dog. I will certainly drain the node's resources." Hearing these words, Beatrice pondered for a long time before sighing and saying, "All right, may God bless you, whatever your choice may be." Nodding indifferently, Seonggu politely said, "Thank you, but I don't believe in God." Before leaving, he also advised Beatrice to get some sleep. If she kept fainting like that, how could she hold out until the crucial moment arrived? Beatrice nodded slightly and replied, "I'll remember that." Seonggu gave that advice because Mari had previously told him some things about Beatrice. Consider it a bit of compassion he had for his ally. That night at a nearly ruined base, Kim Han was hiding in an abandoned house. Seonggu had also arrived there. He looked at Seonggu, worriedly saying, "What should we do now? Both the captain and the branch commander aren't here." Seonggu sighed helplessly. Kim Han must have been shocked. Jisong, who was once his master and leader, had died. He had always lived like a ghost in the anonymous team. Kim Han must see a bleak future. Thinking this, he suddenly asked suspiciously, "Hunter Hun, you also received an offer, didn't you?" Kim Han nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, but it's from the node. I don't know if I can trust them. We once faced each other with drawn swords." Seonggu frowned slightly. What the node did to Buk-sik and Jisong was excessively cruel. But Seonggu believed that their outcomes were their own decisions and caused by Hansu's team. In fact, the node had always acted quite justly. The node wasn't an entirely untrustworthy organization. Thinking this, Seonggu slowly said, "Captain Jisong once said this. The node's development program is very valuable. The node is serious about recruiting mutants found in the wilderness in their military." Hearing this, Kim Han asked suspiciously, "So, are you planning to join their headquarters?" Seonggu frowned slightly and fell silent. Finally, he said calmly, "I know exactly what I need. Even if it's the node, I won't avoid it. However, I'm still thinking about what I should do now." Kim Han seemed to know Seonggu's thoughts, asking suspiciously, "Is it because you're worried about Arang? He's not a mutant, so he can't join the node's army. It would be very unlucky for him to be left in the wilderness." "It's not because of him." Seonggu shook his head, refuting, "When the decisive moment comes, I keep thinking about what the NIBS team needs to do so we can have an advantage in different situations." Kim Han, who was usually a bit naive, still caught the key point in Seonggu's words and asked in surprise, "The decisive moment?" This made Seonggu a little stunned. He immediately changed the subject, saying it was a mission the branch commander had entrusted to me. He doesn't hate the node. He asked me to build an independent force that could eradicate the monsters. Kim Han didn't suspect anything when he heard that. He nodded and said, "The captain really did say that. If you continue to develop like this, you might meet the branch commander's expectations." Back then, I didn't understand what he meant. Speaking of which, he suddenly stood up and asked repeatedly, "If you're okay with it, can you accept me into the NIP team? I want to support the mission that the branch commander entrusted to you." Seonggu felt great hearing that. The 8 pillars are all strong, but with just them, it will be very difficult to change the course of history. To escape the node's control, the more people on our side, the better. He needs to add his plan on top of Buk-sik's plan. Thinking of this, He nodded. Okay, thank you for proposing it first. Upon hearing this, Kim Hun immediately cheered up. He lunged in front of Si Seong-gu and excitedly said, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Si Seong-gu stepped back in surprise, waved his hand, and chuckled. Please calm down. That's enough. I hope Aring brings back good news. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Are you talking about me? The two of them looked over in surprise. Indeed, they saw Aring walk in. Si Seong-gu frowned and asked, You found it? Aring nodded slightly, his eyes full of confidence. The next day, Si Seong-gu and the other two went to a certain base. Kim Hun looked up at the wall in front of him and muttered doubtfully, Are you sure that woman is here? Aring scolded him in dissatisfaction. I don't think that's something someone who couldn't find any clues for 3 days should be saying. Si Seong-gu glanced at the two of them, a bit helpless. Then he looked at the base in front of him again. This is quite large for a shelter. The barrier is pretty good, but it's still only at the level a primitive place can achieve. They can block low-rank monsters, but it will be difficult to resist common-rank monsters. They've only been able to hold on until now thanks to one of the 8 pillars, Jegan. While he was thinking, Aring spoke up, Can we pass through? Si Seong-gu waved his hand and said, No, wait there for a bit and observe. With that, he suddenly took a step forward, much to the bewilderment of Aring and Kim Hun. Si Seong-gu ignored them and walked step by step towards the wall. Indeed, as he got closer, an arrow landed right beside his foot. Aring became even more flustered at the sight. The kid worriedly asked, What are you doing all of a sudden? Si Seong-gu slowly explained, It's the guards. I'm doing this to see how they'll react. With that, he drew his sword and coolly said, This is actually quite effective. That was just a warning shot. Should we try and see what their actual capabilities are? Hearing this, Kim Hun immediately spoke up to warn him, Please be careful. Just then, another arrow shot out from inside, but Si Seong-gu easily cut it in half. The more Aring watched, the more dissatisfied he became, scolding, Why do they keep shooting like this? They should politely tell us to leave. Si Seong-gu was a bit speechless hearing this. How the hell can you tell them to leave and still be polite? Thinking this, he glanced at the kid and said, If that's what they're going to do, I guess we should politely respond in kind too. Rang's eyes immediately lit up like stars. The kid quickly took out his bow and arrow and gleefully said, I was just waiting for you to say that. Arrow for arrow. I'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Si Seong-gu looked at the kid's demeanor and couldn't help but sigh. Is he influenced by Minnie after traveling around with her? Just then, Kim Hun suddenly startled and shouted, Wait a minute. Here come the arrows again. Si Seong-gu and the other person heard and immediately looked up, and sure enough, they saw a rain of arrows rushing towards them. Seeing the situation was dire, Kim Hun immediately drew his twin swords. He frantically slashed at the incoming arrows. Si Seong-gu also chimed in to remind Aring, hurry up. Things will get troublesome soon. Your first target is the guy wearing that helmet. Aring nodded slightly, looked up, and immediately saw a guy aiming a bow at them. Si Seong-gu, fearing the kid would go too far, quickly reminded him, Don't kill him, okay? Aring nodded slightly, replying understood, and then immediately shot an arrow. The arrow accurately hit that guy's helmet. Seeing that, Seo-ong-gu pointed at another guy and said, Good, next is the guy wearing those ugly pants. Aim for his crotch. Aring chuckled softly, pouting, Haha, I'm not confident I can do that because he might dodge. Kim Hun, standing next to them, was a bit speechless. What kind of game is this? However, he didn't stop them. Aring aimed directly at that guy's crotch and shot. The arrow grazed that spot, scaring the guy out of his wits. Aring then took out an arrow with an energy core, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, Brother, can I use an explosive arrow this time? Seo-ong-gu flinched slightly. Are you going to say explosions are art like last time, kid? Thinking of last time, he quickly instructed, Just make sure not to injure them. Aring smirked and replied, understood. Immediately after, he shot the arrow. The arrow flew straight forward, then exploded directly. Rang's eyes shone like stars, excitedly exclaiming, "That's how it's done." Seo Ongu, looking at the kid's demeanor beside him, felt a bit emotional, exactly like Minnie. He sighed helplessly. He was truly grateful that Aring went to such lengths for him. Inside the base, after being attacked by Rang's arrows, the people inside immediately panicked and ran. "The mutants are here, run." Hearing this, Aring immediately corrected them with dissatisfaction. "Mutants, you foolish people." Seo Ongu didn't pay much attention, calmly saying, "We've dealt with the troublemakers, let's go inside." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped over the wall and entered the base. Kim Hun quickly followed close behind. It seemed to be at the same time, a group of people approached. Seo Ongu narrowed his eyes, looking at the woman leading them, and frowned in silence. "Is that the person in charge of this base?" The woman walked up to him and said with a polite smile, "For such important people to visit us, please forgive our rudeness. Recently, we've had many things we need to be vigilant about." Just as Seo Ongu thought, they were conceding first because he had clearly demonstrated his power. Thinking that, he slowly said, "We apologize for arriving without notice. Is there a quiet place where we can talk?" The woman nodded slightly. "Instead, I'll arrange accommodations for you. I will lead you there now." Immediately after, she turned and left, with the three of them, Seo Ongu, following behind. Only when they went deeper inside, Seo Ongu felt something was wrong. People were scattered everywhere, frail and sick. The hunger and helplessness caused by fear, common characteristics of the wilderness, felt slightly different here. Even in the wilderness, life should be more stable. This made Seo Ongu feel quite strange. A moment later, the person in charge of the base led the three of them, Seo Ongu, into a room. She placed water and fruit on the table, saying apologetically, "There's not much left for me to offer. I hope you understand." Seo Ongu didn't mind, shaking his head and saying, "Don't worry, we're not here to eat." The woman then introduced herself. "I am Young Yoon-suk, the caretaker of Sangon Slope. You can call me Madam Young. What did you want to discuss?" Seo Ongu slowly began. "I'm looking for a mutant. Her name is Kim Ji-gun. She's about 20 years old, has a muscular build and dark skin. She's here, right?" These words stunned Yoon-suk. She stammered nervously, "How do you know that child is here?" Seo Ongu calmly explained, "We are hunters affiliated with it and has informants. Besides, isn't it standard procedure for mutants to register with NET?" Yoon-suk was frightened once more, her body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing her reaction, Kim Hun couldn't help but say in a low voice, "I think that's enough." Seo Ongu nodded slightly. Yes, she knows what's coming. Then he placed a bag on the table. Inside were many energy cores. Seo Ongu slowly said, "All right, now you should know why we're proposing this. We intend to recruit her. These cores are for the referral fee." Yoon-suk was somewhat stunned, mumbling, "So many cores, but..." Seo Ongu knew she was wavering, just as he had expected. Thinking this, he continued, "Do you want to make a deal with the node? There are even more cores here." However, Yoon-suk shook her head, refusing, "No, I don't mean the amount is too little, Hunter." Seo Ongu narrowed his eyes at her, frowning as he asked, "I'll ask again, is Kim Ji-gun at Sangon Slope?" Yoon-suk was silent for a moment before speaking. "She's the leader of the only offensive hunter force on Sangon Slope. If that child isn't here, this place will." Seo Ongu didn't wait for her to finish, cutting in coldly, "I said she needs to register herself with the node. I'll confirm her skills and record them first. Whether I take her with me or not is a matter for later." Yoon-suk hesitated briefly, then after a long while, she spoke in a low voice, "Then I'll tell Ji-gun when she returns. However, please don't force her to go, I beg of you." Nodding indifferently, Seo Ongu calmly said, "I understand. I have no intention of taking Kim Ji-gun against her will. These cores can be considered payment for the information you've provided." Yoon-suk looked at the pile of cores and immediately fell silent. A moment later, with only Seo Ong-gu and Kim Hun and Aring remaining in the room, Kim Hun sighed. Pretending to be superior is so tiring. Seo Ong-gu nodded slightly in praise. Well done, Hunter Hun. Before that, Yoon-suk finally accepted the course, then she said nothing more. Aring poured himself a glass of water, pouted, and said with a smile, since we've shown our strength, she won't go against what you said. We didn't come here empty-handed, so this is a success. However, the moment he saw the liquid in the glass, the boy immediately exclaimed, "It's alcohol." Kim Hun, meanwhile, also poured a glass for Seo Ong-gu. Seo Ong-gu narrowed his eyes at the contents of the glass. Is this real alcohol? Alcohol is considered a luxury even in the city, so why would a desolate place like this have it? He suddenly thought of something, and his expression immediately became serious. Seo Ong-gu reached out and knocked over the glass in Kim Hun's hand, grinding his teeth as he warned, "Don't drink it." The glass fell to the ground and shattered, and the thick red liquid inside spilled completely onto the floor. Kim Hun asked, bewildered, "What's wrong, Hunter Seo Ong-gu?" Aring also cried out in horror, "Wait, is it poison?" Seo Ong-gu shook his head slightly, pressing his lips together as he said, "It's not poison. This is dog blood." Kim Hun and Aring were completely stiff. "What is this?" Seo Ong-gu slowly asked, "Do you two know what a gak is?" The two nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that thing looks like a dog." As soon as he finished answering, Kim Hun realized the problem, crying out in alarm, "Hunter Seo Ong-gu, if that's blood, then." Without waiting for him to finish, Seo Ong-gu nodded in confirmation. "That's right, the toxins in the blood cause hallucinations, similar to alcohol. They filter and ferment it like alcohol to get this." Hearing this, Aring and Kim Hun suddenly felt like vomiting. Thankfully, they hadn't drunk any. Seo Ong-gu continued to explain, "And we can't drink this like we drink alcohol. If you drink this for a long time, the toxins will accumulate in your body and become life-threatening." He didn't understand why they could do such a thing. By evening, Seo Ong-gu sat by the window, deep in thought. He knew the atmosphere in this base was very strange. The sluggish people he had seen during the day all seemed to be intoxicated by that dog blood drink. Seo Ong-gu didn't know who had introduced that substance to this place, whether it was Yoon-suk or a guide who didn't know right from wrong. While he was thinking, there was a sudden movement outside. Seo Ong-gu thought Kim Hun and Aring had returned, and he spoke in a low voice. "Did you find what I asked for?" However, the person Seo Ong-gu saw was a girl. This is the person he was looking for, Kim Ji-gun. Ji-gun glared at him, looking extremely aggressive, and with pressed lips, she opened her mouth. "I heard you wanted to see me. Why don't you come out?" Seo Ong-gu looked at her like this, couldn't help but click his tongue and muse. "Even though I'm happy to meet Ji-gun, just one wrong move and she'll hit me." After recovering his memories from his previous life, Seo Ong-gu kept thinking about the name Ji-gun. Somehow, he was both surprised and happy to do so. In her previous life, Ji-gun was brave and skilled in combat. She could kill high-level magic beasts with her bare hands. Ji-gun's strength was incredibly astonishing. She almost exclusively fought using the energy within her body, and she just kept killing every magic beast that appeared. One day in the past, while Ji-gun was trying to kill a magic beast, Seo Ong-gu went to find her. When he finally saw Ji-gun, he was immediately stunned, because at that moment, on Ji-gun's shoulder was a high-level magic beast. Seeing Seo Ong-gu, she just raised an eyebrow and asked, "Me?" Seo Ong-gu had been worried at the time because Ji-gun had disappeared without a trace. In her previous life, she was his teammate who lived and died as a warrior of Nt. A moment later, in a large courtyard of the Sangun Slope base, Seo Ong-gu and Ji-gun were present. Everyone in the base surrounded the two of them. Even Aring and Kim Hun, who had just returned, came to watch. Seo Ong-gu quietly observed Ji-gun. Compared to her previous life, she seemed quite cute, though also wilder. While he was looking at Ji-gun, she discontentedly asked, "Why are you staring at me and sneering? I don't know if you're lying or not, but if you lose, Then shut up and leave, understand? As soon as she finished speaking, Jia Gun lunged forward. Seo Ongu wasn't very worried. He calmly said, "It's great to see you so full of energy, but isn't it rude not to listen to me?" "No need," Jia Gun snorted, charging forward madly, "because I'm going to win anyway." In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Seo Ongu. He still stood calmly there, except an energy core had appeared in his hand. Immediately after, he shot it directly. The energy core struck Jia Gun's forehead. It sent her flying backward, landing with a thud on the ground. Yoon-suk looked at this scene with some confusion. That easily? Aring and Kim Hun also didn't expect such a quick end. Aring felt that the kid shouldn't bother Seo Ongu anymore if he didn't want a similar fate. Seo Ongu narrowed his eyes at Jia Gun. There's no need to directly confront someone skilled in close combat. That critical shot you learned from Ji-sung and Senna is quite useful, isn't it? Jia Gun, who was originally full of vigor, ended up knocked unconscious by a single move from Seo Ongu. It wasn't until the next morning that she woke up. When she heard the story from her comrades, Jia Gun exclaimed in surprise, "Ha! He's serious about not forcing me to go with him?" Aring, on his side, was also very doubtful. He hesitantly asked, "I thought you were lying." Seo Ongu casually said, "Does she look like she'd docilely follow if we dragged her along?" Aring found it quite logical, but he still hesitantly opened his mouth. "If that's the case, then why did you cause such a commotion last night? You won too easily." Seo Ongu pouted and said, "To prove my strength." Now Jia Gun will surely know that if she doesn't join Seo Ongu's team, it will be her loss. "And you even suggested staying here for a while. You plan to hunt magic beasts with them?" Aring was startled upon hearing this. Looking at Seo Ongu lying on the bed eating dried rations, the boy unhappily said, "Is it okay to be so relaxed? You'll get old." Kim Hun interjected at this point. They completely rely on Kim Jia Gun because she is the mutant of this base. If we take her away, this base will immediately collapse under the magic beasts and zombies. Hearing these words, Aring suddenly remembered that MC Meng base also collapsed because of Belkis. The kid suddenly fell silent, then turned and left. To Kim Hun's bewilderment, he vaguely asked, "He's always been talking, but suddenly he changed." Seo Ongu also sat up from his bed. He guessed Aring had just recalled the final moments at MC Meng base. Even if they didn't take Jia Gun now, Seo Ongu was sure this base would still collapse, because Buksik had mentioned this before he died. Therefore, he believed that when this base collapsed, that would be when he would take Jagan away. Looked at another way, it might be even more cruel than forcing her to go with Sunu. However, currently, time was the only thing he could give them. The next morning, everyone in the base had gathered in one place. A leading man spoke up, "Everyone is already gathered here. I'll talk about today's hunt. The insect magic beasts recently are what we need to deal with. They attack like giant bees." Jagan listened and then asked doubtfully, "Do we have a countermeasure?" The man boldly stated, "Insect-type magic beasts are easily countered by fire, so we just need to prepare strong armor and then burn them." But before he could finish, Sunu interrupted, "Wrong. It's true that insect-type magic beasts are easily countered by fire. However, he said that the demonic killer bees dwelling in the ruined sands are quite resistant to fire. They'll fly here with their fiery bodies, but there's an even more important issue." Jagan looked at him, her face showing a hint of admiration, but she said nothing. Sunu didn't notice, calmly continuing, "Killer bees are rank 17, and ordinary people are forbidden from hunting monsters of that rank. With this base's poor equipment, everyone will be killed instantly." He then looked at the man in glasses, coldly snorting, "I'll be honest with everyone. You can't fight the killer bee swarm. If you consider yourself the guide, then sit down and give up on this reconnaissance." It seemed the man in glasses was proud of being the guide. It hadn't been too long since Sunu was a guide, but it felt like ages ago. While the two were still arguing, Jagan stood up and said, "Then what should we do? We can't let them take over our territory." Sunu glanced at her, slowly saying, "There's a simple method. Only you and I, the two mutants, will do it." These words left the others stunned. They protested in disbelief. "Leader, we've always done our part well. We don't need a knot to pull us out." Hearing this, Sunu couldn't help but snort in contempt. "Get real. You don't do well on your own. You only survive because of Jagan." These words were so true that they couldn't argue back. Jagan also fell silent. After a long moment, she slowly spoke. "You're all fired." The others exclaimed in shock. "Leader, are you serious?" Jagan calmly stated. "The expert from the knot said it's dangerous. I have to trust him. He and I will handle this hunt. Everyone else, stand back." The people behind her bit their lips fiercely because they knew her words were not wrong by a single syllable. Sunu ignored them, looking at Jagan and saying, "Then I'll consider this a request." Jagan snorted, "Hurry up and go. If you think this is a chance to drag me away instead of getting paid, you're dead wrong." A smile involuntarily formed. Sunu pouted and said, "I know very well you wouldn't obediently let us drag you away. And don't worry, the payment I want is information." These words made Jagan a little confused. She didn't know what his goal was. Immediately after, the two quickly headed towards where the magic beasts appeared. Sunu walked and spoke normally. A group of magic beasts consists of countless individuals, but a killer bee swarm only has about 100 or 200 of them. But the reason they can't be careless is that even a mutant will die if stung more than 3 times. He told her to aim for the joint between their wings and body, because the rest of their bodies were as hard as steel. Jagan nodded upon hearing that. But then Sunu suddenly said something out of the blue. "Call the others so we can drink some wine." This left her bewildered. With a light chuckle, Sunu casually replied, "When they sink, the liquid venom secreted is almost like real wine. As time passes, the venom evaporates less." At this, Sunu mysteriously added. These words stunned Jagan even more. She was silent for a long moment, then finally pursed her lips and said. Sunu didn't say another word either, and the two walked forward. A moment later, they stopped, and Sunu slowly said. They looked ahead and saw a large, jagged rock in front of them. Immediately after, they both quickly rushed forward. Sunu and Jagan hid behind the large rock. Sunu looked up into the sky. Thinking this, he glanced at Jagan and said, "Then you will attack." Seeing that she understood his intention, Sunu didn't think much and quickly drew his sword. After the previous incident, he had gained experience from his past life to see if he could use those skills. Thinking this, Sunu immediately concentrated his energy, then shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword gleam struck. The rock in front of them had several gashes. In less than 3 seconds, it directly collapsed. Seeing this scene, Jagan was a little bewildered. Sunu, on the other hand, was overjoyed. While the two were lost in their thoughts, a swarm of bees emerged from the rock. Seeing Sunu and Jagan, they suddenly emitted ear-piercing sounds. Sunu and Jagan immediately covered their ears. Jagan frowned and said. Sunu casually replied, "It's just that their numbers are vast." In an instant, they covered the sky. Sunu looked up at them and sighed, saying, "Is this the start of the war? Tell me you're scared." Jagan pouted and said. Sunu asked with a faint smile, "Just act as you always do. Show me your skill." Jagan snorted in response. Sunu didn't say anything, falling into contemplation. Among the killer bees, there was one rank 17, yet she remained relaxed when facing hundreds of them. She hadn't learned that in this life, but as soon as the battle erupted, she reflexively enveloped herself with her core, a top-tier skill. The golden core and the line-shaped energy source. No matter how many times Sunu looked at it, it was truly amazing. Like Beast Rice's barrier and his beast-eating skill, Jagan's skills were unique and couldn't be categorized. Wild Beast Enhancement. While Sunu was thinking, Jagan suddenly let out a loud shout. Then her whole body plunged straight into a killer bee. She tightly gripped its body with her hand and directly tore off the wings of the killer bee in front of her. Even though she hadn't yet acquired her full skills from her previous life, Jagan was still just as valiant. At this moment, she suddenly let herself fall aimlessly in midair. Then she coiled her body and spun multiple times in the air. Jegan aggressively charged towards another killer bee. She just smashed its body with a punch, extremely brutally. Sunu, observing from outside, couldn't help but exclaim, "That's good." With her current skills, Geo should at least be on par with the late Chansu. Or even stronger, look how she shattered the killer bee in an instant. Thinking this, Sunu took to the air and let Jegan handle the rest. He just had a feeling something wasn't quite right. However, Sunu didn't have much time to think. He charged forward with his sword towards a killer bee. With a single swing, Sunu cut it in half extremely mercilessly. He felt as if it was just yesterday that he was watching Jisung's performance, but after recalling his past life, everything became much easier. While Sunu was thinking, a swarm of killer bees approached him. Sunu didn't panic. He calmly shouted, "Tentacle." In an instant, black tentacles appeared behind him. Immediately after, they lunged at the killer bees, piercing through their bodies. Killing them on the spot, the killer bees' corpses fell to the ground like rain. After dealing with them, Sunu couldn't help but lean on his sword. He was weak and panting. Using the tentacles just once consumed 30% of his core energy. This was a good skill to use against low-level monsters, but it was a waste to use it now. Although Sunu had improved since the first time he used it against Hansu's group, his core energy was still very lacking. Thinking this, Sunu clenched his sword again, pursed his lips and muttered, "Now is not the time to worry about it. To achieve the glory of my past life, I need to continuously increase my energy." Although it was a pity, Sunu had to kill them one by one right now. Immediately after, he madly swung down. Each killer bee died under his sword. But at this moment, Sunu saw Jegan struggling with a killer bee. She shouted in frustration, "Get away!" Sunu was immediately alarmed, slashing down a bee in front of him. It hadn't been long since he was surprised by Jegan's skill. But why was she in that state just because of an ordinary bee? Jegan was indeed having great difficulty fending off a killer bee. Her thigh was even stabbed. Sunu urgently ran over, shouting, "Stop, if you do that, your skin will get more scraped." Jegan obeyed and didn't tear off its head. She punched its abdomen, breaking off the leg that was embedded in her thigh. Seeing that she was fine, Sunu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That countermeasure was good, but if there was any mistake, your leg could have been torn off." Jegan glanced at him, pouting and said, "I appreciate your explanation, but I feel the poison spreading. My leg is gradually becoming numb." Sunu frowned upon hearing that. That must be why he felt worried. In her previous life, Jegan was like a tamed beast. But the person in front of him was still too immature. Was it because she was still young? Thinking that, he then asked in a low voice, "Do you know how to control your core attribute?" These words left Jegan a little bewildered. Sunu slowly opened his mouth, explaining briefly, "Your energy takes the form of a lion, and you use it within your body." After cutting the wound with a knife, he suggested that Jegan use her core to push the poison out, while also maintaining the effect of her skill. As soon as he finished speaking, Sunu struck another blow, splitting the bee in front of him in half. He quickly urged, "I'll cover you, so do it now." Jegan hesitated for a moment, then followed his words, using the knife to cut the bee's claw out of her leg. Next, she closed her eyes, focused her mind, and summoned her own energy. In just a blink, a stream of black energy escaped from the wound on Jegan's thigh. However, the pain remained, forcing her to grit her teeth and endure. Sunu heard that and mocked, "An abnormal like you won't die from something like this. Stop whining." These words made Jegan yell in dissatisfaction. "Your way of speaking is quite amusing, isn't it?" Seeing her reaction, Sunu didn't say another word. No matter how talented someone is, proper training is crucial. Just as he thought, it's still best to take her to headquarters. The difference between the two of them was that Sunu had countless experiences from his previous life, and his body still remembered the rigorous training exercises, but Jegan only had instinct. She couldn't even defeat high-ranking beasts now, and she was struggling with even normal killer bees. Jegan was still healing herself, so it would be troublesome if a bee attacked her. Sion thought he should attack them simultaneously with tentacles. But the problem was still the killer bee queen, hiding in the darkness of the cave, probably looking for an opportunity to attack. If Xianggu used tentacles now, a skill that consumes a lot of core energy, would his remaining energy run out before he could kill them all? After a moment of thought, Xianggu bit his lip. I'll think about that later. I need to control the current situation first. Thinking it, Xianggu concentrated his energy in one place. Immediately after, he let it burst out. In just a flash, the swarm of bees charging towards him vanished into thin air. Xianggu, weakened, propped himself up by leaning his sword on the ground. He panted and mumbled. This situation was unavoidable, but I've consumed too much core energy this time. Xianggu only had about 45% left, but he should still confront the queen bee. Jegan, healing nearby, had witnessed the entire scene. She stared at him, bewildered, and mumbled, "You're quite good." Xianggu declined to comment, walked straight to Jegan, and then ripped open the torn fabric on her thigh. This action startled Jegan, who asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Xianggu was too lazy to talk nonsense, snorting coldly, "Stop complaining and sit still." She then wisely fell silent. Xianggu observed that the poison was escaping. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. "You're doing well pushing it out. For your first time, you even cut the affected area quite cleanly." Just as he said that, Xianggu suddenly looked up at Jegan and asked, "What kind of prosthetic leg do you want? I know a rather skilled magical engineer." These words made Jegan angrily scold. "Shut up for me." Xianggu pouted slightly and stood up. He said indifferently, "Just focus on healing. I'll go defeat the queen bee." Hearing these words, Jegan was a little stunned. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke. "Are you talking about the killer queen bee? Now the people of Sengen Pass will be safe." Xianggu glanced at her, as if noticing something, but he didn't say much, heading straight into the queen bee's lair. The most dangerous factor was that Xianggu didn't have much core energy left, and he might still have to continue fighting the worker bees protecting the queen bee. He thought he had killed them all, but he needed to check first. As he thought this, a surge of energy appeared in Xianggu's hand. He quickly fired it forward. Having done that, Xianggu just stood still, waiting for if there were any left, they would leap into the core light. But Xianggu waited for a long time and nothing happened. So this was it. It meant all the assassin bees had been mobilized for the previous battle. He couldn't help but feel happy. Excellent, now only the queen bee's breeding grounds remained. Thinking this, Xianggu immediately rushed forward. He ran straight into the deepest part of the hideout. Sure enough, he saw a giant bee here, and there were no other bees beside it. Xianggu let out a sigh of relief. "So you're hiding here, huh? Thank goodness. There are no worker bees near the queen bee." At this moment, the queen bee had also noticed Xianggu. Without hesitation, it emitted a piercing sound wave, and Xianggu immediately activated his core shield to block it. He snorted coldly and said, "Resistance is futile. Besides using echoes to deafen, you have no other combat skills, do you? I don't want to hear it anymore." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xianggu focused his energy into his sword. In just a moment, he thrust his sword forward. He spoke coldly, "I'll send you to where your worker bees are." The very moment Xianggu stabbed his sword into the queen bee's body, its entire body suddenly swelled up, and 3 seconds later, it exploded. Thousands of bee eggs inside the queen bee's body instantly flew everywhere. Xianggu squinted at them, beginning to release his core energy. Immediately, a powerful surge of core energy was unleashed. All the bee eggs were completely incinerated. After finishing everything, Xianggu sat down next to a part of the queen bee's corpse. He took out a knife and began to cut into its body. Not long after, he saw core energy, only there was a lot of it. Xianggu calmly pulled it out bit by bit. He whispered, "When I was a guide, seeing this scene would excite me. But for a queen bee, shouldn't there be a better reward?" After a while of rummaging through the blind bag, Xianggu excitedly cried out, "Found it!" He found the assassin queen bee's essence crystal. This was the true treasure. Seon-gu didn't hesitate at all and began to transfer energy into the essence crystal. Although he could only use it once, he could restore his empty core. Not long after, the essence crystal seemed to have been drained of its vitality, no longer shining as brightly as before. Seon-gu smirked and said, "It's done, because I've destroyed everything, including the eggs. Sangan Slope will be safe from now on." As he said this, he suddenly remembered Jaegin's expression before he entered this place. Everything would be peaceful now, but Seon-gu felt uneasy. But if his judgment was wrong, Sangan Slope would come to an end as it once did in his past life. He couldn't be swayed by his current emotions. A moment later, Seon-gu left the Queen Bee's lair, then carried Jaegin back to base. Jaegin walked along, grumbling, "Damn it, the more I think about how I look, the more my self-esteem gets hurt." Seon-gu glanced at her. She must be feeling confused because her skills don't match her talent. "You do, because your body doesn't listen to your own experience and knowledge." While Seon-gu was thinking, Jaegin rubbed her nose again, saying awkwardly, "Sorry, this might sound a bit brazen, but can we split the cores 50-50? There are a lot of people I need to support." Seon-gu replied without hesitation, "You can take all the cores and make wine from the tree sap. I remember telling you what I wanted as compensation, didn't I?" Jaegin was a bit stunned, then hesitated for a long time before asking, "Oh right, you said you needed information. What was it? What do you want to know?" "There's nothing someone from the middle of the wilderness would know that someone from the note like you wouldn't." Seon-gu narrowed his eyes at her, calmly stating, "I want to hear the real reason why you can't leave this town." These words stunned her. Then Jaegin's expression suddenly darkened. She pursed her lips and mumbled, "So that's the information you wanted." Seon-gu didn't know why she reacted so strongly. A moment later, Jaegin led Seon-gu to her house. Looking at the house in front of them, Seon-gu said, somewhat awkwardly, "You suddenly invited me. I forgot to buy you flowers." Jaegin offered no comment, pushing the door open and walking in. Seon-gu followed, but it was very dark inside, which he found quite strange. But at this moment, Jaegin spoke with a laugh, "If you had bought me flowers, perhaps this place would smell better." Seon-gu was a bit stunned, but very quickly he smelled a disgusting odor. "It's not the smell of rotting corpses, is it?" Jaegin paid no attention to his expression, asking indifferently, "You want to hear the real reason I can't leave this place, don't you?" "I'm not keeping it a secret, but I'd be happier if you didn't tell anyone else about this." As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled away the cloth covering something behind her. Seon-gu saw what was underneath, and the expression on his face immediately stiffened, because underneath a person was hidden. However, this person was bony, their body constantly trembling, and their limbs were tightly bound. If it were a zombie addicted to something, it would be normal, but what is this? Seon-gu couldn't figure it out, asking suspiciously, "What's going on here?" Jaegin hesitated for a moment, then spoke sorrowfully, "This is my younger brother. He's addicted to Gak's blood. That's why I can't leave Sangan Slope. I have to pay the price." Seon-gu was a bit startled upon hearing this. Then he quickly advised, "What happened to your brother is truly regrettable, but to throw away your future because you feel responsible for your family." Jaegin vehemently shook her head in refutation. "That's not what I mean. I was the one who brought that foolish liquor to this town." These words made Seon-gu even more confused. Jaegin pursed her lips slightly and explained, "I happened to overhear how to make that drink, and after I brought it to this town, everything happened because of me, everyone here." She suddenly stopped there, then opened her mouth sorrowfully, "I have to stay and pay for my sins until I die." After hearing Jaegin's story, Seon-gu returned to his room and pieced together what Buksik had left about her in his past life. Jaegin was the sole survivor from an unknown shelter in Buchan. She was severely wounded by a devil beast and saved by Note. After an unexpected recovery, Jaegin joined the Note army. Seon-gu searched his past life memories for clues, but there was nothing. Looking at the current Jaegin, she's like a rookie again, not even knowing how to properly use her power. He realized that when he eliminated the assassin, Currently, Senna, Lacey, and Minnie are all under Note's control, and Jagan needs proper training. Seongu let out a helpless sigh. Is this the only way to solve all these problems at once? But as the saying goes, you can't catch a tiger without entering its den. At this moment, Rang's voice suddenly rang out from behind. What are you mumbling about? Seongu immediately snapped out of his thoughts, glancing behind him. He saw Arung and Kim Hun standing outside the door. He said worriedly, "Welcome back, is it snowing?" Arung nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah, I think the weather's gone crazy. Think about it, snow falling like this in November." Then the young boy started reporting to Seongu, "As you said, I've surveyed the roads near Sangin Slope and also checked the power of the people there." Seongu listened and praised, "Well done, we'll hear the details in the planning meeting." Arung excitedly exclaimed, "A planning meeting, so we've finally decided to bring that girl along?" Seongu narrowed his eyes at the two of them and calmly said, "Listen up. This place will soon become a battlefield. In the next 4 days, a swarm will rush into Sangin Slope." These words stunned Arung and Kim Hun. Arung asked doubtfully, "That's sudden, what are you talking about?" Kim Hun also opened his mouth in surprise. "How did you know that from the start?" Seongu didn't answer, coldly continuing, "I hope you don't ask how I know this, because it doesn't matter now." He said a swarm is moving through the north of Sector 7 and Sector 8, and will eventually pass through here, about dozens of them. There's also a level 3 king, a demon beast stronger than anything they've ever faced. Arung and Kim Hun exclaimed in terror, "We're nothing compared to that monster." Seongu nodded indifferently. "Yes, if we can avoid it, we'll be fine. The problem is whether the people here can survive." Kim Hun frowned slightly and muttered, "Over 30% of the people here are mesmerized by the demon gate's blood. Even without the demon beasts, it's only a matter of time before this place falls." Seongu narrowed his eyes at the two. He continued, "If that happens, bringing her along will be even more difficult." Kim Hun heard this and wondered, "If she sees that there's no hope, won't she come with us?" "Will she?" Seongu believed she wouldn't, because Jagan had once said she had to stay and atone until death. Thinking this, he shook his head and said, "I'm sure she won't leave. Please don't think she'll easily follow us." At this moment, Arung hesitated and asked, "What should we do?" Seongu calmly stated, "I will explain the plan." Then he began to tell them his plan. Kim Hun listened and hesitated. Even Arung felt something was wrong. Finally, Kim Hun couldn't help but ask, "Are you saying we'll avoid combat and save Jagan?" He nodded indifferently. Seongu calmly replied, "Yes, exactly as you said. Does anyone else have questions now?" Biting his lip fiercely, Arung hesitated and spoke. "Can't we move the residents to another area? In return, we could ask Jagan to join us." Seongu shook his head slightly and said, "They settled outside the node area because even the wilderness wouldn't accept them. Moreover, they were blood-addicted guards who would accept them." Kim Hun still wanted to salvage the situation, but before he finished speaking, Seongu coldly cut him off. "We have no way to defeat the king. We'll all die. If we can't change the outcome, we should at least choose the best option." Kim Hun frowned, pursed his lips, and said, "You're right, but even so, we can't ignore the deaths of others just to achieve our goals. Speaking of nodes." Seongu stared at him, feeling a little helpless. Kim Hun was now rubbing salt in his wound. Memories of his past life had deeply ingrained in him the goal of destroying demonic beasts. Seongu's way of thinking had completely changed. He felt it within himself, but it was fine. He wouldn't deny it. Thinking this, Seongu stood up from his chair. He spoke coldly. "In the plan to destroy demonic beasts, Gyun is a member, a powerful weapon in the future. Don't forget that we came here not to save the people, but to find someone we need. Trust me." After speaking, he looked directly into Kim Hun's eyes, extremely resolute. Kim Hun hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I understand. I'll follow you." Seongu still looked intently at him, speaking seriously. "You don't think the rescue mission is important, do you?" "I've considered many possibilities, but in the worst case, rescuing Gyun will be extremely difficult." He hoped that wouldn't happen, He told Kim Hun to just keep that in mind for now. At this moment, Aring suddenly raised his hand, cutting them off. The boy hesitated and said, "Wait, brother, why am I not in the plan? What am I supposed to do?" Seongu looked at the boy, and after a long while, he spoke, "Let's talk in private." A moment later, the two went to a deserted corner. After hearing Seongu's intention, Rang's expression turned a little grim. Although he knew Aring would find it hard to accept, Seongu still decided to tell him. He patted the boy's shoulder to reassure him. Then he left, leaving the boy to think alone. Why did Aring react that way? Because Seongu had told the boy to return to Area 17. After talking with Aring, Seongu returned to his room, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He had received an invitation to join the node. Minnie and Senna were already at the headquarters. After resolving everything here, he would bring Kim Hun and Gyun to the node with him, but Aring was different. No matter how talented he was, the boy wasn't a psychic. It would be a great pity if Aring died in battle. The boy didn't need to stay and help Seongu fight the monsters. That's what he thought, which is why he wanted the boy to leave. While Seongu was deep in thought, there was a sudden noise outside. He quickly lay down on the bed. It was Aring, returning from the snowy night. The boy's current expression wasn't very good. Aring just looked at Seongu for a moment, then turned and left. Seongu pretended to be asleep. Jamie was currently rebuilding Area 17. If there was a promising guide like Aring there, he thought things would be much easier. A night full of thoughts passed, and a new day arrived. Seongu sat up from bed. Seeing no one on the bed next to him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Aring was gone. He needed the boy to live, to return safely to Area 17. At this moment, a sound suddenly echoed from outside, startling Seongu. He jumped out of bed, exclaiming in disbelief, "This sound? No way!" At the same time, outside, Kim Hun was lying on the rooftop, observing. Through the binoculars, he saw something in the distance. Seongu ran out of the room and asked, "Is it them?" Kim Hun looked up at him and said seriously, "I just told you." Seongu reached out and took the binoculars from Kim Hun's hand. He immediately raised them to his eyes and saw something approaching in the distance. A horde, numerous as a Mongol army, was advancing towards this place. Immediately, the base's alarm bell also rang loudly. A man rang the bell while shouting, "It's an attack. Everyone hide inside." But as soon as he finished speaking, something struck him, and fresh blood splattered everywhere in an instant. When they looked closely again, only a tightly clenched arm remained on the bell rope, along with fresh blood. On the other side, inside Gyun's house, she was trying to tie up her younger brother tightly. Her younger brother on the bed struggled constantly, trying to escape. Gyun narrowed her eyes at him and whispered, "I'm sorry, but there's no other way. Stay here and keep quiet until they pass." Only then did her younger brother become quiet again. Gyun sighed helplessly. "They won't just pass quietly. This will be our last time." Just then, a loud shout came from outside the door. "Leader, come here quickly." Gyun was immediately startled. She rushed to the door and saw that the base had become a battlefield. She glanced at the person next to her and asked, "What about Madame Dung?" The other person quickly said, "She's trying her best to hold the south wall, but it's quite difficult." Gyun continued to ask, "What about the guests?" Hearing this, the man immediately grunted in dissatisfaction. "They're not in their rooms. They said they came from the node, but when we really need them, they're nowhere to be found." Gyun heard his dissatisfaction and said helplessly, "3 people, one of whom isn't a mutant. What can they do against a horde? If the node's army doesn't intervene, we can't do anything, and they have no right to negotiate with the node." After hearing this, the man fell silent. Gyun paid no attention, still calmly continuing, "They already did what they needed to do when they defeated the killer bees. How humiliating. I was really looking forward to the sap wine party." At this point, she waved her hand and ordered, "Help Madame Dung. I'll take care of the west wall." The man heard this and cried out in alarm, "What, alone, leader?" At the same time, Kim Hun, hiding on the side, had heard their entire conversation, but he didn't show himself. His only responsibility was to follow Gyun and save her. On this side, Gyun had already reached the west wall. She immediately used her energy to jump high, and Gyun agilely landed on top of the wall. Looking down at the scene of fire and chaos below, her expression was a little grim. At the same time, Seon-gu was also secretly observing this battle. Earlier, when Kim-hun and he were still on the rooftop, seeing the approaching horde, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing, rare for magical beasts to gather in such organized swarms." Kim-hun suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "Has Aang dodged them and safely reached Area 17? Seon-gu hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure, though brief. He had taught everything he could. If only Aang had a miracle like Seon-gu and awakened, that would be great. However, Seon-gu immediately dismissed this thought. Miracles in the wilderness are truly ridiculous. Thinking, he then quietly said, he probably had a safe trip. His decision-making ability is better than most mutants. He'll be very helpful to the exchange center. Kim-hun nodded slightly, understanding. Then Sigu handed him a blue vial and slowly opened his mouth. "Now, let's begin." Kim-hun reached out and took it, but didn't know what the blue vial was. Sigu slowly explained, "This is death scent made from insect-type monsters. Use it every 10 minutes to mask your body odor and protect yourself from them." Back in reality, Sigu used binoculars to observe the area around the base. He continuously moved the binoculars to observe. Not a few people had been killed. But Sigu didn't pay much attention. He continued to move the binoculars. Attacks were coming from all sides. The dead lay like weeds in the field. Sigu moved to another corner and saw a tentacle get hit. His expression changed slightly at this, and he bit his lip, thinking, "I have to hold on. I can't act rashly. Think about saving the pillar." Just then, the walkie-talkie at Sigu's feet suddenly made a sound. He reached out and pressed the talk button. "Hunter Hun, go ahead." Kim-hun immediately reported from the other side. Gyun has started fighting them. Thanks to her, the west side is holding strong, but everyone on the other sides has been wiped out. At this point, his expression was a bit serious. "If it weren't for the plan, I would really want to go and help." The battle continued like this until evening. A high-level monster was now attacking the west wall, and Gyun was confronting it. She didn't use weapons, simply used her energy core to attack. Gyun furiously punched at the monster. However, the monster in front of her was no ordinary opponent. It dodged her attack. Then it swung its spiked axe towards Gyun. But she didn't give up, ferociously charging forward and biting the monster's neck. Taking advantage of its pain, Gyun used her hand to press down on its neck. Then she slammed it hard onto the ground. After dealing with one, another swarm surrounded Gyun. She narrowed her eyes at them, her face filled with determination. At this moment, a claw from a distance lunged at her. Gyun was instantly startled, and she quickly raised her hand to block it. With a bang, dust and smoke scattered everywhere. The monster, carrying a large axe, had pinned Gyun to the ground. She bit her lip slightly, wanting to move and resist. On this side, Sigu is still quietly observing the battle when he heard Kim-hun's urgent voice coming from the walkie-talkie. "Hunter Sigu, Gyun has made contact with the Lord." Hearing this, Sigu's expression turned grim. He quickly shouted, "Damn it, I'm coming right away. Plan B. Continue with the plan as I instructed earlier." Kim-hun on the other side immediately acknowledged the order. After giving instructions, Sigu hurriedly ran towards the west wall. This was the worst-case scenario he had imagined, and it actually happened. Sigu ran at his fastest speed. His speed was quite fast, thanks to the skill of that leg enhancer. On this side, the Lord swung another axe down. Gyun dared not be careless and quickly dodged. The attack failed, so the Lord swung its fist. Gyun didn't expect it to have this move and was caught off guard. She was punched in the stomach and sent flying far away. Her body slid across the ground. By now, Gyun's entire body was covered in wounds, and she weakly leaned against the wall. Sigu was still frantically running towards the west. He only hoped Gyun could hold on for one more minute. Just 1 minute, and he'd be there. The Lord slowly approached Gyun. It swung its axe down, wanting to kill her on the spot. Just in the nick of time, Kim Hun rushed in from afar. He used his sword to block its axe. Kim Hun bit his lip fiercely. You have to stop Gyun from meeting the Lord. If the Lord gets involved in the rescue, it'll be a big problem. Before that, Kim Hun had asked Si-gu, how do I know it's the Lord? Si-gu explained to him, you'll know it when you see it. Its head is twice as big as normal. Then he handed Kim Hun a vial and instructed, when Gyun is tired from fighting the soldiers, use this scent to hide your presence and rescue her as quickly as possible. Although what Kim Hun had wasn't as good as lower body enhancement, with his physical enhancement level, the soldiers wouldn't be able to catch up to him. But Si-gu had said if the Lord and Gyun clash, she might die. That was the worst case scenario he told Kim Hun. After hearing it, Kim Hun asked doubtfully, what should I do if that happens? Si-gu replied seriously, that would be plan B. You need to keep the Lord busy for 1 minute. That's the minimum time needed to get there with lower body enhancement. After that, he would take over and buy him time. So currently, the two were doing exactly as planned. Kim Hun blocked the Lord, while Si-gu ran frantically. Now with about 45 seconds left, Si-gu had to be faster. At the same time, on the Lord's battlefield, Kim Hun was knocked back several meters. He gasped twice, clutching his twin swords. The Lord also stared intently at him. Kim Hun finally realized this was what Seon-gu had said yesterday, that in the worst case scenario, it would be difficult to save even Gyun alone. Would it be a pity if they couldn't save the people of Sand Gold Slope? How foolish, forget saving Gyun, he might not even survive himself. Kim Hun couldn't believe that Seon-gu was still pushing him to try even though he was about to collapse. While Kim Hun was thinking, the Lord swung its axe. Kim Hun no longer had the strength to block it. If that attack got through, he would die. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the distance, along with a loud shout, Hunter Hun. Immediately after, a beam of energy struck the Lord's axe, making its arm tremble involuntarily. The Lord narrowed its eyes, looking forward. It wanted to see what had stopped it. The one who arrived was none other than Seon-gu. Seeing its prey, the Lord's eyes immediately lit up. At the same time, Seon-gu narrowed his eyes at it. Without hesitation, he slashed with his sword. The Lord was struck by a slash and forced back, widening the distance between the two. Seizing this opportunity, Seon-gu glanced at Kim Hun and shouted loudly, run. Kim Hun, now carrying Gyun on his back, hurried away. The rest I'll leave to you. The Lord saw him trying to run and turned to chase him, but a flash of sword light struck it, blocking its path. Seon-gu glared at it and said coldly, your opponent is me. The Lord seemed angry, but Seon-gu wasn't flustered at all, calmly pointing his sword at it, and said indifferently, now the warm-up round is over. Shouldn't we start the real battle? Just then, a sound suddenly came from its mouth. Seon-gu was a little startled, and immediately after, he heard a loud thud on the ground. A wizard lord in the back spun the staff in its hand. Seon-gu looked at it in horror. His face couldn't help but sink. He had mentioned it to Kim Hun before and warned him to be careful of this level 5 wizard lord. There was only one in the entire Lord pack, and very little information about it because it was too rare. But its name suggested its ability was psychic power, so it was highly likely to use telepathy. Sure enough, right after the wizard lord muttered something, a group of low-level lords rode off on wolves. Seon-gu was startled by this scene, the assault lords. He bit his lip fiercely, his eyes growing more and more worried. They even have assault lords? This variable was truly unpredictable, and it wasn't even in the records. He had to hold them here until he was sure Kim Hun had escaped. While Seon-gu was thinking, an axe struck down and he quickly dodged. The Lord seemed to know his thoughts and ran to keep him occupied. It threw its head back and let out a loud roar. Seon-gu had no other choice but to focus on confronting the Lord. In this situation, he could only choose to trust Kim Hun. Meanwhile, Kim Hun was frantically running forward with Jian on his back. After running for a while, he stopped to catch his breath. He sighed and murmured, things are really getting more and more like what Seon-gu the hunter said. Is he still alive? Should we administer first aid before leaving? However, recalling what Seon-gu had told Kim Han earlier, if you save Jian, go immediately to the place we met before. I'll meet you there after keeping the lords busy for about 30 minutes. Thinking of this, Kim Han couldn't help but glance behind him, whispering, he asked me to go there immediately, but if I've already come this far. But at this moment, he suddenly saw two wolves rushing towards him. The wolves were extremely aggressive with sharp teeth. Kim Han immediately panicked and shouted, "Giant wolves, damn it." Daring not to stay, he quickly took off running. The assault lords continued to chase him from behind. Biting his lip fiercely, Kim Han began to ponder. He couldn't shake off the lords riding those giant wolves in this state. Kim Han was wondering if he needed to fight them. Do I have to fight two monsters by myself? The two wolves were very fast and soon caught up closely. One lord even held an arrow, aiming it directly at Kim Han's back in front. But at this moment, something rushed towards it before it could fire the arrow, and with a bang, a deafening explosion erupted. Both the lord and the wolf fell to the ground. The remaining lord was very smart. Seeing its companion defeated, it didn't rush to chase. Instead, it quickly glanced around. Kim Han in front was equally confused. What's going on? He also looked around, wanting to see where that thing had come from. While Kim Han was confused, a voice echoed from afar, "Keep running, don't stop." He frowned slightly. He recognized this voice. Indeed, the one who took action was Aring. He didn't know how long Aring had been there, or since when. He was aiming his bow at the lord below, raising an eyebrow. He smiled and said, "I knew you guys couldn't do anything without me." On the other side, at Bunshin Base, Seon-gu was still confronting the lord. He frowned slightly, deep in thought. Just as he'd expected, the low-level lords couldn't intervene in the lord's battle. While that mage lord was really annoying, it couldn't do anything else. Thanks to that, Seon-gu could focus on fighting the lord. But this pressure was truly befitting a monster ranked 3rd. The axe in its hand was truly oppressive. However, Seon-gu knew clearly he wasn't fighting to win now. His goal was to draw the attention of the lords to his battle, so he could buy more time for Kim Han to escape. Thinking this, Seon-gu immediately unleashed a sword strike. The sword light shot out like lightning in an instant, but was easily destroyed by the lord's axe. Seon-gu didn't give up, fiercely charging forward. He swung his sword slightly, slashing a line into the lord's body. But at the same time, he was caught by it. Seon-gu was a bit flustered, but its strength was too great. He couldn't break free. He was tightly squeezed in the lord's hand. Next, it slammed him violently to the ground. Blood appeared on Seon-gu's head and the corner of his mouth because of this. The lord didn't give him time to catch his breath. It swung its axe to attack again. With a bang, the ground was shattered by its strike. As for Seon-gu, before the lord's strike came down, he managed to dodge with his foot speed. Otherwise, his body would have been shattered. Seon-gu bit his lip fiercely, silently cursing. Seeing that he wasn't dead yet, the lord slowly advanced. The wound on its leg was also tearing open, but it seemed to feel no pain at all. At the same time, Seon-gu realized something. The Mudge Lord was casting some kind of spell. A magical force suddenly struck from midair. He frowned slightly in doubt. However, he had thought too much. Its magic struck towards the building behind him. Seon-gu quickly blocked it with an energy shield. He hadn't expected it to be able to move so many ruins. A huge concrete block was now floating in midair. Seon-gu squinted at the concrete block and its direction of movement, his expression immediately turning grim. He pursed his lips and muttered. At the same time, outside the base, another battle was taking place. Two assault lords were pursued by arrows carrying energy cores. With a bang, smoke and dust erupted everywhere. Kim Han, who was ahead, kept running. Only now did he breathe a sigh of relief. Thanks to that shot, he was able to escape, and he had to thank Aring very much. Behind them, the two assault lords had their advance halted by the explosion. Aring on the building couldn't help but smile smugly upon seeing this. The two assault lords, of course, didn't want Kim Han to escape like that. They glanced at each other. Then one suddenly chased forward while the other remained motionless. Aring, noticing this, couldn't help but exclaim. No sooner had he finished speaking than he aimed an arrow at the one chasing ahead. With a bang, another explosion erupted, flames began to dance, and the assault lord was struck down to the ground. The lord behind, seeing this brutal scene, trembled and dared not advance. Aring, still with his bow drawn, let out a cold snort. You stubborn bastards, I'll definitely take you down, even if it means using all my arrows. It was just then that the assault lord behind him discovered his position. It squinted its eyes at him, baring its teeth in a smile. Aring frowned slightly and muttered, "What's it looking at? Should I just put a hole in its head first?" But before the boy could do anything, the lord suddenly pointed its arrow in that direction, muttering something. Rang's expression instantly became confused. What's happening? Why is it shouting at such an empty place? However, after a long moment of confusion, the lord below stopped moving. It just froze in place. Aring was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with it? What's it looking at? No sooner had he finished speaking than something came rushing in, obscuring his vision. It was the concrete block that the Mudge Lord had controlled earlier. So, its target was Aring. The giant concrete block crashed into the building where the boy was standing. In an instant, the place became a pile of rubble. Smoke and dust filled the air everywhere, and visibility was almost completely obscured. Aring had not expected this situation and was buried in the rubble. The boy suppressed the pain to crawl up, but Rang's body trembled uncontrollably, making it impossible to crawl out. At the same time, from within the hazy smoke, something was approaching. Upon realizing this, Aring actually smiled. The reason they're called lords is because they resemble the low-ranking monsters in trending games that emerged before the Great Disaster, right? But the boy thought they had named them wrongly. They were truly terrifyingly powerful monsters. Thinking this, Aring immediately raised his gun, intending to shoot at the approaching lord. On another front, Xian-gu was also struggling with the axe of the Lord Chieftain. He squinted at the two lords in front of him, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You bastards, you're not only using assault lords, but also mage lords to block Jian's escape. If that's the case, I'll try this." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xian-gu raised his sword into the air, then swept it in a circle. This was his first time using it in actual combat, and he could only hope that Kim Hun could avoid the debris the Mage Lord had thrown at him. Immediately after, a surge of energy gathered at the tip of the sword, rushing straight towards the Lord Chieftain. However, that energy merely brushed past it without any effect, which made it a little confused. It placed its hand on its chest, and a strange sound came from its mouth, seemingly asking Xian-gu something. Xian-gu smirked and muttered, "Are you saying that an attack at this level can't penetrate your defenses, but it's enough to cut those who bother me in half?" These words startled the Lord Chieftain. It looked back in panic and saw the Mage Lord had been struck. Its body split in two, dying right there on the spot. Xian-gu didn't stop. Continuing to channel energy into his sword, he said coldly, "My third technique has pushed my sharp senses to their peak in exchange for sacrificing power, infinite sword." The Lord Chieftain was now somewhat panicked. It hadn't expected him to kill its comrade. Xian-gu didn't care much. He still said coldly, "Alright, nothing's in the way anymore. Let's continue our battle." The Lord Chieftain was now utterly enraged, and it charged furiously towards Xian-gu. He calmly tightened his grip on the sword, frowning provocatively, "Fight." He knew this attack intensity wouldn't faze the Lord Chieftain, but it was effective. Xian-gu curled his lips into a sneer, then swung his sword, unleashing a flash of sword-like brimming with energy. With a bang, a thunderous explosion erupted from the entire western corner of the base. Xian-gu nodded with satisfaction. It worked. I'll take this chance to escape while the Lord Chieftain can't see. But at this moment, a hand reached out from the smoke and flames, trying to grab him, causing Xian-gu's eyes to involuntarily contract. He couldn't escape in time, and his lower body was tightly squeezed by the Lord Chieftain, the sound of bones cracking ringing out. Xian-gu clenched his fist, trying to suppress the pain. Then he stabbed his sword into the Lord's head, but it clamped down on it with its mouth. The crunching sound instantly rang out again. Seongu's sword was bitten to pieces by the Lord Chieftain. Seongu fiercely bit his lip. It had broken his blade, damn it. Immediately after that, he again used the broken blade to stab down. He stabbed down with force, and the Lord again bit down tightly with its mouth. Seeing this, Seongu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Fool, the blade in its mouth is an artifact made from isolated core energy. If it reacts with Seongu's core energy, it will explode. Thinking of this, he immediately unleashed the core energy within his body. A thunderous roar erupted once more, and the scorpions behind had their vision obscured by the dust. Taking advantage of the scorpion's pain from the explosion, Seongu reinforced his lower body. Then he shot out like a flash, soaring straight into the air. The scorpions couldn't catch up at all. That should be enough. Seongu had intended to escape when the time was right from the beginning. When the dust settled, the Lord Chieftain's massive body reappeared, its mouth grotesquely distorted from the explosion. Seeing this, the subordinate scorpions immediately shot arrows in the direction Seongu had fled. A rain of arrows flew towards him, which he naturally saw. He quickly used his core shield to defend himself. The rain of arrows relentlessly bombarded Seongu's shield. Under the attack of the arrow rain, the shield cracked, and an arrow plunged straight into Seongu's shoulder. He let out a soft groan of pain, frowning in silence. Seongu didn't have enough core energy. The shield, damaged when the blade exploded, wasn't recovering. If that's the case, he could only ignore it and run. Seongu instantly accelerated again. Everything had succeeded. Deciding to focus core energy on reinforcing his lower body was a good choice. He continued to run towards the rendezvous point with Kim Hoo. Just as he neared the house, Seongu saw something. It was the footprints of giant wolves splitting into two paths. Had the Scorpion Raiders used a pincer strategy? Thinking of this, Seongu became even more worried. He continued to run, and unexpectedly, he saw traces of core bullets, but Kim Hoo clearly didn't use them. Where did he get them? Seongu kept running forward, and very quickly, he suddenly stopped, because in front of Seongu at this moment were the bodies of scorpions and wolves. The raiding scorpion had been blown up and died, while the wolf had an arrow stuck in its head and died from blood loss. The more Seongu thought, the more worried he became. Pulling the arrow from his shoulder, he hadn't expected them to get so close to their rendezvous point. This could have been very dangerous. Seongu threw the arrow away, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Kim Hoo had dealt with them. After that, Seongu rushed towards the building, pushed the door open, and entered. Indeed, he saw Kim Hoo inside, with an unconscious Gu beside him. Seeing him, Kim Hoo joyfully exclaimed, "Hunter Seongu." Nodding indifferently, Seongu also sighed in relief, saying, "Fortunately, you're safe." As he spoke, he glanced at Gu and asked, "How is she?" Kim Hoo calmly replied, "I've used everything that could heal her. It seems she's still holding on." Looking at the wounds on his body, Seongu said with a hint of guilt, "I'm sorry, I didn't think they'd have Scorpion Raiders." Kim Hoo gently shook his head and replied, "Don't worry about that. This much will be enough to heal me." Seongu looked at him intently and sighed. "It seems you managed to dodge the building fragment that the Scorpion Sorcerer threw." These words made Kim Hoo a bit stunned. Seeing his confused expression, Seongu quickly said, "Didn't the building fragment as big as a house fly towards you?" Kim Hoo gently shook his head. "I was too busy running away. Don't tell me that the loud sound I heard earlier came from behind." Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered something, anxiously exclaiming, "It's a ring! He was here!" Seongu was immediately stunned when he heard this. Kim Hoo hurriedly explained, "A ring hasn't returned yet. He hid and sniped the Scorpion Raiders while they were chasing me. I only managed to escape because of him." The more Seongu listened, the grimmer his expression became. If that's the case, those footprints that split off earlier, he fiercely shook his head. No way. Immediately after, Seongu quickly turned and ran. Kim Hoo saw this and asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" He slowly said, "I'll be back soon. Please, take care of Jgu." Immediately after, Seon-gu frantically returned to where the footprints had appeared earlier, cursing inwardly, that fool, he should have left when I told him to. A moment later, Seon-gu finally found the last place the footprints appeared. He truly hoped Rang was still alive. Seon-gu slowly entered the rubble, but he couldn't find anything. He had heard a theory that scorpion mages could share their vision with other scorpions. It must have accurately targeted the building where Rang was. With 13% core energy remaining, Seon-gu thought he could handle one scorpion. But at this moment, something stirred from a hidden corner, moving towards him. Its cloudy eyes in the darkness looked even more terrifying. It was a giant wolf baring its fangs at Seon-gu, clearly a warning. Seon-gu no longer had his sword. He could only use his dagger. He coldly spoke, "Where is your master? Let me kill you first." But before he could act, a voice rang out, "Stop." That sound made the wolf stop. Seon-gu also recognized the voice as Rang's. He hastily shouted, "You're safe. Wait for me. I'll deal with this first." But as soon as Seon-gu finished speaking, Rang called out again, "Step back." To his astonished eyes, the wolf actually retreated. At this moment, Seon-gu saw Rang sitting behind. He exclaimed in surprise, "Rang, don't tell me." Without waiting for Seon-gu to finish, Rang smiled and interrupted, "That's right. I seem to have awakened." These words stunned Seon-gu. Going back a few minutes, after his leg was broken by the rubble, Rang was struggling for the last time, aiming his energy gun at the attacking scorpion. With a bang, powerful energy burst from the gun. However, the attacking scorpion dodged it, and the bullet only hit the wall behind. Rang's arm couldn't help but tremble. Was his arm broken too? It wasn't moving the way he wanted. And that scorpion was already very close. Rang couldn't move. There was no way left to fight back. Just then, the scorpion threw an arrow, knocking the gun out of his hand. The gun was instantly sent flying far away. Rang glanced at the gun, trembling uncontrollably. He tried to crawl towards it, but how could the scorpion give him that chance? It aimed its arrow again, wanting to stab down. Without any mercy, the arrow pierced Rang's shoulder, and fresh blood poured out like rain. The excited scorpion pulled out the blood-stained arrow. Its eyes were full of bloodlust, and its long tongue began to lick the fresh blood from the arrowhead. Rang glanced at it, watching it sneer. He heard that scorpions loved human flesh. He should have used his core gun to shoot himself in the head earlier. He bit his lip fiercely. If he had to die, Rang would drag him down with him. Just then, a flash of light suddenly erupted from his chest. Immediately after, a wave of pain hit, making Rang cry out. What is this? It was the spear that had pierced his shoulder, and his chest tightened. Before he could understand what was happening, a voice echoed in Rang's mind. "Shall I help you? Do you want to live?" Rang, bewildered, clutched his head. This wasn't a human voice. Was someone putting their thoughts into his head? And at this moment, the scorpion said something. To his surprise, Rang could understand it. "This is the end. Finally, I get to taste that delicious heart of yours." Rang frowned in shock. He could even hear the Ott's thoughts now, but the voice from before wasn't the Ott's. Whose was it then? He didn't understand anything, but the voice in his head kept urging him, "Hurry up. If this continues, you'll die." Rang looked at the wolf next to the assault OT. Sure enough, that voice rang out again. "Yes, it's my voice. I don't think now's the time for a chat. Do you want my help or not?" At the same time, the Ott's arrow once again shot towards Rang. He couldn't wait any longer. He immediately shouted, "Help me." As soon as Rang finished speaking, a tearing sound echoed, along with the Ott's shocked cry in his ear. The wolf had bitten the assault Oat to death. Rang didn't waste any time either, gathering his last bit of strength to pick up the gun from a distance. He aimed the gun at the Oat and shouted, "I'll aim for its head. Move out of the way." The wolf was obedient and quickly moved aside. The energy bullet tore through the air, directly piercing the assault Ott's head. After moving away, the wolf went to Rang's side. It held up at the sky. Thanks to it, Rang had escaped death. A night of fierce fighting passed just like that. Everyone was safe now. The moon illuminated the entire area. and peace returned. Mr. Gu was tending to Orang's wounds. The boy kept screaming in pain, and he grumbled unhappily. "Don't be so childish. If I set your bones now, it'll be stuck in an even stranger position." Orang pursed his lips and mumbled, "It really hurts, sir." Mr. Gu calmly said, "I've already used 3 precious packs of healing factors. You'll be fine until we find a healer." Then he fell silent. In summary, what Orang had said meant this ability was beast control. Although it's one of the 6 main types of abilities, it's actually so rare that only a few people have ever awakened it. With such an ability, it would still be quite useful even in that place, so Orang could go with him, right? Thinking this, Mr. Gu held out his hand in front of Orang, making the boy look confused. Mr. Gu smiled and said, "Congratulations, Orang, you've become an anomaly, qualified to join headquarters." That's all. Orang looked up at him in confusion. Mr. Gu continued calmly, "But it's not entirely good either. Training at headquarters isn't easy. You'll also have to face many more dangerous situations, but I still hope you'll come with me." Orang heard this and mumbled, "That's much simpler than the time I spent in the wilderness." Then he took Mr. Gu's hand and chuckled, saying, "It's true you can't do anything without me, huh? Well then, I trust you." The moment he touched Orang's hand, Mr. Gu's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Seeing his expression, Orang asked, somewhat confused, "What's wrong, sir?" He gently shook his head and replied, "Nothing." Though he said that, Mr. Gu was actually very suspicious. He no longer heard the sound of the flesh-eating ability. Are there anomalies who don't react to it, or is what Orang acquired not an awakened ability? Mr. Gu had only experienced this with one other person, someone he hadn't met in this lifetime, but Mr. Gu couldn't find any common ground between that person and Orang. He couldn't even fully comprehend the flesh-eating ability in his previous life. There was too much to do. He'd think about this later. A few days later, Gu finally awoke from her daze. She looked around in a panic and discovered she was lying on a long chair. She looked at her hands, not understanding what was happening. Jegan, full of doubt, pushed the door open and ran out. She then saw Mr. Gu and 2 others and a wolf, happily there, with laughter constantly echoing. Mr. Gu noticed her, turned to look, and spoke indifferently, "You're awake?" Jegan frowned slightly and asked, "Why are you still here? Weren't you going back to Note headquarters, and where in the world are we?" Mr. Gu slowly explained, "We are on a Note transport ship, and this ship is currently heading towards the South Korean headquarters." These words astonished Jegan. She couldn't believe it and slumped onto the ground. Their ship drifted on the sea like that. Once she regained her composure, Jegan went to Mr. Gu and asked, "Did you already know these things would happen?" Mr. Gu responded coldly, "Even if I did, what would change if I told you? Would you abandon Sand Hill and evacuate?" Jegan shook her head without hesitation. "No, perhaps everyone would have died fighting, because we knew it was the last sanctuary." Mr. Gu narrowed his eyes at her and said coldly, "You're the one who allowed the monster blood to infiltrate and destroy everything, aren't you?" Jegan sighed sorrowfully. "It's cruel, isn't it? You're right." At this, she knelt down, pursed her lips, and said, "What do you want me to do? There's no one left at Sand Hill for me to atone for." Mr. Gu narrowed his eyes at her and couldn't help but sneer. Finally, he said coldly, "You blame me for only being strong enough to save you and no one else. You're dissatisfied with what you did to make Sand Hill the way it is." He told her to hate those wretched monsters. He was in the process of forming the strongest attack squad to wipe those bastards off the face of this earth. Jegan teared up upon hearing this. Mr. Gu paid no mind and continued, "I hope you'll join me and use that anger to fuel the way you live from now on." Hearing this, she immediately nodded and replied, "Okay, what you just said is much better than half-hearted comfort. I'll never forgive you if you run away from the monsters before I do." Mr. Gu then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was convinced. Just then, Orang suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "An island." In front of them was Jeju Island, where Note's headquarters were located. Mr. Gu looked in that direction and said seriously, "We are entering the tiger's den. Stay strong and survive. A new journey begins." 3 months later, at a beach near Akros Mountain, Jeju, a figure stood there, gazing into the distance. A moment later, a girl came and called out, "Commander." It was Senna. She slowly said, "The operation will begin in 10 minutes. Everyone has gathered." Hearing this, the person in front immediately nodded and replied, "Understood, Deputy Commander, I'll be right there." This person was Mr. Gu. After 3 months, he had become the commander of Notes Training Group 304. Mr. Gu rejoined everyone. Then he began, "Let's get straight to it. Today's mission, neutralize the caves along the coast." It was not only the final training for Group 304, but also their first real combat against monsters without any assistance. In Mr. Gu's team were some familiar faces, but also a stranger, a blonde, blue-eyed girl with a somewhat quiet demeanor. Mr. Gu calmly looked at everyone and reminded them, "Moving forward, you will separate to learn specialized combat skills. Many people have been eliminated, but you should be proud of yourselves for making it this far. However, the final test is very dangerous. Every training session has had cadets eliminated. This time, the instructors will not assist, so he instructed them to proceed with utmost caution." Hearing this, Jegan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "That's quite tough, isn't it? So you mean if we have to fight and can't win, we'll die?" "Exactly," Mr. Gu admitted nonchalantly. "But anyone who finds facing this level of monster difficult will struggle to survive in future battles anyway." With that, he pointed to the door behind him and said coldly, "Behind this door is a shelter built by the Japanese long before the disaster. When the great disaster struck, an S-rank monster appeared and seemed to have settled here." As soon as these words were uttered, everyone was immediately startled and terrified. Seeing this, Senna quickly reassured them, "Relax, our opponent today is not that S-rank monster. We'll be facing Merfolk, half human, half fish. Although they are originally sea creatures, it seems they have entered the cave to breed. Reports indicate that every time a group neutralizes them, another 50 to 60 take their place." Mr. Gu also nodded in agreement. "That's great for us. We'll have a perfect opponent for the cadets, and at the same time, it provides spoils in the form of horns and cores." Just then, Kim Hun suddenly raised his hand to speak. Mr. Gu asked, perplexed, "What is it, Cadet Hun?" Kim Hun hesitated. "Aren't 50 to 60 rank monsters beyond our capabilities, Commander?" Mr. Gu chuckled and calmly said, "Good point. That would be true if they were ordinary rank 10 monsters. But Merfolk are much weaker when out of water, and the cave is dry this time of year." As soon as he finished speaking, Aring, sitting next to the large wolf, also raised his hand. Mr. Gu glanced at the boy, gesturing for him to speak. Aring slowly began, "What happened to the S-rank monster? If it's still lurking around, this training mission might turn into a massacre." Mr. Gu said indifferently, "Prioritize what you need to. Cadet, this is the military, and you're on a mission." Hearing this, Aring gave a reluctant smile. "You're right, sir. So, what happened then?" Mr. Gu slowly explained, "The Note Legion eliminated it several years ago, but no one has seen it since. We can fully focus on eliminating the Merfolk. However, as you just said, every group here has had members eliminated. Don't let your guard down just because this isn't an S-rank opponent." Everyone immediately replied in unison, "Yes, understood." A moment later, Mr. Gu and Senna led the way into the cave entrance. Squinting his eyes to look inside, Mr. Gu couldn't help but exclaim, "Quite deep." Senna nodded in agreement. "That's right. We need a 5-person team to set up a defensive line." Mr. Gu concurred, turning his head to look behind him and calling out, "Lee Sang, Kim Jong-min, come forward." The two quickly stepped forward. Mr. Gu glanced at the two and commanded, "Activate." Both simultaneously summoned their energy. Without hesitation, both struck into the cave. Two powerful flames shot forward, instantly illuminating the dark cave. Mr. Gu then reminded them, "Don't rush, just proceed slowly. Make sure there are no insect-type monsters along the walls." Those behind quickly split into 2 groups, following behind Mr. Gu. After walking for a while, Mr. Gu seemed to notice something. He quickly raised his hand, signaling for those behind him to stop. Senna walked up and asked, perplexed, "What is it?" Mr. Gu pointed ahead, showing her. Following the direction of his hand, Senna saw a flooded pool of unknown depth. Her expression immediately turned panicked, and she worriedly mumbled, "Why is it flooded like this? The report didn't mention this." Mr. Gu paid no mind and slowly waded into the water. Just a few steps in, it was already knee-deep. Mr. Gu glanced at everyone and reminded them, "The situation has changed. No matter how deep it is, the presence of water will change everything for the merfolk. We will stop here and set up our first defensive line." The group behind immediately nodded in acknowledgement, standing outside the flooded area. Mr. Gu then spoke up again. "Huanghu, Bian, step forward." The two named quickly came forward. Mr. Gu calmly asked, "With this much water, will it be too difficult to move around?" Huanghu tried wading in and after a while replied, "It's a bit troublesome, but still easy as pie." Hearing this, Mr. Gu couldn't help but sneer. "Ha ha, is that so? Then go scout ahead." These words stunned the two interns. Mr. Gu ignored their reactions, pointed to the bracelet on his wrist, and slowly opened his mouth. "Go find out how deep it is, if it's above waist level, or if you find anything strange. Report immediately." Hu immediately got cold feet, asking in a trembling voice, "I'm a bit scared, sir." Mr. Gu jokingly asked, "Are you afraid of mermaids or afraid of me?" Hu's face turned pale, his forehead covered in sweat. Mr. Gu glared at him, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Want to try and see which is scarier?" Hu dared not say more, immediately volunteered and shouted, "Intern Huang Hu reporting for scouting duty." "Sir." "Commander, isn't this just walking into certain death?" The two of them slowly waded into the murky water. Mr. Gu and Senna stood watching from behind. Senna worriedly asked, "Will they be okay?" Mr. Gu calmly said, "Do you think I'd send them out any other way? They have enhanced lower body strength and are the best at staying out of trouble." Saying that, he glanced at the rest of the group behind him. He seriously instructed, "Everyone prepare for battle. Something is about to appear." Hearing this, the people behind immediately stood up straight in fear, extremely vigilant, looking ahead. A moment later, the bracelet on Mr. Gu's wrist suddenly lit up, and he immediately shouted, "Run!" At the same time, from the far end of the tunnel, a scream echoed, "Commander, help us!" Mr. Gu immediately looked over. He then saw Hu and Du frantically running towards them. Behind them, a large wave was giving chase. Senna's face showed doubt. Mr. Gu slowly spoke, "They're mermaids." Indeed, upon closer inspection, behind the two interns was a swarm of mermaids. Immediately, Mr. Gu shouted orders, "Team 1 move forward, raise the core shield. Team 3 to the center, neutralize any mermaids that get past the barrier. Team 5 will form up behind and provide covering fire. Teams 2 and 4 fall back to the rear, await orders from Deputy Commander Senna." Senna, on her side, also ordered the interns behind, Teams 4 and 5, support the rear. Team 2 will fall back and secure the entrance if the situation worsens. Seal the gate and request aid from headquarters. Immediately, the entire group of 300 interns quickly followed the commander's orders. Each team formed defensive lines in front of the murky water. Sturdy shields were lined up, everyone extremely vigilant. Just then, Mr. Gu shouted again, "Raise the core shield." As soon as he finished speaking, the 300 interns channeled energy into their shields, forming a large energy barrier. A group of ferocious mermaids attacked. Failing on their first strike, one mermaid surfaced from the water. It ferociously attacked the intern's shield. However, the energy was repelled, shattering its limbs. Seeing this, another group of mermaids surfaced from the water. Their target was still the energy shield. However, the mermaids charging forward were disintegrated by the shield's energy. The mermaids behind were terrified by this sight, but before they could retreat, that energy struck them, tearing their limbs apart. Mr. Gu didn't hesitate, shouting orders, "Excellent! Their front line is now trapped between the barrier and the approaching mermaids. Keep holding steady." Hearing this, the trainees became even more determined, gritting their teeth and enduring. A group of mermaids frantically attacked the energy shield. As their bodies were torn apart by the energy, mucus fluids continuously splattered onto the energy shield. The trainees behind struggled to hold on. However, as time went on, their legs began to tremble. Mr. Gu, fearing they would give up, hurriedly shouted a reminder. Focus on the resonance properties. The moment you lose control of the core, the barrier will break. No sooner had he finished speaking than the shield showed signs of cracking. Mr. Gu urgently ordered, the barrier is breaking. Team 5, provide suppressive fire, but don't use core guns, or the entire cave will collapse. Immediately, Aang led Team 5, along with Minnie and another trainee, aiming their bows at the mermaids. Mr. Gu frowned, observing. After a long moment, he ordered, frontline, prepare, fire. As the order was given, Aang and the other two simultaneously fired their arrows. The arrows directly pierced the barrier, then lodged themselves firmly in the heads of the mermaids. Mr. Gu didn't stop. He gave another order, rear line, fire, front line, prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, another group of archers appeared. Another volley of arrows surged forward, killing the mermaids that were breaking the shield. However, their numbers were vast. As soon as one fell, another approached, and the shield was breached. A trainee fell as a result, and one person leaving the shield was enough to break the defense. Immediately after the shield was breached, a mermaid began to attack the trainee behind. In that critical moment, a sharp claw struck. Jagan, like a beast, furiously tore off the head of that mermaid. She was now rank 8, still with her beast transformation ability. The trainee wanted to thank her, but Mr. Gu coldly interrupted. Did you fall asleep during the core deployment classes? You couldn't even maintain a single barrier? The trainee immediately apologized remorsefully, but Mr. Gu had already turned his head away. He coldly ordered, Team 3, attack the front. If the barrier breaks, it'll be hard to fix. Team 3 began close quarters combat. The remaining trainees still tried to maintain the barrier until the very last moment. Mr. Gu shouted another order. Don't let any mermaid get inside and get past you. Hearing this, Jagan immediately cracked her knuckles excitedly. Finally, an attack order. Let's go, Team 3. No sooner had she finished speaking than Kim, Hu, and others simultaneously rushed forward. Jagan led the charge, directly butting into the neck of a mermaid. Then she tore it apart on the spot, but she didn't stop, continuing to rush forward. Just like before, Jagan only used the core energy in her body and fought 7 mermaids. Her speed was no different from a wild beast's, and the mermaids were continuously torn apart by her. Mr. Gu observed from outside, remarking with a hint of emotion, as long as it's close combat, she's still undefeated. Everything comes naturally to Jagan. She has an innate talent that no one can teach. Thinking of this, Mr. Gu couldn't help but glance at Kim Hu. He was now rank 11, an awakened one with power-enhancing energy. Kim Hu didn't hesitate, rushing forward. The twin swords in his hands danced ceaselessly. Many merfolk died by his blade. Unlike Jagan, Kim Hu relied on diligence to compensate. Although he was still not accustomed to using the core layer and membrane to cover his body. But one day, he would become a strong ally, able to support Mr. Gu from behind. Now there was only one thing left. Time to conduct their small experiment. While Mr. Gu was thinking, Jagan had been killing merfolk relentlessly. Afterward, she tiredly plopped onto the ground, grumbling, how many of them are there, really? At the same time, the shield was still holding up, though it had many cracks. Jagan glanced at it. Frowning, she muttered, the gap is covered, but there's no way of knowing how much longer it'll hold. An intern couldn't help but speak up, weren't there supposed to be 50? We've killed at least that many already. Just then, arrows suddenly flew from behind, whizzing past Jagan's head, making her startled. Team 5 behind them continued to shoot arrows to eliminate the merfolk, but they looked exhausted. At this moment, Mr. Gu walked over and signaled them to stop. Jagan also cried out in alarm, hey, Captain, we're almost out of course over here, and you're just standing there relaxing? Mr. Gu patted her shoulder, nodding in approval. Well done. She scoffed indignantly. Is that all you have to say? Of course not. Mr. Gu chuckled, already drawing his sword. Then he focused energy into his sword. Mr. Gu murmured, lips pressed, now, let's complete our mission. Then Mr. Gu ordered, Team 1, Team 3, switch positions. As soon as he finished speaking, Team 3 quickly advanced, taking Team 1's place. They all rushed forward with swords, stabbing into the shield. The core shield was thus destroyed. Mr. Gu led the way forward, shouting, "Team 1, fall back." Team 1 immediately heard and yielded their positions to Team 3. Mr. Gu also asked Senna to assess injuries and begin healing, and ordered Le Exec to assist. That blonde, blue-eyed girl was Le Exec, one of the 9 pillars Buzic had mentioned, and she was now with Mr. Gu's team. Just then, Team 3 stood in front, ready to attack under Mr. Gu's command. Before them was a swarm of merfolk and endless slaughter. Team 3, led by Mr. Gu, had him summoning energy around his sword. Without hesitation, he charged towards the merfolk. At the same time, Mr. Gu also cautioned, "Deal with any that get behind me. Alright, let's fight." As soon as he finished, he gripped his sword tightly and began to hack and slash at the merfolk. Seeing him charge fiercely, the ignorant merfolk didn't back down at all. It was just that Mr. Gu's speed was very fast. The sword in his hand danced ceaselessly in the air. Several merfolk were sent straight to hell. But Mr. Gu didn't stop. He swung his sword again. He directly split the merfolk in front of him in half, then casually stabbed another in the throat. One after another, they were killed by Mr. Gu like that. This was no different from a one-sided massacre by Mr. Gu. The merfolk were basically no match for him. He jumped into the air again. He slashed out a ray of sword light, sweeping across the merfolk, and their heads were instantly severed from their necks. In just a moment, the merfolk corpses around Mr. Gu piled up like mountains. Jagan, observing from outside, couldn't help but exclaim, dealing with those behind him. Who could possibly get past that? Kim Hu heard him but didn't say a word. Mr. Gu didn't know their thoughts. He raised his sword again. A crescent-shaped ray of sword light imbued with energy appeared, swiftly slashing through the merfolk. With just this one strike, over a dozen merfolk were split in half. At the same time, the cave seemed to shake. Kim Hu hastily shouted a warning, "Commander, be careful." Mr. Gu frowned slightly in silence. "This is only 1/3 of my core energy, and this is already happening. Yet I scolded them for not using core bullets. How embarrassing." While Mr. Gu was pondering, the merfolk attacked again. Realizing this, he immediately unleashed his core energy. Powerful energy rays rapidly shot out, piercing through the bodies of the merfolk. Because of this, the cave began to shake even more violently. Kim Hu and Jagan behind him couldn't help but panic, raising their hands to shield themselves from falling rock fragments. Jagan shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey, Captain, why do you keep doing this? We'll be crushed to death before those merfolk die." Mr. Gu was immediately stunned. At this rate, there's no way to even activate the sword. Damn it, the sword is useless. Releasing the core is useless too. It's like fighting with my hands tied, not to mention, their numbers are too great. I can't cut them down one by one. The more Mr. Gu thought, the worse his expression became. They need something to turn the tide. I wonder how much longer Aring will take. At the same time, unnoticed by anyone, a merfolk at the very back showed a strange expression. It stared blankly at the merfolk in front of it, not understanding what was happening. It also saw Mr. Gu fiercely slaughtering the merfolk. Its eyes were different from normal merfolk. They were green. This meant it was being controlled. And the one controlling it was none other than Aring. This was Mr. Gu's request to the boy. Thinking this, that merfolk suddenly let out some kind of sound. Mr. Gu, of course, didn't understand. He was still focused on slaughtering the merfolk in front. Meanwhile, the merfolk in the back was talking to its kin. "You pathetic fools. What's wrong with you? If you just defeat him, we can feast on human flesh to our heart's content." Saying this, the merfolk pushed another merfolk aside, angrily scolding, "We're not in a hurry now. Get out of the way." Seeing its action, another merfolk growled angrily. But just as it growled, it was bitten in the throat by the green-eyed merfolk. It died on the spot, a situation that terrified the group of merfolk behind. They seemed to be questioning what the green-eyed merfolk was doing. They just started squabbling among themselves. But Aring controlled that green-eyed merfolk to attack its own kind again. In an instant, the merfolk fell into a chaotic mess. They started trying to deal with the green-eyed merfolk, but it managed to dodge. Aurang controlled the green-eyed merfolk to look towards the others. In just a moment, a group of merfolk's eyes turned bloodshot. Then they went crazy and started attacking each other. The situation was extremely chaotic. A few merfolk standing far from the green-eyed merfolk were still normal. They saw the scene but didn't know what was happening. So the merfolk pack was caught between two sides. One was being cut down by Si Engu, and the other was controlled by Aurang to kill each other. Si Engu, who was slaying merfolk, also noticed this situation. He was a little startled and looked into the distance. Even Jagan, on Kim Hoo's shoulder, saw it. She mumbled in a daze. What drug did they take? Why are they acting like this? After regaining his composure, Si Engu let out a sigh of relief. That kid did it. Their small experiment worked. Thinking this, he glanced at Aurang behind him. The kid's face was covered in a layer of sweat. He kept mumbling, move, scratch, bite, tear its throat, kill it. Si Engu was a little worried about the kid. Before the battle began, he had approached Aurang and made a request. After listening, Aurang exclaimed in surprise, control merfolk? Si Engu nodded calmly, saying, the monster control ability allows the user to possess and then guide monsters. This mission is the best opportunity. Let's test how far you can use it. He told Aurang to consider that if the kid could control a monster's mind, theoretically, he could apply it to any monster, even S-class ones like Beacus. Remembering the Beacus monster he once encountered and Xena, who died at its hands. Rang's expression immediately darkened. After a long hesitation, the kid finally nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll try. Si Engu was very pleased and instructed him, target the farthest one behind, then start attacking the ones around it. But if you feel it's too dangerous, disconnect. Got it? That's why Aurang was now controlling the merfolk according to Si Engu's instructions. A group of merfolk just kept fighting among themselves in the back. With this support, Si Engu became even more confident. It's working. They're fighting each other just as we planned. Thinking this, he immediately shouted, now, full force direct attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward to attack. Jagan and Kim Hoo also joined the battle. Kim Hoo attacked while reminding Team 3, finish off the ones still breathing. Just like that, Team 3 began to slay the merfolk. Si Engu maintained his fierce momentum, killing several merfolk with a single sword stroke. A moment later, after all the merfolk were slaughtered, he finally let out a sigh of relief. However, he noticed that the green-eyed merfolk was still alive. Si Engu didn't know it was Aurang. He squinted at it, then slowly walked towards it with his sword. The green-eyed merfolk seemed very frightened, emitting strange sounds. Unfortunately, Si Engu didn't understand. He snorted coldly, still resisting until the very end. Aurang really wanted to tell Si Engu his identity, but a part of the merfolk's body resisted. When it regained control of the body, it stood up, wanting to attack Si Engu. Unfortunately, he killed it with a single sword thrust. Meanwhile, Aurang also seemed to feel that pain. He immediately clutched his chest and screamed. Then he knelt on the ground, panting. Hearing the sound, Senna immediately turned her head to look. She ran over to check on him. The boy saw her and shouted, "He stabbed me in the heart." Senna was a little stunned. She quickly helped the boy lean against the wall. "Let me check." But when she looked at his chest, the air immediately stiffened. Even he noticed this. Unfortunately, before he could explain, Senna exploded. "I believed you. You shouldn't be playing tricks on your superior." Trembled and mumbled, "No, but I really thought." On this side, after eliminating the merfolk, he ordered, Team 1 will take up position at the front and watch for any monster movements. Teams 3 and 5 will collect the bodies and cores. Everyone quickly took the order and went to work, collecting the intact merfolk bodies. It's just that some couldn't bear it. Their faces looked a bit unpleasant. Seeing this, couldn't help but sigh. Their morale is still quite low, quite the opposite of those in the team. Thinking this, he went up to him and praised him. "Well done, you made the merfolk fight among themselves and helped us complete it." But before he could finish speaking, suddenly covered his mouth, wanting to vomit, was immediately stunned. He asked worriedly, "What, you two? Are you okay?" Waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. I'll get used to it." Thought this was a side effect of the possession. Perhaps it was a reaction to the host monster dying. Thinking this, he spoke again to instruct, "Monitor any changes in your condition and add them to the report, okay?" "Understood. We will continue to explore the cave. You should rest." With that, he turned and left. If he's weakened by the host dying, it'll be difficult to utilize him to his fullest in future battles. Darn it. He thought perhaps he'd be used to confront the S-rank monsters. But as soon as he turned and left, 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed from his eyes, making him frantically wipe them away. He mumbled suspiciously, "What is this? What's happening to me?" On this side had led another team to continue forward. He frowned, looking ahead, and asked suspiciously, "Is this where the merfolk gathered during your earlier reconnaissance? And you didn't see this tunnel here?" Senna shook her head and replied, "No, sir, there were too many merfolk." Thought for a moment and then said, "Deputy Commander, you've reviewed all the previous training records, haven't you?" Senna was a little stunned and replied suspiciously, "Yes, of course. Why? What's wrong?" He glanced at her, indifferently asking, "Don't you find anything strange? Everything until now, except for the battle, that is." After hearing that, Senna frowned in thought, and after a long while, she spoke. "Their appearance, physique, personality, fighting style, and weaknesses are all in the report. And even the number of monsters is similar." He nodded slightly and said, "Yes, we took down about 60 strange merfolk, and all previous groups reported taking down about 60 merfolk, and they all stayed here, at the entrance, quite a distance from the cave." After hearing that, he also asked in confusion, "Is that strange?" He pointed to the passage behind him, speaking in a low voice. "What about in there? Forget the report about neutralizing the monsters. There's no record of any group entering this far inside. You mean those 60 merfolk might not be all there is in this cave?" Upon hearing these words, Kim, who was behind, immediately froze. He hesitated and asked, "Do you mean they not only gave up halfway, but also covered it up?" He didn't retort. He said in a cold voice, "And it's not just that. I heard the reason merfolk come here is to reproduce, right? So where are the signs of mating and giving birth?" These words made the atmosphere utterly silent. No one could answer. Senna's expression was a little serious. She trembled and mumbled, "You're scaring the hell out of me. Don't say things like that." He explained indifferently, "If people come, they'll be eliminated, but why do they keep coming back? It could be their instinct to protect their young, but it would be more normal for them to avoid danger when threatened." Kim frowned slightly and asked, "So you think there's another reason they come here, Commander?" He nodded calmly. He said sternly, "Perhaps it's because there's something in here that we don't know about, and whatever it is, it's pushing the merfolk out." They just stood in front of the entrance to a dark tunnel without entering. After that, he went out to report. After hearing him, Guide Olivia was stunned. "I've never heard any reports of tunnels connecting to other caves." He calmly said, "My report doesn't mention anything either. It's hard to know if we should continue like this." Olivia frowned slightly and fell silent. If the cave also contains other monsters, then that would be proof that other groups haven't fully explored the cave. And if it's a new tunnel, it means there are monsters inside digging it. She speculated, could it be desert wanderers again? While she was thinking, he spoke up, "Ma'am." Olivia then spoke, "Sorry. The general rule is that when something unusual is discovered, those who discovered it must remain on site. A team that leaves before the anomaly is resolved will have their mission considered a failure." He frowned upon hearing that, but they're stuck with this mess because previous groups covered it up. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke, "Understood, waiting for further instructions." Olivia, on the other end, gave some additional instructions before hanging up. Senna saw that the two had finished talking, then walked over and asked, "So, what happened?" He helplessly said, "It seems we'll have to go back inside the cave. This time, only 4 of us will go. You, me, Hun, and Lacey. A helicopter from headquarters will arrive in a few minutes. Get ready to re-enter." The 3 designated people, Senna included, were stunned upon hearing this and exclaimed, "From headquarters?" Before that, Olivia had said she would send an official team. The team will support that squad, and also told me not to take the lead on my own. This is a matter for the official corps, not for trainees seeking glory. A moment later, a helicopter appeared in the sky, obstructing everyone's view on the island. He looked up at it, his eyes full of anticipation. Soon, the helicopter landed and a person stepped out. Behind him were 3 more people, making a team of 4. 3 men and 1 woman. He squinted at them, lost in thought. Cities were busy developing core vehicles. Yet they were basking in such luxury, with a helicopter flying solely to serve for people. Concealing his displeasure, he extended his hand and introduced himself. "Welcome, I am Kim, commander of Trainee Group 304. The leader shook his hand, politely reciprocating. "I am Lyman, captain of the Evil River Force." Then he pointed to the 3 people, introducing them from right to left. "That's Bong-won, Dick, and Sakura." Kim intently observed the 4 people, sighing with emotion. To swordsmen and to axe masters, they're combat experts who don't need military support. This team composition is quite unusual. After thinking, he spoke calmly. "I'm sure Olivia has briefed you on the situation. We've been instructed to hand over control of the area and assist the official corps." Min nodded slightly, replying, "We can't let trainees handle content outside the curriculum." Hearing this, Kim couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He was openly looking down on them. He spoke blandly, "We have a healer, a core energy specialist, and to people with enhanced strength. What do you think?" Min smiled faintly and said indifferently, "It seems you also want to get involved. I don't mind if you tag along. For now, we need to inspect the site. Please lead the way for us." Kim squinted at him, casually nodding. Senna, standing behind, was very displeased. He's delivering a jab with a smile on his face. Ignoring the unnecessary exchange, Kim led Min's 4-person team into the basement. Waiting inside, reported immediately upon seeing Kim, "While you guys were out, we didn't hear or see anything." Kim nodded slightly, saying, "Well done, go wait outside the tunnel." Min paid no attention to their conversation, taking his flashlight and moving forward to inspect. After a long while, he murmured doubtfully, "Was this used as a shelter during the Japanese occupation?" Kim nodded slightly, replying, "That's right. Is this your first time here?" Min spoke blandly. "During training, we were completely unaware of the existence of Murphic." Kim couldn't help but be startled. "Oh, I see. This tunnel wasn't in the report." Meanwhile, the 3 members of the Evil River team also went to inspect the surroundings. Sakura slowly opened her mouth. "It certainly looks very different from the tunnels we've been through. How should I put it?" Hearing this, Kim spoke up, "It looks artificial." Sakura winked and smiled, saying, "Exactly. The caves we've explored felt very natural, but this one feels like it was carved out." As she spoke, she placed her hand on the wall, seemingly trying to feel something. After a long moment, she continued, "But not by something round like an ugly worm." Just then, Dick suddenly called out, "Captain, over here." Min immediately ran over to look, and seeing what was in front of him, he was stunned, because something was written on it, but it was in Japanese characters. Sakura also walked over to look. She murmured an explanation. "It says exit number 1. Min nodded slightly, replying, "Thank you, Sakura. Then this must definitely be a tunnel created during the occupation period." However, for some reason, it was sealed off, and then someone reopened the entrance. As he spoke, he glanced at Kim's group, perhaps unintentionally, perhaps deliberately. But very quickly, Min's gaze changed direction, and he spoke seriously, "Answering that question will become our main mission. It would be good if we could contact the base, but our comms aren't working anymore." Someone hesitated and asked, "Should I go to the entrance to try and make contact?" Min shook his head and refused without hesitation, "No." Then he picked up a stone from under his feet. He quickly threw it inside, his mouth still mumbling, "We don't have anything to report yet. That would be a waste of time." Then Min silently listened to the sound. After a long moment, he spoke. It didn't hit anything and kept going straight. At least 100 meters. It'll be dangerous, but we have to take the risk. From now on, all orders will be decided by me. Saying that, he looked at the 4 people and asked, "Are the trainees ready?" The group immediately nodded. Min, very satisfied, instructed, "Use my flashlight and turn off everyone else's. Everyone, maintain the core, okay?" Dick next to him quickly followed suit, turning off his flashlight. The group thus proceeded deeper into the basement. Just then, someone behind them suddenly slipped. It was Lacey. She wasn't paying attention to her feet and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, a hand pulled her back, keeping her safe, whispering to reassure her, "Calm down." Lacey said apologetically, "Sorry." Kim also spoke up then. "Walking so carelessly isn't normal at all. Haven't 30 minutes already passed?" Senna also nodded in agreement. It might even feel longer than it actually is. Kim looked at her and asked, "Do you really think we'll find anything down here?" Senna sighed and said, "If not, I'd be happier." Just then, someone stepped on something on the ground. It was Min. He immediately signaled to stop. "I stepped on something." They quickly stopped, and Min used his flashlight to check. It was a human skull, which startled him a little. He frowned slightly and mumbled, "Judging by its condition, it's probably from a soldier or worker from the colonial era." Sakura heard that and asked suspiciously, "Could it be newer than that?" Shrugging indifferently, Min pouted and said, "Don't ask me. I'm not a forensic expert. How would I know? But if we leave it here, it'll be in the way." So he kicked it away with one kick. Bong saw it and quickly reminded him, "A skull is bad luck, you know." Min declined to comment, coldly suggesting, "Forget it, it's done." Say at the back frowned thoughtfully. Everything in this place is wearing them down. These people might have awakened to a high level, but they're losing control. If this team encounters a high-level monster in this state, they're done for. While he was thinking, Min suddenly exclaimed, "Look, it's open just like before." Everyone immediately looked over, and indeed, they saw the door in front of them was open. Min then suggested, "We'll stop here and take a short break." Everyone immediately plopped down to rest. Only C remained vigilant. So, it's an endless tunnel with a compartmentalized structure. Huh, how many more spaces like this will there be? Min, sitting beside him, saw his expression and couldn't help but joke. "This first mission is quite tough, isn't it?" Say glanced at him and said nonchalantly, "It's fine." The others seemed to have helped him calm down. He only hoped he had worried for nothing. Unaware of his thoughts, Min spoke casually again. "Many other teams have left without completely eradicating the merfolk. You could have done that too." Say opened his mouth nonchalantly. "I didn't volunteer for this just to avoid trouble." Hearing this, Min couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. "You're just a trainee, but you talk tough." Just then, Liz suddenly stood up. Min saw it and asked, puzzled, "What's wrong? We could rest a bit more." Say walked over to her and asked, "You feel it too?" Lin nodded slightly. His expression immediately darkened. He glanced at Min and suggested, "You guys will have to prepare for battle." Min was a little bewildered, muttering doubtfully, "What you mean?" Before he could finish, he thought of that thing. It's malevolent energy. Immediately, Min became more vigilant and quickly shouted a warning. "River team, prepare for battle." The 3 members of the river team immediately drew their weapons and entered battle stance. Just then, Say also heard something. He shouted in alarm, "This sound, it's merfolk." So there really are more? Just as he said, bloodshot eyes appeared from the dark corners. A swarm of merfolk charged from afar, even more frenzied than the previous ones. His face suddenly sank. And not only that, they were also bigger than the previous ones. This battle is going to be tough. He immediately drew his sword, ready to fight, but Min's sword blocked him. "Step back." Say looked at him in confusion, wanting to object, but then saw him unleash his own energy. The twin swords in Min's hands were also enveloped in a layer of energy. He spoke seriously, "These bastards are our opponents." As soon as he finished speaking, Min charged forward, continuously shouting, "Bong-on, Sakura, quickly formed the triangle formation. Dick, get into position. The other three immediately acknowledged the order and took their attacking positions. At this moment, Min had already charged in front of a merfolk. He slashed without hesitation, a flash of sword light swept across, and the merfolk died on the spot. However, Min didn't stop, continuing to rush forward, with Bong-on and Sakura still following behind to handle things. Sei, observing them from outside the battle, couldn't help but exclaim, "Their energy is on another level, isn't it?" Thinking this, he glanced at Dick in front of him and suggested, "We're fine, you can join your team." Dick heard this and replied coolly, "Just stay put, protecting the safety of trainees is our mission." Sei once again admired their work attitude. They really are professional. If he were in that position, he would say the same thing. On this side, Bong-on charged forward with his hammer. He simply flattened the merfolk. Sakura, meanwhile, used her sword. It's like constantly dancing in the air. Quite a few merfolk died by her sword. Seeing this, Sei nodded and smiled, saying, "They don't seem to be in much danger, do they?" Dick was slightly startled, then nodded after a long moment and said, "Fortunately." Sei didn't say anything more, glancing at the three people including Kim Hun and reminding them, "Obey our mission orders. If the evil river group is in danger, we must step in to help." The three of them immediately nodded, acknowledging the order. At the same time, Sakura here just stabbed a merfolk in the head with her sword. Then she killed another one, her speed extremely fast. Min wasn't idle either. He was confronting a merfolk. Min dashed forward like lightning, stabbing straight into its heart. After that, he killed two more. Seeing this scene, Sei silently admired them. Kim Han, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, "Good." Sei glanced over, then smiled again. They were on par with him, but with their combat skills, they were completely outclassing the other contestant groups. Close combat was their best. While Sei was thinking, a merfolk crawled towards him. Before he could do anything, Dick acted first, killing it with his single hammer blow. Sei couldn't help but sigh. Their skills make monsters die in just a few seconds, so this request for assistance is quite easy for them. On the other side, twin swords were dancing in the air. Min had just unleashed his skill, wiping out a horde of monsters. In just a moment, the three of them had eliminated all the merfolk that had just surged out. Min finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a bit stressed earlier, but he's better now. However, when he saw Sei and Kim Hun doing something with the bodies of two merfolk, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Sei casually replied, "Just wanted to make sure none were still alive. It's important not to lose any points." Hearing this, Min couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Haha, I didn't expect you to rank contestants too." Sei stabbed another merfolk's corpse with his sword, calmly saying, "That's just basic knowledge. They seem to have lived quite a long time in this wasteland." Min said nothing, secretly admiring them in his heart. It's not like that in every wasteland. This hunter is truly talented. Thinking this, he looked at the four of them and said, "The trouble's solved. Let's do the mission. We have to go. You all keep up the good work here." After that, the four quickly left. Sei watched their retreating figures, sighing inwardly. It only took 30 minutes to take down 50 rank 10 monsters. He'd bet these people were equivalent to monsters 9 times stronger. They were at least rank 3, and their leader probably rank 1 or 2. While he was thinking, Kim Hun approached him, hesitating before saying, "I'd bet they're the strongest ones. You and Kim planning to kill all the monsters in this world is truly an absurd idea." But Sei frowned and asked, "But what?" Kim Hun chuckled and replied, "On the other hand, I wonder if there's a place for awakened like me." Sei fell into thought after hearing these words. What was he worried about? Something must be bothering him. But whether there were more monsters or not, they hadn't faced the strongest one yet. Just then, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. "What's this?" making Sei jump. On the other side, Min also seemed to discover something. He quickly called out, "Everyone, come here." Inside the dark cellar, a few strange specks of light suddenly appeared. It confused them. It was too dazzling, completely different from the places they had passed through. Senna couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this? It's really beautiful." Only Sei recognized the problem. He quickly reminded them, "Wait, these are sparkling bugs." Kim-hun was a little startled and asked doubtfully, "Sparkling bugs, are they a type of monster?" Sei gently shook his head and said, "Not monsters. They are a type of insect that only appears during a disaster. They're not the problem, but their behavior is what worries me." Hearing this, Kim-hun immediately asked in confusion, "Do you mean we're in a disaster?" Senna Andel's expressions also looked a bit grim at this moment. Sei calmly pointed at the cave entrance and said, "That entrance is where we carried out our mission. It leads to a natural cave." As for the rock type on this side, he said it was completely different from normal. Senna frowned at him and hesitated. "Is that unusual? We've gone hundreds of meters inside here already." Sei seriously explained, "I've never seen this type of rock on Jeju. More importantly, these sparkling bugs are not peaceful creatures, so they are rarely seen in Korea." This made Senna, and the other two, stunned. Sei didn't pay attention and continued, "That means there's something bad in these caves that attracts them here." The more Senna and the other two listened, the more terrified they became. What awaited them in the end? Just then, a scream rang out again. "Something's coming," startling Sei. Min on this side also asked in a panic, "What is it, Bon-on?" But before he could get an answer, Min's eyes involuntarily narrowed, because in front of them was a monster buried in the rock, revealing only part of its head and half of its chest. Sakura observed for a while, then finally mumbled, "A mermaid?" Dick shook his head in refutation, "Not at all similar." A motionless monster caused a wave of confusion among everyone. They suspected it looked like it had been dead for a long time. Min observed for a moment, then spoke with a grave expression, "Whether it's dead or not, this is serious. Its arm is at least 2 meters long." After that, he ordered everyone to turn back and report the situation. But no one noticed. Sei had frozen in place on his side. His face was clearly fearful, and he kept mumbling, "No way, La." Immediately after, he hurriedly called out, "Deputy Commander, La, gun," which confused the three of them. There wasn't much time. He quickly shouted, "Back away, quickly." They still didn't understand, asking in confusion, "What? Why?" Sei impatiently yelled, "Listen to my order. Back away." Although Senna and the other two didn't understand, they still listened and backed away. It seemed like at the same moment, something had fallen onto Bong-on. Noticing this, he reached out and brushed it off, grumbling annoyed, "What the hell is that?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw the monster's eyes light up. Bong-on furrowed his brows tightly, silently observing. He was unaware that danger was approaching, still standing there looking at the monster. At this very moment, its chest suddenly opened up. Then, from inside, a vine appeared and shot straight towards them. Seeing this, Min immediately shouted frantically, "Bong-on." Sei reacted faster. He quickly ran over. However, that vine had already wrapped around Bong-on's leg. Then it pulled him into the air. Sei wanted to catch him, but was too late. After a moment of panic, Bong-on also quickly activated his core shield. But it was too late. His body was already being pulled towards the monster's chest. That place was like a large mouth. As soon as it saw someone, it started biting. Fresh blood began to pour like rain from Bong-on's ankle. Min's face instantly fell. He exclaimed in disbelief, "It has a mouth on its chest." Bong-on suppressed the pain, wanting to use his hammer to strike that monster. With a bang, the large hammer struck the monster's face, making a bong sound. Because of that, Bong-on's body was released by it. But one of his legs had been bitten to shreds by it. He closed his eyes, groaning in pain. Seeing this, Min fell into extreme panic. Meanwhile, the monster seemed very excited by the taste of fresh blood. Its entire body, buried in stone, trembled slightly. At this moment, Min quickly shouted a reminder. "He's seriously injured. We need to take him back. Rookies, this way!" Senat immediately nodded and ran towards them, but before he could take 2 steps, Sei shouted loudly to stop him. "Stop! Don't come any closer. Heal him from there." This command made Senna pause slightly, not understanding why he said that. Min, on his side, was also very displeased, gnashing his teeth as he asked, "What are you doing? This is an emergency." Sei remained calm and said, "Do as I say." Senna hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded and replied, "Deputy Commander, Senna obeys." This scene made Min even more uncomfortable. He angrily spoke up, "Rookie Kim Sei, it seems you're misunderstanding who's in charge here." Si Gonggu glared at him and coldly stated, "No, I understand perfectly well. I apologize, but if that's Ligia, then my team members are also in danger." These words startled Jiang Min, who, after a long moment, unhappily grumbled, "What Ligia? You've mentioned that name before. But what the hell is it? I don't know any monster by that name." Si Gonggu naturally understood he hadn't heard of it. He didn't have memories from a previous life to rely on like him. Thinking this, Si Gonggu calmly explained, "Ligia is an S-rank monster capable of controlling other monsters. It first appeared in New Zealand 5 years ago and claimed countless lives. It took a heavy toll on Oa to finally defeat it." Jiangmin frowned in disbelief, suspiciously asking, "A major organization that opposes Noter?" Si Gonggu didn't answer, calmly continuing, "Given the relationship between Oa and Noda, there's no way they would exchange data." Jiangmin narrowed his eyes at him, coldly asking, "Then how does a rookie like you know?" That was a reasonable question, but Si Gonggu didn't have time to answer it. He just didn't understand why it stopped attacking, why it didn't attack continuously. But it didn't matter, this was their chance to escape. Thinking this, Si Gonggu immediately shouted, "We need to get out of here before it wakes up again." Everyone was about to leave, but Jiangmin suddenly shouted, "No, it seems it's already too late." His expression was very grim at this moment. Si Gonggu heard his words and also glanced over. He then saw Ligia's eyes glowing brightly. He tremblingly muttered, "This light is brighter than last time." Seeing the situation wasn't good, Jiangmin immediately suggested, "You distract it and I'll attack. It seems to have nothing but that tentacle, so be careful." Dick immediately took the order, holding two hammers in his hands and charged forward. In just a blink of an eye, he was in front of Ligia. It's just that its glowing eyes also noticed him. Immediately, a beam of energy shot out from Ligia's eyes, piercing straight through Dick's body. Si Gonggu's expression immediately froze. Jiangmin was no exception. He didn't expect it to have this move as well. Sakura was even more terrified. She was worried about her teammate. Dick just fell from above like that. His blood-soaked body fell in front of Sakura, making her panic and tremble. Jiangmin glanced at Si Gonggu, asking anxiously, "What is this thing? What kind of monster is Ligia? Why are my teammates leaving one by one?" First, Bongwon lost a leg. Now Dick has been shot through his entire body. The situation is extremely dire. Sakura hugged Dick's body and cried loudly. Si Gonggu watched them intently, a flicker of worry rising in his heart. The first and second tier hunters were losing control. Lacking experience against S-tier monsters, they had begun to collapse. His previous worries had come true. The long march through the tunnel had worn down both their strength and their will. Thinking of this, Si Gonggu sighed helplessly. What a terrible time to encounter an S-tier monster. The fear of this unheard-of monster choked them, rendering them unable to unleash even half of their original strength. Thinking quickly, Si Gonggu immediately shouted a reminder, "Wake up, everyone, core shield." However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the tentacle reappeared. It lunged straight towards Dick's body, wrapping around his leg. Si Gonggu was horrified at the sight. Ligia had once again opened the mouth on its chest, wanting to grab Dick. Jiangmin frantically charged forward with his sword. "We have to cut that tentacle. Hold it tight. Sakura, core membrane." Knowing what he intended, Si Gonggu quickly reminded him, "The core membrane won't cut it. Use your core shield and run." Unfortunately, it was too late. Ligia's eyes lit up again. Two beams of light pierced through Jiangmin's body, and he collapsed to the ground. Dick, meanwhile, had been pulled towards its mouth. Little by little, it began to devour his body. Sakura, witnessing this bloody scene, was utterly panicked. She stood up and turned to flee. But how could Ligia give her that chance? Its two eyes lit up once again. Similar to Dick, Sakura was pierced through the chest by that energy. A large hole appeared in her body, and Sakura died on the spot. The only survivor in the evil river squad now was Bongwan. One of his legs was mangled, but he was still alive. He tried to drag himself away from Ligia. Unfortunately, it was too late. A series of energy beams shot out from its eyes towards Bongwan. His entire body was torn apart, even split in half in an extremely horrific manner. Senna and the two others in the dark corner witnessed this entire scene. As a result, everyone's faces turned pale, drained of all color. Kongu was outside at this moment, protected by his core shield. He quickly reminded them, "Stay still, hold your positions, calm down, right now. Everyone is in its blind spot. Stay in the blind spot. Don't be foolish and take another step." The three immediately nodded in acknowledgement, standing still like logs on the spot. Kongu bit his lip slightly. It could have killed him too, but it didn't. This isn't that simple. Kongu still couldn't be careless. He had to find a place where Ligia's light beams couldn't reach. He needed to make his move while it was still preoccupied with the corpses of the evil river squad. While Kongu was still thinking, Ligia opened its mouth, revealing a long tentacle. It wrapped around Bongwan's corpse. Kongu realized this was his chance to escape. Immediately, he sprang up and ran, but after only 2 steps, Ligia detected him. Its two eyes lit up once again. Realizing the light was rushing towards him, Kongu's eyes involuntarily narrowed. The light beam slammed into his core shield, causing the shield to shatter instantly. Kongu didn't dare to hesitate, immediately using leg reinforcement to run. However, the light still relentlessly pursued him. Kongu hastily created a core shield to fend it off. The light beam once again struck his shield, only this time, a part of the light reflected. It destroyed a wall behind him, and Kongu saw it fall in front of him. He immediately ran towards it. This was a good place to hide. Once he reached a safe spot, Kongu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He wiped away the blood with his hand, pursed his lips, and thought to himself, "Even with all my core focused into the shield, the light beam still injured me. If I can't think of a better way than the evil river squad, I'll die here too." At this moment, Kim Hun asked anxiously, "Are you okay? Come over to us, Commander." Kongu calmly replied, "Thanks, but I'm fine. Just those 2 flashes cost me 20% of my core. I have to save the rest of my core until I see a definite opportunity." Senna and the other 2 were stunned by these words. Kim Hun hesitated and asked, "What about us? Should we raise our shields and rush towards the exit?" Kongu didn't answer immediately. He looked around for a moment. There was quite a distance between Kim Hun's group and the exit, but there were no hiding spots along the way. After thinking, he spoke in a deep voice, "Didn't you see what just happened to me? You'll definitely get hit before you reach the exit." Kim Hun sat down on the ground after hearing this, sighing, "So I guess we're just waiting to die now. If even a group of high-level awakened couldn't stop those light beams, how can we?" Kongu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "This is everyone's first time facing an S-rank monster, isn't it? I understand why you're so desperate after witnessing a high-level group wiped out." But he said the evil river squad died because they collapsed mentally after trying to resist, so Kongu advised them to stay calm and focus on figuring out how to survive. Kim Hun then realized something, asking suspiciously, "But isn't this your first time too, Commander? How are you so calm?" Kongu was somewhat at a loss for how to answer. He had encountered and defeated so many S-rank monsters, he couldn't count them. It just wasn't in this lifetime. However, there was one different thing about this Ligia. It was 2 years from Kongu's current timeline. It suddenly stormed Node's headquarters and took the lives of 39 permanent members. When the attack occurred, Kongu was on a mission in the ruins, and only after everything was resolved did he learn about it. But here, they discovered it before it could happen. If, like other groups, they just dealt with a few merfolk and retreated, then its appearance might have been delayed. It's just that whether this change is good or bad, it all depends on Kongu's actions. While he was thinking, Senna suddenly opened her mouth suspiciously. Isn't the general rule that there's only one S-rank monster of each kind? If Legia was destroyed 5 years ago in New Zealand, then why is it here now? Hearing this, Kongu couldn't help but frown and smile. That's a good question. Look through that crack, at the rock face where that thing is buried, but make sure it doesn't detect you. Senna followed his words and glanced over. Immediately, she discovered something and exclaimed in shock. Wait, what's that? Senna saw a magic circle behind Lega's head. This was clearly a sealing formation. Kongu slowly explained, it is indeed a magic circle. Senna was stunned after hearing this. He calmly continued, do you remember what we learned about magical energies? It's just theoretical, because it's very rare. None of us rookies possess it. That magic circle was probably used by a Western awakened to seal monsters, a spell, you could say. The more Senna listened, the more confused she became, frowning and muttering, spells and magic circles, the more I hear, the more it sounds like fantasy. Kongu slowly explained, that's why it's treated completely differently from other skills. Senna still asked suspiciously, if an awakened can seal Legia, does that mean that person is also S-rank? Kongu looked at her and praised her indifferently. That's a good deduction. Furthermore, that's not all. He asked, do you remember that I once said these caves seem to have appeared from somewhere else to create such tunnels? There must be an awakened with psychic abilities. That means there are at least S-rank awakened. Besides Node, only one group has so many talents. Senna naturally knew what he was referring to. Who else but the OA organization? Thinking this, she immediately complained, so sealed Legia here. How despicable. Why would they do that in a foreign country, right beneath someone else's base? Kongu helplessly said, this is just a hypothesis, but it might not have been intentional, regardless of the relationship between OA and Node. Throwing an S-rank monster into enemy territory is nothing short of a declaration of war. Perhaps they initially intended to bury it beneath the Pacific Ocean, but it's not easy to move it to the correct location, even if it's an S-rank awakened. To put it simply, they might have sent it to the wrong coordinates. Hearing this, Senna was speechless. What kind of ridiculous reason is that? She grumbled unhappily. Sending a monster is funny enough, but sending it to the wrong coordinates, a faulty delivery, how amusing. Thanks to that, everyone started laughing, and Kongu breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad the tension has eased a bit. However, his relief didn't last long. The rock layer on Legia's body suddenly fell off. He looked over with wide, horrified eyes. One of Legia's arms had broken free from the rock. Kongu fiercely bit his lip. It's breaking free from the seal. Once it starts, there's no way to avoid those light beams. There's no time left. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. No matter what, he had to find its weakness. Seeing him suddenly become alert, the three, including Kim Hun, also quickly stood up. At the same time, Legia brought out its tentacle again. Then it wrapped itself around a part of Bong Won's body. Kongu quietly hid behind the rock. Now was his chance while it was busy eating. Immediately, he leaned out and fired a core bullet towards it. The core bullet instantly appeared before Legia's chest. Kongu squinted at it, calmly waiting for it to explode. Indeed, just a second later, an explosion erupted from Legia's chest. However, the light from its eyes could still shoot out. Kongu immediately panicked. Even firing a core bullet into its jaw didn't defeat it? He quickly dodged, but the light beam grazed his arm. The remaining part of the beam pierced straight into the ground, causing the ground to explode. As for Kongu, he had reached his hiding spot and couldn't help but sigh. Oh my, even a core bullet didn't work. But as soon as he finished speaking, a painful sensation spread through his arm, making Kongu grit his teeth in agony. A part of his bicep had been burned by that light beam. Seeing this, Kim Hun and the other two also became worried. Kongu looked at them and reassured them. I had to drop my shield to fire the core bullet. At least the jump helped me only get hit in the arm. Senna quickly said, let me heal you. But he shook his head, refusing. Don't waste your core. You'll need it to escape. At this moment, Leslie suddenly pointed behind him and exclaimed, "Behind you!" Kongu turned his head to look in the direction she pointed and discovered another tunnel. He hadn't expected there to be another passage like this. Perhaps the light beam had dislodged the rock and revealed it. However, Kongu quickly noticed that the expressions on Senna and the other two's faces were a bit off. Were they thinking he would abandon them and run away alone? Thinking this, Kongu couldn't help but click his tongue. Am I the type of person who would use them as bait to escape? If so, why didn't I run to a hiding spot from the start? Immediately after, Kongu said in a deep voice, "I'll draw its attention. Everyone run down that tunnel by yourselves." These words startled all three of them. There's not much time, Kongu suggested again. "When I say run, everyone head for the exit." As he spoke, Kongu summoned his energy. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward. At the same time, he unleashed a crescent-shaped sword slash towards Ligia. Ligia was instantly stunned to see the powerful sword energy rushing towards it. It was focusing on the shockwave from the sword attack. Realizing this, Kongu immediately shouted a reminder, "Now, run!" Senna and the other two quickly turned and fled upon hearing his command. At the same time, Ligia fired a light beam. The two powerful energy streams collided instantly, but Kongu's sword light was completely destroyed. Ligia's light beam then fiercely surged towards Kongu. Kongu tensed up instantly. He quickly used his acceleration skill. He quickly darted away, dodging the light beam. Although he couldn't raise his shield there, using his speed skill might help him move faster than those light beams. The light beam slammed into the ground, destroying the earth in its wake. Kongu hid behind a rock, his body reflexively trembling. The light beams were getting stronger, and the cave walls had begun to collapse. If the tunnel collapsed before they could escape, they'd be done for. Kim Hun and the other two had entered the tunnel, but saw that Kongu wasn't following. Kim Hun quickly shouted, "What are you waiting for? We'll go together." Senna also spoke up, suggesting, "This time we'll distract it. Go into the tunnel quickly, Commander." Kongu sighed upon hearing this. "It's touching to hear, but your safe retreat is the most important thing." Thinking this, he immediately struck the tunnel with a sword slash. The ceiling immediately showed signs of collapsing, and Kim Hun cried out in panic, "What are you doing?" But no one answered him, as rocks falling from above covered the tunnel. Kim Hun frantically cried out, "Commander, at least let me stay with you." Kongu shook his head helplessly. It already wiped out a Tier 1 hunter squad. What did you get out of it? The only thing we can do is report back to headquarters. As soon as Kongu finished speaking, the basement was completely covered by rubble. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Good. Was that sword strike a bit too strong? Everything's collapsing. Just then, an extremely piercing sound suddenly emanated from Ligia's body. Kongu quickly covered his ears, muttering, "What is that sound? It's like the sounds mermaids make." As he said this, he suddenly realized something. So it uses sound to control mermaids. If he doesn't do something, a swarm of mermaids will join this party. Kongu clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. What a mess, I need to get out of here quickly. By this time, Ligia had eaten up to the upper part of Zongmin's body. Kongu squinted at it. He finally understood why it couldn't stop eating, because that was its true nature. So it was a super absorption type. It's a monster that devours people and converts them into energy. Its energy levels must have been low from not eating anything after being imprisoned. By consuming the evil river group, it restored its power. That's why it didn't wipe them out from the start. It wasn't strong enough to break free from the rock and was trying to accumulate energy to fire a beam to break the seal. Once it eats everyone, it will escape. The only remaining bodies are Sakura's and the other half of Zongmin's. Kongu had to be faster than it. Just then, he suddenly remembered something, a type that gets stronger the more it eats. He also had a similar ability, absorbing the cores of others. The murderers, the traitors, and Kongu's fallen comrades in his previous life, he only focused on using the abilities of other awakened ones. If Kongu could steal the power of an S-rank monster, that would be a huge turning point. He would be able to turn the tide when facing monsters. Thinking this, Kongu immediately jumped out from his hiding spot. He began to absorb Ligia's core. A stream of energy shot straight towards the monster's chest. However, Ligia's body only momentarily lost its connection, and very quickly, it shattered the core energy fired by Kongu. Then it fired a beam of light at Kongu, who quickly used acceleration to dodge. Kongu once again hid in a corner. He panted a few breaths, thinking to himself, that was a mistake. It had no effect on the monster, and he had wasted core energy in a battle where even 1% wasted was too much. Now Ligia had finished consuming Zongmin's corpse. It would break free from the rock soon, and now it was targeting Sakura's body. Kongu fiercely bit his lip. He had to stop that bastard from eating her. He would pour as much core energy as possible into this attack. While Kongu was thinking, Ligia's tentacles had tightly wrapped around Sakura's leg. At that very moment, Kongu unleashed a sword strike. The sword light swiftly cut through the tentacles. Ligia's body couldn't help but tremble. Kongu exclaimed with satisfaction, absolutely top-notch. Cutting off a part of an S-rank monster at his level was quite an achievement, even if it hadn't reached its maximum power. But just then, a beam of light shot out. Fortunately, Kongu used a core shield to fend it off. He grumbled irritably, damn it, I celebrated too soon. The light beam now has enough power to pierce through rock. Kongu still had 20 meters to go to reach the tunnel from earlier, but he had to take the risk, but it would surely fire a light beam the moment he turned to run. Kongu closed his eyes to focus. He had to determine the layout and calculate the distance. Very quickly, Kongu realized there were 2 consecutive turns. If he utilized the S-shaped openings, he could dodge the light beam. Currently, Kongu only had 40% of his core reserves left, so the timing for acceleration and activating the core shield had to be perfect. After finishing his calculations, Kongu immediately took off running. As expected, the light beam chased after him. Kongu used acceleration to dodge the light beam. The light beam just slammed into the wall in front, and Kongu only had 35% of his core left. And he saw the first turn. At the same time, Ligia prepared to fire another light beam. Kongu quickly created a core shield. With a bang, the light beam slammed into the shield. Despite having the shield, Kongu was still injured, groaning in pain. Then he took off running again. He had overcome the second attack. Kongu once again used acceleration to run, quickly passing the second turn. Ligia's light beam quickly caught up behind Kongu. But this time, he didn't care about it anymore. Continuing to run, the sharp turns in the tunnel prevented the light beam from reaching him. What needed attention was the explosion afterward. On another front, Senna and the 2 others ran out through the tunnel. Outside were muddy puddles. And what was supposed to come still came. A group of merfolk was lurking behind them. Kim Han hurriedly shouted a warning. Those are merfolk, hurry up. At the same time, the cave began to shake violently again. Kim Han and the 2 others ran quickly forward. Senna said while running, the cave keeps shaking. I don't know what's happening, but we have to hurry. However, Kim Han had noticed something, his expression a little grim. A group of merfolk was chasing closely behind them. Senna then spoke up, we'll think about it later, just run. These merfolk seemed to be coming from the tunnel behind Kongu. These tunnels were regionally military defensive structures. Senna thought the tunnels must be connected. Although they had been sealed over time, the tremors must have opened them up, and that meant there must be other passages now too. Senna seemed to have found a way out. The 3 of them ran frantically, Kim Han looking back as he ran. Finally, he stopped and suggested, I'll stay and fight them. Senna was stunned when she heard him. We have to keep running until we regroup. But Kim Han insisted, they'll catch up anyway. It's better to stop and face them. Senna worriedly reminded him, but look how many there are, more than 20 of them. However, these words did not dissuade Kim Han. He threw his head back and let out a loud shout. Then he charged with his sword. Commander Kongu faced Ligia to protect us. I won't back down either. Senna sighed helplessly, so stubborn, if you fall, they'll catch up to us. I'll stay and heal you. Then she glanced at Leslie and asked, you're also part of the support team, aren't you? Could you give me a hand? Leslie hesitated for a long time before murmuring, "Now's not the time." Senna was a little surprised. What did "now's not the time" mean? What kind of ability does she possess that she keeps hiding it? And what was Mr. Gu thinking when he decided to bring her along? At the same time, Kim Hun was fiercely slaying the merfolk. His dual swords swept across, and several merfolk were instantly cut down. However, their numbers were vast, and one merman seized the opportunity to lunge at him. Its sharp claws plunged into Kim Hun's shoulder. Fresh blood gushed out, making Kim Hun wince in pain. However, Senna quickly used her core energy to heal Kim Hun. He clearly wanted to protect her, but in the end, he only made her deplete more core energy. While Kim Hun was deep in thought, a group of merfolk lunged at him again. Kim Hun frantically created a core shield to block them, but their numbers were too overwhelming, making his legs tremble. He muttered, "I don't have enough core energy to maintain the shield." Kim Hun always prided himself on being the strongest in his class, but he was wrong. Even Senna on her side was getting exhausted. Kim Hun's wounds were healing too slowly. Her core energy was almost depleted. Just then, a pair of hands was placed on her shoulders. Immediately, Senna's energy surged, which startled her. Even Kim Hun's wounds healed very quickly. Kim Hun exclaimed in surprise, "My wounds are suddenly healing so fast. Something just happened, didn't it?" Senna didn't know what was happening. She looked towards Leslie for an answer. But on this side, the wound had healed, but Kim Hun had another problem. He cried out in a panic, "My core is almost depleted." Just as he finished speaking, someone placed a hand on his back. It was Leslie. A powerful surge of energy also appeared around her at that moment. Kim Hun was a little startled, not knowing what she was doing, but he quickly realized it. He opened his mouth in surprise. "My core is overflowing." Next, Kim Hun immediately unleashed his energy core, and the merfolk attacking him were repelled. His energy was full again, and Kim Hun began to slay the merfolk. Not only had Kim Hun's core recovered, but he also felt stronger than ever. How is this possible? After replenishing Kim Hun's core, Leslie slumped to the ground. Senna walked over, extended her hand in front of Leslie, and asked, "Are you okay?" Leslie took Senna's hand, used the leverage to stand up, and nodded, "I'm fine." Now Senna understood Leslie could transfer energy, an unclassifiable awakened ability. It allowed Leslie to replenish others' cores with her own, which is why she moved and spoke little before to conserve energy. That's why whenever Senna asked Sion Gu about Leslie, he always changed the subject. It was also why her ability wasn't used from the start. But it wasn't that Sion Gu didn't care about her ability. To be precise, it seemed he was very interested in training it for Leslie. So why was Sion Gu hesitant to talk about her? Was he hiding something? Did they have a secret? Meanwhile, Kim Hun had killed many merfolk on his side. He had just slain the last one. He glanced at the two girls behind him and asked, "Are you okay?" Senna nodded slightly and replied, "I'm fine, and you?" Before Kim Hun could answer, the dungeon suddenly shook violently, causing all three of them to lose their balance. Senna cried out in alarm, "These tremors, is Sion Gu still fighting Ligier?" Kim Hun also asked anxiously, "What should we do?" Elsewhere, Sion Gu was frantically running from that place. But Ligier's light beam kept chasing Sion Gu. He took a step, gathered momentum, and jumped into the air. Sion Gu thus managed to escape the subsequent explosion. However, at this very moment, he noticed the dungeon shaking violently. Sion Gu frowned worriedly. "It's getting worse." As he ran, rubble began to fall from above. Kim Hun and the two girls were also startled by the commotion. Kim Hun urgently shouted a warning, "Both of you, be careful, watch your heads." Senna and Leslie looked up when they heard him, noticing rocks falling. Kim Hun, fearing they would be hurt, yelled, "Hurry, this way, I'll use a core shield." However, at this moment, Leslie suddenly murmured, "I can't do it." As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed Senna away. Senna didn't expect her to do that and was pushed back. Kim Hun quickly caught Senna, leaving only Leslie on the other side. Senna wanted to save Leslie, but the dungeon had collapsed. Kim Hun, fearing she would get hurt, pulled her back and used a core shield to protect them both. A lot of rubble fell from above, blocking their path. Senna didn't give up, digging through the rocks and earth in front of her with her bare hands. Seeing this, Kim Hun quickly advised, "Deputy Commander, your hands will get hurt." Senna shook her head fiercely, stating firmly, "We can't leave her behind." Kim Hun sighed helplessly and started digging the earth with his dagger. But after only a few digs, the dagger broke. Meanwhile, Senna was digging with her bare hands, digging frantically. At this rate, her fingers would be torn apart. While the two of them were trying to search for Senna, a sound suddenly came, startling them both. Kim Hun muttered with a trembling voice, "That's Ligia." Senna also frowned and said, "It sounds like the cry of a mermaid." Then she suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in surprise, "Seon-gu said Ligia was controlling the mermaids, right?" Although she didn't finish the sentence, both their faces grew serious. Hesitating for a moment, Senna clenched her hands into fists, pursed her lips, and said, "Let's go. We're the only ones who can inform the outside world what happened here, so we can't be defeated." Kim Hun looked at her blankly. Senna frowned tightly and continued, "Besides, it might be even worse if the mermaids don't come our way." Kim Hun heard this and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Senna slowly explained, "The holes have opened up, leading to other tunnels." She said if they just left them like that, the mermaids could swarm towards the original entrance. The trainees guarding the gate are still recovering from this morning's battle. Saying this, Senna suddenly paused. Kim Hun didn't need her to say it. He panicked and said, "That means they've dealt with the mermaids already. They'll be completely ambushed, defenseless, right?" Nodding calmly, Seon-gu quickly suggested, "We must go quickly. We can't waste another minute. We have to tell them right now." Elsewhere, in the collapsed pile of rocks in the dungeon, a hand holding a sword reached out from within. It was Seon-gu. His arm was quite heavily injured. He breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "I thought I was buried alive. At this point, there's no telling when this entire structure will collapse." Just then, a cry reached Seon-gu's ears, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the mermaids again?" However, Seon-gu quickly noticed something unusual. He had heard the mermaids' cries before getting out of the rubble, but he hadn't seen any yet. Seon-gu vigilantly looked ahead. He whispered when the walls and ceiling collapsed. The paths in the tunnel were also disrupted. So, are they heading towards Senna and the others? Considering this speculation, Seon-gu ignored his injuries and slowly moved forward. But he hadn't gone far before he warily leaned against the wall, constantly gasping for breath, finding even walking difficult. However, Seon-gu didn't give up, continuing step by step. Not long after, he discovered something. It was Leslie lying unconscious on the ground. Seon-gu quickly checked Leslie's breath, then sighed in relief. Thank goodness she's alive. She must have fainted from exhaustion, but she was with Kim Hun and Senna, wasn't she? Why is she here alone? Thinking this, Seon-gu quickly shook Leslie's body, continuously calling out, "Wake up, battery." A moment later, Leslie slowly regained consciousness. Seeing this, Seon-gu quickly asked, "Where are the others? Focus and answer me, battery." However, Leslie gasped, her eyes wide. She seemed to see a group of bad people in front of her. Leslie's expression immediately froze. Without a word, she kicked him. Leslie kept struggling and shouting, "I'm not your battery, you bastards." Seeing Leslie's reaction, Seon-gu was a bit bewildered. What the hell is she talking about? Is she so exhausted she's hallucinating? It looks like she's released all her core energy. Thinking this, Seon-gu reached out and gently rubbed Leslie's head to comfort her. "Wake up, it's me, okay." Only then did Leslie calm down. She regained her senses. Seeing Seon-gu, she asked in surprise, "How did you get here?" After that, Leslie recounted everything to Seon-gu. He nodded clearly. "So the ceiling collapsed and separated you from the others. If you didn't give them your core, those probably didn't have enough strength to survive." Leslie didn't say anything after hearing this. Seon-gu couldn't help but sigh, still as cold as ever. "Huh?" Thinking this, he spoke again. "Want some dry jerky? Nothing's better than that to help you recover your core." Leslie took a piece without a word and put it in her mouth. But after just one bite, the taste made her feel nauseous. Seongu asked, a little amused, "It's quite hard to swallow because you haven't eaten it in a long time, right? Those of us who live in the ruins grew up eating jerky, but after just a few months of eating an OTE food, we can barely stomach it." Yet Leslie just listened without saying a word. Seongu was a bit speechless, but still tried to make conversation with her. "I don't know why you keep your distance from the other NOTE trainees, but it would be better if you let your guard down." Leslie continued to focus on eating the meat without saying a word. Seongu still tried to persuade her. "For better or worse, we're in the same boat. Wouldn't it be more reassuring to trust us to look out for you?" Leslie remained silent. Seongu sighed helplessly. He thought she had opened up more, but nothing had changed. Next, he could only remind her, "Eat it quickly, so you can replenish your core battery." However, these words made Leslie react. She furiously shouted, "Stop it! I'm not your battery!" Seongu was a bit stunned. Why such a big reaction? Ignoring his confusion, Leslie angrily scolded him. "You talk big about being teammates, but all you want is someone to replenish your core. You're no different from the rest." Seongu glared at her, his tone growing cold. "You're starting to test my patience. I also made myself bait and risked my life, you know?" Hearing this, Leslie froze in place, unsure how to react. Seongu continued, "Remember the Puppet Master incident? I know you were unconscious then, but you must have heard about it at headquarters, right?" Next, he also recounted Buckstick's death, and the death of Jizong, who sacrificed himself just to rescue Leslie. Even without being told anything, Seongu was left alone to find the NOTE inspection team. He even went that far to save her, but all she could say was that. This truly angered Seongu. He fuming cursed, "Damn it, I don't even have enough core energy to scold you anymore." Saying this, he again sighed helplessly. Leslie pondered for a long time before hesitantly opening her mouth. "After awakening and discovering my abilities, the only hunters I ever knew were bastards who dragged me all over the zones, and I saw them fight and die for me. Some approached under the guise of kindness, but that kindness always came with a price, and all of them called her by one nickname, Battery." Seongu couldn't help but be stunned, so that was why Leslie had reacted so strongly earlier. Ignoring him, Leslie continued, "Only one person was different from them, Captain Maidum. The captain protected me from other awakened individuals without asking for anything in return. She was like a mother to me." Seongu listened silently to Leslie's confession without saying a word. He had heard about Maidum from Senna. She said that when Jizong left the training center in protest, Maidum followed him. The two of them weren't even friendly, yet she defied the future to rebel against an OTE with Jizong. That shocked him. That's how Maidum came to work in Sector 14 and became the captain of an undercover team. There, she took care of the orphan child Buckstick adopted, as if it were her own. Talking about the past, both of them fell silent. Leslie thought Seongu wouldn't say anything, but he suddenly spoke. "When I was little, I was stranded in the ruins alone, and I spent many desperate days fleeing from monsters and murderers." He told her how Buckstick had adopted him, saying that he was like a father to him. Hearing this, Leslie's eyes unconsciously narrowed, but she didn't say anything. Seongu continued his story, "And it's not just me, Aring, Minnie, Jegan, Kim Hun, and Senna too. They all had people who were like parents to them, people they lost." At this, he extended his hand to Leslie, calmly suggesting, "Your classmates have also been through a lot, so why don't you try to open up and trust us? No one here will call you their battery anymore." These words moved Leslie to tears. After a long moment, she mumbled apologetically, "I'm sorry for everything that happened." Seongu sighed helplessly. In her previous life, Leslie was recruited into an OTE as soon as she awakened, living a relatively comfortable life. Leslie was known by the nickname The Battery, and she was proud of it. He didn't expect that somehow that nickname would be linked to a painful memory in this life. Thinking of this, Seongu couldn't help but recall Buzik's words before he died. At this moment, the cave suddenly shook violently, startling Seongu and Lisi. Seongu exclaimed in surprise, "These tremors, Where are they coming from? Lisi frowned and replied, they sound like giant footsteps. These words made Sion go even more panicked. He cried out in disbelief. Wait, giant footsteps? Don't tell me that bastard has freed himself from the seal. Just as he thought, Leia had indeed escaped the seal and was walking in the basement. Elsewhere, in a corner of the basement, a group of merfolk was attacking people. A hand pierced through the body of a merfolk, crushing it to death on the spot. The one who did it was none other than Jegan. Having taken down one, she continued to charge, biting and tearing, gradually killing the monsters in front of her. Only when she had finished killing did Jegan pant. Looking at the corpses on the ground, she said irritably, how annoying, where do these things keep coming from? Duzon crawled back from the ground and hesitantly asked, Captain, the situation is too dangerous. We need to retreat and block the gate. These words made Jegan complain in dissatisfaction. What do you mean? I'll deal with those bastards myself. Just then, another intern suddenly cried out, another one is coming. From the dark corner, sure enough, a merfolk was slowly approaching. Jegan immediately flared up with fighting spirit, excitedly shouting, another one, good, I'll handle it. But no sooner had she spoken than a sword pierced its chest, killing it on the spot. The sudden turn of events left Jegan stiff and speechless. When the merfolk's corpse fell, Kim Hun and Senna appeared behind it. Senna looked at everyone, mumbling with a trembling voice, we need to report back to base. No sooner had she finished speaking than both of them collapsed to the ground. Jegan's group immediately ran over to check on them. Soon after, they quickly headed outside. Senna recounted everything to them. Jegan listened, then cried out in disbelief. An S-rank monster has appeared, and it wiped out the entire Aju River squad. Senna nodded faintly, replying, the commander and Lisi are still inside. I'm sure they're alive. But there's no time to explain. We need to call for reinforcements from the base. Jegan furrowed her brows tightly, a flash of anger in her eyes. On this side, Senna used her bracelet to call headquarters. Base. This is Deputy Commander Senna of Intern Team 304. After hearing Senna's report, Olivia was immediately stunned. An S-rank monster that we don't know about. That's truly concerning. Senna, on her end, quickly asked, is there any data from Oa? Olivia slightly furrowed her brows and mumbled, so it's true, let's see. Saying that, she checked the information on the computer. In just a flash, Olivia's expression immediately turned grim. She tremblingly mumbled, no way, but why is this thing there? Immediately, she turned and looked at the person behind her, ordering, we'll need to summon special assistance from, you know who, send the request immediately. However, the person hesitated and said, but didn't you mean, I'm not sure they'll come help. Olivia was extremely urgent at this moment. She hastily yelled, this is an emergency. Do it now. Seeing her strong reaction, that person immediately left to get to work. Olivia then gave Senna a few more instructions. Senna, on her end, heard them and acknowledged, understood, will maintain a ready state. Very soon after, an alarm blared across the island, causing everyone to panic. Era asked doubtfully, what's with that alarm? Senna walked over and explained, orders from headquarters, we're closing the gates and waiting for reinforcements. Jegan heard that and immediately complained angrily, are they crazy? The commander's still inside. Senna hastily explained, the assault team was massacred right before our eyes. Even the commander said it's something we can't fight. If it gets out, we'll all die. Jegan bit her lip after hearing that, her body trembling uncontrollably. But immediately after, she took a step towards the cave. Senna frantically ran and pulled her back, asking in alarm, what are you doing? Jegan scoffed coldly, acting like you don't know, I'm going to save them. Senna was at a loss for how to persuade her when another voice rang out, we'll go with you. It was the two kids, Era and Minnie. Senna became even more anxious, persuading them, you too, but you've seen the S-rank monster with your own eyes. You know how dangerous they are. Era recalled the archbrain, Jegan's tone rising with killing intent. The scoundrel I faced was only a 3rd rank, and I couldn't even lift my arms or legs. Senna stared at her. hesitatingly asking, "So now it's even more unreasonable. Why are you going?" Jegan hesitated for a moment. After a long pause, she spoke defiantly, "Because I know what they're afraid of. Those bastards took my comrades and my family. I won't let them do it again." Saying that, she brushed past Senna and walked to the front. "There's no more time. The commander and the seaweed-haired girl could die at any moment. Close the gates behind us if you want. Whatever." Senna, of course, didn't want them to go. She immediately ran to block their path, trying to persuade them, "I can't let you do that. This isn't what Seong-gu wants." She said he risked his life for everyone's safety, and Jegan running back in there would be an insult to that sacrifice, so she ordered them to stand still. However, Jegan didn't listen, coldly warning, "Get out of the way before I take you down." While they were bickering, the ground suddenly shook violently. At the same time, inside the cave, Seong-gu followed the hole to return to Leiya's ceiling location. Lizzie followed closely behind. Seong-gu looked up at the ceiling stone in front of him, sighed and said, "I knew it, so it really did break free." There was also a large trail of blood on the ground. Seong-gu sighed and said, "It even swallowed Sakura, the last body." Lizzie scanned for Leiya but didn't see her. She pursed her lips and asked, "Where did it go?" Seong-gu pointed upwards, calmly replying, "Up there." Lizzie looked up in the direction he pointed and saw a large hole. She opened her mouth doubtfully. That hole wasn't there before. Seong-gu gently shook his head and explained, "No, the monster broke through. We need to stop it from reaching the surface." Outside, the ground shook so violently that everyone lost their balance. Era held Minnie's body so she wouldn't fall. He asked doubtfully, "What is it?" "An earthquake." Senna's face was very grim at this moment. She mumbled with a trembling voice, "No, it's not." A large hand suddenly reached out from the cliff in front of them. Senna nervously backed away. "It's here." Jegan had never met Leiya, so she naturally didn't know. She asked doubtfully, "What is that thing?" Under everyone's bewildered gaze, Leiya broke through the rocks and crawled out. The interns, seeing it for the first time, froze on the spot. Half of Leiya's body was now out. In just a moment, it had safely landed. Senna trembled as she backed away, reminding everyone, "We have to get out of here." However, Leiya slowly walked towards the group of interns. It stared intently at them as if they were its prey. Leiya's body was too massive, making everyone terrified. But Jegan was still eager for a fight. She moved forward, quickly ordering, "Focus up, team prepare for battle, melee units forward, ranged units provide cover." She ordered the tanking units to move forward. The shield-bearing interns quickly ran and lined up, forming a barrier in front of Leiya. Senna saw them approaching, nervously yelling, "No, stop grouping up." Everyone spread out quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Leiya's eyes were already glowing. Beams of energy quickly swept through the interns, blocking its path. The interns didn't even have time to react. By the time they saw it, their bodies had been cut in half. A group of people died on the spot, fresh blood pouring down like rain. Seeing this bloody scene, Jegan was immediately horrified. After killing one group, Leiya slowly advanced towards other prey. Senna saw the situation was bad, quickly ordering, "Retreat, spread out, and run." Leiya didn't have time to care about them now. The large mouth on its chest had opened. That tentacle quickly appeared as well. But at this moment, it realized that its tentacles couldn't reach the bodies on the ground. So it sat down directly, using its hands to pick up each body. Then it put them into its mouth, devouring them one by one on the spot. Jegan's group now realized how brutal the monster in front of them was. On the other side, inside the cave, Seong-gu and Lisi were standing under that large hole. Seong-gu observed for a bit and then suggested, "So we'll take a running start there and jump." Lisi heard him and confusedly asked, "What are you planning to do?" He slowly explained, "I'm calculating how to use my remaining core amount to get out of here." Hearing this, Lisi exclaimed in shock, "Get out? Are you crazy? The problem isn't getting out now. If you encounter that thing, you'll die." Seong-gu ignored her, calmly saying, "But I have to do it. The others are in danger." Lisi narrowed her eyes at him. silently asking, "How are you any different? Can't you be a little more selfish?" Seonggu was a little stunned. Could these words really be said by someone who had given away their last core? After a long moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "But I have no intention of sacrificing myself. More accurately, it's because he's selfish that he wants them to survive, because Seonggu still needs them to complete something important. Everyone above is someone he gathered for that purpose, including Lisi." After hearing his words, Lisi asked in surprise, "What exactly? What's so important that you have to risk your life?" Before Seonggu could answer, screams echoed from above. He pursed his lips and muttered, "It seems we don't have time to talk anymore, because the ceiling has opened up. You can contact headquarters with your bracelet, tell them your position, and ask for help." Lizzie irritably clutched her head, but very quickly, her hands were placed on Seonggu's back. She was replenishing his energy core. Lizzie's action was spontaneous. Seonggu also didn't expect her to do that. Time slowly passed in the bunker, until the lights emitted by the energy went out. Only then did Lizzie release her hands from Seonggu's back. Her body also weakened, stumbling and falling to the ground. Seonggu quickly caught her, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Lizzie gently shook her head, pursing her lips and saying, "That's all I have. Maybe if I'd eaten something better than dried meat, it would have been fine." Seonggu gratefully said, "You've given enough. I think I can go out now." Lizzie looked up at him, genuinely saying, "Please come back alive so we can meet again." Of course, Seonggu said with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Then he jumped directly into the air, quickly reaching the mouth of the pit. Lizzie watched him silently from below for a long time, then whispered, "Thank you." On the ground above, the Leia was disposing of the corpses. Jagan fiercely frowned and muttered, "I can't just stand by and watch that bastard. It's throwing us around like we're just food. And now it's sitting there as if it's on a picnic. If this continues, those interns will soon be sacrificed. Then it'll be Jagan's group soon enough." With that, she immediately stood up and seriously suggested, "Senna, as soon as I start running, get everyone out of here." Before Senna could fully process those words, she saw Jagan furiously charging forward, and firmly shouted, "We'll die if we just sit here anyway. We might as well die doing something." In a flash, Jagan ran right in front of Leia. As soon as it saw her, its eyes turned red. Immediately after, a beam of light shot towards Gyun. She quickly turned and ran. However, that light still grazed her waist. At the same time, Aring also rode his wolf to help. The light instantly switched its target to Aring. Gyun escaped that fate, rolling once on the ground. Her waist also had a long cut. Fresh blood had started to flow, yet she still had the strength. She looked at Aring and scolded, "You brat, I was trying to be a hero." On this side, the beam of light hit the wolf. Aring asked worriedly, "Can you still walk far?" The wolf gently shook its head, signaling that it was fine. At this moment, Aring finally felt relieved, glancing at Gyun and saying, "You'd do the same if it were me." Gyun heard that and immediately pouted, snorting, "Still just a lot of talk and no action." While the two of them were talking, the Leia noticed Aring. Noticing its gaze, Gyun immediately panicked and cried out, "Aring, run away." Aring, however, tightly hugged the wolf and stubbornly said, "No, I won't abandon you." At the same time, a light in Legia's eye flashed again. But before it could fire, one of its eyes was struck by something. Both Aring and Gyun were astonished by this scene, but upon closer inspection, they immediately cried out with joy, "Sunu, Captain!" The one who struck was Sunu. He charged from behind and stabbed a sword into Legia's eye. The pain came quickly, enraging Legia, which immediately turned its head to find what had injured it. Because he was suspended in midair, Sunu had no fixed anchor point, so it flung him off. He fell like a kite with a broken string. Before he could catch his breath, Legia's eyes were already directed at him. Sunu immediately panicked. He couldn't use his speed to run at this moment. Having no other choice, he had to use his core shield to block the attack. That beam of light directly shattered his core shield. Sunu fell to the ground. Even though he had blocked the blow, It still hurt this much. Ligia didn't wait for him to get up. It raised its leg, intending to stomp down. Sungwoo couldn't avoid it in time and was stomped onto the ground. He felt like his internal organs were crushed, and he quickly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. But that wasn't enough. Ligia growled again, and one of its eyes glowed once more. Sungwoo looked at this scene with some despair. He couldn't move, and he was out of course. His bones, internal organs, and everything else were broken. So would this beam of light striking down truly be the end for Sungwoo? A few minutes ago, an airplane appeared in the sky over Jeju. A low voice resonated in the airplane cabin. There was once an S-rank monster capable of digging and moving underground, the Sandwalker. A few years ago, it appeared in Jeju and decimated the forces there to end the crisis. Headquarters deployed their ultimate and final trump card by sending in the captain of this group of people. But suddenly, its body disintegrated and dissolved into the ground, and since there was no evidence that it had been dealt with, Headquarters paid a heavy price. Another person mumbled, "Ligia, never heard of it. Is it related to the Sandwalker?" The man in white slowly said, "Its appearance and habits are completely different from the Sandwalker. However, both are S-rank monsters hiding in coastal caves, perfect for remembering." The orange-haired youth listened and then asked, puzzled, "Are they related?" The other man hesitated, glanced to the side, and whispered, "That's why the commander is so angry." The person they were talking about was a man sitting in the main seat, his face clearly showing to words, furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed. There's no way it would be this quiet if they were fighting an S-rank monster. So you're all saying you trusted those new recruits? Are they all dead? The other two dared not speak a word. The man then looked at the only girl in the plane and asked, "How much longer until we arrive, Emily?" Hearing this, Emily complained, annoyed, "Don't ask anymore. I told you we're almost there. There are some light beams ahead." The captain immediately stood up, enraged, and declared, "This time, I'm going to tear its damn head off and bring it back to headquarters." Emily knew what he intended to do and quickly advised, "But wait, just a few more minutes, we'll be there," and, before she finished speaking, he had already warped out of the plane cabin. The captain instantly jumped out of the plane. She didn't even know when he opened the door. Emily sighed helplessly. He's so impatient. It's like his brain can't consider the consequences. Jin-chun, Sung-won, prepared to descend. The other two immediately nodded, acknowledging the order. So when Ligia was about to use its light beam to eliminate Sungwoo, a powerful sword light beam struck from an unknown direction. Not only did it block Ligia's light beam, but that person also slashed its leg, making it growl in pain. Seeing this, Gyun cried out in disbelief. "What is that? Is it a person?" Even Sena muttered in a panic, "It split that beam of light." The one who acted was none other than the captain of the group on the plane earlier. Just then, he seemed to see something. It was Sungwoo at Ligia's feet. He frowned and muttered, "There's a rookie down there. You almost got skewered, kid." While the captain was focused on Sungwoo, Ligia viciously struck with its claws, directly hitting the captain. However, what it hit was its own leg. The person had disappeared, and even Sungwoo at its feet was gone. By the time he looked closely again, he was already in the air. Ligia had no intention of letting him go. The light in its eyes began to glow again. The captain sneered, "Now, don't be so violent anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down. With just this one slash, many crescent-shaped sword light beams were unleashed, striking directly at Ligia's body. Its massive body then collapsed to the ground. The captain landed, holding the unconscious Sungwoo. He pouted and chuckled, "Come on, I only used one hand, and you can't get up anymore?" As soon as he finished speaking, the captain saw 3 lights in the sky. He coldly snorted and muttered, "They're just arriving now, huh?" Very quickly, those 3 lights landed. As soon as Emily landed, she complained, "Commander, you promised you wouldn't charge in by yourself again." The captain, of course, didn't want to listen, so he pouted and cut her off. "Alright, stop nagging me." Then he looked at Gyun and the other person behind him and called out, "Hey, rookie, this guy's getting in my way too much. Take care of him." The obstacle he spoke of was the unconscious Sunu. Meanwhile, Ligia had gotten up from the ground. Seeing this, Gyun immediately panicked and yelled a warning, "Be careful. Why are you just standing there? Watch out." The captain said indifferently, "What are you rookies worrying about? What watch out?" While speaking, his hand began to gather energy. At the same time, Ligia also fired its light beam towards him. With a bang, two powerful energy streams collided. This sight shocked Aring, who exclaimed, "How can that be?" Even Minnie mumbled in confusion, "I don't know either. I've never seen such a technique." The captain heard them constantly exclaiming and impatiently reminded them, "Feeling better now? Take him away while he's still breathing, or should I personally put him out of his misery?" Seeing how impatient he was, Gyun quickly ran over. Then, he lifted Sunu with both hands and carried him away from the battlefield. Senna also quickly treated him. The two kids Aring sat beside them extremely worried. Senna reassured them while treating him, "Don't worry, the commander is no longer in critical condition." The captain couldn't help but let out a cold laugh when he heard this. "Commander, captain, and friends, that guy must be really popular to have for people clinging to him." At this moment, a phantom sword, formed from energy, appeared in his hand. He coldly snorted, "Alright, let's end this little game. They say it's S-class. Everyone, get into position." Immediately, Emily and the other two also got into position, ready for battle. The captain took the lead, demonstrating his sword technique. At the same time, Ligia shot out another beam of light. A burst sword beam was also unleashed by the captain at this moment. The burst sword beam was extremely powerful. As soon as it collided with Ligia's beam of light, it split the beam in two. Next, Emily began to act. Soft, ribbon-like energy appeared in her hands, which was called Thong. They quickly flew towards the captain, then combined with his burst sword energy. In just a blink, the two combined energy streams shattered Ligia's beam of light, then powerfully charged straight towards it. Ligia frantically raised its hand to defend, but was still pushed backward. The captain smirked, and the phantom sword in his hand was swung up once again. A crescent-shaped sword light was unleashed in an instant. Ligia's two legs were severed, and its massive body knelt onto the ground. Meanwhile, that person stood very calmly behind it. This one-sided slaughter shocked the rookies behind them. Gyun trembled and mumbled, "Is he even human?" Aring also said in a panic, "He's more like a monster." At the same time, Sunu also vaguely regained consciousness. Seeing him open his eyes, Gyun immediately cried out, "Captain, are you okay?" Sunu said nothing. He looked towards that captain. Sunu seemed to recognize that person, struggling with his weak breath to mumble a name. Listening closely, it seemed he called that person Sven. Hearing that name, Gyun was a bit confused and asked suspiciously, "Who's Sven?" But Sunu remained silent. This made her dissatisfied. She grabbed his collar and shook him like a bobblehead. "Hey, at least tell me who he is." On this side, Senna seemed to know who Sunu was talking about. She cried out in surprise, "Captain Lee Soon once talked about him." Hearing this, Gyun was immediately startled and hurriedly asked, "Wait, you know him too? Don't be so vague. Tell me clearly. This is starting to annoy me." Saying that, she let go of Sunu. He had been choked to the point of foaming at the mouth. Senna had previously asked Soon a question. Why did he keep adding the word Sven to his words about strength? What did it mean? Soon said it was a person's name at that time. Both Senna and Sunu were quite confused. Soon candidly explained, "He's the strongest S-class hunter in Node. Moon Shadow Sword, Burst Sword, those are all techniques he created." Senna nodded in speculation after hearing this. "I see. He must be some sort of combat master from a pre-catastrophe novel or something." Hearing this, Soon laughed loudly and said, "He's younger than me. I think there's about a 10-year age gap." Senna cried out in disbelief. But at that age, he was already S-class? Soon calmly continued, "What's even more amazing is that he was a trainer when I started as an intern. The Node HQ collected all monsters. I never quite fit in there. But even among those monsters, Sven was on a different level. The exclusive terms for him are too numerous to count. The foundation of the Node Search team, the greatest swordsman in the world, and the strongest man ever born. After hearing Sven's reputation, Gyun's eyes were filled with disbelief as she mumbled, "Everything you just said, it's all about the same person?" Sven is that person. Simply put, he's a human weapon. While everyone was still marveling at his strength, Sven spoke contemptuously, "Quite weak for an S-class monster. I expected more. I'm hungry. Let's finish this before it's too late for dinner." With that, he called Sungwon over. Sungwon carried him up into the air. Then both of them suddenly plunged down from the sky, just like a meteor. Ligia sat on the ground, staring blankly at this scene. At this moment, an energy core appeared in Sven's hand. Not long after, it transformed into a phantom sword. Ligia didn't dare to be careless, quickly shooting out a beam of light to block. However, the beam of light had no effect on Sven. He nimbly dodged it. Still holding that energy phantom sword in his hand, he charged forward. Immediately after that, Sven fiercely slashed towards Ligia. With a bang, a thunderous explosion erupted on the small island. The powerful smoke and dust spread out, making Senna's group barely avoid being blown away. Waiting until the smoke and dust disappeared, they could finally see the scene before their eyes. Ligia had been pierced directly in the head by an energy beam, while Sven stood leisurely beside it. Next, he suddenly snapped his fingers and shouted loudly, retracting the core. As soon as he finished speaking, that energy beam completely disappeared. Ligia's body also slowly fell to the ground. Sven then lifted himself into the air, nimbly landing on Ligia's head. Another energy beam appeared in Sven's hand. He raised an eyebrow and smugly said, "Get ready, you old geezers. This time, I know exactly what you want to see." Immediately after that, he plunged it into Ligia's head. Jegan's group behind him looked on, stunned and unable to recover. Sven had finished his work here. Ligia's head was severed. This performance by the strongest swordsman was truly cinematic. The next day, at the Supreme Council meeting, a group of people present at the Ligia incident that day appeared, along with a group of old men at the top. After hearing their report, the director of Note in Korea spoke up, "That's quite reasonable. The Woa are our adversaries, but they're not foolish enough to start a war. I agree with intern Seongu's hypothesis." Seongu stood below, simply nodding in acknowledgement without saying a word. At this moment, another person spoke up, "Yes, but that's not the real issue." The director listened and asked suspiciously, "What is the issue, Section Chief Kim?" The person who had just spoken was the head of the administration department at Note. He squinted at Seongu and coldly questioned, "Commander Kim, how did you know about Ligia?" Seongu glanced at him, not rushing to answer. He knew that the section chief wouldn't let this matter go. Thinking this, Seongu calmly replied, "When I was a Pathfinder, I accidentally saw some files about this in the local branch manager's office." Section Chief Kim still didn't believe him, frowning and asking, "Really? Everything about Woa is classified top secret at headquarters. That's not something a branch manager should have." "Where are these files now?" Seongu calmly replied, "They were burned when the No army advanced, sir." Section Chief Kim asked back, puzzled, "A fire caused by the No army? You mean?" Before Seongu could answer, Ricky stood up and awkwardly said, "Yes. Do you remember the incident in Zones 14 and 17 6 months ago, sir?" Section Chief Kim calmly nodded. "Of course I remember. It's not surprising that it happened during the uprising." Seongu frowned upon hearing this and looked at him. Senna here was also a bit confused, asking softly, "Why is he so aggressive with the commander?" Kim Han shook his head and replied, "I don't know. This isn't just the usual condescending attitude from someone in a higher position. It always seems like he intends to make things difficult for Seongu or something." Others didn't know, but Seongu knew all about this old administration department head, Kim In-chun. In his previous life, only he knew two of his secrets. First, he was an awakened who never activated the Devourer's voice within him. Second, even though he's a supporter, he'll later betray trust and stab everyone in the back. Just then, the director spoke up to remind In-chun, Let's stop here, Section Chief Kim. He wisely stopped talking. Seung-gu below still stared intently at In-chun, vowing to himself that this time, he wouldn't be fooled. No way. He'd make sure everyone saw who he really was behind that mask. The director then sternly reprimanded, "We're gathered here to praise the intern's achievements, not to interrogate him about past mistakes." Hearing this, In-chun bowed his head and said, "I apologize, director." The regular military commander then spoke up in praise. "You confronted an S-rank monster, subdued it, and led the team until Sven's unit arrived. This kind of performance is rarely seen from interns." Seung-gu, unaffected by the praise, calmly spoke, "Because it was sealed, its power was reduced to somewhere between S-rank and rank 1. It was just a bit of luck, sir." Smiling unconsciously, the training center head happily said, "No need to be modest. On behalf of the training center, I commend the example you've set for all interns. Do you want any reward?" Finally, Seung-gu's reward points could be redeemed. There might be no mercy for traitors, but note always rewards those with outstanding achievements. Thinking of this, he slightly bowed his head and said, "I don't think I've done anything particularly worthy of recognition, but if you give me the opportunity, I'd like a special training program to prepare me and my team." As soon as these words were uttered, the entire hall immediately fell silent. The training center head looked at Seung-gu hesitantly and asked, "Are you saying you're not satisfied with our training program?" Seung-gu gently shook his head and calmly explained, "No, the current training program is excellent and quite comprehensive. It's just that our focus often concentrates on physical and combat specialties." He said his team had several awakened individuals with unique abilities. These abilities include monster control, magic, beast transformation, and era reloading. For the remaining 3 months, Seung-gu wanted specialized training to ensure they could reach their full potential. These words made the note officials exchange glances. But in their eyes, trust was slowly building. Seung-gu thought he could completely win them over. Then he slowly opened his mouth again. "Currently, the chairman of this meeting, Coach Ricky, is supporting our team." Ricky, suddenly mentioned, was a bit startled. Seung-gu paid no mind and continued. "From day one, he emphasized that No is not a utopian paradise. He said we are here to help win the war against monsters and bring peace to the world." Senna, listening from behind, was a bit confused at this point. Why is he suddenly flattering them? Even Ricky thought, "I never overstated things like that." Seung-gu didn't care what they thought and continued his fervent persuasion, "And I completely agree with him. A sword unused is a sword left to rust." He said he wanted to join Note's frontline team, the search party, with his teammates. Therefore, he asked for their support to help them become stronger quickly. Hearing these solemn words, the director couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Most rookies would prefer comfortable jobs at headquarters. "But you're saying you want to join the search party?" The military commander also nodded in agreement. Seung-gu smiled triumphantly. The high-ranking leaders were all first-generation hunters seasoned in battle. Appealing to their humanity was the best way to touch their hardened hearts. And he was doing it right. After a long moment of contemplation, the director smiled happily and said, "I say we're ready to give him our enthusiastic support." "Right, Commander." The military commander also nodded and replied, "Certainly, there will be no issues from an institutional standpoint." The training center head then reluctantly sighed, "I suppose I'm willing to hear you out. What kind of special training program are you hoping for?" At the same time, on the training ground, Sven was practicing with his sword, but he suddenly shivered, which confused him a little. He frowned and muttered, "Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine?" The next morning, in a small corner of the headquarters, Seung-gu's group was gathered. Seung-gu spoke seriously. "Intern Aring will begin his internship at the Black Cat Brigade. Intern Minnie will begin her apprenticeship at the Blue Star Workshop." Hearing this, Aring frowned and muttered, "What's with this sudden change? Can they just change everything without consulting us? Isn't that a bit much?" Seung-gu narrowed his eyes at him and pouted. "Weren't you the one complaining that no one was guiding you on how to control monsters? There's an S rank awakened with monster control abilities right in the Black Cat Brigade." Aring exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Gu didn't answer. Continuing, and Minnie, Blue Star is Note's top magic technology workshop, specializing in creating artifacts. The two kids' attitudes changed in an instant. Leslie then hesitantly asked, "But what about Senna and me? Why do we have to stay at the training center?" Gu calmly replied, "You will receive special training from Coach Olivia because there's no one else who can teach you about core power." Jegan then opened his mouth, a little unhappy. "Alright, we understand. Everyone is placed where they best fit their abilities, but why do you have to mess everything up like this?" Smiling unconsciously, Gu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Don't tell me the great Jegan is scared, are you?" Jegan stood up aggressively, cursing irritably. "Who's scared? It's just because he has an annoying personality. That guy gets mad at the slightest thing." Kim Hun, who had been unconscious and never met the person Jegan was talking about, spoke up a little confused. "Is his personality really that bad? He's strong and saved us. So it can't be that bad, right?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, he received glares from everyone, and he immediately asked timidly, "Did I miss something?" Gu also sighed helplessly. "Maybe it was better that you were unconscious at that time." After thinking, he clapped his hands to reassure them. "Alright, let's go. The instructor is waiting." So they immediately split up. Although unwilling, Jegan still followed Gu, just grumbling as he walked. "Oh my god, this is so boring." Not long after walking, Gu and the other two met a person whose appearance was 70% similar to Jin Chun. The person saw them and joyfully exclaimed, "Here you are. I've been waiting for you all." Jegan stared blankly at the person and after a long moment exclaimed, "Wait, you're the guy from that battle, right?" The person waved his hand in denial. "No, that's my older brother Jin Chun. I'm Park Iong Chun, 1 year ahead of you. I'm here to give you a tour." Jegan pouted upon hearing this. "Just a tour? You're so considerate." Gu glanced at the two of them and explained, "No, that's not the real reason he's here. Iong Chun is the newest member of the Tweezers team, so please take good care of him." This information stunned Jegan, and she complained, "So, besides having to train more, now we have a new member too. This is a lot all at once." Gu explained helplessly, "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner, but he will bring what our team is lacking." But before he could finish, a loud shout echoed from the other side. "Where has everyone gone?" Immediately, the four of them scurried away, Jegan still cursing as he ran. "Damn it. He's going crazy. Let's go." Very quickly, the four of them gathered at the training ground, where another group was already present. It was Sven's group. He glanced at Gu and grumbled irritably, "Thanks to some damn intern, I have to be a coach again and waste time babysitting, all because of some damn rookies." But that wasn't enough. He continued to complain irritably, "You're the one who ruined the fun last time. I finally had a chance to warm up with an S-class monster, and you rushed in and messed everything up." Emily, who was all too familiar with his childish temper, went over to reassure Gu's group. "He just has to work a bit longer, so he's whining. Don't mind him." Sven glared at her in dissatisfaction. "Who's whining?" Emily ignored him and looked at Gu, asking, "Anyway, we've heard everything. You'll be training with our team for 3 months, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Emily." Gu nodded slightly and politely greeted, "I'm Kim Gu." He knew this girl. She was an S-rank awakener with wind manipulation abilities, capable of maximizing Sven's combat power. Jin Chun, Iong Chun's older brother and a dual-core awakener, possessed both solid defense and powerful recovery, unmatched even in note. Sungwon, a first-grade flying awakener, was once an administrative agent, but was then forced to become Sven's personal aerial transport. And finally, Sven. Although officially an S-rank close combat awakener, in reality, he was considered S+, because his abilities far surpassed anyone at the same level. Among the more than 100 S-rank awakeners at Note, Sven's team alone had more than 3 people. What a lineup. Sven then let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction. "Now you're going to stare at me. I thought by now I should at least get some appreciation from Note." But now these kids show up and get treated so well. Then he looked at Iong-chun and asked, "So, this is your younger brother, Jin-chun?" Jin-chun calmly admitted, "That's right." Sven silently observed Iong-chun for a moment, and after a long time, asked suspiciously, "And you, what are your abilities?" Iong-chun clearly replied, "Yes, sir. Strength and defense enhancement." Hearing this, Sven couldn't help but be surprised. "So you're also a tank with dual core abilities like your brother? However, your strength is only geared towards defense. You're just a meat shield." Seung-gu couldn't help but frown when he heard these words. Before that, he had gone to the training school to recruit someone. Sven had been very skeptical of Seung-gu's decision, but Seung-gu still decided to bring him into his team. While Seung-gu was thinking, Sven was still asking Iong-chun, "You're good at being a human shield, aren't you?" The meat shield. Iong-chun hesitated and shook his head. "I'm not as good as my brother, sir." Sven was even more dissatisfied after hearing this. He coldly snorted, talking so weakly. "This guy probably can't do anything. Huh? Why was he pushed down to a weaker team?" Seung-gu sighed helplessly. Iong-chun was just a timid because of his brother's reputation and didn't dare to show his true strength. One day, he'll become one of the strongest S-class tanks. In his previous life, Iong-chun was pulled into his brother's team, but this time, he won't let that happen. Before he can show his talent, the NNP team will act first and snatch him away. It's just that Sven was very displeased with his staring. He unhappily spoke up, "If it were me, I'd kick all of you out of here. I heard you all want to join the Search Legion, so I thought I'd meet you first." At this point, Sven looked at Seung-gu again and asked, "So, do you really want to join the Search Legion, rookie?" Seung-gu clearly replied, "Yes, sir, but not under your command." These words angered Sven again. He unhappily snorted, "Really? Anyway, I don't intend to recruit you, but I'll try." Seung-gu calmly replied, "I plan to lead my own team and assault unit." Hearing these words, Sven threw his head back and laughed loudly again. Immediately after, he suddenly activated his hands. Then he raised an eyebrow provocatively, "Is that so? Let's see if you can prove your words. Come here." As soon as he finished speaking, his body was enveloped by a layer of energy. Seung-gu knew what he wanted to do, and also prepared to draw his sword. But before he could do anything, Jengen reached out to stop him. She took a few steps forward and said flatly, "I'll fight him first. You should conserve your strength. If we can take turns exhausting him, you can finish him off." As she spoke, her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. However, Seung-gu suggested, "No, we'll do it together." But Jengen disagreed with this approach. She frowned and countered, "Wait, since when did we become cowards?" Seung-gu narrowed his eyes at Sven in front of him and seriously said, "This isn't an ordinary opponent. There's no hope of defeating Sven if we fight one-on-one. Gun, Iong-chun, let's go." As soon as he spoke, Kim Hun and Iong-chun immediately drew their weapons and took a fighting stance. Seung-gu took the lead in giving orders. "From now on, he's just an S-class monster. Fight as if you're ready to kill." He wanted them to overwhelm Sven from all sides. Iong-chun charged straight in, while Jengen and Kim Hun attacked from the flanks. "You'll handle the rear." As soon as he finished speaking, all four of them surrounded Sven. However, in less than 3 seconds, Iong-chun was struck in the chest by Sven. He was sent flying and the pincer movement was broken. Sven narrowed his eyes at them, flashing an evil smile. Immediately after, he began to attack the remaining 3. In just a moment, he had taken down all 3. Sven snorted coldly and pouted disdainfully, "Not even long enough to make me sweat." But as soon as he finished speaking, a deep voice rang out, "No." Sven turned his head in surprise, only to see Seung-gu still able to stand up. He gripped his sword tightly and stubbornly said, "This isn't over. We haven't lost yet." Sven scoffed when he heard this. "Come on, just pass out already." He then stared at Seung-gu, waiting for him to attack, but only saw his hand shaking continuously. Immediately, Sven lunged forward. Seung-gu didn't dare to let his guard down, calling forth his core shield to defend. However, one kick from Sven shattered his core shield. He snorted coldly in disdain. Don't make me laugh like that. Xingu was thus sent flying tens of meters away by his kick. However, he stubbornly stood up, his hand still gripping the sword tightly, but his body continued to tremble. Seeing this scene, Sven couldn't help but exclaim. As he spoke, a streak of energy appeared in his hand. Then, he raised an eyebrow provocatively. No sooner had he finished speaking than a flash of sword light slashed towards Xingu's face. Xingu didn't dare to block, immediately using acceleration to dodge. The sword light thus slashed into the ground, exploding the spot where he had just stood. Xingu didn't hesitate, gripping his sword tightly, then fiercely plunged it down from midair. With a bang, the ground exploded once more, smoke and dust scattering everywhere. But the person was nowhere to be seen. Xingu frowned and muttered. However, almost simultaneously, Sven appeared from behind, landing a punch on his back. Although he had a core shield, it still caused Xingu pain, and he knelt on the ground, trembling. Sven then walked over and kicked his sword away. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist again. Xingu was a little flustered, hastily trying to dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late. Sven's fist slammed into his face. Xingu couldn't help but exclaim. Each of his punches landed on him as heavily as a sledgehammer. Although Xingu tried to block with his hands, he still couldn't avoid getting punched repeatedly. Fiercely biting his lip, he clenched his hand into a fist. Then he swung his fist towards Sven's face. However, before he could even touch him, Xingu's body trembled uncontrollably, and then he fell unconscious. Seeing this scene, Sven sighed somewhat helplessly. Jinchun immediately obeyed, rushing to treat Xingu. At this moment, Sven called Emily, which surprised her slightly. He looked at the unconscious Xingu, who was being supported by Jinchun. After a long moment, he smirked and said, after a somewhat chaotic greeting, by evening, Sven gathered them again. He narrowed his eyes, looked at the four, including Xingu, and raised an eyebrow. You had the best medics from note, including Jinchun, treating you all day. Sven sat casually on a chair, still with that irritable tone, rudely demanding. The missions you'll be joining us on for the next 3 months will be much harsher. Emily, start the briefing. Emily nodded slightly, then spoke. Jemkin heard this and asked in a low voice. Kim Hun shook his head slightly and replied. Only Xingu knew where it was. He was slightly startled. Xingu voluntarily joined Sven's team for 2 reasons. First, he could become stronger by training with him. Second, because a major incident was about to occur there, and he had to be present at the scene to change the course of history. While Xingu was deep in thought, Sven coldly spoke. Aang Chun heard this and asked skeptically. So after that, Sven's team's familiar helicopter took off for Luzon Island. Everyone was fine, except for Aang Chun. He kept vomiting on the plane. Kim Hun asked worriedly, are you okay? Aang Chun had just finished vomiting. His face still looked awful, but he shook his head and said, sorry, I have quite severe acrophobia. Sven saw it and grumbled disapprovingly, a not hunter, trembling like this. What a joke. Is this really your younger brother, Jinchun? Jinchun was a bit speechless, not knowing how to answer. Remembering someone was still outside, Sven snorted coldly and said, someone's still working out there in the storm. Emily tried to keep the tale more stable. Emily immediately replied, understood, but if the situation gets out of control, turn back immediately. On this side, Jeon Gun still didn't know where they were going. She looked at Xingu and asked, Captain, do you know anything about our destination? Xingu slowly opened his mouth. On that island, there's a place called Hub Town. It's the world's largest producer of yam plants. Hearing this, Emily was a little surprised and complimented, that's impressive. Xingu, you forgot. You should have pretended to be a little innocent. Thinking this, he awkwardly explained, it's just something I overheard once, that's all. Emily didn't pay much attention and calmly explained, as Xingu said, the yam plant is a level 18 plant-type monster. Jeon Gun was shocked to hear this and exclaimed, they're cultivating monsters. Are they crazy? Emily said helplessly, do you know the healing potions our hunters use for emergency recovery? They're made from yam plants. Remembering those healing pouches, Jeongun exclaimed in disbelief. No way, really? Emily calmly continued. The roots have been refined so they can be eaten directly or brewed into tea. Moreover, these yam plants reproduce very quickly, not to mention they're very easy to hunt. So they've become an extremely sought-after prey. Jeongun frowned and muttered, I bet that's an even bigger profit than what killer bees bring in. Sven nodded silently. Emily casually said, it's no surprise that it attracts countless groups and causes endless wars for control of the area. Now only Not and O remain stable and manage it together. Jeongun heard the organization's name and asked suspiciously, come to think of it, that name was mentioned a lot when we faced Ligier. What exactly is OA? Seongu was a little stunned, but Emily patiently explained, they are an Oceania-based alliance centered in New Zealand. That organization has a scale and complex structure comparable to Not. And we don't have good relations with them. Jeongun asked suspiciously again, but didn't you just say Huptown is jointly managed? If we clash, then Emily nodded slightly and replied, yes, it's like two fierce wolves locked in the same place. Hearing this, Jeongun excitedly exclaimed, so that means we're going there to fight them? Emily was a little helpless and sighed, explaining, oh, no, we've signed a peace agreement with OR. She said if they cause trouble now, New Zealand will definitely get involved, and even if war breaks out, it will be the responsibility of special military units, not them. They are only going there to hunt monsters. Jeongun frowned slightly, asking skeptically, monsters? What, a yam monster? Seongu was a bit speechless. With the number of people gathered in Huptown, there will certainly be other monsters targeting them. Emily nodded slightly and said, exactly, nowhere in the world is fighting more fiercely against monsters. Before she could finish, Emily noticed something and quickly shouted a warning, emergency descent, everyone hold on tight. As soon as she finished speaking, the plane suddenly shook violently. Jeongun exclaimed in surprise, what's happening? Emily glanced at Sven. He understood and nodded, I see it too. Kim-han looked out the window and said worriedly, what is it? The clouds are so thick. On the contrary, Seongu had already noticed the problem. He quickly exclaimed, wait, I see them. Outside, a swarm of flying monsters was heading this way. Emily quickly shouted, for flying monsters in the southwest, we'll make contact in 3 minutes. It's still unclear if they're sea monsters or bird monsters. Sven wasn't flustered at all. He calmly said, all right, consider this a warm-up. Rookies, watch and learn. Hearing this, Jgun couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Wait, are you crazy? Even if you're the best S-rank hunter of note, who fights flying monsters in this stormy weather? Unfortunately, Sven paid no attention. He quickly lifted his foot and jumped out the door, leaping straight down. Jgun looked down from above, somewhat annoyed, and cursed. Does he want to die that badly? But at that moment, another person jumped down from above, startling everyone. It was Sungwon. He was like a human flying machine. If Sven jumped, he naturally had to follow. Just then, Sven shouted, core chain. As soon as he finished speaking, an iron chain appeared behind him. Someone quickly grabbed it, then pulled with all his strength, and the iron chain was quickly pulled taut. The two, one above and one below, charged straight towards those flying monsters. At this moment, they suddenly threw their heads back and let out a loud roar. Sven quickly approached them. He hastily exclaimed, target confirmed, for bird monsters. All of them are level 13. Then Sven sighed, what a disappointment. I thought they would be sea monsters. Sungwon, while pulling him, said, for you, maybe, I'm glad the only thing we have to worry about is these bird monsters. Sven scoffed, stop boasting, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of energy appeared in his hand. In a flash, it transformed into an arrow, and Sven threw it without hesitation. The energy arrow shot forward with the force of tearing wind. The level 13 bird monster couldn't dodge in time and was impaled in the chest by the arrow, falling from the sky. But that wasn't all. Sven threw another energy arrow, this time impaling the mouth of another monster. In a flash, 2 out of 4 were down. Sven had no intention of letting them go. He attacked again, and the energy beam pierced directly into the throat of yet another bird monster. Seeing the dire situation, the remaining one immediately flapped its wings, trying to fly higher. Knowing its intention, Sven couldn't help but sneer, "That won't save you." Someone immediately nodded. Immediately after, he lifted Sven higher, directly confronting that bird monster. Sven smirked coldly, then gathered momentum and lunged forward again. He reached out and grabbed the bird monster's neck. Making it tremble uncontrollably, he scoffed contemptuously, hiding behind and waiting for an opportunity to strike. A clever trick, but in the end, I'm still the one who gets to enjoy the victory. Saying that, Sven tightened his grip on its neck. The bird monster screamed desperately, but he showed no pity. Not long after, the bird monster was strangled to death. Only then did Sven release his hand, letting its corpse fall freely to the ground. The people on the plane, including Se-gun, watched this scene with a bit of stunned silence. Gun suddenly spoke with sympathy. "I don't know about you guys, but I feel sorry for that bird monster." Sven, on the other hand, had no such compassion. After eradicating them, he immediately ordered, "Let's head back." With Sven's order, someone quickly brought him back to the plane. The plane then flew to Hub City on Luzon Island. It encountered no further obstacles on the way. Sven's group safely landed in Hub City. As soon as they arrived, the local note personnel immediately greeted Sven with a ceremony. "Hunter Sven, welcome back. We hope your journey was uneventful." Sven replied indifferently, "Not too bad, but where's the old man?" The other person immediately replied, "The branch manager is waiting for you inside." Se-gun walked behind Sven. A hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. He had set foot here for times, but this was his first time in this life. Truly nostalgic. Meanwhile, someone came to greet Emily. "Nice to see you again. It's been 8 months, hasn't it?" Emily glanced around and asked suspiciously, "Where is everyone? It wasn't this deserted the last time we came." The person hesitated for a moment before replying, "About 6 months ago, a series of murders occurred. A self-proclaimed militia group was formed. Since then, everyone has been living in fear." Emily frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Did they catch the culprit?" Shrugging indifferently, the person casually said, "Who knows? Maybe it's just a killer hiding among the refugees." Gun heard this and mumbled with some dissatisfaction. "He talks about it so nonchalantly. It's disgusting, as if it has nothing to do with him." Se-gun, however, wasn't surprised at all and said casually, "How is this any different from the ruins? The note has never cared if the refugees kill each other, as long as it doesn't threaten the current order." Emily, unaware of his thoughts, continued to ask the person for more information. "What's the situation with the Wa? Are there any problems?" Annoyed at the mention of it, the person immediately complained, "Don't even mention it. There's trouble with them every day. They want to run the farm themselves. They just keep nagging. Even the branch manager is considering silencing them." Sven heard this and was enraged, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "That's right. That old man is only good at empty talk. But those Wa bastards need to be taught a lesson. I'll personally take care of this." Emily helplessly held her head and advised, "Please, don't cause any more trouble." At this moment, Se-gun approached and asked, "Can we come along?" Sven looked at him discontentedly. "What? You think greeting that old man is a fun thing to do?" Fearing he would get angry and scold them again, Emily immediately signaled, "The rest of you take care of dinner. When you're ready, gather at the camp. We'll contact you via the communication bracelet." Se-gun glanced behind him and asked, "What about you, Hunter Jin-chun?" Jin-chun was currently choking Iong-chun. Hearing him ask, he casually replied, "I have to teach this embarrassing kid a lesson." Seeing this scene, Kim-hun felt a little emotional. "I can't believe someone who looks so gentle would grab his brother's neck like this." Gun, however, understood this perfectly, pouting, "Brothers will always be brothers." Se-gun didn't pay much attention to these matters. He looked at Gun and Kim-hun and said, "All right, let's eat something now and then take a walk around the base. We'll be here for 3 months. It's best to get familiar with the terrain first. A moment later, Se-gun, Jgun, and Kim-hun arrived at the cafeteria, where an appetizing meal was laid out on the table. Jgun and Kim-hun ate heartily and quickly devoured the food. Kim-hun drank tea and said, "Even though the food isn't as rich and fresh as at headquarters, it's still very good." Se-gun nodded slightly and said, "It seems local cuisine has survived the great catastrophe." Kim-hun took another sip of tea and exclaimed, "The tea is good too. What kind is this?" Se-gun slowly explained, "It's a brew of monster yam root. It has a pungent taste like alcohol, doesn't it?" Jgun exclaimed in surprise, "Turning monster roots into such delicious tea? They're really clever. Get another pot." As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and took the teapot, walking away while saying, "At least it soothes the frustration of not being able to drink real alcohol." However, before she could get the tea, she bumped into someone and the teapot in her hand fell. Knowing it was her fault, Jgun quickly apologized, then bent down to pick up the teapot. But the other party was not so understanding. They spoke in some strange language. "Did you see who I just bumped into?" "Yeah, a country bumpkin from the note." "What a country bumpkin?" Clumsy to the point of being annoying. Jgun understood some words and not others. She heard the two words country bumpkin very clearly and angrily questioned, "Hey, who are you calling country bumpkins?" Se-gun heard her shout, frowned, and looked over. "What is it now?" Kim-hun also jumped up, worriedly asking Jgun, "Are you okay? What did those guys do to you?" Se-gun originally wanted to tell him to calm Jgun down, but then realized he was even more agitated than her. When he saw the troublemakers, he immediately stopped Kim-hun. Because the uniforms they were wearing belonged to OR. Se-gun subtly frowned. Looking at them, OA is a multinational organization formed around the awakened of the Oceania continent. If the note grew like weeds amidst harshness, OA, on the other hand, rose primarily because of continuous monster attacks, much like a leisurely prince inheriting his throne. While he was thinking, Kim-hun hesitated and asked, "But didn't we sign a peace treaty? Why are they still causing trouble like children? The note's leadership said they wouldn't cause any problems." Se-gun nodded indifferently. "Yeah, the higher-ups don't, but that doesn't mean they control the lower ranks. Ultimately, they're just people fighting over the remnants left after the great catastrophe, so let's just wait and see how things unfold." On this side, Jgun was still fiercely scolding. "At first, I just pretended to be clueless, but I know very well you intentionally bumped into me." The OA group scoffed contemptuously. "What nonsense is this brat talking about? Or is she apologizing for being blind?" When Se-gun heard these words, his expression suddenly darkened. Although Jgun didn't understand anything, she still furiously yelled, "You just insulted me, didn't you? If you bump into someone, you should apologize. Prepare to die." As soon as she finished speaking, she fiercely charged forward. The other guy didn't back down, immediately summoning his energy core. Without hesitation, he fired it towards Jgun. She was knocked back and flew away, hitting the wall behind her. Seeing this, the guy looked at his companions triumphantly and said with a smile, "Was that a bit too hard?" His companion also opened his mouth contemptuously. "You could have been a little gentler." But at this moment, a voice full of killing intent rang out. "So you guys are awakened, huh? Then this changes things." This startled the two scoundrels, making them look back. They saw Jgun approaching from a distance, with a beastly phantom appearing behind her. She gritted her teeth and mumbled, "I guess I'll have to fight properly then." Seeing the phantom behind Jgun, the two scoundrels cried out in alarm. "What is that? I've never seen an energy core like that before." While they were still bewildered, Jgun powerfully charged forward. At this moment, she was nothing short of a savage beast. But Se-gun suddenly intervened. Jgun was startled and suspiciously asked, "Captain, what are you doing?" Se-gun didn't answer, subtly snapping his fingers. A beam of energy shot towards Jgun, sending her flying backward again. His action bewildered the two guys, attacking his own teammate. What the hell is this madman doing? But while they were talking, they had already summoned their energy cores. Immediately after, they attacked Se-gun, but he was a step faster, creating an energy shield for defense. That shield also directly counterattacked, sending the two scoundrels flying. They crashed heavily into the wall behind them. Kim Hun hurried over to Jgun's side, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" But she was dazed and couldn't speak a word. The two scoundrels were very unwilling to accept defeat. They stood up from the ground, gritting their teeth and cursing, "This brat." Se-gun squinted at them. "Still haven't come to your senses, have you?" He couldn't let this escalate. He had to make them retreat on their own. But before he could do anything, one of OA's members stepped in, blocking the way. He glanced at the two guys and ordered, "That's enough, you two troublemakers." The two guys were unwilling, but this guy paid them no mind, putting on a fake smile as he looked at Se-gun and spoke, "Let's stop fighting, okay? Please stop." Seongu nodded without hesitation. "Okay, let's call it even." These words startled the other person, who cried out in surprise, "Wait, you can speak our language without a translation device?" Seongu calmly admitted, "Yes, just a little." Seeing his indifference, the other person smiled again and said, "I'm sorry, my men went too far. I'm Jim Hogan." "I'm Kim Seongu." Seongu introduced himself as well, then took Hogan's hand as a gesture of peace. However, the moment he touched his hand, he was immediately stunned. Seeing his expression wasn't right, Hogan asked confusedly, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Seongu hid his doubts, shook his head, and said, "It's nothing, we've finished our meal, so we'll leave now." With that, he turned and left the cafeteria with Kim Hun and Jian. At this moment, the other two ran over and asked suspiciously, "Captain, why did you let them go? You should have shown him who's in charge." The smile on Hogan's face immediately vanished, and he grabbed one of them by the neck. He said coldly, "Shut up, you couldn't even beat them." With that, Hogan threw the guy to the ground, huffed coldly, and ordered, "Don't say another word, I'm already furious." He said he would tear Seongu's body into pieces with his own hands, so small that no one would recognize what it once was. Meanwhile, outside the cafeteria, Seongu and his two companions were returning to their resting place. Jian, still very dissatisfied, asked, "Shouldn't we have taught them a lesson?" Seongu pouted, "If we keep going like this, we'll have to eat cores again." Moreover, he still didn't hear that voice when he touched Hogan. Kim and Chun, Aring, and now Hogan, that's three people, but he didn't understand why. Was it some kind of core ability from another awakened person? Seongu returned with his thoughts, but at this moment, he seemed to see something by the road. It was a beggar girl. Kim Hun saw her too. He murmured sympathetically, "I can't believe there's a child this young begging on the street like this." Seongu heard him and explained, "It's not just her, you'll see many more." Jian mumbled doubtfully, "But this one looks so young." Kim Hun walked over to the girl and quietly asked, "Where are your parents, little one?" The girl just trembled and said nothing. Seongu knew what the problem was and reminded him, "Turn on your bracelet's translation function and speak into it." Kim Hun realized then and quickly spoke into his bracelet, "Are you here alone? Where are your parents?" The girl finally understood what he was asking, quickly bowed her head, and sobbed, "Are you a hunter? My parents are both dead. Monsters killed them." Kim Hun was a little flustered and quickly said, "Hey, you don't need to bow to me. What's your name?" The girl immediately replied, "Kaisa." Kim Hun pondered for a moment when he heard the name. A moment later, he took out a core and gave it to the girl. "Here, I'll give you these whenever I come. If anyone tries to take it, just tell them a hunter will come hunt them down." Kaisa bewilderedly reached out and took it. Then she quickly bowed her head to Kim Hun. "Thank you for your kindness. I'll pray for you." Kim Hun couldn't bear to see such a small child begging and sighed, "All right." Jian saw his actions and immediately gave a thumbs up in approval. Kim Hun, afraid he was bothering the two, awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Sorry, I just remembered how Captain Sion saved me back in the day." Seongu calmly said, "I understand. You were right to tell her how to keep them. Without a not hunter as a guarantor, she wouldn't be able to keep them for more than an hour." That still doesn't solve Kaisa's real problem. He asked Kim Hun if he saw the mark on the girl's shoulder. Kim Hun looked over, bewildered. Seongu pointed at Kaisa's shoulder and said, "That's a slave mark." As soon as he said that, Kim Hun and Jiyeon were immediately shocked and exclaimed, "What? Who would do something like that? It's not the knots or the O's, right?" Seongu gently shook his head and explained, "No, they might treat the people from the ruins like insects, but they don't openly enslave them. They still prefer to maintain an air of dignity." Kim Hun heard this and asked suspiciously, "Then who is it?" Seongu looked into the distance and mysteriously murmured, "Perhaps there's another power ruling this place." A little later, after returning, Seongu recounted the events at the diner to Sven. With his hot temper, Sven punched the wall after hearing it. Emily, feeling a bit helpless, held her head. Kim Hun and Jiyeon, however, were startled, afraid he'd punch them like the wall. But Sven gritted his teeth and muttered, "Say that again. What the hell did those Ola bastards do?" Seongu wasn't in the mood to talk to him. He looked at Emily and explained, "This problem isn't that serious, as I just said." Emily sighed helplessly. "That doesn't mean it's not important." She said the diner owner had reported the incident, so it was already on file. Hearing this, Seongu immediately frowned and fell silent. Emily continued to explain, "Any conflict between knots and O's can cause diplomatic trouble, and those directly involved could be deported." Jiyeon disagreed and retorted fiercely, "But those bastards started it first." Emily narrowed her eyes, looked at her, and asked, "Really? But the owner said you were the one causing trouble." Jiyeon stammered, trembling, "What? But they?" Seeing she couldn't explain, Seongu explained for her. "They intentionally turned on the translation device so we could hear them call us country bumpkins. That's why Jiyeon got angry." That wasn't all, Seongu added. They also called Jiyeon a blind girl after turning off the translation device. Jiyeon immediately blew up. "What? Those bastards dared to say that?" Emily, hearing him recount it so calmly, asked with a hint of surprise, "Wait, you understood what they said without a device?" Even Sven was equally surprised. Seongu nodded slightly and replied, "I learned a few foreign languages from the Branch 17 manager." Sven heard this and smiled with emotion. "That's amazing. So he taught you their language knowing it would come in handy one day?" He shrugged indifferently. Seongu thought so too, though it wasn't really teaching, it was more like I absorbed it myself. He always had incredible foresight. At this point, Emily sighed again and said, "Anyway, don't get involved in any more conflicts with the O's. You were lucky Seongu kept the situation under control." But Sven calmly asked, "So, did you guys win?" These words made Emily complain in dissatisfaction. "Didn't you hear his report? He already reached an agreement with their leader." Sven snorted coldly, pouting, "Who says? Those bastards don't just make peace that simply." Emily angrily reminded him again, "Don't needlessly provoke the rookies to go crazy. They have to work in the field all day tomorrow." Sven fell silent after hearing that. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "Tomorrow morning, you'll only be assisting with farming. In the afternoon, I'll have you experience a special training program. Clear?" Seongu and the two others immediately replied, "Understood." But Emily, fearing something, urgently called out, "Captain!" Sven pouted and said, "I'm just training them, that's all. Have I ever lied to you?" Is that even a question? Many times, in fact. Emily was certain he was up to something. The next day at the yam plantation of Hub City, a bunch of yams were aggressively pulled out, screaming incessantly. Jiyeon discontentedly tapped the head of a screaming yam, fiercely scolding, "Shut up quickly." The yam, knowing its place, silenced its screaming mouth, but its body continued to tremble. Jiyeon then snorted coldly and cursed, "This thing is really noisy." Saying that, she threw it into the cart, muttering doubtfully, "How are these ranked 18th? The moment they're pulled out of the ground, they're completely limp." Seongu calmly explained, "In terms of pure strength, compared to a normal person, they're no different than a plant." He said, "Their screams, for you and me, are just annoying and loud, but for low-level hunters or those who haven't awakened, just hearing them is enough to cause instant death." Upon hearing that, Jiyeon's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing her reaction, Seon-gu calmly added, just hearing their screams makes the blood vessels in their brains burst instantly, and blood starts gushing from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Hearing this, Jian immediately threw away the yam she had just pulled out, disgustedly scolding, "That's disgusting, those bizarre plant creatures." By evening, at the outer wall of Hub City, a large truck had appeared. Emily slowly opened the car door and stepped out, with Seon-gu and the 3 others quickly following. Emily approached Sven and said, "We've returned from the farm support mission, Captain." Sven nodded with satisfaction. "Well done. Now, gather round. Rookies, do you recognize those terrifying monsters down there?" Seon-gu and the other 3 looked down below. Seon-gu observed for a long while before replying, "They are fire locusts, sir. Level 15 insect-type monsters." Sven nodded slightly, coldly ordering, "That's right, you will go down there and deal with them. That is today's training program." Seon-gu accepted without hesitation, understood, "We will prepare and go down." However, Sven suddenly became angry, confusing Seon-gu and the other 3 completely. While they were bewildered, Sven kicked each of them down, snorting coldly and cursing, "I said go down there now." Seeing this, Emily started to grumble, "What is the captain doing?" Sven pouted and casually replied, "What do you mean? It's just a small monster extermination program." Seeing his eager to cause trouble demeanor, Emily shouted, "Yes, but that area is managed jointly by Oa and us." Sven heard that and puckered his lips, asking back, "Really?" The more she talked to him, the angrier Emily became, secretly cursing, "This jerk didn't even notify Oa beforehand, so this is what he planned. Will the trainees be okay? It's true there's no better training than actual combat, but she'll definitely have to pull them out the moment it looks like they're stepping on any of Oa's toes." At the same time, Seon-gu and the other 3 had fallen to the city wall below. Seon-gu glanced at the other 3 and spoke, "He probably wants to test us, so fight with all the core energy you have." Although they could easily overpower their opponents, they are very dangerous because their bodily fluids ignite upon contact with air, so Seon-gu told them to maintain their core shields. The other 3 immediately created protective core shields upon hearing this. Then Seon-gu ordered again, "I'll lead. Jian and Kim Hun follow in a triangular formation. Ayeong-chun, you handle any that get past us." The fire locusts were somewhat startled when they saw them charging, but very quickly, they took a battle stance, their 2 wings flapping continuously, emitting a deafening noise. Jian grumbled, "Oh my god, these things are as noisy as yams. They're even worse than killer bees." With disgust, Jian continuously struck at the fire locusts in front of her. Seon-gu on this side was not idle either. He leaped into the air, the sword in his hand enveloped in a surge of energy. Seon-gu swept forcefully, immediately killing several fire locusts. Jian, as usual, tore them apart with her bare hands. Kim Hun on this side was not bad at all. His twin swords continuously danced in the air, slaying quite a few fire locusts. Ayeong-chun was at the back, smashing any undead ones that slipped through. Sven, observing this scene from above, immediately smiled in satisfaction and said, "Not bad at all." Emily was still annoyed, grumbling unhappily, "Glad you're enjoying the show." It wasn't long before they had killed all the fire locusts. Their bodies were piled up at their feet. Jian wiped the sweat from her hand, sighed in relief, and mumbled, "Is that it?" Just then, Ayeong-chun seemed to have seen something. He suddenly yelled, "Core shield." This action startled Jian. Before she could understand what was happening, Ayeong-chun had already slammed into her body. The 2 of them were sent flying out together. Gonggu immediately reminded, "Are there more fire locusts? Gun, don't let your guard down until it's over." But no sooner had he finished speaking than his expression suddenly darkened, freezing on the spot. Seeing his reaction, Kim Hun asked with a little confusion, "What's wrong?" Even Emily, who was above, had seen it, and her eyes involuntarily narrowed. Gonggu squinted, vigilantly looking ahead, because a shadow mantis was approaching them. Jian still hadn't realized the situation. Annoyed by the previous push, she gritted her teeth and cursed, Do I look like a bowling ball to you? You won't escape from me. Gongu's expression was a little solemn. He shielded the two of them and said, "Step back. This isn't an opponent you two can fight. I'll handle it myself." Jian heard these words and was a little confused. "You don't sound as confident as you say. Are you scared?" Gongu's face at this moment indeed showed a hint of panic. From afar, Sven had also seen it, muttering doubtfully, "It can't be the most cowardly one, can it? I've never seen that monster before, Emily. Is it an S rank?" Emily shook her head slightly, indicating she didn't know, and quickly said, "Let me check." A moment later, the information on her bracelet became clear, and Emily slowly explained, "Rare, but not S rank. It might be a rank 4. Gongu also knew about it from his memories of his past life. Unlike named monsters, unique ones are found on other continents, meaning it's not the same one that defeated the Spearfish team. But even if this was just a black mantis, why did it make Gongu so panicked? Because in his past life, they were suddenly defeated, suffering countless casualties, with many dead and injured. Its terrifying power left lingering effects on an unawakened person like Gongu. Was he still afraid that accident would happen again? While he was thinking, the mantis fiercely charged towards them. But Gongu wasn't flustered at all. He wore a sinister smile. Immediately, he lunged straight towards the mantis, sweeping his sword directly across its body. Gongu finally understood it wasn't trembling from fear, but from his thirst for revenge and his fury. Thinking of this, Gongu furiously hacked and slashed at that mantis. In an instant, he severed its limbs. He coldly shouted, "I'm no longer the kid from back then. Now I have countless memories of fighting monsters." Perhaps Gongu hasn't reached his peak yet, but something like it isn't enough to fight him. With that said, he looked at the mantis already lying on the ground. Gongu pointed his sword at it again and coldly snorted, "Tearing your body into 100 pieces would surely make me feel much better." The mantis seemed not to pay attention to his words. It was looking around wildly. Gongu didn't mind. He pursed his lips and mumbled, "But I need to find the origin of that symbol, which means I should hand you over to researchers so they can penetrate your brain." Then he glanced at Gun and Kim Hun and said, "You must capture it alive for me." The two immediately nodded, acknowledging the command. But before they could do anything, an energy cannon appeared from a distance. With a bang, the mantis's head exploded. Gongu didn't have time to react, affected by the explosion. The mantis's corpse was incinerated by the flames, and smoke and fire erupted everywhere. Kim Hun rushed over to support Gongu, asking anxiously, "Are you alright, young master?" He shook his head slightly, pursing his lips and mumbling, "What was that?" When he looked closely again, people had appeared on the other side, and a round of applause followed. "Well done." 3 men in OA uniforms approached, one of them raising an eyebrow and smiling. A single shot took down that giant mantis. The man holding the gun pouted and said, "Isn't that a bit much? I think I could have used fewer words. Let's quickly get it back before sunset." So they treated Gongu and his group if they were invisible and began to process the mantis's corpse. This action infuriated Gongu. Were they deliberately ignoring his group? He needed that thing to find answers. Were they disappointed that they couldn't start a fight? Thinking this, Gongu immediately pointed and cursed, "Hey, why are you taking that? You clearly saw me take it down." The OA group toyed with the core in their hands, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "We don't know what you're talking about." The leading man with the gun also chuckled. "We're just collecting the loot from the monster we killed. If anything, you're the one looking for trouble." However, he didn't know that Gongu had already seen something, so he wisely said nothing. And what was bound to happen, happened. Sven had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, grabbing the man who just spoke by the throat and the mantis's rump. The man was beaten until his mouth was full of blood, and he furiously yelled, "Who was that? You're dead for sure." He aggressively tried to fight back, but was stopped by his comrade. "Captain, calm down." The young hothead with the gun angrily cursed, "How dare you stop me?" His comrade immediately trembled and mumbled, "Because that's Sven. Look, who would dare touch Sven's arrogant face?" The man wisely put away his gun. Meanwhile, Emily's group above was just as panicked. They were clearly standing next to Sven, but he had somehow jumped down there. The man with the gun almost peed himself when he heard Sven's name. He trembled and mumbled, "Sven, that idiot." As if he had finished the first part of his sentence, Sven kicked him again. And that wasn't all. Sven also dealt with his two comrades. He retrieved the mantis's core and coldly snorted, trying to steal someone else's unfinished food? Dream on! However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Sven saw the blonde-haired man crouching on the ground. He was a little stunned, to this extent. At this moment, that man furiously shouted, "According to the rules, whoever kills a monster gets its core. You've attacked people in the general administrative area and stolen a lot of loot. You can't escape." What was he thinking, trying to reason with a madman like Sven? He hadn't even finished his first sentence when Sven grabbed him, his voice full of killing intent. He said, "Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson, huh? How many more times do I have to beat you down?" With that, Sven slammed his head to the ground. Then he pulled him up, huffing coldly, "If you mess with my teammates again, your skull won't last much longer." The blonde-haired man was so scared he almost wet himself, quickly apologizing. Sven ignored him, throwing the core towards Kongu, who caught it. Before he could react, he heard Sven scolding him, "Don't let yourself get bullied everywhere you go. It's truly embarrassing." Seeing this scene, Emily really wanted to faint on the spot. This guy just can't help but cause trouble. Sung also didn't know what to say at this moment. The next day, at the outdoor training ground, Kongu gathered everyone and began to lecture them. "I don't know why I'm stuck with a bunch of rookies who make things difficult for themselves, but I won't let my team be treated like trash." So he decided to make some adjustments in the morning and afternoon. They would have to eliminate monsters in the forest and low-walled areas. Additionally, after dinner, they would receive one-on-one training with the person opposite them. With that, Sven called Emily again, but her expression wasn't very happy. He pouted and said, "Don't worry, she might look like that, but once training starts, she'll lead you guys through it perfectly." At this point, Sven looked towards Iong-chun and ordered, "The best training for the tank, Park Iong-chun, will be to get beaten and not give up until he's almost dead." These words stunned him. Before he could say anything, Sven moved on to the next person. He called Jin-chun and instructed, "J has some special abilities, but her core reserve management is terrible." These words made Gun furious and want to argue back. However, Sven didn't care much and continued his suggestion, "It's your duty to find that idiot, take her to the wasteland, and throw her to the monsters so she truly understands what savagery is." After that, Sven asked Sung to train Kim Hun, and Sung immediately accepted the order. Sven walked up to Kim Hun again and said indifferently, "To be honest, your ability is 0. You know that, right?" Kim Hun stared at him, and after a long moment, unwillingly nodded. Sven ignored him and calmly continued, "Your lessons will be conducted step by step, according to the regulations, but they will be 10 times more intense. If you don't want to see your teammates die because of your own weakness, then you must sacrifice, understood?" Kim Hun immediately stood up straight and loudly shouted, "Yes, sir." After arranging things for the three of them, Sven glanced at Kongu again. After a long hesitation, he finally spoke, "As for you, I will personally teach you, just as you hoped." Kongu calmly looked at him and replied indifferently, "That would be my honor." "Ha, an honor, huh?" With a cold chuckle, Sven raised an eyebrow and said, "Let's see if you still feel that way once the training begins." No sooner had he finished speaking than Sven took off his outer jacket, and his sword appeared in his hand. He casually asked, "I heard you know my techniques. How many can you use?" Kongu, on the opposite side, also drew his sword and calmly replied, "Moon Shadow Sword, Sword Activation, and Filament Blade, a total of 3. Hearing this, Sven nodded in satisfaction. "Good. I'll show you 10 basic sword movements. Try the counter with similar techniques." Kongu immediately froze, confused, and said, "Wait, I said I only know 3. Sven scoffed and pouted, "You think I'll go easy on you? Figure it out yourself." No sooner had he finished speaking than he slashed out a crescent-shaped sword light. Kongu didn't dare to be careless and immediately slashed out a moonshadow sword light to block it. With a crash, the two energy currents collided, but Kongu's sword light quickly disappeared. He wasn't surprised. He had anticipated his defeat. However, Sven didn't give Kongu time to breathe. He aggressively rushed forward again. I'm using the least amount of core energy right now. Focus and run. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung his sword again. Kongu hastily unleashed a similar move to defend himself. Similar to last time, he was pushed back again, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Are you serious? Is that what you call least? Sven didn't give him time to rest, once again generating sword energy, another different move. Kongu dared not be careless, hastily imitated, and unleashed a ray of sword light to parry. The two powerful sword lights clashed again. Even though it was practice, he couldn't lower his guard. He had to fight as if it were a real battle. Of course, Sven on the other side held back a lot. His moves were still as brutal, but he just didn't use all his energy like in a real fight. Kongu saw a series of sword phantoms rushing towards him. A flicker of chaos appeared in his eyes. He quickly used acceleration to dodge. But he could dodge one, not so many. He was still stabbed, fresh blood staining his shoulder. And that wasn't all. Dozens of sword phantoms exploded, burying Kongu in smoke and fire. When the smoke and dust cleared, Kongu was sprawled on the ground, covered in many wounds. Seeing this, Sven couldn't help but frown deeply. After a long moment of contemplation, he asked in a cold voice, "You're familiar with these techniques, aren't you?" Kongu was slightly stunned by these words, but Sven didn't let up, pressing further. "You dodged attacks you've never used yourself, as if you already knew their basic principles." Kongu's eyes widened in alarm. He focused so much on dodging that he unconsciously used his memory. They might have been rival teammates once, but not anymore. Trying to hide his inner panic, Kongu vaguely explained, "In the wasteland, someone taught me the basics of swordsmanship." And the data at headquarters, Sven snorted coldly after hearing this. "Right, as you say." But he didn't believe it. He continued to ask suspiciously, "But why can't you use core weapons? Is it necessary to use a regular sword?" Kongu quickly explained, "I haven't developed enough to use a core as a weapon yet. The best he could use was just a core bullet." "Then what's the point?" Sven scoffed, curling his lip. "You know the rules and what's holding you back, but you can't use the techniques. The gap between your theory and practice is truly ridiculous. It feels like you're a person from the future who traveled to the past." This one sentence was enough to make Kongu freeze on the spot. He even noticed the abnormality when he knew about his past life. This guy was too sensitive. He knew Sven was very strong, but he really had to be wary of him. While Kongu was deep in thought, Sven spoke up again. "Anyway, you need to adjust your body, and you know the fastest way to awaken, don't you?" Kongu calmly replied, "Yes." Sven chuckled softly, then turned and walked away, speaking indifferently. "For the next 3 months, you must show me everything you've got. If you can injure me, I will take you seriously." He said he would give Kongu 3 chances to challenge him. That was 1. 2 more turns. "You can come here after seeing the doctor." Kongu heard this, sat up, and stared blankly at his retreating back. On the other side, in the forest on the outskirts of the city, Kim-hoon had just finished training with someone and was now sprawled on the ground, panting. Someone was much more humane than Sven. He went over and helped Kim-hoon up. He chuckled reassuringly, "Harder than I thought, right? The more you practice, the stronger you'll get." After that, Kim-hoon returned. He walked and thought. He attacked someone more than 20 times, but he couldn't touch him even once. Someone might be a tier 1, but he's not a combat specialist. With a troubled mind, Kim-hoon slowly made his way back. It was then that he suddenly heard someone's voice, but couldn't understand it. He quickly turned on his translator. Then he discovered 2 guys bullying Kaira. The girl kept trembling on the ground, muttering, "I just want to pray for your families." The man angrily kicked over something in front of Kaira. Annoyed, he yelled, "Get lost! What about my family? Are you going to save my wife or something? That'll teach you. As he spoke, he raised his hand, intending to slap Kyra. But before he could strike, a hand stopped him. Kim Hoon simply slammed the scoundrel to the ground. Seeing him, Kyra immediately cried out joyfully, "Mr. Hunter." Kim Hoon didn't immediately pay attention to the girl. He grabbed the other guy by the neck and lifted him up. He warned coldly, "You should feel lucky you're civilians, otherwise, there wouldn't be a single piece of you left. Now get out." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Hoon threw the guy away. The two of them quickly left. Kim Hoon knelt down in front of Kyra, asking worriedly, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Kyra shook her head slightly and smiled, saying, "You helped me again, uncle. I'll pray for your good health and happiness." Kim Hoon helped the girl stand up, saying softly, "Come on, I told you you don't need to kneel." However, he saw a slave mark on her shoulder. Kim Hoon's expression immediately darkened. A moment later, at the training ground, Kim Hoon told Seon-gu about this. After listening, he asked doubtfully, "So you let them go?" Kim Hoon nodded slightly, replying, "Yeah." Seon-gu sighed helplessly, asking, "You don't even have enough time to train, and now you want to take care of a child?" Kim Hoon looked at him apologetically, saying in a low voice, "Sorry, but is there no way to get her on a ship or to headquarters? That girl is a smart kid if she had been born normally." Before he could finish, Seon-gu coldly interrupted, "This isn't normal, and in this world, core ability is the most important. If Kyra awakened, she could find a place to live, but you told Kim Hoon that not isn't interested in ordinary people, right? If you're so worried, then take good care of her yourself." Kim Hoon was a bit stunned, asking doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Seon-gu calmly explained, "If someone calls her a slave, there must be an owner, and no matter who that person is, if they know a hunter is paying attention to her, she might be tortured because of you." Kim Hoon's expression froze after hearing that. Half a month later, Sven and Seon-gu arrived at the training ground as usual. Sven raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Get ready, I'm coming again." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a ray of sword light. Seon-gu fiercely bit his lip, his eyes filled with caution. "That's the highest state of the threaded blade, the infinite state. I won't let you escape this time." But before he could do anything, Sven's figure vanished. By the time Seon-gu realized it, his whole body had been slashed by the sword. His biceps, waist, and legs all had wounds. He propped himself with his sword and knelt trembling on the ground. Sven sighed helplessly, "It's like dancing with power. It's been half a month. When will you realize it?" Seon-gu looked up at him, his eyes filled with confusion. Sven irritably explained, "In essence, the invisible blade is an ideal technique to understand the core's laws. If you can master it, you'll become much stronger. Focus." Upon hearing this, Seon-gu closed his eyes, forcing himself to concentrate. He had to take it one step at a time first. Including all techniques, the core appearing in the void always leaves traces, the mind always weaving through every nook and cranny. Very quickly, a series of lights appeared before Seon-gu. Along with that, he realized that the core emanating from Sven looked like clusters of light. He could see each swirl. Seon-gu excitedly raised his eyebrows. "That's it. This is the feeling." Seeing his demeanor, Sven raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "It seems you've recognized it. Haven't you? Try again." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed another sword ray. Seon-gu was not in a hurry. He stood calmly, concentrating his mind to feel Sven's energy core. Very soon after, he opened his eyes because he had found it. Immediately, Seon-gu struck back with his sword. This time, Sven's sword ray couldn't do anything to him. Seeing this scene, Sven was pleased. He praised happily, "Not bad, I knew you'd be interesting. 1 minute you were so clumsy, the next you're as skilled as a completely different person." Even Seon-gu was very surprised at himself. He thought he could only block 1 or 2 strikes, but he ended up blocking them all. But was Seon-gu celebrating too soon? Sven summoned energy into both his palms, excitedly exclaiming, "Now, all out. He hadn't even unleashed his technique yet when a whooshing sound echoed from the other side. Sven immediately frowned, a clear look of annoyance in his eyes. Seon-gu also flinched slightly, a bit worried. Seeing his expression, Sven asked, "You feel it too?" Seon-gu nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, an increase in inner power, definitely from an awakened one." Sven excitedly exclaimed, "Exactly, but not from us. It seems we'll have to entertain some uninvited guests." At the same time, in another corner, a group of people was approaching. They were wearing OA uniforms and their faces all looked awful, like they had stepped in dog poop. Just then, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out, such familiar faces, startling the person leading the group, who turned to look back. He then saw Sven approaching with Seon-gu, looking extremely arrogant. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "I've been wondering, so you're the one behind this, Lieutenant Colonel Zaverdun." The commander's face darkened by 10 shades upon hearing Sven call him out by name. Seon-gu behind him was a little surprised, so even the commander is involved. Soldiers always had small disputes among themselves. But why would a high-ranking officer bring so many troops to a node area as if it were a parade? There must be something going on in OR. In contrast to his worry, Sven still maintained his arrogant demeanor. He scoffed and said, "Gathering some trash and bringing it here, huh?" Upon hearing this, the 3 guys who failed their daytime robbery the other day were scared stiff. But Sven wasn't going to let them off the hook. He continued to scoff, saying, "I know those guys, running away like cowards, then going to tattle to their dads, huh?" These words clearly hit a nerve with Verdun, who warned him indignantly, "Watch your tongue, Sven. It's not enough that you entered common jurisdiction without notification, but you also used violence against my men." Saying this, he pointed accusingly at Sven. "You know how strict the peace treaty between organizations is. You will be held responsible for those unlawful actions." Verdun thought Sven would be scared, but the answer was not a chance. Sven scoffed and said, "Who do you think started it? You attacked us with weapons and stole our spoils." However, old Verdun believed his men were in the right. He scoffed, "My men only used lethal bullets to save your troops from that monster, but instead of thanking us, you want to kill us." The 3 guys from before immediately turned pale upon hearing this. Did they say that? Sven, on the other hand, was rather disdainful. "Those bastards are talking about the report again. They're such idiots. Can't they learn anything even after getting beaten?" Thinking that, he put on an arrogant smile and said, "Our rookies can do that, you know? Of course, there's no need for elaborate weapons. Your men are probably weaker than our rookies anyway." This was clearly an insult. Verdun flew into a rage upon hearing this. He aggressively declared, "You're truly childish, but I'll accept that offer." Then he looked at his men and said, "We'll organize a friendly match, one of my captains against one of your rookies, to see if they're as well trained as you claim." Sven, as if not wanting enough chaos, readily agreed, "When you lose, don't go bringing up the peace treaty to argue, okay?" Saying that, he walked towards Sven, giving him a knowing look. "You have to win, otherwise you'll be sent back to headquarters immediately." Seon-gu confidently replied, "That won't happen." Sven was very pleased with his attitude. He deliberately ordered loudly, "Go on, rookie Kim Seon-gu. Take down those pigs." Seon-gu knew he wanted to show off, so he didn't argue and obediently replied, "Understood." After that, Seon-gu and the blonde guy entered the training arena, and Verdun officiated, speaking up. The losing side will be responsible for the previous incident and forfeit the core of the Black Mantis. Any objections? Seon-gu casually replied, "No." But no sooner had he spoken than he noticed someone. It was Ho-gon. He was here too. Seon-gu couldn't help but click his tongue. Look at those eyes. It's like they're fighting a monster, not an opponent. What should I do? Thinking that, Seon-gu focused his gaze on the blonde guy again. According to his memories from his previous life, awakened captains were usually S-rank. If it's the same in this life, then he can take him down. Should he go all out and end this match quickly? However, Seon-gu smirked, revealing an evil smile. He had a better idea. At this moment, the match officially began. The blonde guy summoned energy into his spear. He then continuously attacked Seon-gu, but all his strikes were parried. Not bad speed, but too slow compared to him. His first strike failed, so the blonde guy raised his spear high and began to spin it. Next, he swept it horizontally, a powerful energy beam striking directly towards Seon-gu. Seon-gu dared not be careless, hurriedly raising his sword to block. But that guy didn't give him time to breathe. He furiously lunged at him again. The sound of impact immediately rang out, a spear and his sword clashing against each other. Seon-gu's defense made the ground sink beneath his feet. He fiercely bit his lip. That guy also knew how to use inner energy. He couldn't be underestimated. At the same time, the Oa people saw Seon-gu only defending and started contemptuously discussing, even calling him an idiot. Even Sven was quite suspicious. He raised an eyebrow and mumbled, "Is he not going to use sword force at all? What's he trying to do?" Seon-gu, on his side, was judging that guy's attack direction, a circular attack, then a downward thrust, and next would be a direct strike. Just as he guessed, the blonde guy was now thrusting his spear directly at him. Seon-gu smiled smugly as he dodged. He knew it. This scene stunned the Oa people, who had just cursed him. The sound of slapping faces seemed to echo in their ears. They didn't expect Seon-gu to predict the attack direction to dodge. Seon-gu knew everyone was wondering why he wasn't using sword force. If he finished too quickly, they'd think it was cheating, but if he showed them his thorough understanding of basic knowledge, they couldn't argue. The blonde guy had used all his skills but still couldn't injure Seon-gu, causing him to freeze up in dismay. Don't ask why he lost, blame the one he was fighting, Seon-gu. Because Oa's spear techniques were created by Kraus, including 6 basic techniques and 8 applied spear techniques. And he had trained with this person in his previous life, so he knew them inside and out. While Seon-gu was reminiscing, the blonde guy, unwilling to give up, attacked again. Seon-gu reluctantly clicked his tongue. He could predict all of his attacks. Next, that guy would attack with his hand, then extend his spear for a direct thrust. This was Seon-gu's chance. He immediately lifted his leg and ran. He knew this move took a long time to cool down, so this was the end. In a flash, Seon-gu had closed in on the blonde guy, ready to thrust his sword into him. But a sudden shout interrupted. Enough. This sound startled Verdu and Sven, who were watching the exciting show. Seon-gu didn't care. He pointed his sword at the blonde guy's neck, indicating that if he moved, he would become a headless corpse. At the same time, a middle-aged man ran to the training ground. He questioned in a very loud voice, "What do you all think you're doing?" Only then did Seon-gu lower his sword. He seemed to see Bu6's shadow in this man. This man was Kawa the clockmaker. He looked at Verdu and questioned, "Lieutenant Colonel J, what is this behavior? How dare you bring troops into the zone to cause trouble?" Verdu snorted coldly and accused, "Hunters then started a fight with my men. The clockmaker still tried to persuade him, no matter what happens. You must comply with regulations and make an official announcement." The blonde guy heard this and unhappily questioned, "Wait, so you're with the Note faction? Then why pretend to be neutral?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Sven suddenly snapped his fingers. Dozens of illusory swords surrounded him. He warned coldly, "The elder is talking. Show some respect for your elders." The clockmaker helplessly held his head. "Respect? Why say one thing and do another? Don't scare people anymore." At his words, Sven clicked his tongue, then withdrew his hand, and the illusory swords disappeared. At this moment, the clockmaker spoke again. "I may be part of the Note, but I'm trying to ensure fairness. Please don't forget that O entrusted us with the task of managing Hub City. He said he would investigate in detail and report the results to both sides to prepare for the next steps, so Verdu should withdraw his troops." Verdu frowned and fell silent upon hearing this. After a long silence, he reluctantly said, "We apologize. We trust you will resolve this issue today. But I hope that won't happen again," he said, then took his people and left. Sven watched them leave, his gaze utterly unyielding, extremely provocative. A moment later, only 3 people remained on the field. Clock sighed helplessly, saying, "Every time you cause trouble, my lifespan shortens." Sven pouted and said, "I told you, they started it first. They're clearly looking for an excuse to kick us out of Hub City and monopolize this place." Clock trembled slightly, pursing his lips as he spoke. "Sven, you see, I'm just a frail old man. Can you let me live in peace for the rest of my life?" Yet Sven actually agreed, which surprised Sion-gu next to him a little. He wasn't making a fuss anymore, but who would have thought he'd be so cautious and easygoing? Thinking this, he looked at Clock, who was trembling in his seat. He was very similar to Bu-6, though Sion-gu was sure there was a demon lurking inside. Sven, unaware of Sion-gu's thoughts, spoke seriously with fewer high-level monsters. "We can't find Oa. Why is everything like this? I've been here several times, but I've never seen it so empty." Clock looked up at him, sighing, "I'm also doing that right now." But he thought that could be considered lucky. Just treat it as a day off, then told Sven to go and rest. These words made both Sven and Sion-gu confused. The two of them, Sven and Sion-gu, then went to a grassland. Sven looked into the distance and said, "What do you think? Rookie, do you agree with the manager that there's nothing to worry about?" Sion-gu nodded slightly, replying, "I find it quite strange." Sven signaled him to explain. Sion-gu slowly began. "Generally, low-level monsters avoid areas with high-level species because they would become prey." Sven didn't understand, asking doubtfully, "So what?" Sion-gu calmly explained, "But a swarm of low-level fire locusts coexisting in the same area as black mantises, monsters that even raptors avoid, means there must be some hierarchy among them." Sven frowned slightly, mumbling hesitantly, "But they're not like goblins or other monster types. That's unreasonable." Sion-gu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "There's only one explanation. Though very rare, some S-class monsters have the ability to control lower-level monsters. What if the black mantises and fire locusts are both being controlled by an S-class monster, like Ligia does with mermaids?" Sven felt his words made sense. After a long silence, he suggested, "Let's try. We'll split up and search for traces down there." Sion-gu nodded slightly, followed the order, and left. He truly couldn't tell Sven directly, but it wasn't a hypothesis. He had seen it in his past life. Sven always regretted this terrible disaster in Hub City. But there was no rush. Sion-gu had to find evidence to convince others first. Thinking this, he found an empty spot, then closed his eyes and focused, beginning to scan his core. In an instant, Sion-gu's energy core spread everywhere. Very quickly, it covered an entire forest. He was still concentrating on finding what he needed. Then Sion-gu saw a monster, an earth dragon. High-level species would definitely bear their master's mark. Thinking this, he immediately used his bracelet to contact Sven. "This is Kim Sion-gu, found an earth dragon." Sven's voice quickly came through. "This is Sven, understood, on my way, now, hunt it down." Sion-gu found these words a bit amusing, clucking his tongue and lamenting. He's letting a rookie fight a high-level monster right away. He knew Sven trusted his abilities, but it was still strange. Besides their immense power and size, these earth dragons are highly poisonous. They are grade 3, equivalent to an Goblin King. That level would definitely send Sion-gu's presence as soon as he got close. Furthermore, it was right in front of him. There was no opportunity to track it, so Sion-gu decided to fight it head-on right here. Meanwhile, the earth dragon slowly approached Sion-gu, yet it still made no move. "Is it inviting me to fight?" Thinking this, Sion-gu couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. "Alright, I'll try out the new technique I just learned." Without a moment's hesitation, Sion-gu immediately raised his sword and slashed at the earth dragon. His action stunned it, but by the time it realized, small energy points had already reached the earth dragon's body, furiously slashing through it. In an instant, its body was covered in wounds. The earth dragon angrily opened its mouth and roared. Sion-gu didn't care much. His first attempt was successful. Just then, the earth dragon's body suddenly stirred slightly. A green liquid rapidly shot out from its mouth. Sion-gu quickly created a core shield to block it. The green liquid couldn't destroy the core shield, dripping onto the ground. This enraged the Earth Dragon even more, and it tilted its head back to roar again. Then it furiously charged towards Seongu. But he remained calm, standing there, and when it got close, he used a skill to attack. With a bang, the Earth Dragon's body was engulfed in smoke and dust. However, Seongu didn't stop. He strengthened his lower body and leaped onto it. Seongu fiercely shouted, "You're dead, Sven's insect-bane sword." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy sword illusion appeared, stabbing directly into the Earth Dragon's head, making it scream in agony. In less than 3 seconds, the sword's light exploded and the screaming stopped. Seongu descended from above, clicking his tongue in wonder. Did I defeat a grade 3 monster so easily? Now I understand the benefits of Sven's training. With that, he contacted Sven again. Kim Seongu here. The Earth Dragon has been defeated. Sven appeared very quickly. Seongu then spoke up. So I'll start now, shall I? With that, he walked over to the Earth Dragon's body and plunged a dagger into it. The moment its body was cut open, a dazzling golden light burst forth from within. Sven was a little stunned, muttering vaguely, "What is that?" Seongu, however, recognized it. He glanced at him, smiling. "That's enough proof, isn't it?" Because what was inside was the mark of the Shadow Knight. Hearing that name, Sven immediately furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth. The Shadow Knight. That's a name I wanted to forget. High-grade monsters usually don't obey others. The Shadow Knight's specialty is branding them as subordinates. However, one thing made Sven quite suspicious. He narrowed his eyes at Seongu and asked, "But how did you know where to find the mark?" "Another hunch, rookie?" Seongu was a little speechless. Here we go again, scrutinizing him. Thinking this, he calmly replied, "It's just a judgment based on the monster's movements. They all seem to follow a single rule." Sven pouted after hearing this and asked, "Oh, really?" Seongu pretended not to see his sarcastic smile and continued speaking. Although other S-grade monsters like Legia can also control monsters, only the Shadow Knight can give such detailed commands. After hearing that, Sven frowned and said, "Then dealing with that is quite dangerous." Nodding calmly, Seongu said, "Yes, any battle against the Shadow Knight is chaotic. You'll have to fight thousands of monsters, and if it moves, it means they're surrounding us." Sven sighed helplessly. On one side, monsters on the other. The the branch manager probably already wants to deploy, itching to wipe out the but we can't. What a pain. Seongu stared at him in surprise, asking doubtfully, "Are you serious?" Sven unconsciously scoffed and pouted. "Do you think I'm crazy? Listen, I'm all for peace. Every treaty signed is just trash. The make us fight monsters so they can preserve their forces. Then when the monsters are defeated, it all turns into a messy pile of nothing." So Sven said that if the cause trouble again, he'll wage war on them first. Seongu's expression became a little worried after hearing this. This guy is really serious. Seeing his expression, Sven couldn't help but click his tongue and say, "I'm just annoyed. That's why I said that. I have a bad feeling they're going to stir up trouble again now. Go collect the cores and those marks for the old man." Seongu nodded slightly, then began collecting the cores. However, he was still thinking about what Sven had just said. The knots and the were destroying each other. If nothing changed, they would also lose the final battle in this lifetime. At least Sven was aware and understood the reason for the Oa's unusual behavior. A moment later, Sven returned with a red cloth. He placed them on the clock's table and coldly stated, "Pretty, isn't it? Here's the proof. Now let's talk." The clock looked at the mark on the table, hesitated for a long time, then spoke. "The Shadow Knight. I've heard of it, but it was all bad news. Could you tell me more details?" Seongu calmly spoke. "Byakuya, Legia, Mukbat, Salius are all S-grade monsters, but their strength and abilities are completely different. The Shadow Knight is as strong as an S-grade, even capable of leveling an entire city." Sven glanced at the clock and asked in a deep voice, "Do you remember what happened to Uller Bram City?" Although the clock was very suspicious, he still replied, How could I forget? It caused the collapse of India's last city, and the Knots suffered heavy losses. Well, this city is the same now. Sven heard this and slammed the table, startling the clock. He took another deep breath, pursed his lips, and continued. But that's not what surprised you, is it? Last time you denied it, no one said anything, but now there's proof, so confess. The clock shook his head, confused. I'm not a high-level awakened person. What do I know? It's just an old man's intuition, that feeling that something big is about to happen. Sven aggressively questioned him. Then you called the busiest person in the Knots and made him stay silent just because there was no proof. Do you think that's fair? You're right. The clock nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but you've proven my worries were well-founded, so I was right to trust you. Now tell me the solution. What are those bastards planning? Gu then interjected. The biggest problem is that the Shadow Knight's control isn't just limited to monsters. It's a type of demon that instills the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust into the victim's heart. He said they would destroy the city from within. Even without realizing they were cursed, the Shadow Knight would mercilessly exploit sensitive people. The clock then hesitated and asked, so, do we need to inform the Oa to ask for help? Sven immediately shook his head and rejected, no, leave the Oa aside. The clock looked up at him and said awkwardly, Sven, in an emergency like this, there's no time to. But before he could finish, Sven coldly cut him off. That's not what I mean, I have a bad feeling. Hearing these words, the clock became even more confused. After hesitating for a moment, Sven said seriously, perhaps the Shadow Knight has already manipulated them. There's no logical reason for their actions. The clock exclaimed in disbelief. Then the monster's influence could have spread deep inside the fortress. You really? While the two were worried, Gu continued, another problem is that even if the Shadow Knight is a primate, it's not always fixed and often mimics the forms of other species. So awakened people with simple physical abilities can fight against it. Sven heard this and suggested, call. The clock frowned slightly, muttering in a low voice, Duji, the S-grade awakened midge and a pillar of our guard. Would that work? Sven scoffed. If they don't want to lose Hub City, then they'll do it. After all, they sent me here. The clock nodded in response. Alright, I'll contact headquarters. Gu quietly observed the clock. His previous anxiety had made Gu anxious too, but he was calmer than Gu expected upon hearing the news about the Shadow Knight. Perhaps it was due to his age and experience, like the way the clock treated Oer. A little later in the dining hall, Gu sat alone there, lost in thought. The last time it appeared, it had given Note and Oel a headache, and more than half of the population outside had died. Even though Sven and the search team were very strong, it had escaped before being killed. The relationship between Note and Oa had only worsened, while the Shadow Knight continued to destroy many other places. Gu knew these things thanks to the records of the battle to defend Hub City, because he was on another mission at the time. Several times Sven should have told Gu about it, but he never did. Perhaps his memory was problematic. The only time Gu truly saw the Shadow Knight was during a brief encounter in the final battle, meaning he survived until the end. The combined awakened power here far surpassed other normal cities. Whether it was S-grade or not, it was very difficult to destroy with conventional tactics. That's why the discord between Note and Oa was a gift to those bastards. With a heavy heart, Gu left the dining hall. The biggest problem now was the people controlled by the Shadow Knight. Sven suspected Oa, and so did he. Their aggression was truly strange, but no matter how closely Sven observed in his past life, he still failed. Gu didn't understand why. There were only 2 months left. He had to find out the force behind the Shadow Knight before time ran out. Just then, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the alley next to him. It seemed to be Kaisa, but she looked a little strange. He had never seen her this odd, and that peculiar way of walking too. Thinking this, Gu called out, Kaisa. The girl's back immediately froze. Then, Kaisa turned around and greeted him awkwardly, Hello, Uncle Hunter. Seongu narrowed his eyes at the girl and asked suspiciously, "Where are you going? You're always round the central staircase at this hour." These words made Kaisa's body tense up. She stared for a long time without being able to answer. Seongu continued, "Hunter Hun will definitely look for you." At the mention of Kim Hun, Kaisa immediately pleaded urgently, "I'm sorry, but can you tell Uncle Hun that I'm not feeling well? I can't see him right now." Seongu exclaimed in surprise, "Not feeling well, alright then." But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly thought of something. However, before he could ask anything, Kaisa turned and ran away. Seongu immediately chased after her, reaching out and pulling her back. "Wait, Kaisa." Kaisa mumbled tremblingly, her voice tinged with a sob. "What is it? I'm fine. Please let me go." As soon as he saw her face, Seongu's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Kaisa's entire body was covered in wounds, some dirty, some torn, looking extremely pitiful. He gritted his teeth and mumbled, "Who did this?" Kaisa was very understanding, lowering her head and pleading, "Don't tell Uncle Hun. I don't want him to be in danger." Seongu sighed helplessly, asking with concern, "Does anything hurt? He's worried about you, yet you want to hide it?" But he knew that getting angry wouldn't solve anything, and if Kim Hun investigated further, it would only complicate matters. Thinking this, Seongu immediately nodded in agreement. "Alright, I won't say anything." Kaisa immediately brightened upon hearing this. However, Seongu continued in a serious tone, "But I can't just stand by. Take me to your master." Kaisa immediately froze, shaking her head in refusal. "What? No, I can't." Seongu narrowed his eyes at the girl and said coldly, "Are you not obeying Hunter Note's orders?" Kaisa looked at him hesitantly, then after a long pause, she murmured, "I'm sorry, this way." With that, she turned and led the way. Seongu followed behind Kaisa, thinking as he walked, he didn't want to do this, but there was no other way. It would be easier later if the girl was interrogated. He had to find out everything that was happening in this city. A moment later, Seongu had gone deep into the alley and saw some symbols on the wall. Seongu frowned, thinking, "Always symbols? Does that mean I'm trespassing on their territory?" At this moment, Kaisa looked at him and asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Mr. Hunter?" Even a child knew about the situation between Note and Oa. Seongu reluctantly shook his head. "It's fine, just lead the way." A moment later, the two arrived at a tall building with 3 characters written outside. Tanny Vian. Kaisa then apologized, "I'm sorry, but I can't go any further." Seongu didn't mind and casually said, "No, this is far enough." With that, he gave her a core crystal. "This is a thank you gift. I'll tell Hun that you won't be here for a while." Next, Seongu instructed Kaisa to be careful. The girl obediently nodded. "Thank you, sir. I'll try my best." Kaisa quickly left the place. Seongu stood alone at the door, pressing his lips together and muttering, "Are those guys harassing orphans?" After that, he stepped inside. The building's hallway was empty, with not a single guard. But the deeper he went, the more unpleasant the smell became. Seongu raised a hand to cover his nose. When he reached the door of room 106, he suddenly heard a noise. Looking inside, he saw several children locked up. Round them, a pile of dirty food trays was thrown on the ground, no different from a dump. While Seongu was observing, someone came from behind him, attempting to attack him. Fortunately, Seongu dodged in time, then kicked him in the stomach and punched the other one. After dealing with these two, Seongu found a spot, sat on a chair to interrogate them. Is this how an orphanage welcomes guests? The 2 men, bruised and battered, knelt on the ground and said subserviently, "We apologize, sir. We didn't know you were Hunter Note." Seongu ignored them, asking coldly, "Is this Oa's facility?" The 2 men exchanged glances, then after a long pause, hesitantly replied, "Yes, sir. Note's people never come here. But are you here to buy children?" Seongu narrowed his eyes at them when he heard this. After a long moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Perhaps?" The 2 men's attitudes immediately changed. They smiled happily and said, "If you have a lot of money, You can even adopt those who have awakened, or will definitely not know. Seongu remembered Kaisa and asked seriously, how much for the beggar girl under the central bridge? One of them winked and said with a laugh, you've got an eye for quality. She'd be a perfect accessory for a hunter's collection. That girl is very valuable. It would cost at least the core of a tier 5 monster. The more Seongu listened, the darker his expression became. They treat kids like merchandise, and even have collections. Unbelievable. Suppressing the disgust in his heart, Seongu continued to ask, can I buy all the awakened children as well? This surprised the man, who quickly refused. Sorry, but that's quite difficult, sir. We've signed contracts to send them to Or. Seongu narrowed his eyes at him, demanding coldly, just tell me, how much? Yet the man still shook his head in refusal. Doing that would be the death of us. Awakened children don't have a price. He unconsciously snorted. Seongu pouted and said, is that so? Then never mind. As he spoke, he stood up, pretending to leave. Immediately, one of them quickly called out, now that I think about it, I might have been mistaken earlier. A man from Note came here a few days ago, sir. Seongu was a little stunned and asked suspiciously, from Note, who was it? The man looked a bit awkward and explained sheepishly, our rules forbid us from revealing client names, but there aren't many Note members who have permission to enter OA's territory, right? At this point, he gave a knowing smile. Seongu unconsciously frowned. Could it be the branch manager? Thinking that, he then asked suspiciously, so what did that person do here? The two men exchanged glances, then hesitated for a long time before muttering, it's a bit strange. He said the person didn't say anything, just stood there watching, then left. Their face was so expressionless it made people worried. Hearing this, Seongu immediately frowned deeply. After a long moment, he said, I understand, I'll think about it and come back later. The two men looked at each other, confusion etched on their faces. But in the end, they still bowed to Seongu. Please be careful on your way. Seongu glanced at them before leaving. Why wasn't he surprised? It was a human trafficking ring. They forced homeless children to beg, then sold them to Oa for profit once they awakened, while the rest were sold as slaves or laborers. Thinking about this, Seongu quietly leaped into the air. He quickly landed on the rooftop and observed silently, but it didn't make sense. Even if Oa paid a lot of money for awakened children, they were quite rare, not enough to maintain this place. So how do they maintain this place? Is the branch manager involved in this? Seongu had to check. Just then, he saw a group of Oa members entering the building. Moreover, they looked shifty. Anyone could tell something bad was happening. They went into the building for a long time before coming out, accompanied by more children. Seongu subtly frowned, pondering, where are they planning to take these children with me here? He quietly followed them. They walked through the night as if without purpose. Seongu followed by running along the city wall. After a long while, he stopped. He observed with binoculars. They walked for 30 minutes to Oa's territory outside the wall. Why here? Through the binoculars, Seongu saw them removing the handcuffs from the children. Then they even threw weapons to the children. He didn't know what they were planning. Before he could understand what was happening, Seongu's eyes involuntarily narrowed. He saw one of them trying to open a large cage. In the blink of an eye, a two-headed wolf appeared. Seongu was immediately shocked. A level 18 monster. Why are they releasing that in front of children? And the children below, seeing the wolf, couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, one of them shouted, hey kids, fight hard if you don't want to be minced meat. The children were thus forced to face the level 18 monster. Only then did Seongu realize they were trying to force the children to awaken. A bunch of pitiable children. How could they face that level 18 monster? When in crisis, humans often react by activating powers beyond their own limits. Awakening is a similar process. Most humans awaken in moments of extreme fear, like facing monsters or death itself. Seongu had experienced it. Always kept the dangerous flower land for that reason. To stimulate awakening, conversely, Oa had fewer awakened people because there were no threats. And now they were throwing children at monster bosses to force them to awaken. By now, Seon-gu could be sure that something was wrong with Or. While he was thinking, the two-headed wolf let out a ferocious howl. Then one child became its prey. Seeing this scene, the remaining children immediately panicked. Seon-gu couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly wanted to draw his sword, but in the end, he didn't strike. He needed to calm down first. First, he had to understand the issue between the branch manager and Oa's leadership. If he interfered now, even more children would suffer a similar fate. Without the intervention of Sei, the only one witnessing this scene, the kids could only rely on themselves. But how could a normal child confront a level 18 monster? One by one, the children were sent flying by the wolf. By this point, only 2 girls remained. Knowing they couldn't fight back, the 2 girls ran towards Oasin's men, begging, "Please save us." But they used sticks to hit the 2 kids, forcing them back to fight the monster. Sei bit his lip fiercely, so this was why Kai always had bruises. Just then, the wolf attacked the 2 girls. Its claws swung wildly, fresh blood poured like rain, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. In just an instant, all the kids were struck and lay wounded on the ground. The wolf walked over to the trembling girl on the ground. Seeing this scene, Sei wanted to draw his sword and act. He had no other choice. But before Sei could act, he froze. The wolf suddenly went berserk and attacked. Oi's men quickly stabbed spears into its body to stop it. They snorted coldly and cursed, "Go back, you mad dog," and the wolf actually slinked back to its cage. Only then did Sei breathe a sigh of relief. He understood why they chose the 2-headed wolf. That monster only ensures the prey can't escape before they devour it alive. It's perfect for dealing with targets they don't want to kill, those madmen. At this moment, O's leader gave another order: "Report that we found no awakened children." Hearing this, the other person hesitantly asked, "Should we send these kids back?" The leader thought for a moment and then ordered, "Those who were bitten or scratched will be re-examined after 10 days. Tell them to have the children in room 6 prepare for tomorrow." Sei immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Then he turned and left the city wall. The next morning, in the forest near the city, Sei was cutting open the monster's corpse to retrieve its core. It was the core of an earth dragon. Left behind after they took the core membrane to show the manager. "Are you doing this just for that child? Why does it feel like I'm being tricked?" However, Sei didn't overthink it and handed the core to Kim Hun, who was nearby. Kim Hun asked, bewildered, "Why are you giving it to me?" Sei slowly explained, "It's enough for one child." Kim Hun, even more confused, asked. Sei continued to speak. "Today, you'll meet Kai. Follow her to the orphanage and tell them that it's for exchange." Kim Hun finally understood what he wanted to do and hesitated to speak, but Sei coldly cut him off. "But that's the limit. We can't save the others. Kai started this, so you said you would only help her." Kim Hun looked at Sei gratefully, then quickly bowed to him, thanking and apologizing. Sei declined to comment and shook his head, signaling for Kim Hun to leave. He stood there silently, thinking about that human trafficking camp. He didn't know if he should tell Sven that he saw a clock at the orphanage. But only recently, there was still much Sei didn't know about him. Moreover, that person had the trust of both Note and Oa. Accusing him baseless could cause trouble. Sei had to first understand his relationship with the orphanage. He would dig into the clock's secret. That's all he could do right now. A few days later, the city went on as usual until one day, J appeared. She waved cheerfully at Sei. "Oh my, I didn't expect to be this happy to see you again, Captain." Sei pouted and mumbled, "So the 1-month training is over. Time really flies." Hearing this, J immediately complained loudly, "A whole month stuck in the wasteland, risking my life. Isn't that enough?" Ian Chun behind them also spoke up hesitantly. "Luckily, both of us made it." Scornfully pushed him away, pouting and scolding, "Get away from me. You look just like your brother. It scares me." Sei was a bit speechless. He reluctantly interrupted, all right, I've heard enough of your complaints. How about you, Ian Chun? Could you handle Emily's training?" Hearing that name, Ian Chun reflexively shivered. That witch. This nickname made Sei and stunned. Gosh, what's so terrifying? Just then, Sis' bracelet suddenly lit up. Someone was calling. Sei immediately answered, "Hey, Hun, is everything okay?" Kim Hun's anxious voice quickly came from the other side. "Sei, the girl isn't here." Sei was a bit stunned. "What do you mean?" Kim Hun quickly explained, "Oh, I took her and some other kids somewhere." Realizing something, Sei immediately shouted, "From outside, southwest, to District 16 immediately." Kim Hun immediately acknowledged the order and hung up. Sei glanced at Jen Ayan-chun behind him and suggested, "We're going to, I'll explain later, just follow me for now." So Jen Ayan-chun ran off, not understanding a thing. She grumbled as she ran, "We just got back and now you're making us do another course?" Very quickly, Sei reached the outer wall of the southwest. Indeed, he saw the same scene as last night. The two-headed wolf was tormenting the children again. At this moment, only one child remained standing. It was Kai. She held a knife, resisting, but her body trembled uncontrollably. Sei couldn't help but shout, "Kai!" Just as he yelled, someone appeared on the city wall, asking suspiciously, "Hey, who are you?" But before Sei could answer, they attacked, though he was quick enough to block it. Seeing the uniform he wore, the person shouted, "It's someone from note, kill him quickly." Sei sighed helplessly as the two men swung their spears at him. Sei quickly dodged, then retaliated with his sword, striking one of them. But at the same time, Sei saw Kim Hun charge with his sword. He mumbled suspiciously, "When did he get here?" Kim Hun was now frantically jumping down below. He intended to save Kai. Knowing his intention, Sei immediately shouted to stop him, "No, Hun!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Kim Hun had reached Oi's group and began attacking them. Kai had no idea what was happening outside. She still held the knife, trying to resist. Sadly, not long after, the knife in her hand dropped. A sudden burst of black energy appeared around Kai's body. Noticing this, Kim Hun, who was fighting, immediately froze, his eyes filled with worry. No one knew what was happening. Something grew out from behind Kai, making her body incessantly shed. Sei stared at the scene in confusion. What the hell is going on? In just a blink of an eye, large pincers appeared behind Kai. Her eyes were now bloodshot and unfocused. The wolf stared at her transformation in a bit of a daze. But very quickly, it bared its fangs at Kai. But the little girl was no longer the frightened child from before. The two large pincers suddenly lunged to attack. They pierced straight into the wolf's head, killing the wolf instantly. The situation suddenly changed, and Kim Hun wanted to save someone but couldn't. Sei stood frozen there, frowning silently. Is this an awakening? Just then, Jen Ayan-chun arrived. She leaned on her hands, panting and muttering, "Why are they running so fast?" But just as she finished speaking, she saw the situation below, muttering in confusion, "What is that? Is it human or a monster? It's the little girl from last time." At the same time, Oa's group was also confused by the little girl's power. The blonde man muttered suspiciously, "I've never seen anything like this before. It must be a new type." Only Sei understood what this was. Those tentacles aren't core energy, but real internal organs. It's a monster. Thinking about this, he looked at the little girl in confusion, not knowing what to do. Below, the blonde man gave an order. "Anyway, it's an abnormal result. We must capture that little girl and bring her back." However, Kai suddenly floated in mid-air, astonishing them. The pincers behind the little girl swung continuously to attack. The blonde man and his comrades hurriedly used their spears to defend, but Kai had too many pincers. Normal combat put them at disadvantage. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the blonde man immediately suggested, "Just treat it like a monster and fight, but don't kill it." Kim Hun saw the two accumulating core energy and quickly shouted, "Run, Kai!" These words seemed to bring Kai back to her senses. She moved her lips as if to say something. Kai's eyes also regained their focus. His expression immediately became serious when he saw this. And at the same time, two powerful streams of energy struck towards Kai. Fortunately, Sei arrived in time. He used his sword to deflect the two energy streams. Then he also directly released his core. With a bang, a powerful energy burst forth. Kai was knocked backward by it. Sei closed his eyes and looked at the little girl, sighing helplessly, hoping she would understand that this was the best way to protect her. Thinking this, he pointed his sword at Oi's men and suggested in a low voice, "Let the little girl go." Seeing Sei, the blonde man grumbled discontentedly, "It's you again. We should be telling you to retreat. This is Oi's territory. If you think this is like the Praying Mantis Association, then you're mistaken." As he spoke, he summoned energy around his body. Sei didn't back down, snorting coldly, "Without Sven here, you talk big, huh? I won't yield either." Immediately, the two began to fight. On the city wall, saw this scene and also summoned her core energy. She pursed her lips and muttered, "I'm going in too." Hearing this, Ain Chun asked in confusion, "Are you crazy? Causing trouble here will get you killed." Snorted disdainfully, "Who said you're coming? If you're scared, hide here. The captain's already in, so I'm going in too." As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped down below the city wall. Ain Chun sighed speechlessly, "I guess I chose the wrong team," but he didn't notice someone had quietly appeared behind him. By the time he realized it, Ain Chun had been attacked. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Falling down below the city wall, the attacker was one of Oi's men. The man curled his lips into a smug smile. Sei, on his side, was about to fight when a shout suddenly rang out from behind, "Captain!" Before he could fully react, lunged from a distance, fiercely biting onto the other man's spear. Sei let her fight him. He looked at Kim Hun and shouted, "Time's almost up. Hun, we need to deal with this quickly or the kids will wake up. Forget that peace treaty. You're allowed to use core energy." Understood. Kim Hun immediately nodded, then pushed the person in front of him away. He no longer held back, directly summoning his energy into his twin swords. Without hesitation, he unleashed his sword slashes. The other person was quickly pushed back by Kim Hun's sword light. Sei nodded in satisfaction. He was worried Kim Hun would be distracted by Kai's condition, but he wasn't disheartened at all. The blonde-haired guy, ignored by Sei, angrily shouted, "You idiot! Do you have time to look around? You're the fool!" Soong snorted coldly, then summoned energy into his sword. A series of crescent-shaped sword slashes appeared. Before the blonde-haired guy could understand what was happening, one of his arms was severed. Just a second ago he was intact. Now he's become a fake version of Yongur. While the blonde-haired guy was still bewildered, the sword gleam struck again. Now he couldn't even be Yongur, with both his arms severed. Soong slowly walked up to the blonde-haired guy, calmly smiled and said, "If you know they're not focused, just go for it. Why bother warning them? I hope there are decent doctors in the Hollow City." With that, he used the hilt of his sword to strike the back of the man's neck, knocking him unconscious. Soong smirked coldly again, but who can reattach arms and legs anyway? At the same time, Jiagu and Kim Hun also ran towards them. Soong asked suspiciously, "Have you taken care of all of them?" Jiagu pouted with disdain, like flies. Even the trainer deserved it, huh? Soong chuckled, then glanced at Kai and suggested, "Let's take the kids with us." Kim Hun nodded slightly, then picked up the unconscious Kai, not forgetting to thank him. Soong declined to comment. He felt sorry for Kim Hun, but protecting Kai wasn't his main goal. He just didn't want those guys to affect the girl's abilities. Besides, he felt that understanding what happened to Kai would be an important step in the battle. Just then, Soong suddenly realized something and urgently shouted, "Gun, Jegan, be careful." Unfortunately, it was too late. A piercing sound rang out, causing both Jegan and Kim Hun severe ear pain and headaches. Both of them fell to the ground, unconscious. Immediately after, a figure emerged from the shadows and coldly asked, "You sense my presence?" The newcomer was Hogon. He slowly approached, disdainfully pouting, "I came to assist those idiots. Who would have thought they'd be so badly injured that they'd lose their arms?" He said if they left Kai, no one would know about his presence here. Soong narrowed his eyes at Hogon. He didn't know when the man had defeated Ai. Thinking this, he slowly spoke. I thought you were smart, but I guess I was wrong. What if I refuse? Hogan wasn't flustered. He clicked his tongue and chuckled. I thought so too. It seems you don't understand the situation. I advise you not to do anything foolish, because I didn't come alone. Soong stared up in shock and saw a crowd of people lined up on the city wall. Soong frowned slightly in silence. Too many, but he couldn't hand Kai over to them. Hogan saw he was still thinking. He sneered and said, what a pity, I thought you understood. As he spoke, he raised his hand and shot a beam of energy towards Soong. Immediately, his head throbbed violently. Soong clutched his head and groaned on the ground. Hogan sneered contemptuously, I've only increased the power a bit. How do you feel? It feels like an ice pick stabbing straight through your eardrum and into your brain, right? Soong panted in pain. It's a psychic ability. He couldn't feel the energy, nor were there any signs before the attack. Can he select a target and attack instantly? Thinking this, Soong immediately stood up, though his whole body was still trembling. He struggled to swing his sword. Hogan saw this and immediately sneered. Impressive, many S-rank individuals would have been rolling around and foaming at the mouth by now. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Soong's head began to ache violently again. His sword energy instantly vanished. In Soong's head, it was as if a bell was ringing continuously, and he also felt nauseous. Hogan looked triumphant and boastful. Come on, you shouldn't be distracted while using your sword. You also need to control your breath. Losing focus means death. Soong bit his lip fiercely. Ranged attacks are useless. Psychic abilities also require using a core. So he decided to use his core shield to defend. Just as Soong thought, Hogan's energy could no longer affect him. Soong breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, he can block him with the core shield. Seeing this, Hogan immediately drew his sword and charged. Alright, then let's fight head-on. Soong wasn't in a hurry. He calmly stood there, waiting for him to approach. Clang! The two swords clashed. Soong knew it. When he blocked Hogan's energy, he would approach him, but this is what he wanted. Immediately after, Soong grabbed Hogan's outstretched hand. He intended to use his devouring ability to absorb his energy core. However, this time it had no effect, startling Soong. Even Hogan didn't know what he was trying to do. He just didn't care that much. He placed his hand on Soong's head. Immediately, the pain surged again, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Soong didn't expect to miscalculate a step and lose to Hogan. Hogan watched him lose consciousness. He scoffed, you stubborn idiot, why do you keep trying so hard? A few days later, at Oi's prison, Jiagu was frantically banging on the door and shouting, open the door. How long do you plan to keep us locked up? Call them here immediately. Ai-chan saw her going crazy and immediately ran over to calm her down. Jiagu, please calm down. But she still cursed frantically. Can you believe they've locked us up here for 3 days and haven't even given us food? While she kept shouting, Soong and Kim Han remained calmly seated. Soong was thinking about Hogan. An awakener made it so he couldn't activate his ability. He thought In-chun and Aring were just coincidences. But after these 3 times, it was clear there were some awakeners whose abilities he couldn't absorb. Meanwhile, Jiagu was still making a fuss. Outside the door, a deep voice rang out. What's all the noise about? Jiagu and Ai-chan immediately fell silent. Then they saw Sven and Emily walk in. Only Sven wasn't very happy. He irritably snapped, I came to pick you guys up, you idiots. Jiagu saw him as if she'd caught a lifeline. She immediately rushed over. Sven, love of my life, I knew you'd come to save us. But before she could even touch Sven, he snapped his fingers. This caused a bump to swell on her forehead, sending her tumbling to the ground, making Jiagu complain, how cruel, do you think I want to be stuck in this filthy place? Soong also stood up and walked over. He hesitated and asked, Sven, you came here yourself. But before he could finish, Sven acted again. It was the same finger snap, but this time with 3 times more force. It sent Soong directly slamming into the wall behind him. Sven narrowed his eyes at him. He chastised coldly, always walking right into traps, huh? I know that girl is a rare find. So you didn't want to hand her over to them, but haven't you gone too far? Soong looked at him, somewhat stunned. He finally realized the problem. He thought it was strange before, but it was much more than that. After thinking, Soong spoke up. I want to get rid of that petty hypocrisy. Sven slightly furrowed his brows. He muttered doubtfully, petty hypocrisy, you say? Soong looked up at him, slowly opening his mouth, pretending to help the people, but turning a blind eye to the scum running rampant right before their eyes. I see both Oa and Note exploiting the weak under the guise of humanitarianism. At least you want to protect your teammates and those important to him. Kim Hun reflexively trembled upon hearing this. Soong grew more dissatisfied, gritting his teeth as he spoke. It's better to stuff those principles back in your mouth until the old man calls. Soong helplessly sighed. He wasn't overwhelmed by emotions like Kim Hun, but that didn't mean he wanted to blindly serve Note and hunt monsters. Soong's only goal was to resolve the issues between this life and the previous one. After that, they quickly left the cell. Sven walked in front. He slowly opened his mouth. By the way, those bastards from Oa took the girl. Soong exclaimed, stunned. What, really? Sven didn't explain. He gestured forward with his chin and said, look at this hallway. Not even a mouse could get through. Only then did Soong realize, asking in doubt, where did Oa's forces go? Sven glanced at him. He replied coolly, they prioritized the outer wall, so they've moved there. Emily also spoke up to remind them, once you enter here, I'm not sure you'll thank us for saving you. But there's no other choice. These words left Jiagu and Kim Hun stunned and confused. Soong, on the other hand, seemed to understand something. That means it's already started, but that wasn't supposed to happen until next month. A moment later, the group went outside and boarded the familiar helicopter, leaving the place. Sven stood beside Soong. He slowly spoke, in the days you were imprisoned, the branch manager went looking for the Dark Knight, but there were no traces. Soong was startled upon hearing this. Seeing his reaction, Sven reminded him again, those old people were crazy from the start. You should forget about that girl. Soong said nothing. So it was all just Oa's joke, and they fell into a trap? Jiagu looked in the direction the helicopter was flying. He asked somewhat doubtfully, what's going on, Captain? We're heading in the opposite direction of Note's main headquarters. Soong hadn't even had a chance to reply. Sven had already explained, we're moving to the defensive structure managed by Note. This left Jiagu stunned and confused. Just then, Soong's exclamation rang out again. Everyone, look! Everyone immediately looked down. They then saw thousands of bright red lights flashing below the helicopter. Thinking of that hypothesis, Soong's expression immediately darkened. At this moment, Emily spoke up, answering everyone's questions. It's monsters, leaving all three of them, including Jiagu, terrified to speak. At this moment, they're entering the Hollow City. Just then, Jin Chun arrived, carrying 2 large crates. He dumped everything inside out. They were all first aid kits. He slowly spoke, these are some healing supplies. There aren't any left in Mandragora, so take as many as you can. Seeing this, I-Chun couldn't help but ask, bewildered. We need that many? Kim Hun didn't know either. Shaking his head, he murmured, it's probably preparation for a big battle. After instructing them, Jin Chun brought a box to Sven and spoke. Zuzi sent this for you. She couldn't make it, so she sent it with me. Sven nodded slightly. Then he opened the box to look. He furrowed his brow and muttered, what is this? It looks completely unfamiliar. But Soong recognized it. He exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, that's the demon sword, an ancient artifact. Upon hearing that, Sven looked at him, bewildered. Soong, still unaware, continued to speak. It also enhances the user's physical strength, and if combined with your energy core, it'll be even stronger, Captain. After hearing that, Sven spoke seriously. You recognized an item from Zuzi's collection right away. Huh? You know too much. Only then did Soong realize he had misspoken. Sven, however, didn't have time to question him further. Carrying the demon sword at his side, he pouted and said, I like your explanation, but let's save it for later. Just then, Emily suddenly exclaimed, the first unit will soon be transferred to the outer wall. Sven nodded slightly, giving a command. Alright, Emily, switch to autopilot. You get down to Sunggun. Understood. Sunggun, who was pushing the vehicle outside, immediately received the command and let go. Sven then looked at the 4 people, including Sung, pointed down and gave an order. Jump down and join them. Immediately after, all of them jumped off the plane one by one. Below them was a horde of red-eyed monsters waiting. Very quickly, Sung's group landed safely on the city wall. Seeing Sven, someone greeted him. Hunter Sven, we've been waiting for you. Sven nodded slightly and asked doubtfully, how are things in Oer? The person immediately replied, the monsters all seem to be heading our way. Sven gave an order without a moment's hesitation. Send someone to Oer for immediate backup. They might be crazy, but they won't pass up a monster opportunity. At the same time, Sung was on the city wall, looking down. The unknown monsters were swarming in from the air and on land, reminding him too much of that disaster, those painful memories. But now it was different. He had the power to protect himself. At this moment, the monsters were rushing up the wall, and people had created core shields for defense. Moreover, several magic circles appeared on the wall. As soon as a monster touched one, it immediately exploded. Seonggu nodded with satisfaction. The magic circles were working well. The problem was there were too many monsters. When one horde exploded, another crawled up. Very quickly, they began to breach their core shields. Under the fierce attack of the monsters, some people couldn't withstand it and were pushed back. Seeing the unstable situation, Sven immediately shouted, spread out and defend quickly, use as much core energy as you want, and don't let a single monster escape. As soon as he said that, Seonggu's group rushed forward. The 4 of them began their monster-slaying journey, their bodies splattered with blood. While fighting, Seonggu saw something in the sky and immediately shouted, flying monsters are coming. Everyone immediately looked over and saw a swarm of monsters covering the sky, including eagles and even merfolk. Sven wasn't in a hurry and immediately ordered, not a single one missed, right? Attack with ranged weapons. Don't shoot yet. Wait until they get closer. The archer team quickly drew their bows and prepared to attack. When the distance grew closer, Sven shouted, fire. As soon as he finished speaking, a rain of arrows flew towards the sky. Everywhere the arrows passed, they killed hordes of monsters. However, one monster still slipped through and tried to attack someone standing on the city wall. Fortunately, Seonggu was a step faster. Before it could touch the person, he had already chopped off its head. Seonggu frowned slightly, looking at the surrounding situation. Everything was under control, but there was still something more worrisome behind them. Indeed, at this moment, he saw a horde of gigantic monsters approaching from afar. These were the main force of this attack. They were the highest level monsters. As soon as they saw them, the faces of the people there became utterly panicked, fearfully murmuring, we have to fight that. No way. Seeing them waver, Sven immediately reminded them, don't retreat. If we fail, the fortress inside will be in immediate danger. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon sword in his hand began to be enveloped in energy. Immediately after, Sven charged forward, yelling, I'll attack, everyone stay behind. In an instant, his demon sword and core energy merged into one, glowing in the air. It was like a fire dragon, continuously dancing under Sven's control. Right then, it attacked downwards, where the high-level monsters were standing. Explosions immediately echoed across the sky. The monsters were thus buried in a sea of fire. Its impact was so great that Jaegen's group was also affected. They struggled to hold on, and Jaegen pursed his lips, sighing, he really is a monster. Seonggu, on the other hand, felt very happy. Had all of Sven's abilities been developed to their highest potential? The influence of an awakened S-rank individual was immense. With just one attack, Sven dispelled the fear and re-energized the morale of the people here. Sven, extremely pleased, laughed loudly. Haha, that's it. Nothing beats wiping out the whole swarm. Emily, who was killing monsters, heard his laugh and grumbled discontentedly. Captain, don't be too carefree. There are so many of them, you can't attack them one by one. Just as she said, after Sven's move, there were still some stragglers heading towards the city wall. Jin Chun, who was focused on fighting, suddenly noticed something on the other side. Yin Chun was currently being attacked by an earth dragon. His shield was covered in its blue venom, and so was part of his arm. Seeing this, Jin Chun was worried and wanted to pull back to help, but he was stuck with the monster on his side. Fortunately, someone arrived in time. He used his wings to cut off the head of that earth dragon. At this point, Jin Chun ran over to check on Yin Chun's condition. "Why did you let yourself get like this?" Yin Chun gritted his teeth and mumbled, "It's insane how much it hurts. Hail me." On this side, Sven had just finished killing one group when another group rushed forward. He looked behind him with teary eyes and yelled, "They've started breaking through our defenses. Fill the gaps immediately. We must hold our defensive line." Someone immediately acknowledged, "Understood, Captain," but before he could even fly off, something pierced through him. Sven's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and his face showed a look of shock. Someone had clearly only been an administrative agent before, working in an office every day, never coming into contact with monsters. But ever since Sven sought him out, his life had turned a new page. Sven knew someone had awakened with a level 1 flying ability, so he suggested someone go out and hunt monsters with him. At that time, someone was quite hesitant, but under Sven's persuasion, he finally agreed. But at this moment, Sven watched someone fall with his own eyes. He couldn't protect his comrade, allowing someone to be attacked. Someone fell to the ground powerlessly, like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Sven panicked and yelled, "Sungwon," his tone filled with grief and hatred. The one who attacked Sungwon was a large monster, its two arms like two blades. In his rage, Sven summoned all of his core energy. Without hesitation, he charged towards it, furiously kicking the monster's head, causing its massive body to collapse. But it wasn't enough. Sven continued to stomp on it, its viscous bodily fluid ceaselessly flowing out. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Die, you bastard." Emily saw him losing control and quickly advised, "Commander, stop, it's already dead." Sven stopped then, but the hatred in his eyes was as strong as before. Immediately after, he fiercely charged into the air. The energy in the demon sword was now growing stronger and stronger. Sven screamed madly, "I'll kill all of you." Seong-gu, watching from a distance, couldn't help but sigh. Whether it's Sven or not, he's just wasting all his core energy. He needs to calm down. Even Jin Chun was no longer clear-headed after Sungwon's death. He was treating Yin Chun but was shaking. Seong-gu looked around. Even most of the defensive line had collapsed, and the monsters were flooding into the city. Just then, Sven also returned from the air. Seong-gu immediately stood up and went to him. He looked up and asked, "Are the monsters flooding into the city?" Seong-gu nodded slightly and replied, "That's right. Not only is the inner defensive line in danger, but if the monsters attack from both sides, we could be overwhelmed." Sven frowned upon hearing this and muttered discontentedly, "What happened to Oa? Are their reinforcements still far away?" Seong-gu was glad that Sven had calmed down. At this moment, an urgent voice came from Sven's arm. "I don't see Oa's forces, sir. They're all missing." Sven was stunned when he heard this. When he reacted, he gnashed his teeth and muttered furiously, "Those bastards never stop. When this is over, I'll kill every single one of them." Seeing him losing his calm, Seong-gu spoke up again. "Oa isn't the only one acting strangely." Sven glanced at him and pursed his lips, asking, "What do we do now? Damn it." Seong-gu slowly opened his mouth. "We should have received a message from the general commander, but there's still nothing. None of our radio calls have been answered." This made Sven gasp. He hadn't realized it sooner. Seong-gu noticed his expression and continued, "Most importantly, the Dark Knight isn't here." Sven silently pondered what he had just said. Immediately after, he ordered, "We'll retreat to the inner defensive line. You find traces of the Dark Knight and report back." Seong-gu immediately accepted the order. Sven quickly called everyone together and instructed, "Seong-gu is right. It's strange that no orders have come down. Once we get inside the fortress, head to the situation room and order a full retreat. Jaegan will hold the left flank, Kim Han the right, and Jin Chun will carry Yin Chun. Emily, boost the team's speed and get out of here immediately. Everyone nodded after hearing this. At this moment, Sven spoke up again. I'll stay here and lure them. Avoid unnecessary skirmishes and focus on getting inside. Emily couldn't help but be astonished and asked doubtfully, "What? But then who will command?" Sven pointed to Seonggu without hesitation. "You will lead." This assignment startled Seonggu, but he quickly agreed. Jaegan noticed something unusual. He mumbled in a low voice, "Why not Emily?" Not only that, but he stopped calling him. Seonggu, regardless of what they thought, immediately ordered, "We're going to charge straight into the fortress. Remember to stick close." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down and the others immediately followed. They quickly ran into the city, encountering monsters as soon as they entered. Seonggu didn't hesitate to swing his sword, splitting the monster in half. They continued to run deeper inside. Kim Han looked at the situation around him and couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it, the civilians." But did they have time to care right now? Seonggu continued to lead the way, until they passed through an alley, where he saw a group of monsters gathered. Seonggu immediately stopped and confronted them. The monsters, upon seeing him, immediately bared their fangs and claws, looking extremely ferocious. Seonggu didn't hesitate to release his core, then used an activated sword strike. A sharp blade of light swiftly attacked the monsters in front of him, sending all of them flying. Seonggu's group also took this opportunity to pass through the alley. Jin Chun, carrying Yin Chun, had fallen behind by this point, panting incessantly. Kim Han saw this and immediately cried out, "Jin Chun is starting to run out of energy." "Commander," Seonggu frowned and muttered, "we can't stop, or we'll be surrounded by monsters. Emily, help him." Emily immediately received the order, using her wind control skill. In an instant, a series of wind phantoms enveloped the bodies of the two siblings, Jin Chun and Yin Chun, then propelled them forward. After resolving this matter, Seonggu once again led everyone forward. Jin Chun watched him kill monsters with each strike and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "That's truly astonishing." He avoided all the monsters he could and defeated the rest in a single blow. They were almost charging straight to their destination. A moment later, they had reached the inner wall. However, the gate remained tightly shut. Even the citizens begging for their help wouldn't open it. The citizens were frantically knocking on the door for help, but it was in vain. When they saw Seonggu's group, they immediately rejoiced. They had originally wanted to run to Seonggu's group, but were attacked by the monsters first. Seeing this bloody scene, Jaegan and Kim Han couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed their body energy. Jaegan gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, I can't take this anymore. I'm going to kill them all." But before they could do anything, Seonggu blocked their path and said coldly, "Don't get distracted. The objective must be prioritized." The two of them, Jaegan and Kim Han, fiercely bit their lips. Although unwilling, they didn't disobey his order. Seeing this scene, Emily realized that they still followed Seonggu despite their discomfort being at its peak. She understood why Sven had handed command to an intern like him. Anyone would falter when leading a group of seasoned warriors, but he didn't hesitate in making decisions and giving directions. Just then, Seonggu gave an order, "We will cross the wall. Hunter Emily, assist Jin Chun." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and jumped onto the wall in front of them, with the others quickly following. In a flash, Seonggu had safely landed on the wall. He glanced around, then frowned. He didn't see any soldiers guarding the city wall or towers. Seonggu suddenly thought of something and his expression immediately darkened. In front of him now was a patch of darkness. But that didn't stop Seonggu. He continued to lead the way forward. Jaegan, walking behind, muttered, "What the hell? Why is it so dark?" Seonggu didn't answer. He kept walking, but something suddenly blocked his path. Seonggu looked down, his expression becoming solemn. He seriously warned them, "Everyone be careful. There are many obstacles ahead." These words caused confusion among the group behind him. Emily walked up beside him and asked, "What kind of obstacles?" Seo Ongu pursed his lips and explained, "They are members of the special forces deployed inside the fortress." Emily was immediately stunned and muttered, "Special forces are on the ground?" Saying that, she turned on her flashlight to look. Indeed, they saw a pile of corpses in front of them, and everyone's expression turned grim. Kim Hun sighed helplessly. "The monsters have reached this point?" Seo Ongu shook his head slightly, gritting his teeth in rebuttal. "No, that thing is worse than monsters. It was made by humans." Emily looked at him in shock, muttering doubtfully, "By humans?" Afterward, she went to examine the condition of the corpses. After a long while, she nodded in agreement. "That's right, these wounds were not caused by monsters." Upon hearing this, Jagan immediately speculated, "Then it can only be Team Oer." Emily pursed her lips and said, "But something isn't right. Why would Oa put them in danger by easily allowing the monsters to get inside?" Hearing this, Jagan was a bit confused, asking, why? Seo Ongu was also thinking about this problem. A moment later, he spoke up, "We need to quickly go up and complete our mission first. Let's go to the command room." Their group quickly ran to the command room. The entire place was filled with dead bodies. Kim Hun went to check, muttering with a solemn expression, "It seems they're all dead." Jagan sighed helplessly, "No wonder I haven't heard anything from them." Just then, Emily suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute, everyone, come here." Seo Ongu was startled and turned his head to look. Emily was standing next to the table, pointing at it and saying, "This blood is splattered all over the branch manager's position, but I don't see him anywhere." Jagan also went to look, frowning and speculating, "If there's no body, doesn't that mean he's been taken hostage?" Emily gently shook her head, refuting, "As I said, nothing makes sense at all." Seo Ongu silently listened to everyone's speculations. Emily was right. It would only make sense if they were facing the security forces right now, but it looks very chaotic. If all of this is the result of the Knight Rider's mark, then it makes perfect sense that Bastard created a puppet and sowed discord between the two factions. But he couldn't just mark each person individually and give orders to each US soldier. So he chose a trustworthy and influential person who would follow his orders, no matter how strange they were. That person was none other than the commanding officer of Hup City, Lieutenant Colonel Jay Verdun, the one the Knight Rider had marked. Thinking this, Seo Ongu's expression grew even more serious. Even if that problem was solved, there was still another unsolved mystery. That is, the communication device at the branch manager's desk was set to broadcast to all hunters, yet there was no evacuation order or any call to warn about the attack. Why exactly? Immediately after, they broadcast an announcement, "Message from the Situation Room, effective immediately." Sven, who was killing monsters, froze upon hearing this. Knott's group was the same, but the announcement continued to echo. Sven finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. I see it now. Immediately after, he looked at Knott's people and ordered, "Save as many people as possible. We're returning to base." At the same time, in the command room, after making the announcement, Seo Ongu continued to give orders. From now on, Sven's team will establish a second defensive perimeter to prevent monsters from entering the inner area. He asked Emily to take over command, while he would go look for the branch manager. Emily, upon hearing this, confusedly said, "You can't go alone. It would be better if we went together." Seo Ongu immediately refused. "No, we need to create a second defensive line before the monsters overrun us. Stay here and ensure that retreating hunters aren't attacked from both sides." Emily stared at him, stunned. He was right. What he said was not wrong. After a long hesitation, she nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll handle it." After that, Seo Ongu left alone. In fact, his objective was different, but he couldn't say it aloud. Seo Ongu's core energy was only at 28%, but he needed to hurry. The Knight Rider's next target is definitely or they will be destroyed before they even realize they are being manipulated. And their base is the perfect location for monsters to climb the walls, surround, and destroy them. Although they have enough defenses when facing enemies below, the higher they go, the narrower the space becomes. A moment later, Seo Ongu had run to the volcano where the ghost potato farms were located. He needed to find the Knight Rider. If it survives and escapes from here, it will destroy many cities before the final battle. No matter what happens to Oa, he must catch that bastard first. Seo Ongu entered the mountain forest with determination. Very quickly, he saw several Oa guards watching the path leading to the volcano, just as he predicted. If a core energy battle breaks out here, their headquarters will surely detect it and intervene. So if Seo Ongu wanted to deal with them quietly, he just needed to attack them by surprise and devour them. Thinking this, Seo Ongu smiled smugly. It was time to unleash all the power he had suppressed for so long. Thinking this, Seo Ongu immediately charged towards the guards. The Oa soldier immediately panicked upon seeing him. But before he could even react, Seo Ongu struck him down, killing him on the spot. Seeing this, the other one immediately wanted to report it. But before he could even finish his sentence, Seo Ongu swung his sword at him. His arm was cut off by him. But this guy actually had self-healing abilities. Seo Ongu was a bit surprised. He could regenerate. In just a blink of an eye, the man's arm grew back. Seo Ongu didn't give him a chance, striking again, once more severing his arm. This time, he didn't stop, directly thrusting his sword into the man's chest. Then he began to devour his energy core. The man was fundamentally unable to resist, thus being killed by Seo Ongu. Seo Ongu frowned as he watched him fall to the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his skill hadn't developed much. A high-level awakened individual with such ability would definitely be a tough opponent, but regeneration ability is rare, so it was fortunate that he could acquire it easily. Thinking this, Seo Ongu tried to create a wound on his hand. Fresh blood immediately splattered his hand, causing him to wince in pain. Seo Ongu needed to visualize the skin tissues regenerating. Very soon after, the wound on Seo Ongu's hand healed itself. He nodded in satisfaction, muttering, "I thought I wasn't fully accustomed to it yet, but now I can use it for myself. Now, let's see how many new abilities I can acquire." With that, Seo Ongu stepped over the corpses of the two guards and moved forward. And then, he began to eliminate the Oa guards. While enchanted, they had abused children, causing node hunters, who were supposed to be allies, to fall into traps and die. Therefore, they all deserved to die. Seo Ongu acted without any mercy. These Oa people must die to pay for the lives of the citizens of Hup City. The Major might have given the order, but in the end, Seo Ongu still blamed these soldiers. So the forest became a one-sided massacre by Seo Ongu. He killed while absorbing their abilities. He had trained himself through countless deaths in his previous life. This would happen sooner or later and would certainly continue in the future. Heaven had given Seo Ongu this opportunity, and he wouldn't waste it. Seo Ongu pulled his sword out of the 18th soldier he had killed, grunting coldly, "I've recharged many times the amount of energy I used before. Let's see about the next prey." Saying this, he immediately looked around, searching. However, Seo Ongu suddenly trembled and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He frantically braced his sword against the ground to steady his body. Seo Ongu frowned deeply, thinking to himself, "Is this a side effect? Have I exceeded my limits? But that's not right. In my previous life, I absorbed monster cores without any problems. It must be that this body hasn't developed enough to withstand the sudden increase in core energy." Seo Ongu felt his guts twisting. He needed to find a hiding spot and rest before. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Look who we have here." Seo Ongu immediately panicked. He turned his head and saw Hogon behind him, who chuckled coldly. "Still alive, are we?" Seeing this man, Seo Ongu's expression darkened. His eyes filled with hatred. Hogon raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a mocking smile. "Congratulations on surviving the journey outside the wall. You look like you're already dead, though." Seo Ongu dared not be careless, gripping his sword tightly and gritting his teeth. He said, Are you here to avenge your friends? Come on, then. With that, he unleashed a sword strike. However, Hogan used his spear to cut through his sword energy. He snorted coldly in disdain. Friend, revenge, don't make me laugh. Seo On-gu didn't understand why he said that, but he didn't have time to think much. He unleashed another sword strike. Hogan, on his part, still calmly fended it off. The spear in his hand was much more effective than those trivial tricks, instantly shattering Seo On-gu's moves. He contemptuously curled his lip. Too easy, it might work on Oa, but it's useless against me. Seo On-gu couldn't help but be stunned, asking in confusion, "What? Aren't you on Oa's side?" With a cold laugh, Hogan indifferently said, "Don't overthink it. You won't survive to leave this place anyway." Seo On-gu narrowed his eyes at him, then immediately lunged forward, yelling, "Now's my chance." But at this moment, Hogan pulled out a short sword. He easily blocked Seo On-gu's sword, then curled his lip, saying, "Not so easy." Seo On-gu snorted coldly again, then placed his hand on Hogan's forehead, intending to use devouring energy to swallow his energy. But it still didn't work. Something prevented his destructive energy. Thus, his arm was caught by Hogan. He fiercely questioned, "What are you trying to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, Seo On-gu slammed his head into Hogan's head. His head immediately bled, making him grit his teeth in pain, but Seo On-gu was fine because the regeneration ability he absorbed was still active. Seo On-gu's action infuriated Hogan, who furiously yelled, "You damn bastard, I'll make sure you die a painful death." In an instant, his face changed and his eyes turned bloodshot. Are these a monster's eyes? While Seo On-gu was confused, Hogan fiercely charged forward, kicking him in the stomach. Before he could catch his breath, Hogan lunged with the short sword. However, Seo On-gu noticed his opening and stabbed his hand with a sword. But Hogan didn't flinch at all. He casually pulled out the sword, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Stubborn bastard." He held Seo On-gu's sword so tightly that his hand bled, but he didn't let go. Seo On-gu looked at this scene, a bit stunned. But something more surprising was yet to come. Hogan broke his sword. Next, a ray of energy appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Hogan stabbed it into Seo On-gu's palm. Hogan looked down from above, coldly stating, "You're quite useful to humans, but now, I'll tear your soul into tiny pieces, little by little." Seo On-gu frowned upon hearing this. For humans, does that mean he's also a puppet of the Dark Knight? Thinking of this, he glanced at his arm pinned to the ground. If only he could get that spear out. But the only weapon he had left was his dagger. Just then, Seong-gu suddenly remembered something. There's a saying, "Give up the flesh to gain the bone." He just needed to trust that ability, right? Thinking of this, Seong-gu drew his dagger. Then he cut off his own wrist, which was pinned to the ground. Seeing this scene, Hogan couldn't help but be stunned. Seong-gu then leaped into the air. Hogan shouted in disbelief, "You cut off your own wrist. What do you plan to do without a weapon and with only one wrist left?" Seong-gu snorted coldly. "Who says I don't have a weapon?" Before, Sven had asked him why he couldn't use core weapons. Did he really need to use a real sword? Then he taught Seong-gu how to create weapons using energy. At that time, he thought he didn't have enough energy cores, but it's different now. Seong-gu had absorbed many cores. And thanks to that, he was able to create weapons using energy. Seong-gu frantically dove down from the air. Hogan didn't dare to be careless, hastily creating an energy core to defend himself. He snorted coldly, "A core weapon? Huh, not bad, but it's useless." And then he used a mental attack on Seong-gu. However, Seong-gu tried to endure this time, because if he deployed a core shield, it would be difficult for him to maintain the core barrier. He just threw the core spear towards Hogan below. At the same time, Hogan pulled out the spear stuck in the ground. He quickly threw it towards that core spear. Very quickly, two powerful energy streams collided. Seong-gu didn't panic either. He suddenly shouted, "Infinite sword." As soon as he finished speaking, the spear split into a series of other spears, startling Hogan. But before he could understand what was happening, those spears disappeared and became specks of light. However, those seemingly harmless specks of light in Hogon's eyes now shot towards him, gradually destroying his body. On this side, Xianggu was also facing Hogon's spear. He quickly created a core shield to defend himself. But it wasn't enough. The spear shattered the shield, forcing him backward. With a thud, Xianggu fell to the ground just like that. His body trembled slightly. He had to reattach his hand first. Xianggu wasn't sure if Hogon was truly dead yet, but his body couldn't hold on any longer and he fell into a coma. A moment later, Xianggu woke up from his coma. He startled and sat up from the ground. What happened to Hogon? But very quickly, Xianggu saw Hogon lying motionless on the ground in a pool of blood, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He's definitely dead. I got him. After that, Xianggu saw his own hand lying not far away. He quickly crawled to it, then used his regeneration skill to reattach his arm. Very soon after, Xianggu's hand returned to normal. He joyfully exclaimed, "Great! Who would have thought this ability would be so useful?" But just then, a disgusted voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Ugh, honestly, that's disgusting." Xianggu startled and turned his head, but before he could see the person, he was already pinned to the ground by their foot. The person who arrived was Sven, who pointed his sword at him and said coldly, "Answer me right now. Are you a monster?" It was clear that Sven's expression at this moment was not good. Afraid Xianggu would give a perfunctory answer, Sven coldly warned, "Don't play games. Answer immediately, because if I don't like your answer, you could die right here, right now." Xianggu bit his lip slightly and mumbled, "Can you relax a bit? It's hard to talk with a sword pointed at my back like this." Sven let out a soft HMPH and said coldly, "You think I'll believe you? Aren't you strong enough to kill me at any time?" But he released his foot from Xianggu's head, then unhappily said, "Even after being beaten to a pulp, you still have the energy to talk your way out." Xianggu sat up and looked at Sven, asking suspiciously, "How did you find me?" Sven didn't answer, saying indifferently, "Don't change the subject, answer the question. Who are you, really?" Xianggu rolled his eyes slightly. How much should he tell him? Seeing his expression, Sven couldn't help but sneer, trying to find an excuse again. "On the way here, I counted 15 dead ogres." "No way you could do that with your basic skills. You must have run out of energy cores." "Not only that, but the energy I sense from Xianggu is much stronger. How could that happen in such a short time? It makes no sense at all. And there's also the regeneration ability." At this, Sven narrowed his eyes at Xianggu again and asked coldly, "You have some abilities that can absorb others' power, don't you?" It looked like a question, but it was an assertion, making Xianggu stunned. He'd seen through it. He couldn't deceive him anymore. Thinking this, he sighed and said, "You guessed quite right. Sir, it's almost like that." Sven said coldly again, "I'll ask again, are you a monster?" Xianggu shook his head slightly and explained, "Not at all, even though my energy looks like that." Sven continued to ask, "Then why did you hide it from us?" Xianggu slowly explained, "I thought many people would feel threatened, so I thought it best to keep it a secret until I could protect myself." Sven was stunned for a moment, then he put away his sword. Xianggu finally let out a sigh of relief and asked doubtfully, "How's the battle going?" Sven slowly replied, "The scattered outposts protecting from the outside heard your announcement and retreated to the inner fortress." Xianggu listened and continued to ask, "Will they be okay without you?" Sven said coldly again, "And with the smaller size of the inner fortress, it means it's easier to defend with the few people we have left. Also, you said you were here to kill the Dark Knight." Xianggu couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You know where it is?" Sven pointed towards the volcano and said, "There, but you've already guessed it, haven't you? And that's why I could encounter you here." Xianggu didn't know how to answer, but he still thought to himself, "He's really sharp." At this moment, Sven spoke up, suggesting, "Let's start by killing the Dark Knight." Xianggu quickly stood up, nodded, and replied, "Yes, sir." Sven snorted coldly and said, "I'll figure out how to deal with you later. So don't think you've escaped. If it scares you, Feel free to let the monsters devour you. Seonggu calmly said, I'm fine. How much time has passed? How long have I been out? Sven shook his head slightly and replied, I don't know. You were lying there when I arrived. I saw the energy core light from your battle when I got near the volcano area. So it probably hasn't been too long. Seonggu frowned upon hearing this and suggested, wait a minute, I want to check a few things before we go. Then he ran to Hogon's corpse and made a cut with his knife. After checking for a long time, Seonggu mumbled, so he wasn't it. Sven looked at him blankly and asked, what are you looking for? Seonggu calmly replied, the Dark Knight's mark. I thought it would be here. Sven became even more confused upon hearing this. Why did you expect to find it on him? Seonggu slowly explained, I sensed an extremely powerful dark magic. Sven flinched slightly and speculated in a low voice, then perhaps he was enchanted by it, maybe just by being close to him. Seonggu didn't think so, because before that, Hogon hadn't seemed to have lost all reason, but rather acted like a monster. That strange feeling he sensed from Kaisa. Thinking this, Seonggu reached out and pulled the spear from the ground, then said, let's find that bastard. Things will become clearer once we get started. Sven looked at the spear in his hand and asked doubtfully, an ogre's spear, where's your sword? Seonggu slowly explained, it wasn't very durable, so I think I need to replace it. Immediately after, the two quickly rushed towards the volcano. It wasn't long before Sven signaled to stop. The two were now standing on a cliff. Below them was a chaotic battle. The uniforms of the group below were ogres, but they were killing each other. They seemed insane, their eyes completely unfocused. Moreover, their bodies were shrouded in a terrifying dark aura. Seonggu observed for a long time before speaking, they're all ogre soldiers and they're killing each other. Sven couldn't help but click his tongue in disgust and say, ugh, are they driven mad by that demonic energy? Seonggu agreed, but the last moments of those affected by the Dark Knight always look like this, nothing like Hogon earlier. They've lost all reason and are acting like beasts, as if pitting ogres and nodes against each other wasn't enough. That bastard made them kill each other. While he was thinking, Sven spoke up again, suggesting, there's not much time left, let's go. But before they could go, a burst of energy shot up from below, and the two immediately dodged. Seonggu looked down, muttering wordly, I'm afraid we're going to be late. Sven unleashed his energy, coldly instructing, prepare for battle. They may act like beasts, but they're still ogres, don't underestimate them. Seonggu nodded slightly and replied, understood, sir. Then he gripped his spear tightly. Sven reminded him again, and remember not to let any of them escape. There's no turning back for them now. Immediately after, the two jumped down from the cliff. They both simultaneously struck with two sword slashes. Two sharp sword glows darted like lightning. The two were thus cut down, but they didn't stop. They continued to attack. Two powerful energy blasts immediately struck, and ogre soldiers died in droves. Sven then glanced at Seonggu and grumbled, can you not say names like that? It'd be great if you stopped saying my name when we're dual wielding like this. Seonggu said indifferently, it's just a habit. Sven shrugged, pouting, whatever. Let's finish this up quickly. Seonggu nodded slightly and replied, understood, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, both simultaneously unleashed energy blasts. With a bang, the area in front of them exploded. The ogre soldiers were buried in the explosion. The two, Sven, immediately flew into the air to avoid it. Afterward, the two quickly landed. However, there were still ogre soldiers. Sven immediately spoke up, they're still over there. Go and kill them all. Recharge your energy while you still can. Seonggu flinched slightly, then replied, right? A moment later, the two flew towards the mountain. Sven said as he walked, does that power work on monsters? Seonggu hesitated for a long time before replying, I tried it on Lega, but it didn't seem to work. Even if I did, I don't think I could master it. The excess core would overwhelm my body. Sven heard that and pouted playfully, I guess that means my energy's safe. The two suddenly looked at each other, seemingly having discovered something. From the top of the tower in front of them, a strange purple smoke emanated. Sven frowned, muttering, that purple smoke emanating from the top of the tower. Before he could finish, Xianggu nodded slightly and said, that's right, it must be him, the Dark Knight. But no sooner had he finished speaking than an explosion suddenly rang out from the tower, with smoke and fire bursting everywhere. Sven squinted his eyes, looking up, and hesitantly asked, wait, is that a person in the center position? Xianggu's expression also turned a little grim. He looked in that direction. Yet amidst that human-caused smoke and fire, he saw Kaisa. Xianggu bit his lip fiercely and muttered, that bastard, he was hiding inside Kaisa. He was sure it had been mocking them all this time. Sven frowned and said, so that's why we couldn't find him, but there's no reason to delay any longer. Let's go. Immediately after, both quickly jumped to the top of the tower. But as soon as they arrived, Sven sensed something. He hastily created a core shield. With a bang, an explosion rang out in front of them. At the same time, someone was lurking inside the broadcasting tower. Sven immediately rushed forward fiercely. Who are you? That person also quickly created a core shield to protect their body. When he looked closely, Sven couldn't help but be startled. It's Verdun. His eyes were also tinged with a bright red color. Sven gritted his teeth and said, it seems I guessed right. He's been controlled by the Dark Knight. Now I understand why he's been acting so strangely. At this moment, Xianggu seemed to see something and quickly said, Captain, behind him. Sven looked over and saw the unconscious watch behind him. He became even more annoyed and cursed. That bastard dared to lay a hand on the old man. Immediately after, he charged forward with his weapon. Sven wildly attacked Verdun. However, he managed to dodge it. Sven rushed to watch, anxiously asking, are you okay, old man? Xianggu, seeing this scene, was suddenly startled. He quickly shouted a warning, be careful. At the same time, he also unleashed a beam of energy. On this side, Watch suddenly attacked Sven. Fortunately, Xianggu's energy beam struck, stopping Watch's attack. Sven hastily retreated next to Xianggu, bewildered. Damn it, what's going on? Xianggu quickly explained, the branch manager is also possessed. He's just luring you into a trap. Just as he said, Watch's eyes were now bloodshot as well. All the pieces are slowly falling into place. Why was there no order to retreat? Why were the remaining soldiers inside the fortress defeated so easily? The Dark Knight has taken control of both Oa and Node, turning them into its playthings. Now Xianggu also understood why Sven had never mentioned the battle in his previous life. The reason was that the branch manager he cherished had become a victim of this incident. At this moment, Sven spoke up again. How long do you think they've been like this? Xianggu slowly opened his mouth. He targeted Lieutenant Colonel Verdun before the branch manager, certainly just to gain control after we arrived. Otherwise, Watch wouldn't have been able to summon their team. He contacted them after realizing the situation here was very dangerous. And in the end, he himself was drawn into it. Sven's face turned grim upon hearing that. He squinted at Watch across from him, questioning, isn't that right, old man? Say something. Xianggu sighed, advising, it's too late. The moment the mark of the Dark Knight seeped into their skin and into their bloodstreams, they are now merely his puppets. Sven froze immediately upon hearing that. So the mystery of the orphanage was also solved by Xianggu. Someone saw Watch there a few days ago, but they said he just looked and left without a word. Now they know that Chizzer, the host of the Dark Knight, was also there. That bastard summoned Watch because he's controlling him. Thinking of this, Xianggu immediately suggested, I'll handle them. Please go deal with the Dark Knight. Sven stared blankly at Xianggu, asking, you alone, don't tell me you're serious. Xianggu calmly asked back, then do you really have the courage to plunge your sword through his heart? Given their relationship, Sven was stunned for a long time before speaking, of course I can. Why wouldn't I? Xianggu looked at him with a slight surprise. Finally, he sighed and said, anyway, it's not like I can fight an S-rank monster alone. I'll bring two awakened individuals with me. That's the most logical strategy. Hearing these words, Sven couldn't help but sneer. Look at this rookie trying to lecture me. Alright, we'll do it your way. Just then, Verdun and Watch aggressively charged forward. Seonggu didn't hesitate to unleash a blast of energy towards the two, but they blocked it with a core shield. Taking this opportunity, Sven ran towards Chisa. Seonggu thought he should control Verdun first to confront Watch directly. At this moment, Verdun suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of Seonggu. Before he could react, he was pushed back by him. Seonggu bit his lip fiercely. A physical speed boost skill, it must be at least rank 1, maybe even S rank. Even though he had devoured countless skills and possessed a considerable core power, the old man was not an easy target at all. Escaping unharmed was already lucky. However, Seonggu's opponent was not just one. Watch had also started to make his move. 2 energy cores appeared in his hands. In an instant, they vanished before Seonggu's eyes. He immediately panicked. Is Watch's ability invisibility? I can't see anything. In his panic, Seonggu could only strike randomly into the air. As it was hopeless, he had no choice but to create a core shield to defend himself. But it wasn't long before cracks appeared. Seonggu cried out in alarm. It's breaking, I have to get out of here. It seemed almost simultaneously, the core shield shattered after Seonggu had left. He widened the distance from where he had been standing, and just as he thought he was safe, he was hit from behind. Seonggu couldn't help but be startled. He had originally intended to defend, but it was too late. He was already firmly held by the person behind him. His arm was also twisted backward. Seonggu struggled, managing to free one arm. Then he turned his head backward, using his remaining arm to grab the other person's leg. Seonggu was just worried about what if the person in front was exactly like Hogon, but worrying didn't help at all. And then in an instant, black tentacles appeared behind Seonggu, shooting towards Verdun like lightning. They pierced deep into him, startling him. Seeing this, Seonggu let out a sigh of relief. It's working. At this moment, Verdun screamed in pain. Energy from within him frantically surged into Seonggu's body. Not long after, Verdun collapsed powerlessly. Seonggu got up from the ground, but before he could do anything, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was a side effect again, but not now. Seonggu needed to deal with the clock first, but his eyes still weren't working. While Seonggu was confused, something was rushing towards him. Seonggu couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed. It was the clock. He used a spear to stab him in the shoulder. He then pulled it out. The spear tip was stained with blood. Seonggu gritted his teeth in pain. Only then did he realize something. The clock in front of him was the real threat. Elsewhere, the top of the tower was enveloped in a large amount of demonic energy. Sven had just arrived and immediately had to use a core protection shield. He pursed his lips and muttered, "Just one tiny mistake, and I'll end up like the others. No wonder those imps are all insane." While he was worried, Kaisa on the other side kept giggling, making Sven shout in dissatisfaction, "Stop giggling, you're about to die, you damn idiot." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with his demonic sword. Before striking, Sven suddenly said apologetically, "I know you're just a vessel, kid, but you're blocking my way to that thing. Please understand." Immediately after, Sven struck Kaisa with his sword. But at this moment, Kaisa suddenly opened her mouth and mumbled, "No," causing Sven to freeze and look at the girl in confusion. However, the night within Kaisa was not like that. The moment he approached, it leaped out from Kaisa's body and attacked his arm. By the time it disappeared, an imprint had appeared on Sven's hand. Kaisa, now trembling, pleaded, "Please save me, Hunter, please." But deep within Kaisa's body, the laughter of the night incessantly echoed. The more Sven heard, the more dissatisfied he became. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "I told you to stop laughing. Is that all you've got?" As soon as he finished speaking, he used his demonic sword to scrape off the skin contaminated by the Knight's imprint, not even frowning. This sight stunned the other party, but Sven didn't care. He snorted coldly and said, "Good, let's begin, we'll fight head-on now." As soon as he said this, claws from behind Kaisa rushed towards him. In an instant, they clamped tightly onto Sven's body. Even his limbs were held tight by them. However, he wasn't particularly flustered, calmly asking, "Are you giving it your all?" Immediately after, Sven clenched his hands and pulled with force, tearing all those things apart. Then he charged forward with his demonic sword. With a bang, a sky-shattering explosion echoed at the top of the tower. At the same time, down below, Seon-gu was being attacked by the clock. His face looked a bit weak at this moment, but suddenly a loud noise echoed, startling both of them. A powerful beam of energy emanated from the base of the tower, causing the broadcast tower to sway and collapse. It rolled in a circle towards the volcanic area. Its rolling speed was extremely fast, and the people inside the tower were thrown out. The tower then fell into the volcano, buried in scorching lava. Seon-gu, at this moment, tried to cling to the cliff face. He fiercely bit his lip and slowly climbed up. Once he reached the ground, he let out a sigh of relief. What the hell just caused that terrible shock? I still can't see anything. What should I do? Recalling earlier, during training, when Sven defeated him, he walked over to Seon-gu and asked, "Do you know why the formless sword keeps defeating you, rookie?" Seon-gu glanced at him and replied indifferently, "Perhaps it's because I can't see it?" Sven nodded slightly and said, "Exactly, because it's invisible. The only way to avoid it is to read the core energy flow. Yet you foolishly keep trying to see it with your naked eyes." Seon-gu immediately realized the problem upon hearing this. Sven continued to instruct him, "Here's a piece of advice for you. You have many other senses to use." He told Seon-gu to try closing his eyes, eliminate all visual information, and focus on what remained. Breaking free from his memories, Seon-gu took a deep breath. He had to keep his wits about him. Fighting to enemies blindly had made him lose control. With that thought, Seon-gu gently closed his eyes and focused his mind, forgetting the unusable sense and concentrating on the remaining ones. Then, he muttered, "This strong smell and intense heat. I must be inside the KNR volcano. The broadcast tower must have been toppled by the tremendous energy unleashed in the battle between Sven and the Dark Knight." Seon-gu heard nothing. He guessed Verdun and the clock weren't nearby. They must have been thrown far away when the tower collapsed. Then Seon-gu discovered his arm was dislocated. He had to fix it before they caught up to him. With that thought, Seon-gu repositioned his joint, and a cracking sound immediately echoed. Even the wound on his shoulder had healed. It couldn't be said that Seon-gu was in his best condition, but this was good enough for now. And finally, his weapon. He quickly created a weapon using the energy in his palm. Very quickly, Seon-gu created a spear. Just then, a beam of energy suddenly shot towards him. He hurriedly dodged it. Seon-gu still kept his eyes closed, calming his mind, silently listening to the movements around him. He seemed to hear two breaths opposite him, meaning those two were still here. Seon-gu thought they hadn't approached too closely, perhaps wanting to take advantage of his blindness and attack with energy from a distance. At this moment, Verdun and the other person attacked with two more energy streams. But for him, that wasn't a problem. After all, he could block Sven's formless sword. Couldn't he? The shape and core trajectory of the attack were almost tangible. If Seon-gu could overcome the psychological attack, they would just be an old man and an exhausted corpse. There's no way they could fight him. Thinking this, Seon-gu immediately raised the energy spear in his hand. He fiercely shouted, "Hey Verdun, I'm returning that indigestion-causing thing from earlier." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly threw it, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into many spears. They rushed forward with a wine-tearing force. Verdun and the other person were startled by this sight. But at this moment, Seon-gu once again shouted, "Sven's formless sword." As soon as he finished speaking, those spears turned into tiny dots, swiftly passing through the two old men. They couldn't avoid them at all. Their bodies were cut by the energy dots, covered in wounds. He scoffed, "Now you know the fear of fighting an invisible attack." And then with a boom, a series of explosions appeared before his eyes. It seemed like at the same time, he opened his eyes. Those two people had their bodies ravaged by the energy explosion. He defeated them. S body now only had its lower half left, and Dong-ho had a hole pierced through his stomach. Both of them died just like that. Only now breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. His matter here is finished. He should go help, shouldn't he? On the other side was still facing off against the Dark Knight within S body. After that attack just now, it surprisingly wasn't harmed. At this moment, the large tentacles were still rushing towards. Quickly dodged, the sword in his hand constantly swinging. However, there were too many tentacles and he was held tight by them again. Huffed coldly in dissatisfaction. Again, the Dark Knight tried to use those tentacles to drag towards the lava. He dug his feet into the ground. Seeing S' desperate efforts, the Dark Knight couldn't stop cackling with glee. Narrowed his eyes at it, asking coldly, "Hey, do you know what this is?" As soon as he finished speaking, he used the full strength of his body to lean back. Then, using the elasticity of the tentacles, he lifted his feet and jumped high. Next, began to wield his sword in midair. All those tentacles were severed by him. This angered the Dark Knight within S body. It once again wanted to attack with tentacles. Seeing this scene, scoffed contemptuously, "It's useless." As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed the demon sword into S body. A powerful stream of energy shot out accordingly. Even this side felt that energy flying towards them. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is that?" By the time the energy completely disappeared, the scene of clinging tightly to the wall had appeared. Glanced at and reminded him, "Step back, the demonic energy will devour you." Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, suddenly screamed loudly. Then, a surge of dark energy emerged from the little girl's body. Not long after, it formed into a physical entity. The Dark Knight, seeing it, scoffed and charged forward. "So you finally revealed your true form? Ha, you won't escape." As soon as he finished speaking, he chased after the Dark Knight. Without hesitation, unleashed a sword strike, causing a crack to appear on the Dark Knight's body, and a pinkish-purple energy poured out like rain. But he didn't let it off. He frantically hacked away, continuously shouting, scream, yell, "Wait, come on." Below, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. This Dark Knight is S rank not because of its combat power, but because of its cunning and special abilities. Moreover, how could it fight against holding the demon sword? Indeed, not more than a few minutes later, descended from mid-air to the ground, glanced at the two corpses on the ground, then looked at and said, "It's done, well done." Declined to comment, calmly saying, "Thank you." He still had some doubts. Did they defeat them so easily? Something's very strange. Just then, a commotion suddenly rose from behind, startling both of them. Dong-ho is still alive. He's coughing incessantly. He glanced over and called out tremblingly. Immediately ran to Dong-ho's side. On the other hand, didn't look too good. He knew it. In his previous life, didn't intentionally spare the Dark Knight's life. After that fierce battle, he thought he had killed it. But it wasn't carelessness after the battle. It was because the mortally wounded knight escaped and tricked by using Dong-ho. That's why he encountered it in the final battle. This time he's here, it won't be like that again. At this moment, charged forward. Looked at him in confusion, asking. But before he could finish speaking, lifted him and flew over his head. Couldn't help but be stunned, murmuring in disbelief. Was currently attacking the escaping dark energy. The final piece finally clicked into place. When he caught up, he immediately shouted, threw it towards him without hesitation, quickly caught the demon sword, and then struck the Dark Knight with another blow. At this moment, he found an imprint within the dark energy, immediately raised his blade and charged forward. The demon sword instantly pierced the center of that imprint. The Dark Knight's shrill screams quickly echoed. Not long after, the dark energy completely dissipated. At this moment, returned from the sky. He looked at the thing stuck on the demon sword without saying a word, pouted and said, "It's like you're always one step ahead. I want to get to the bottom of this too." But had played a significant role in defeating the Dark Knight, so he temporarily let it go. Saying that, he walked past, praising in a low voice. Afterward, he went to Dong-ho's body, sighed and said, seeing him so sorrowful, couldn't help but say, the demonic seal was already deep within his heart, truly sad. His entire life was controlled. Hearing these words, S' expression immediately darkened. After a long while, he finally sighed and sat down beside Dong Ho, muttering in a low voice. Because the city has returned to its former glory, the sunlight once again shines upon the city, just as he always wished. With the appearance of the dark night, the shadow of fear lurking within the town was slowly becoming clear. That day, the town's Nut Army had to endure the most difficult nights of their lives. However, the order given on behalf of the missing branch manager to abandon the outer walls proved to be a decisive move for the battle to protect the town. The hunters were able to withstand the fierce monster attack by consolidating their positions and utilizing the fortress's sturdy inner defenses. Thanks to End, who successfully defeated the Dark Knight, the town is now free from its control. The monsters either returned to their original territory or annihilated each other, while the Nut Hunters dealt with the remaining ones inside the walls. When the sunlight finally emerged, the monsters vanished, almost as if everything was just a nightmare. The surviving team members were all thrown into prison, waiting for headquarters to pick them up. And this won't be recorded in the official report, but S Group still had another problem to face. The next night in a basement, everyone in S Team was present, and in front of them was the little girl who had been transformed into a monster. Glanced at Emily, requesting, "Report." Emily nodded slightly and said, "Is slowly transforming into a monster. Currently, not only are limbs growing from her back, but her arms and legs are also becoming insect-like." She said she had looked through old medical records for a cure, but couldn't find any similar cases. Then added, "If we send her to headquarters, she might not be in human form anymore by the time she arrives. Seeing her like that, they'll dissect her alive. At this point, it would be better too." He stopped at this point, but everyone knew what he meant next. Injured Kim exclaimed. He still wanted to run and hug the girl. However, discontentedly ordered, "Step back." Had regained full consciousness, but the pincers on her back were still frantically hitting the glass of the test tube. Kim reluctantly stepped back, said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Sighed and said, "We know, and those things made getting back here much harder than intended." Then he looked at the girl and asked, "Do you have any plans? What do you want us to do?" Hesitated for a moment before speaking, "I am not a monster. If I can no longer live as a human, then I want to die as a human. Please, have mercy on me." These words stunned everyone present. Everyone's face was grim. Clearly, they didn't want to do it. But in the end, they had to accept the cruel truth and immediately summoned energy into their palms. He pursed his lips and said, "The world may be in chaos, but shouldn't a child struggle, scream, and beg to live?" But before he could act, Emily blocked him. "The girl holds a secret that humanity might need. We must report it and send her too." She hadn't finished speaking when coldly interrupted, "Shut up, Emily. You know very well what it's like to become a not experiment, and I recall you weren't too fond of it." These words left Emily in silence, unsure how to react. At this moment, spoke up again. "I remember a confident rookie who lectured us about petty hypocrisy. Was a bit speechless. Why bring me up when things are so tense? But didn't care and continued, "The child is begging us to kill her, so how can we turn a blind eye?" Kim frowned deeply upon hearing this, his body trembling slightly. Just then, Kim volunteered, "If that's the case, I should be the one." However, stopped him. "Let me do it." Heard these words and glanced at him, but didn't stop him. Stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Please understand." Kim nodded slightly and replied, "I understand. Thank you." Very quickly, approached the containment area. He smiled and said, "I'll do as you wish. Close your eyes." Obediently closed her eyes. But two streams of tears appeared on the little girl's face. Trembled and sobbed, "I don't want to die. If only this hadn't happened to my body. If she hadn't become a monster, if she hadn't been controlled by the Dark Knight, perhaps there would still be hope for her to live on." Upon hearing these last words from her, the two and Kim clenched their fists, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Also sighed helplessly, he whispered, "Farewell." In just an instant, powerful energy emanated from the test tube. Kim only had time to hear her last goodbye. A poor little girl thus departed from this life. Fresh blood from her body splattered onto the test tube glass. Could no longer hold back, bowing their head against the test tube. Trembling, the little girl's passing truly pained everyone. Sighed, slowly reminding them, everyone, forget what happened here, and don't mention it in the report. No one witnessed it. Kim and on this side began to cry loudly, turned and walked out. Before leaving, he reminded them, warning the other scoundrels who also knew about it, utter a single word, and I'll kill them. After that day, no one mentioned or spoke about her again, and everyone was grappling with their pain in their own way. Kim would train with his sword until he collapsed from exhaustion. Meanwhile, would sneak out beyond the wall to hunt monsters, the pain etched deep in their hearts, along with their tightly bound knots of hatred for the monsters. None of them doubted their mission to destroy them anymore. Seong, on the other hand, was still somewhat conscious. Once people handled the bodies, he went to observe, approaching a body covered with a white sheet. Confirming what he wanted, Seong turned to the person behind him and suggested, separate this corpse, it needs to be studied. Sven was busy in his role as the head of Hop Town, and then one day, Emily suddenly came to announce, Rookie Kim Seong, you will be placed in a quarantine area until further notice. Seong was immediately stunned by these words. Gyun also asked suspiciously, why so sudden? Emily calmly explained, due to what happened with the monster's henchmen, the branch manager, and Lieutenant Colonel Vodin. We have been ordered to quarantine anyone infected with monster poison until they can be confirmed negative for the poison. Hearing this, Kim pressed his lips and asked, who put him on that list? Emily hesitated for a moment, then, after a long pause, she replied, Commander Sven. Seong sighed resignedly, I knew it. He thought, that guy still couldn't shake off his suspicion of him. 2 days later in the interrogation room, Sven walked in from outside. He sat opposite Seong and coldly asked, are you alright? Seong replied casually, I'm okay, but how long do I have to be here? Do you still think I might be a monster? Sven pursed his lips and said, that depends on your answer. I'm not completely free of suspicion yet. Seong sighed helplessly. Sven had witnessed his performance firsthand, but still didn't believe him. It was understandable, given how deep the scars left by the Dark Knight were. While Seong was thinking, Sven spoke up again. Although this has been a bit of a headache for us, there's good news for you. Saying that, he handed the paper in his hand to Seong. He took it suspiciously and looked. Immediately his eyes widened in surprise. Sven slowly explained, that's right, the body you tricked Emily into sending. The results are in. Jim Hogan has been identified as a monster. Seong stared blankly at the report in his hand. I knew it! He thought that bastard really was a monster. Seeing his expression, Sven continued, more precisely, he transformed into a monster, underwent monsterization, you could say. Furthermore, he told Seong that his discovery, destruction, and exposure of Hogan's identity could prove he wasn't a monster, but it still wasn't enough. Because Seong could have used Hogan to divert suspicion. Seong frowned at this and asked, what are you still suspicious about? Sven spoke indifferently. Unlike the child, his appearance never changed before the autopsy. How did you know? Seong was immediately stunned by this, not knowing what to say. Seeing his silence, Sven leaned closer and warned in a cold voice, you can remain silent, but that won't clear your name. You'll be imprisoned here until the war with the monsters ends. Sven reminded Seong to remember carefully that his life was in Sven's hands until he let him go. He warned Seong not to let him record his death as an accident. Seong hesitated for a long time before sighing and saying, I understand. Taking a deep breath, he slowly explained, I knew Jim Hogan was a monster thanks to my ability, the one you're curious about. Sven frowned in doubt and asked, your ability, you mean absorption? He nodded calmly. Seong slowly explained, that's right, I call it Node Swallow. I can absorb the abilities and power cores of other awakened individuals and make them my own. That happens even if I kill them or if my power core comes into contact with their body for a certain period of time. Seong asks Sven if he remembered telling him last time that it didn't work on monsters. Sven seemed to realize the problem and immediately exclaimed, "So with humans who've been monsterized?" Seong calmly admitted, yes, it doesn't work on them either. With Kai, he wasn't sure because she wasn't an awakened person, but after 3 contacts with Hogon and a subsequent clash, Seong's ability had no reaction. After those 3 times, he was able to make this judgment. Sven frowned and muttered after hearing that, if you're telling the truth, it could be used as a distinguishing technique. And the moment he made contact with an awakened person, he would know if they had become monsters. Seong gently shook his head in disagreement, but I don't have enough data to confirm it. Now wasn't the time to tell Sven about the voice that told him to kill awakened people. If he did, Sven would surely slit his throat immediately. While Seong was thinking, Sven continued to ask, "Do you suspect anyone else?" Seong was startled for a moment, then immediately shook his head. Not anymore. Actually, he still had some more people in mind, Aring and Chief Administrator Injun, but Seong needed to investigate further, and besides, that would make them tear Aring apart to investigate her. Just then, Sven spoke up again. "Alright, you're no longer a suspect." Seong was immediately startled. But before he could even feel happy, Sven continued, "But that's all." This confused Seong. "What do you mean by that?" Sven scoffed, "You think it's all over? I told you I'd torture you for information after dealing with the Dark Knights." Seong had learned all of Sven's swordsmanship skills even before Sven taught them to him. He knew that the dark clouds appearing in the training ground were due to the Dark Knights. Seong also predicted that everyone would have to fight monsters before the airship arrived. And the information about the demon sword he gave to Sven. Also, the way the Dark Knights escaped. Sven wanted to know everything. He wanted to know why Seong let it all happen. Seong frowned slightly and fell silent. This was a critical turning point. He had never told anyone about his past life. But the person in front of him was Sven. Seong couldn't fool him with trivial excuses. Sven was also the strongest person he had ever met. If he believed and accepted Seong's words, then Sven would be the strongest ally he could have. Thinking this, Seong immediately made a decision and spoke in a low voice. "Alright, that also relates to my ability. More precisely, one of the abilities I once absorbed." He told Sven about Bisik, and also about the memory enhancement ability he possessed, and that his memories weren't just from this life. Sven's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Seeing his disbelief, Seong continued, "He was a regressor, someone who had lived once before and then reincarnated. By absorbing his ability, I also gained those memories." By this point, Sven couldn't listen anymore. He fiercely questioned, "You think I'd believe this? I've never heard anything so ridiculous." Seong looked at Sven helplessly and said, "You've seen for yourself how accurate my predictions were. You wanted to know the reason, and I've told you. But furthermore, a big event will happen in the next 5 years." Sven frowned tightly, looking at him, and irritably asked, "What now?" Seong slowly explained, based on his memories, Kim Bisik predicted that there would be a massive monster attack 5 years from now. He said that Bisik had left him a lot of information about the locations of S-rank monsters. And his dying wish was for Seong to hunt them down and gather forces to fight against them before that happened. And Sven still couldn't believe it and continued to ask, "Then why you?" Seong hesitated for a moment before answering, "Because I was the hunter who killed the most S-rank monsters in the final battle." These words stunned Sven. Seong glanced at him, intending to continue. But Sven slammed the table and yelled, "That's nonsense. You killed more monsters than me?" Seong looked speechlessly at him. Who was going crazy? What's wrong with this guy? I'm telling him about a past life, and he's still concerned about that asterisk. What a madman. After a moment of anger, Sven finally said, displeased, "Alright, aside from that utterly ridiculous part, I think this explains everything." Seong squinted at him. It seems like he believes it, doesn't it? At this moment, Sven gave another order. First, I want to report on the time and location where high-level monsters will appear. This will also help prove your innocence. Seong immediately nodded in agreement. Sven squinted at him, warning sternly, but I'll still keep an eye on you. If even one thing is off, I'll consider you a monster and kill you. Seong nodded slightly, replying, I know, but I think it's best if you don't report this to the higher-ups. Sven snorted coldly after hearing that. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? He said if those old geezers found out about this, they'd definitely make others available for Seong to drain their energy. Hearing this, Seong immediately exclaimed in shock, they won't. But before he could finish, Sven and said, I knew you didn't understand anything about them. In short, I won't put myself in a difficult position. These monster seeds are more than enough. Seong frowned slightly, silently muttering in suspicion, monster seeds? Sven pointed at the report in his hand, saying coldly, look at the notes in the report. Seong immediately opened it to look. Inside Hogon's brain, they found an unidentified seed-shaped object. They believe it's due to monsterization because it emits powerful magical energy. To simplify, let's call them monster seeds. There's a high probability that more such things exist, and it's difficult to predict how dangerous they could become if monsters can produce them in large quantities. Reading up to this point, Seong clenched his fists. So it's what made people monsterized and lose their humanity. Finally, a clue has been found. While he was thinking, Sven spoke again. During this time, I won't report it to the higher-ups or anyone else. Seong asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Sven raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, you wouldn't know. Those monsterized humans might be hiding among us. He said they would keep it a secret until they found a way to identify monster seeds without dissecting the host. Hearing this, Seong nodded clearly, I understand. Sven continued, another problem is that the higher-ups will go crazy. Seong looked at him with some confusion. First, they would find people for him to drain energy from, and Sven didn't trust the higher-ups. Why was this? Sven remained silent for a long time, then spoke again. The new branch manager will arrive here soon. This means my troublesome time as an administrator is over. Prepare to return to Jeju when you leave here. Seong didn't think much of it and nodded, replying, alright. Thus, they had achieved their goal in Hop City, even though Seong now had new worries. The monster attack on Hop City once again confirmed that the monsters did not appear at the exact time in his past life. Seong knew he would have to mention that in his report to Sven. The difference in timing made his development speed a greater concern. Personal training with Sven was helping him get stronger faster, compensating for his late awakening. But what if the timing of the monster appearances outpaced that development? If the worst-case scenario happened, Seong would have to fight in the final battle with less preparation than last time. He had no choice but to take more steps in his plan, especially regarding the fourth event. Sven's boat traveled for several days at sea, finally spotting their destination. Yoon excitedly exclaimed, there's Jeju Island. In front of them now was Nat's base on Jeju Island. After learning of their return, Sena's group immediately rushed to greet them. Everyone was joyful. Sena walked up to Seong and said, we've heard about Hop City. We're very sorry we couldn't help. Seong shook his head gently and said, even headquarters couldn't send support, but I'm glad we all survived to see each other again. But where is Aring? Why didn't he come? Sena awkwardly replied, he'll be here soon. Just as she finished speaking, Aring arrived, bringing a crowd of monsters with him. Minnie was a bit speechless. He wanted to bring his monsters. I guess he's really eager to show them off. Seong just chuckled softly, walked up to the boy and said, you've got quite a collection now, haven't you? Ari happily replied, not bad, right? You can see how much my monster controlling abilities have developed. Seong nodded in satisfaction. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and said, well done. What he was worried about was the monster seed, whether Aring had it or not. Yet, the moment Seong-gu touched the boy, the wolf next to him bared its fangs, ready to attack him. Even the snake and the bird on Rang's shoulder reacted similarly, startling Seong-gu who stepped back. Aang tried to stop them, but was too late. The green snake coiled around the boy, bared its fangs, and flicked its tongue at Seonggu. Seonggu didn't strike it down, he just stepped back. At this moment, Aang also reached out and grabbed the snake by its neck. The boy grumbled, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Are you crazy?" daring to attack Seonggu Hyung. As soon as he finished speaking, Aang also used his hands and feet to pull back his bird and wolf. In an instant, the area became chaotic, leaving Seonggu unsure what to do. Aang looked at him apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Seonggu Hyung. They're usually well-behaved. I don't know why they're acting crazy today." He shook his head gently and replied, "Never mind, I'm fine." Then Seonggu looked at his hand, muttering in dissatisfaction, "This is exactly the outcome he didn't want. It feels similar to Kim In-chun and Jim Hogan." Moreover, the monsters became aggressive as soon as Seonggu activated his Devour ability. Could that also be a sign of monsterization? Seonggu shook his head gently, trying to calm down. Worrying was useless. The message had already been sent, now he just needed to wait patiently. Thinking this, Seonggu glanced at everyone and said, "Our training period is almost over. Has everyone chosen which legion they want to join?" There were several small legions directly under Not, including the Special Ops Legion, the Guard Legion, and the Inspector Legion. Most of these legions had relatively easy jobs or never left headquarters. But the Scout Legion was a separate category. Members of this legion fought on the front lines with the fewest bonuses, making the Scout Legion the most suitable place for those who intensely hated monsters. At this moment, Senna spoke up, "Do you even need to ask? All of us are joining the Scout Legion?" Seonggu looked at her, bewildered. Senna chuckled and said, "As if we'd back down after declaring war on the High Command. That's pretty much decided, don't you think?" Gun also nodded in agreement. "Besides, I don't think anyone hates monsters more than we do." Seonggu thought he'd have to come up with a plan to get them to go to that place with him. Who would have thought they'd volunteer? Thinking this, he looked at everyone and asked, "So, everyone agrees?" They all replied in unison, "That's right." Seonggu nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, from now on, everyone is part of the reconnaissance course." His plan was to leave the camp, go to the wasteland, and start operating independently as the Tweezers team. Yet Sven, upon hearing this proposal, immediately refused. "No, you don't have the right. Everyone will be in Sven's team." Seonggu immediately stared at him, stunned. He said, bewildered, "But I told you when we first started training, I want to form my own attack team." Smiling faintly, Sven pouted and said, I know." Seonggu gritted his teeth, looking at him, waiting for him to continue. Sven casually opened his mouth again, "But even if you have memories from a past life, you're still just a newly graduated rookie. Do you think the captain would agree to that?" Seonggu was unconvinced. He continued, "We've planned to operate independently, I just haven't finished saying it." Sven coldly cut him off. "Don't worry about that anymore. This will benefit both sides. Though you'll be members of Sven's team, Seonggu will have full autonomy to act as he wishes. It means you can do what you want and avoid unnecessary supervision from superiors. But in return, Sven needs them to respond to all emergency calls to help take down S-class monsters and the like. So, this is a win-win situation." Seonggu frowned upon hearing this and hesitated for a long time before speaking. "I plan to recruit more members for the team from the areas we operate in. That's part of why I wanted an independent team. Is that okay?" "Up to you." Shrugging indifferently, Sven waved his hand and said, "I'll only contact you when it's absolutely necessary, not for trivial matters." "Go ahead and do that. But why the rush to the wasteland right after leaving?" Seonggu was a little stunned by this question. After a long pause, he replied, "To evolve, sir." This confused Sven. As if remembering something, he then asked suspiciously, "Next stage of awakening, huh?" "That's right," Seonggu admitted with a calm nod. Of course, Sven knew. Awakened individuals go through a total of 4 awakening stages. First is awakening, second is trait segregation, third is reversal, This is the level the Tweezers members have reached. And then comes the fourth awakening stage, Dimensional Core. While each stage demands strenuous effort, the fourth stage is on an entirely different level. Xianggu was certain it was related to one's primal instincts. To reach the fourth stage, he needed to gain experience in the wasteland. While Xianggu was still thinking, Sven spoke up again. Oh, right. On your way back, remember to stop by Yuji's place. She said the equipment, spells, or something like that are ready. Xianggu was immediately stunned upon hearing this. However, on the way back, he still stopped by the girl's place, bringing Aring with him. Yuji was a charismatic girl with purple-dyed hair and excellent fashion sense. She immediately greeted them. Hey there, cutie. I'm Yuji. Well, aren't you handsome? And this pretty boyfriend next to you must be Aring, right? Aring was a bit stunned by her casualness, but Yuji didn't mind much. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where are the monsters?" Xianggu slowly explained, "We thought they might be a bit too scattered, so we didn't bring them." Hearing this, Yuji looked disappointed and said, "I was hoping to get a look at them." "Alright then, follow me. Don't be scared, little Aring. I'm just doing a quick checkup, I won't bite." A moment later, Yuji led the two to a machine. She nonchalantly suggested, "Take off your clothes and step inside." Although Aring didn't want to, he still took off his clothes and entered the machine. The feeling of being stared at made him a little embarrassed. At this moment, Yuji looked at Xianggu and spoke. "Let's talk for a bit. He won't be able to hear anything. Sven has talked so much about you that I feel like I've known you forever." Xianggu hesitated a little. He awkwardly replied, "Is that so?" Seeing his cautious attitude, Yuji smiled. "You're the one who asked Emily to perform the autopsy, right? For a rookie, you're quite famous. You're like a dish that leaves a lasting impression." Xianggu became even more embarrassed hearing this. "Why are you comparing me to food?" Yuji ignored him. She continued, "I'm just being careful. All I want to hear is that you're not a monster." Xianggu frowned slightly and said, "I also want to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, so if possible, please keep this between us." Yuji nodded slightly and replied, "That can be done if nothing unusual happens, but I don't promise anything." With that, she brushed past Xianggu. Immediately after, a talisman appeared in her hand. Yuji murmured softly, "Prophetic omen." In a flash, a surge of energy enveloped her body. Yuji closed her eyes again and mumbled, searching for signs. As soon as she spoke, a series of talismans appeared around them, floating in the air. They emitted powerful energies, enveloping the machine Aring had just entered. A moment later, the new examination concluded. Xianggu and Aring were now on their way back. Aring glanced at Xianggu, speaking as they walked. Regarding today's examination, Xianggu said with a slight start, "It's nothing serious. You struggled quite a bit when fighting the Merfolk, so I just wanted to make sure you're okay." Hearing this, Aring pouted and said, "I was worried I'd be left behind again when everyone went to the wasteland." Xianggu looked at the kid, momentarily stunned. Had he still not forgotten about that day? While he was thinking, Aring shook his head again and said, "As long as it's not about that, I'm fine." When the Frozen Hook refugee camp collapsed and I felt like the world was ending. Saying this, the kid spoke with a sincere smile. "You reached out to help me, so I'll follow you anywhere." Immediately after, Aring happily skipped back. Xianggu watched the kids retreating back, a little pensive. Returning to a few hours earlier, Yuji had placed a charm on him. She said this would block demonic energy. She also cast a similar charm on Aring, though not much, it would help a little. Xianggu spoke gratefully. "Thank you, but why are you helping us to this extent?" Yuji pouted and replied, "Does it seem strange for me to help you? If Sven trusts you, then so do I." Xianggu couldn't help but be stunned. Before he could understand, Yuji continued, "Our goals are the same, so if you need anything else later, just let me know." Xianggu only then realized the situation and bowed his head to thank her again. However, Yuji seriously reminded him, "He's not completely safe yet. I might have missed a few things. You'll need to find a higher ranking sorcerer if you want to be sure, They might find the monster seed I missed. Back to reality, Xianggu was still lost in his own thoughts. Why did Chizit transform into a monster while Hogon remained unchanged? Are Aring and Inchun also becoming monsters? If they become like Hogon, it will depend on whether they awaken or not. Still, all Xianggu could do now was observe and speculate. There's only one way to be sure. That gave him all the more reason to return to the wasteland and find Sorcerer Gyoyi, one of the 8 infernal evils. With a heavy heart, Xianggu followed Aring back.